Chapter 1. An Affliction. The ancient physician is truly a masterful healer. Indeed, with just a flick of his hand, my ailment was cured. I yearn for another treatment from him. So do I. By the way, dear lady, what ailment do you suffer from? Well, I feel a bit shy to disclose it. We are all women here. There is no need for embarrassment. It's a woman's ailment. What a coincidence. I suffer from the same. However, the ancient physician's skills are remarkable. He merely gestured, and I was healed. Absolutely. His craftsmanship is extraordinary. In the city of Soto, two young women lingered enchantingly as they exited a medical establishment known as the Divine Hand. Upon reaching the entrance, they reminisced about the treatment they received from the ancient physician. Their eyes fluttered, half-flitted with flirtation, and a playful smile danced upon their lips, clearly lost in delightful reverie. Make way, make way. Do not block the entrance. We still require treatment. Exactly. It's evident they are harlots, coveting the physician's beauty. Indeed, it is precisely because of these shameless women that we, who genuinely need healing, must wait so long. Right? It has prevented me from receiving the physician's healing touch. Before the Divine Hand Clinic, a long queue of young women clamored at the entrance, voicing their discontent towards the two obstructing figures. Some among them were eager to see the pair removed at once. The most beautiful of the group, visibly distressed, seemed to be in considerable discomfort. Noticing this, the two women, still basking in their memories, cast a dismissive glance at the line of waiting women before turning on their heels and leaving with an air of superiority. Next, at that moment, a man's voice resonated from within the clinic. As his voice echoed, the weeping of the beautiful woman in the front ceased abruptly. Finally, it's my turn. She swayed her hips and dashed into the clinic, fearing someone might usurp her place. Upon entering, she wasted no time and hurried to the treatment room, eagerly lying down on the bed, awaiting the arrival of the ancient physician. Soon after, a handsome man clad in a white coat entered. His attire seemed out of place in Soto City or the Douluo world, yet to the young woman on the bed, he appeared as a firefly in the night, remarkable, distinct, and irresistibly captivating. Ancient physician, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable in my chest. Suddenly, she lay sideways on the bed, one hand clutching her chest while the other delicately veiled her eyes, stealing glances at the man in the white coat, an alluring glimmer. In her gaze, it's you, did you not come yesterday? The man scanned her face, recognizing her as the same woman from the previous day, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Physician, my ailment was alleviated yesterday, but today my chest feels unwell again. Please describe your symptoms. Yes, yes. The beautiful young woman revealed her joy through her expressive eyes, articulating her situation word by word, wishing time would linger, granting her ample opportunity to convey her innermost thoughts to the handsome physician before her. The dashing man in the white coat listened, a deeper sense of helplessness reflected in his gaze. His name was Gu Yi. 3 months prior, he was merely a blue planet inhabitant, freshly graduated from a prestigious medical university, poised to embrace the trials of the societal elite. In an unforeseen twist of fate, he found himself transported to the Douluo Continent. Initially overwhelmed by confusion, he felt a sense of relief upon realizing his arrival in this fantastical realm. After all, he was quite familiar with the narrative of Douluo Continent, renowned as a safe haven for countless transmigrators, a veritable sanctuary of exquisite beauty. He was keenly aware of. He vividly recalled the explosive popularity of the Douluo anime, particularly due to the stunning beauty of several female characters, such as Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing, who left an indelible impression on his mind. Now that he had traversed into this world, he was determined that, should the opportunity arise, he would engage these enchanting women in a magnificent surgical encounter, enlightening them on the profound essence of life. Upon his arrival in this realm, Gui faced a particular frustration. He was a soul transplant. Although his previous incarnation possessed strikingly handsome features and an ethereal charm, his innate talents were rather unremarkable. He was well acquainted with the awakened martial soul of his predecessor, a seemingly ordinary, yet exceptionally unique surgical knife. While this knife might appear commonplace to the inhabitants of this world, for Gu Yi, a physician with an unparalleled understanding of human anatomy and medical prowess, it was an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. Over the past 3 months, he had established a clinic in Soto City, leveraging his past medical knowledge and the extraordinary capabilities of his surgical knife. His reputation burgeoned, attracting a multitude of patients seeking his expertise. However, Gu Yi found himself in a rather exasperating predicament. Due to his striking appearance, the majority of his patients were young women, predominantly in the prime of their lives. Gu Yi sighed. He was a respectable man, entirely uninterested in these youthful women, was no lecher. Yet he could not refuse to treat them, for through aiding these lovely women, he could enhance his own strength. Indeed, like many others who had transmigrated, Gu Yi possessed a unique advantage, a system intricately linked to his surgical knife, martial soul, the surgical system. Each time he healed a patient using his martial soul or medical expertise, he would garner corresponding soul power and surgical points, which he could later exchange for items. Within the surgical system's shop, in essence, as long as he treated the ailing, Gu Yi could grow stronger. During these 3 months, he had, with a twinge of conscience, treated numerous young women for their particular ailments, all in pursuit of elevating his own abilities and amassing surgical points. Now, as he gazed at the beautiful young woman reclining on the bed, savoring her experience, he listened attentively to her recounting of her so-called affliction before proceeding to administer her treatment. As he had done the day before, Gu's approach to healing was unremarkable with a few deft movements. He completed the procedure in mere minutes, restoring the lovely woman to health. He then heard a notification sound from the system, reminiscent of an Alipay transaction. Congratulations, funds received. 5 surgical points. Gazing at these 5 surgical points, Gu Yi cast a glance at the beautiful young woman lying contentedly on the hospital bed, letting out a long sigh within. He found himself somewhat at a loss regarding this system. Over the past 3 months of treatment, he had discerned that the system was rather discerning, or perhaps it was superficial, judging by appearance or status. The rewards for treating ordinary citizens were minimal, yielding only a single point. Those with slightly more attractive features earned 2 points. Those who were notably beautiful garnered 3 points, and treatments for young, attractive women, like the one before him, directly escalated to 5 points. He harbored serious suspicions that this system had ulterior motives. "All right, you may leave now," he said calmly to the beautiful woman who lingered on the bed, reluctant to depart. Yet, for the sake of her long-term plans, she obediently exited the clinic. As she left, Gu Yi resumed treating the queue of young women outside, accumulating more surgical points. That moment, outside the clinic known as the Divine Hand of Medicine, a boy clad in blue pants and shirt, of ordinary appearance and around 12 years old, strolled past. Upon observing the unremarkable nature of the clinic, yet noting the multitude of patients eagerly waiting, he paused with curiosity. The Divine Hand of Medicine, such an audacious name. However, the fact that so many people seek treatment here suggests that the physician's skills must be exceptional. "Brother, I think the physician's skills are far from impressive. He might even be a disreputable charlatan," replied a young girl beside him, dressed in a pink dress, sporting a pair of rabbit ears, and carrying a small bag. The ordinary-looking boy and the adorable girl were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, recent graduates from the Nodding Academy, guided by their mentor, Yu Xiaozheng, to enroll at Shrek Academy. "Brother, have you not noticed that all those in line are women? And they are all quite beautiful. There isn't a single man among them," Xiao Wu remarked, her skepticism towards the physician deepening. Well, Tang San glanced around and realized she was correct. Aside from the women, there seemed to be not a single man in sight. Habitually employing his purple extreme magic eyes, he observed the crowd and was taken aback. He discovered that these women were all either married or recently wed. With this revelation, Tang San scrutinized the ordinary clinic once more, pondering the potential issues with the physician within. "Brother, should we go inside to investigate?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Yes, that sounds good." Tang San felt a burgeoning curiosity about the physician treating patients inside. Having spent a long time in this world, he was familiar with healing techniques typically employed by healing-type soul masters. This was the first time he encountered a clinic with such an audacious name as the Divine Hand of Medicine. Coming from the Tang sect, skilled in the art of poison, he found the prospect of meeting a physician intriguing. If he discovered that the individual was indeed a fraud, he could take it upon himself to rid the populace of such a menace. Following Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two intended to enter the clinic. However, in the next moment, the young women queuing up cast their gazes upon them, sharp and predatory like wolves, as they attempted to cut in line. This sudden shift startled both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Subsequently, they found themselves under a barrage of verbal assaults from the group of women. "What do you think you're doing? Do you not understand that one cannot skip the queue for medical attention? 2 youngsters, and yet you display such poor upbringing. I wonder how your parents taught you." While Tang San and Xiao Wu initially remained unperturbed by the earlier remarks, their composure faltered when their parents were mentioned. Tang San felt a surge of anger rise within him. As a person born in ancient times, he held great respect for his elders and adhered to the principle that a father's authority should be respected. Thus, any insult directed at his parents was akin to striking a nerve. Just as he contemplated confronting the woman who had insulted his family, a handsome man clad in a white coat emerged. It was Gu Yi. Upon his appearance, The young women immediately disregarded Tang San, their gazes now fixated on Gu Yi, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Yet, Gu Yi paid no heed to them. Instead, he turned to face Tang San with a cheerful smile and remarked, "My dear brother, you are unwell." A gentle reminder. This book is a serious work, suitable for earnest readers. The book's characteristics. It becomes increasingly serious as the story progresses. New book, Sunlight Douluo. Chapter 2, The Ailing Tang San. Hey, how can you speak like that? It's you who's unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Xiao Wu was no benevolent angel being, a transformed soul beast. She had a naturally capricious disposition. Upon hearing Gu Yi declare that her brother Tang San was sick, she retorted without hesitation. The young women in line, upon hearing Xiao Wu insult Gu Yi, became incensed. With hands on their hips and expressions of indignation, they exclaimed, "How dare you speak to Dr. Gu like that? If he says he's sick, then he must be—" Exactly. This man is surely unwell. He's your brother, right? He must be sick." The women scrutinized Tang San, pointing fingers at him. Once Gu Yi had asserted that Tang San was unwell, they had already made up their minds about it. Over the past 3 months, they had been utterly convinced by Gu Yi's medical prowess. Xiao Wu glared furiously at the group of women who dared to claim her brother was sick. "Xiao Wu, it's merely the opinion of women. There's no need to take it to heart." Tang San pulled Xiao Wu back, then turned to Gu Yi, coldly demanding, "On what grounds do you assert that I am unwell? If you cannot provide a reason, perhaps you should reconsider running this clinic." Gu Yi circled around Tang San before finally stopping in front of him and Xiao Wu. "Because you are indeed unwell, and quite severely at that." He paused briefly, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. "You too are in the same predicament. You are the one who is unwell." Xiao Wu's anger intensified upon hearing this. How could she possibly be deemed unwell? Anyone would feel displeased at being labeled sick upon first meeting, and in her ire, she instinctively lifted her leg, clad in white stockings, to strike at Gu Yi. Tang San remained composed, grasping Xiao Wu's hand and shaking his head. "Xiao Wu, he is merely a quack. It's not worth getting upset over. Let us depart." "However, brother, he actually insulted us, claiming we are ill. I cannot tolerate such an affront. He must apologize to me." Xiao Wu glared furiously at Gu Yi. Tang San pondered for a moment and found himself in agreement. It was one thing for someone to speak ill of him, but to disparage his sister, Xiao Wu, was entirely unacceptable. She was his Achilles heel, and he had once vowed that anyone who dared to bully her would have to step over his corpse. For Tang San, a devoted brother, this was a provocation. He then turned to Gu Yi, his voice icy as he spoke. "On what grounds do you claim we are unwell? If you cannot specify what ailments I possess, you will promptly apologize to my sister otherwise." Tang San's gaze darkened, for when it came to Xiao Wu, his benevolence vanished. "Oh, arrogant, no wonder he is Tang San." Gu Yi silently scoffed. Indeed, from the moment Gu Yi laid eyes on Tang San, it was truly when Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived outside his medical facility he recognized them. It was at that instant that his surgical system issued a task. This was the first time in the 3 months since his arrival in this world that such a task had manifested. As he observed the task presented by the surgical system, Gu Yi felt a flicker of excitement. Name: Tang San. Identity: Transmigrator, protagonist of Douluo Continent, child of fate. Strength: Level 29, Great Soul Master. Proficiencies: Mastery of hidden weapons and poisons, adept in Tang's sex ultimate techniques. Symptom 1, mild hemorrhoids. Symptom 2, kidney deficiency. Symptom 3, hypocrite. Upon seeing these symptoms, Gu Yi was rendered speechless. After all, Tang San was proficient in toxins and was a soul master. He should not be afflicted by such trivial ailments. However, Gu Yi had complete faith in his system, and his medical skills were commendable. A cursory examination of Tang San confirmed it was indeed unwell. Task 1. Perform hemorrhoid surgery on Tang San. Reward: 50 surgical points. Task 2. Conduct a nephrectomy for Tang San's kidney deficiency. Reward: 100 surgical points. Task 3. Perform neurosurgery on Tang San. Reward: 500 surgical points. Note: hypocrisy is also a condition, and a severe one at that. Task 4. Execute a castration procedure on Tang San. Reward: 5,000 surgical points. Task 5. Carry out a transformation surgery on Tang San. Reward: 10,000 surgical points. Contemplating this series of tasks, Gu Yi initially felt a surge of excitement, for rewards in the hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands were unprecedented. Yet, upon reaching the latter tasks of castration and transformation, he began to seriously doubt whether Tang San had offended the system, for how else could such ghastly tasks be issued? Nevertheless, Gu Yi gazed at the prospect of accumulating a vast number of surgical points, and then glanced at Tang San's particular anatomy, his expression turning slightly solemn. Yet he was undeniably tempted. Feeling Gu Yi's unwavering gaze upon him, Tang San felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and coldly inquired, "What do you mean by saying I am unwell? Are you truly prepared to discuss this here?" Gu Yi raised his eyes to meet Tang San's. "That if you cannot articulate your claims, then apologize to my sister. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you." Gu Yi sighed, having made a secret decision upon witnessing the enticing rewards of surgical points. If given the opportunity, he must perform a magnificent castration surgery on the ailing Tang San, reaping countless surgical points. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as a time traveler. Now, Tang San is keenly interested in understanding his affliction, and how could Gu Yi resist fulfilling his desire? Then, Gu Yi pointed to the area around Tang San's posterior and his waist, proclaiming, "You have several ailments. The first is hemorrhoids, and the second is kidney deficiency." Upon hearing this, Tang San gazed at Gu Yi, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Wu instinctively cast a glance at her brother Tang San, then turned back to Gu Yi with an expression of disdain. The group of young women present erupted into laughter, a few stifling giggles before bursting into unabashed guffaws. Hearing the mocking laughter and feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the young women directed at a certain area of his being, Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment, especially when he noticed his sister Xiao Wu glance at him. Although she wouldn't believe Gu Yi's words, Tang San still felt a mix of shame and anger in his heart. He turned to Gu Yi and coldly said, "That's utter nonsense." Then, he pulled Xiao Wu along and turned to leave. "Brother, is what he said true?" Xiao Wu asked as they walked. "Xiao Wu, although I'm not an expert in medicine, I do have some understanding. How could there be such a disease? Besides, we are soul masters, and our constitution is inherently stronger than ordinary people, making it even less likely. Even if what Gu Yi said were true, I, Tang San, would never admit it, especially since I am not sick at all." Xiao Wu thought it over and felt the same way. Her brother Tang San was so powerful. How could he have such a minor illness? With that thought, Xiao Wu became even more convinced that Gu Yi was a quack doctor. She initially wanted to stop and tear down Gu Yi's sign, but her brother Tang San held her hand and showed no intention of stopping. Gu Yi, seeing Tang San leave like that, naturally wouldn't allow it. After all, Tang San was a surgical point in his eyes. As long as he could perform a castration or inject a few doses of female hormones, those thousands of surgical points would be in his grasp, and he could become rich overnight with this one deal. Gu Yi then shouted loudly at Tang San, "Although you are a soul master and your constitution is somewhat stronger than ordinary people, it is only slightly stronger. You are still young, and those illnesses are minor, mostly due to your irregular schedule and prolonged periods of meditation and late-night training over the years. Even some soul masters are not exempt from these ailments, and you are no exception. If you don't want to let it worsen and want to get better, come find me. I guarantee you a cure and will restore your kidney to health." Upon hearing this, Tang San paused for a moment, but the next second he walked even faster. Seeing this, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. He believed that Tang San would come to find him again soon. After all, as a soul master himself, Gu Yi understood the soul masters of this world very well. Although the soul masters of Douluo Continent possessed soul power and had slightly better physical qualities than ordinary people, it was only slightly better. They still had to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep, and just like everyone else, they were not immune to minor ailments like hemorrhoids, especially for low-level soul masters. Furthermore, for someone like Tang San, who often stayed up late to cultivate and might even be holding on to Xiao Wu, the 100,000 rabbits, well, that was even more inevitable. As for certain kidney-related diseases, even if there were healing soul masters in this world, they were often ineffective against root causes. If someone as skilled as Tang San could suffer from these ailments, it was easy to guess that others would not fare any better. Of course, Gu Yi's true intention was not to help Tang San heal, but rather to obtain those thousands of surgical points. As long as he got those surgical points, sudden wealth would be within reach. However, Gu Yi was not foolish enough to act against Tang San immediately. After all, his current strength was not sufficient to contend with Tang Hao, who was always protecting Tang San. Therefore, plotting against Tang San and giving him a grand castration surgery was still a distant goal. But he was not in a hurry. There would always be opportunities. Chapter 3. Even minor ailments are illnesses. Next up, it's you. Knowing that Tang San was ill put Gu Yi in a great mood. He pointed to a young woman in line to see the doctor, eager to help her with her treatment and let her experience the power of his skills. The young woman upon being called out by Gu Yi, was overjoyed. She lifted her skirt and hurried into the clinic, waiting for Gu Yi to help her with her treatment. Just as Gu Yi was about to enter, he saw a familiar young girl walking towards the clinic. The girl wore a simple blue long dress that gave a clean impression, with neat short hair, skin as tender as lychee, a delicate face, and a height of about 165 meters. Her figure was very harmonious, and she exuded an ethereal aura. Upon seeing this girl, Gu Yi felt a sense of familiarity, and as he focused, the system suddenly issued an upgrade sound. Ding! Detected one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong. System judgment. Illness detected. Ning Rongrong was ill, and quite severely at that. Even without the system's prompt, Gu Yi knew this. Then, after glancing at the young woman who had just entered and then at the sick Ning Rongrong, he decisively gave up on entering and walked towards Ning Rongrong instead. Miss, please wait. Gu Yi called out, walking up to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, who was just about to pass by the clinic, instinctively stopped when a handsome man in a white coat called her. Anyone would have a good first impression of a handsome man, especially someone like Gu Yi, who was dressed in a white coat. Is there something you need? Ning Rongrong asked playfully, then began to appraise the man who had called her, Gu Yi. The way he was dressed in white really caught her eye, but what attracted her even more was Gu Ye's looks. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had seen many handsome men, but she still felt a sense of amazement upon seeing Gu Yi. Gu Yi noticed Ning Rongrong examining him, and instead of answering her right away, he took a moment to scrutinize her as if he were a doctor, ultimately focusing on her chest. Then Gu Yi smiled at Ning Rongrong and said his catchphrase, Miss, you have a problem. You're the one with a problem. Ning Rongrong, appearing approachable and in a good mood as she looked at the handsome man, was still inherently spoiled and willful as a young lady. Upon hearing Gu Yi say she had a problem, she immediately scolded him, just like Xiao Wu did before. Gu Yi was not angry. He had expected Ning Rongrong's reaction. He then said, Miss, your martial soul has problems, and I can help you treat it. Gu Yi was not lying about this. His medical skills could not only treat ordinary illnesses, but also address defects in martial souls, as defects in martial souls were also considered illnesses. During the 3 months he had spent running a clinic and treating patients, he had once treated a girl with a defective martial soul. With the assistance of his special martial soul and surgical system, Gu Yi successfully healed her martial soul. This girl had since regarded Gu Yi as her benefactor and even her master, joining the Martial Soul Hall a month ago under his guidance. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong had just come out of her sect and still had the temperament of a proud young lady. Her sect's martial soul was reputed to be the #1 support martial soul in the world, although it could only grant 7 soul rings. Gu Yi's claim that her martial soul had problems was something she had never heard before, and she certainly wouldn't believe it. Considering you look decent, I'll warn you once. Keep those words to yourself. If others find out, you won't have a good outcome. Ning Rongrong Varnet Gu Yi then took another look at his handsome face and his strange, white attire, finding him quite handsome. However, although Ning Rongrong liked good-looking guys, she wasn't overly infatuated. No matter how handsome Gu Yi was, he couldn't charm her. After glancing at Gu Yi a few more times, she huffed arrogantly and left him with a beautiful back as she turned to leave. This time she had come out without her family, and now she had to go sign up for Shrek Academy, so she couldn't miss the time. Gu Yi saw that Ning Rongrong was about to leave. Although he wanted to keep her and treat her properly, he had no intention of being overly accommodating. When it comes to treating illnesses, of course, it's the patient who seeks out the doctor. It's not the doctor who begs the patient. However, Gu Yi looked at Ning Rongrong's condition and found it increasingly unsatisfactory, and the reward for treatment made him quite tempted. He then whispered to Ning Rongrong, Miss, my name is Gu Yi, and I am a physician here. I can not only treat the illness of your martial soul, but also the ailment in your body. As Ning Rongrong was about to leave, she immediately stopped when Gu Yi mentioned her body ailment, glaring at him with a hint of anger. Where do I have an ailment? If you can't explain it clearly, I will make you regret it today. Ning Rongrong asked loudly enough for the young women waiting outside the clinic to look at her. All eyes turned to Ning Rongrong, and then they glanced down at themselves, noticing they could not see their toes. Whether or not there was an ailment, it was evident to those who were not doctors. Similarly, Gu Yi's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong, but his eyes were pure and serious. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also noticed the women staring at her. Not only them, but even Gu Yi was looking. Instinctively, Ning Rongrong looked down, then looked up at the many young women, realizing they all had slender figures. And she suddenly understood where Gu Yi was referring to regarding her physical ailment. Pervert. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she scolded Gu Yi before turning to leave in a hurry. Here, looking at those young women made her uncomfortable, but at that moment, Gu Yi took out something and placed it in front of Ning Rongrong, speaking in a voice only she could hear. It's just a minor ailment. I'm a serious physician. If you want treatment, you can come find me anytime. It only requires a few sessions. Oh, by the way, this is a gift for you. You can try it first, and you'll know if it works after trying. I've already written the dosage on it. Gu Yi stuffed a small white medicine bottle into Ning Rongrong's hand, gave her a comforting smile, and turned to walk into the clinic. Next, he called out habitually. Dr. Gu actually gave that to this girl. She's lucky. Yeah, I envy her so much, I want a bottle too. Although I'm already old enough, I still want it. It would make me look even more perfect. The young women still waiting in line looked at the white medicine in Ning Rongrong's hand, then glanced down at their own chests, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong looked at these girls, then at herself, turned her head, snorted proudly, and quickly walked away with small steps. However, she tucked the white medicine into her pocket as she left. Chapter 4. Is great trouble also a disease? Just as Gu Yi reached the entrance of the clinic and saw Ning Rongrong put away the small medicine bottle, he nodded and smiled. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Ning Rongrong would come looking for him again. This was the understanding a doctor has of his patient. This little dumpling, Ning Rongrong, would surely be able to resist the temptation of becoming a big white rabbit. In the near future, his medical skills would undoubtedly play a significant role in Ning Rongrong's dumpling. Just as Gu Yi was about to go in to treat the next young woman, his foot got stuck again at the threshold. Ding! The system detected that one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing, had a condition. Doctor, what's wrong? Asked the young woman waiting for treatment, clutching her chest and forming a graceful curve, looking at Gu Yi shyly. Gu Yi ignored her and quickly turned to look outside the clinic. He saw a woman walking towards him from not far away. The woman was dressed in a tight black outfit that hugged her body, outlining an astonishing curve. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, her skin was fair, and she possessed an extremely voluptuous figure that belied her age. Her expression was cold, emanating a pure and genuine chill, and her black eyes showed no trace of warmth, contrasting with her originally beautiful face. What a coincidence! Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu left, now Ning Rongrong has gone, and here comes you. Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, the woman passing by Gu Yi's clinic was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. The system's prompt allowed Gu Yi to recognize her at a glance. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's figure and beauty were breathtaking, and with the system's notification, it would be hard not to recognize her. Gu Yi thought for a moment that today was indeed the day of Shrek Academy's enrollment. His clinic was located in Soto City, so he would have to pass by it to get to Shrek Academy. It was reasonable that he would encounter Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The moment Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, she also sensed a hot gaze directed at her. Her martial soul was the nether cat, which naturally endowed her with a strong perception ability. Upon sensing this intense gaze, she looked over. She saw a man in an unusual white coat with extraordinary looks staring at her, and she paused for a moment. After a glance, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that the man's appearance was quite good, but that did not attract her attention. Strength and survival were what she pursued. She then lifted her feet and continued towards her destination, Shrek Academy. She was looking for that guy who had abandoned her to come here to have fun and want an explanation. Miss, you have a problem. That's right. It was still Gu Yi speaking, still addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing really did have a problem. It was quite serious. For Gu Yi, this problem could be treated with just a touch on the most prominent part of Zhu Zhuqing. To clarify, Gu Yi wanted to help Zhu Zhuqing for the sake of the treatment point. He was definitely not attracted to her beauty. After all, Gu Yi was a serious doctor with a proper system. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to leave, she stopped when she heard this and turned to look at Gu Yi. What did you say? Zhu Zhuqing's voice was cold, just like her expression, devoid of any warmth. You have a problem, Gu Yi said, looking directly at Zhu Zhuqing, confirming his statement. After saying that, Gu Yi examined Zhu Zhuqing all around. Finally, his gaze landed on her remarkable chest. Could it be that having a large chest was also a problem? Of course not. How could having a large chest possibly be a problem? Gu Yi's gaze naturally lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's chest for a reason. Zhu Zhuqing didn't mind Gu Yi's blatant scrutiny of her. However, when Gu Yi mentioned that she was sick, she wanted to know why he said that. A few days ago, you injured your left leg, suffering a minor fracture. Although you relied on soul power for treatment and recovery, the injury hasn't completely healed. Besides your leg, the muscles in your lower abdomen are damaged, and there is residual bruising in your body. which clearly indicates that you experienced a life-and-death battle a few days ago. Gui said this and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Am I wrong? Who are you? When Gui accurately mentioned the place where she was injured, there was a hint of vigilance in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she looked at him. With suspicion rising, she scrutinized Gui, and upon discovering that his strength was unfathomable, she did not take action, merely watching him defensively. I am the doctor here, specializing in treating people. You are ill, and I have the medicine. If you want to know the answer, come in with me. Gui looked at the young women in line at the clinic and helplessly announced, I'm really sorry, everyone. Today's treatments will end here. You can go back for now. But I feel so suffocated. I really want Dr. Gu to treat me. Me too. I'm feeling tight in my chest. I really want Dr. Gu's miraculous hands to give me a good treatment. Dr. Gu, my condition is really serious. The young women in line were all reluctant to leave. Posing dramatically as if they were ill, Gui saw this and had no choice but to harden his heart and drive away this group of loyal patients. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, these young women were still lacking in some aspects, and Gui clearly understood the priorities. Zhu Zhuqing watched Gui with this group of women, thinking about what he had said earlier. After weighing her options, she still walked into this miraculous medical clinic. Inside the clinic, Gui sat on a chair waiting for Zhu Zhuqing. When he saw that she had indeed come in, he smiled happily to himself. Zhu Zhuqing stood in front of Gui, and as she did so, the surrounding air felt much colder. She crossed her arms over her chest, creating a striking curve, and her pair of black eyes, devoid of any emotion, stared at Gui, simply looking at him. I'm very happy that you could come in. Treating patients is the duty of a physician, and I can help completely eliminate the injuries on your body. Zhu Zhuqing did not care about Gui's words. Her main purpose for coming in was to find out how Gui knew so much about her injuries. Task 1. Help Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Treat her injuries. Reward: 100 surgery points. Task 2. Extract a drop of blood from Zhu Zhuqing. Reward: 500 surgery points. Task 3. Gui looked at the rewards for helping Zhu Zhuqing with her illness in the system, as well as the special task related to Zhu Zhuqing that followed, and said excitedly, in addition to helping you heal, I can also help you become stronger, even help your nethercat martial soul evolve. What did you say? Upon hearing Gui say he could help her become stronger, Zhu Zhuqing had no reaction, but when he mentioned the evolution of her martial soul, she looked at him in surprise. It was the first time she had heard the term martial soul evolution. Wait, how do you know my martial soul is the nethercat? Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing was still Zhu Zhuqing. Once she regained her composure, she looked at Gui warily. She realized that Gui not only knew about her, but also seemed to understand her very well. Remembering the people who had chased her a few days ago, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but doubt Gui. I accidentally let it slip. It's all Zhu Zhuqing's fault for being so distracting. After teasing himself in his heart, Gui smiled indifferently and said, I'm just a doctor who helps others heal. You have an illness, I can treat it, it's that simple. If you suspect me of anything, you can choose to leave. Turn left at the door, no need to see you off. After Gui finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand. The blade's handle was flat, entirely silver white, measuring over 13 centimeters in length, with a blade length of about 3 centimeters, also flat and shimmering with a cold light. It was indeed Gui's martial spirit, a scalpel. Then, Gui snapped his fingers again, and some items appeared before him. He picked up the scalpel and leisurely began his work. As for Zhu Zhuqing's healing task and the blood collection task, Gui looked up and said, Oh, you're still here. I thought you had left. Gui looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a puzzled expression. Someone who didn't know him might really think he was confused. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her arms and let out a cold snort, turning to leave. However, just as she lifted her foot, she stopped because she recalled what Gui had said about being able to help her become stronger and evolve her martial spirit, which piqued her curiosity. As for whether Gui knew her, and if he was in cahoots with those trying to kill her, Zhu Zhuqing could tell that he was not. Do you want me to treat you? Gui asked when he saw Zhu Zhuqing hadn't left. Zhu Zhuqing touched the place where she was injured a few days ago. She still felt some slight pain, and then she nodded. In that case, why don't you sit down on the bed over there? Gui said as he put away the things in front of him, leaving behind a bottle labeled serum. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gui and chose to trust him, sitting down on the white bed nearby. She felt a bit strange about the arrangement of the place and Gui's attire. Everything was white, which was somewhat different from her perception. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask many questions. Gui held a bottle labeled serum in his left hand and a surgical knife representing his martial soul in his right hand. Walking up to Zhu Zhuqing, he was going to take a drop of Zhu Zhuqing's blood. Chapter 5. A drop of Zhu Zhuqing's blood. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, who held a strange small knife in one hand and a small bottle labeled serum in the other. Her brows furrowed. Especially now that Gu Yi was wearing a white coat, his appearance with the knife and the bottle gave her an indescribable strange feeling. Are you planning to treat me with that knife? Zhu Zhuqing asked. This is not an ordinary knife. It's a knife for treating you, a surgical knife. I have only heard of knives used for killing, but I have never heard of anyone using a knife to treat someone. Is that so? Then you'll see how a knife can treat someone. As Gu Yi finished speaking, a purple soul ring lit up on his body, and immediately, the scalpel in his hand emitted a white light that spread towards Zhu Zhuqing. The moment the white light approached, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively raised her guard. But when she discovered that the light passed through her body without causing any harm, she looked at the purple soul ring on Gu Yi and slowly relaxed. In that instant, she suddenly felt a very light and comfortable sensation on her body. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the white, transparent space in front of her. Puzzled, and Gu Yi said, as a patient now, just obediently accept my treatment. Gu Yi did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing's words. With a flick of his wrist, the white, transparent space transformed into a surgical knife that attached itself to his scalpel. Then, with a speed that Zhu Zhuqing couldn't react to, Gu Yi gently made a cut, and the black tight leather outfit on her body was sliced open, revealing the fair skin on her thigh to Gu Ye's eyes. However, Gu Yi did not linger on the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's exposed thigh, but quickly moved the scalpel in his hand. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned as she watched Gu Ye's lightning-fast movements and the situation on her leg. It turned out that her leg was clearly defined with flesh and blood, and the veins were visible, but Zhu Zhuqing herself did not feel a trace of pain. Instead, when Gu Ye's hand brushed against her thigh, there was a warm and comfortable sensation, as if Gu Yi was gently caressing along her veins, which was very tender and soothing. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing forgot to resist Gu Yi due to this comfortable feeling and actively accepted his treatment. Gu Ye's treatment was quick. Zhu Zhuqing's injury, which had damaged her meridians, was already healed by him, and next was the wound beneath her chest. Lying on the bed, there was a commanding presence mixed with a hint of authority, and for some reason, Zhu Zhuqing obediently lay down. Now, her delicate figure was displayed before Gu Yi. However, Gu Yi did not stop. He skillfully cut open the clothing beneath Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Immediately, he saw two dazzling lights in front of her, but as a serious physician, Gu Yi did not look more than necessary and continued to treat the hidden injuries on her waist. Just like before, the scalpel sliced through, flesh separated, and the meridians were clearly visible. Gu Yi gently touched them, and in just a moment, all of Zhu Zhuqing's hidden injuries were completely healed. The time from treatment to completion was very short, only 1 or 2 minutes. Yet the effect astonished Zhu Zhuqing. She did not care that Gu Yi had seen parts of her. At this moment, she could feel that all her hidden injuries had healed, and it was a healing from the root. She recalled the process of Gu Ye's treatment, that terrifying ability to separate her flesh and make her meridians visible, and she stared blankly at this handsome man. However, Gu Yi did not glance at Zhu Zhuqing because he was savoring the pleasant feeling of his power increasing and the happiness of receiving 100 surgical points. What made Gu Yi happiest was that he finally earned over 100 surgical points from a single treatment. Every time he thought about how he only earned 5 points treating that group of young women over the past 3 months, but earned over 100 from Zhu Zhuqing, he wished he could support her and treat her every day. Coming back to his senses, Gu Yi took a deep breath, looked at the vial labeled with serum in his hand, and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "All right, your injuries are healed, so you can pay the treatment fee now." "I don't have money." Zhu Zhuqing shyly glanced at Gu Yi. "I lost my money during a fight a few days ago. It's fine. My treatment is different from other physicians. I don't charge you." I just need that 1 drop of your most precious blood," Gu Yi said excitedly, holding the serum-labeled vial and looking at Zhu Zhuqing. "The most precious drop of blood." Zhu Zhuqing frowned at Gu Yi, as if confirming whether he had said something wrong. "Yes, that drop of blood that is most precious to you," Gu Yi confirmed with a nod. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was not an ignorant young girl. The most precious drop of blood for a young woman was undoubtedly her virgin blood. Although Zhu Zhuqing had a very good impression of Gu Yi for healing her hidden injuries, she felt a surge of anger upon hearing his words. She was not the kind of woman who could be so easily taken advantage of. To ask for her virgin blood after a single treatment was simply ridiculous. How could asking for a drop of your blood be shameless? Zhu Zhuqing huffed angrily. "I've never met a man who could speak such shameless words so confidently." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's angry demeanor amused Gu Yi. Did she misunderstand something? He only wanted a drop of blood from her martial soul. How was that shameless? Indeed, there was blood within the martial soul. Of course, it was not the kind of blood understood in the usual sense, but rather the martial soul blood extracted by Gu Yi through his scalpel martial soul and system assistance, also known as martial soul origin energy. Just forget it. I will pay you the treatment fee when I have money. At this moment, seeing that Gu Yi had not given up on wanting that drop of blood, Zhu Zhuqing stood up and prepared to leave. Stop. You must have misunderstood something. Gu Yi's words made Zhu Zhuqing pause. What I want is just a drop of blood from your martial soul, not your virgin blood. You must be thinking too much. You said you didn't want my virgin blood. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, her cheeks slightly flushed. You're not very old, but you have such thoughts. Do you really think I'm that interested in your body? Gu Yi said impatiently. He, Gu Yi, had high aspirations, carrying the legacy of Wei Wu, and had long had someone in his heart. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure, especially her astonishingly full curves, and shook his head in disapproval. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Gu Yi staring at her chest and initially felt a sense of pride, but seeing Gu Yi's look of disdain, she inexplicably felt as if she had been insulted by him. She snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and sat down on the bed. What is martial soul blood? Realizing she had misunderstood, Zhu Zhuqing became somewhat curious about what Gu Yi meant by martial soul blood. Chapter 6. Martial soul blood. Martial soul blood, huh? Gu Yi looked at the serum vial in his hand, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Release your martial soul, the nether cat, and you'll understand soon. Is that all? Curious, Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much of it and proceeded to release her martial soul, the nether cat. Next, I'll extract a drop of blood from your martial soul as payment for this treatment. Is that all right? Sure. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing had heard of something like martial soul blood. She didn't know if it would harm her, but since Gu Yi had just treated her, she considered it a fair trade. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing agree, Gu Yi immediately took action. The martial soul scalpel glowed with a white light, just like before, and then it sliced toward Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the nether cat. To everyone's shock, the nether cat, which was not a physical entity, was actually cut, and a drop of black blood flowed out from the nether cat martial soul. Gu Yi quickly collected the drop of black blood in the serum vial, sealed it, and then restored Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. All done. Gu Yi watched as the drop of black blood quickly dissolved and fused with the serum in the small vial. He thought of the serum ability he had exchanged from the surgical system and smiled happily. There's really blood. Looking at the blood that Gu Yi had just taken from his martial soul, the nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing felt her understanding refreshed. Of course there is. The martial souls in this world are, to put it simply, a kind of special hereditary energy. And what I call blood is just the special energy from the martial soul. Don't be too surprised. Oh, by the way, Zhu Zhuqing, I took the most precious drop of your blood. You might not feel much now, but in a couple of days, you may feel a bit weak. How about this? I'll give you something to replenish your blood, and then Gu Yi knew the dangers of extracting blood from martial souls, as he was taking the most fundamental energy from the martial soul. He found Zhu Zhuqing very pleasing to the eye and quite like her figure and appearance. Just as he was preparing to help her, the surgical system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Task: extract the blood of the Shrek 7 monsters' martial souls. Reward: 4 bottles of martial soul blood serum, 1 bottle of martial soul enhancement serum, 1 bottle of martial soul evolution serum. Surgical points 5,000. Seeing this task, Gu Yi looked at the martial soul blood serum in his hand, then glanced at the task in the system, and finally looked at Zhu Zhuqing, deep in thought. This serum was very precious because it was a special item from the surgical system, and just exchanging for the martial soul blood serum had cost Gu Yi 3,000 surgical points. The effects of this martial soul blood serum were miraculous because once integrated into the blood of a soul master's martial soul, it could grant that soul master a martial soul when injected into an ordinary person or another soul master. The martial soul enhancement serum was even more expensive, costing 5,000 surgical points for 1 bottle. Its effects were also incredibly powerful, allowing a soul master's martial soul to be enhanced in certain aspects, such as speed enhancement for speed-type martial souls or strength enhancement for strength-type martial souls. The martial soul evolution serum was even pricier, requiring 10,000 surgical points for 1 bottle. Its effects were astonishing, enabling a martial soul to evolve comprehensively, even stronger than the divine items consumed by the Shrek 7 monsters in the original work. It could be said that a bottle of martial soul evolution serum would allow a soul master to have a 100 chance of attaining a divine form. Unfortunately, Guyi could only sigh in frustration, as he currently had less than 3,000 surgical points, and buying something worth over 10,000 was out of the question unless he performed a castration surgery on Tang San. The serum in Guyi's hand was the martial soul blood serum, which had already been integrated into Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul blood. After that, injecting it into an ordinary person or soul master would grant them the spectral cat martial soul. However, Guyi had another idea. What if he injected this spectral cat martial soul blood serum back into Zhu Zhuqing's body? What would the effect be then? The system had not explained this, and Guyi had no idea so far. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Guyi staring at her for a while and asked in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Guyi came to his senses and said, I just took the most precious drop of blood from you. I'm giving you something to help you recover. Just wait a moment. Guyi entered another room, and after fiddling around for a while, came out holding a few items. Zhu Zhuqing glanced over and noticed that Guyi was holding a strange tubular object, its tip sharp and glinting with a cold light. With a hollow middle that seemed to contain some special liquid, as well as a medicine bottle and an odd-looking vial. Guyi placed 3 items in front of Zhu Zhuqing and said, This is a potion that can help you replenish your blood, allowing your martial soul to recover some and also helping you increase your strength. If you feel weak in 2 or 3 days, you can take it. As for what it is, you don't need to know. If you trust me, use it. If you don't, then don't. And this one, Guyi glanced at the syringe that looked exactly like the one from his past life and said, This is for attacking. It contains a strong, paralyzing liquid. As long as it's injected into someone else's body, even some strong individuals won't be immune. Consider it a gift for self-defense. The usage instructions are included. The last one is called wolf repellent spray, which contains a special gas and is also for attacking. It works doubly effective on men, but it won't be harmful. It's just for defense. If you see that man you dislike one day, just spray this on him. The effect is very good. After Guyi finished speaking, he handed the 3 items to Zhu Zhuqing and signaled her to leave. However, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Guyi in confusion, not understanding why he was giving her these things. If it were medicine, she could understand, but the needle and the wolf repellent spray he mentioned sounded like incredibly powerful weapons. Undoubtedly extremely precious. They were not related at all, so why? Don't think too much. I'm giving you this because of that drop of blood. All right, take the items and go. I need a rest. Guyi hurriedly urged Zhu Zhuqing to leave. Zhu Zhuqing put away the 3 items, glanced at Guyi, and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned back to ask, I still don't know your name. Guyi, he casually replied, continuing to fiddle with the objects on his desk. Guyi. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, looking at him with a hint of gratitude, saying, Thank you. No need. All right, I forgot to tell you, if you want to get stronger, you can find me anytime. Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment after hearing Guyi's words as she was about to leave the clinic, then she walked out. As Zhu Zhuqing left, Guyi glanced at her back, hoping she would use those 2 items on the right people. Guyi just handed the needle and the wolf repellent spray to Zhu Zhuqing, and he certainly had his reasons. His current task is to collect the soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters, and it is impossible for him to go to Shrek Academy. After all, Guyi doesn't have a good impression of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Guyi's mental age has long surpassed the school stage. Now, he doesn't want to go to Shrek Academy. To complete his task, he can only let the Shrek 7 monsters come find him. If the 2 items in Zhu Zhuqing's hands are used properly, someone should come to find him tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 7. The Insecure Ning Rongrong. I hope it turns out as I think, but for now, let's focus on getting this done first. Guyi looked at the serum belonging to Zhu Zhuqing's soul spirit, the spectral cat. He wanted to conduct an experiment to see if he could independently research this type of soul spirit serum. If successful, he would be able to achieve his goal of mass production without needing to exchange through the system. Immediately after, Guyi dropped a drop of the serum into a container, and the soul spirit scalpel created a transparent space to encapsulate the sample. Guyi's ability is quite magical. It is granted by his surgical system, which endows his martial soul, the scalpel, with its own capabilities and surgical space. When this ability is activated, it creates a space for him to perform surgery, where nothing can escape the cutting and operations of Guyi's scalpel. Guyi also follows an extreme path to become stronger, as no matter how many soul rings he adds, his abilities are related to this surgical space, and his soul skills are naturally related to surgical and medical aspects. This is somewhat similar to Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit ability in One Piece. However, there are differences, Gu Yi is stronger because he is supported by the surgical system. I wonder how she is doing now that she has joined the spirit hall. Gu Yi thought of the woman he had previously helped to heal her martial soul defect and was looking forward to the good news she would bring from the spirit hall. When she left, she had confidently promised Gu Yi that she would definitely join the spirit hall and gain the attention of Pope Bibi Dong. Gu Yi is very interested in the noble Pope Bibi Dong. It would be great if he could get close to Bibi Dong and receive news about her anytime. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Zhuqing left the divine physician's clinic and, after understanding the usage of the 3 items Gu Yi gave her, rushed to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is located in a remote village outside Soto City, not too far and not too close to the city. Zhu Zhuqing arrived outside Shrek Academy in no time. As she arrived, she saw the dilapidated village and the crooked sign with the words Shrek Academy carved on it, causing her to doubt whether this was really an academy. However, when she saw students lining up to register, she walked over. Strange, can this really make me bigger? Just as Zhu Zhuqing joined the line, she heard a girl in front of her whispering such words, and she curiously glanced over. That girl was none other than Ning Rongrong. While waiting in line, Ning Rongrong looked at the bottle Gu Yi gave her, wondering if it was really as Gu Yi said. At that moment, Ning Rongrong sensed someone staring at her from behind and instinctively turned her head to look. Then she looked down at herself, feeling as though she had been hit by a ton of bricks, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. She remained silent for a long time. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. What is your name? After recovering from her inferiority, Ning Rongrong envied Zhu Zhuqing and asked her, Zhu Zhuqing, you're also here to join Shrek, so we'll be classmates from now on. I suppose so. The two exchanged a few words. When it was time for their test, there was no doubt they passed. Just then, a few people walked out of Shrek Academy's entrance. It was Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and was struck by her impressive figure and angelic face, feeling a surge of excitement. He had lost count of the women he had been with over the years. But a woman as beautiful and well-endowed as Zhu Zhuqing joining Shrek Academy would be a shame not to pursue. Suddenly, Dai Mubai felt a faint connection with this woman and then recalled something. As he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, she also glanced at him. Clearly, because of that faint connection, Zhu Zhuqing instantly recognized him as the Dai Mubai who had abandoned her and fled. Remembering the events from a few days ago when she nearly got killed, Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a cold glance and ignored him. All right, now you two come with me. Dai Mubai came back to his senses, knowing they had passed the test, and proactively said to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, leading them for the next test. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had excellent qualifications and soon reached the final test. As they entered, Ning Rongrong's gaze kept lingering on Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure. Feeling envious of her own modest appearance, looking at her, she suddenly remembered the handsome Dr. Gu Yi who had given her the medicine. Hesitating for a moment before taking it out, looking at the bottle, she made a decision in her heart. She decided to give it a try. If she hadn't encountered such a stunning and captivating woman like Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong might not have thought of trying that medicine. But seeing Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming presence made her feel inferior. Then, Ning Rongrong poured out a white pill, secretly swallowing it while no one was paying attention. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing turned around and saw the white bottle in Ning Rongrong's hand and asked, "Have you also been to the Divine Physician's Clinic?" When Ning Rongrong heard Zhu Zhuqing mention the Divine Physician's Clinic and glanced at her impressive figure, she secretly speculated that perhaps Zhu Zhuqing had also taken the medicine to achieve such a captivating appearance. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of meaning in her voice, asked, "Zhuqing, did you receive treatment at that Divine Physician's Clinic?" Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. Yes, the physician there has exceptional medical skills. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing say this, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. If Zhu Zhuqing had been treated there and her figure had become so impressive, then couldn't she? Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong was very much looking forward to transforming herself to be as captivating as Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, who was walking ahead, overheard their conversation and thought of the encounter with Gu Yi. She asked, Zhuqing, Rongrong, do you also know about that Divine Physician's Clinic? Xiao Wu, do you? Upon hearing Xiao Wu also knew, Ning Rongrong's anticipation for the results grew even stronger. Xiao Wu snorted angrily. That guy is just a quack claiming I'm sick. And saying my brother. What is wrong with your brother? Ning Rongrong pressed further. Zhu Zhuqing also looked curiously at Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai stopped and stared at Xiao Wu as well. That guy said my brother. Xiao Wu recalled the quack's claim about Tang San's kidney deficiency, but suddenly couldn't bring herself to say it, finally huffing. Anyway, that guy is just a quack. He really is a quack. Tang San let out a cold snort. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about medicine, he absolutely didn't believe Gu Yi's words. How could he, Tang San, possibly have kidney deficiency? Dai Mubai suddenly thought of something and asked, "Is the physician you're talking about named Gu Yi, who has a clinic called Divine Physicians Clinic in Soto City? You lecture, you know?" Xiao Wu asked. Dai Mubai shot a glance at Xiao Wu, annoyed that she called him a lecher, but he couldn't say much in this situation. Chapter 8. The First Needle of Douluo. Dai Mubai nodded. "I do know a bit. I heard this physician Gu appeared 3 months ago and then opened a clinic in Soto City. They say his medical skills are extraordinary, and there is no illness he can't cure. Is he really that amazing?" Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai skeptically. "This is just what I've heard. I haven't looked into it too much, but I've noticed that the patients going to that clinic are mostly women, and they all have mature charm." Xiao Wu usually looked down on those lecherous men, just like how she referred to Dai Mubai as a lecher. Well, maybe women have more ailments. In fact, a few days ago, Dai Mubai passed by that clinic and saw many young women queuing outside, feeling somewhat envious, as he was indeed interested in such charming women. Meanwhile, Tang San was reflecting on Dai Mubai's earlier remark about extraordinary medical skills. He recalled Gu Ye's judgment about him and instinctively touched a certain area, only to feel a slight pain. At that moment, Tang San was alarmed and began to investigate. Upon examination, he was stunned to find that he indeed had some symptoms in a certain area. He then recalled Gu Yi saying he had kidney deficiency. He couldn't find out about that since it was related to internal organs. He was only proficient in poisons and hadn't yet reached the level to inspect the internal organs. Could it be that he really has kidney deficiency? Tang San was filled with self-doubt. He decided that he must investigate his physical condition clearly tonight. Dai Mubai was chatting with a few people and soon arrived at the Shrek Academy Square for the final stage of the test. Originally, the last test was supposed to be Dai Mubai's, as he wanted to take this opportunity to show Zhu Zhuqing his strength, and then use the chance to get closer to her and ease their relationship. However, at that moment, Zhao Wujia, who was lounging in a rocking chair, saw Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing and immediately felt the urge to move his muscles, directly seizing the opportunity for the test from Dai Mubai. "Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? This last round is mine." "Mubai, what's inappropriate? Flander isn't here. I have the final say at Shrek Academy, understand?" Zhao Wujia glared at Dai Mubai, clearly eager to stretch his limbs. Dai Mubai could only comply helplessly. Then Zhao Wujia threw out an incense stick and asked Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others to discuss their battle strategy. At that moment, Tang San took the lead and expressed his decision. After some discussion, the four of them looked at Zhao Wujia. "Have you discussed it? All right, no matter what means you use. As long as you can hold out a stick of incense in my hands, you pass." Zhao Wujia rubbed his fists, looking slightly excited as he gazed at Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong activated her support, and Tang San immediately took action. "You're really eager. Just in time to loosen up my bones." Zhao Wujia grinned fiercely, cracking his knuckles before swinging his palm, which was as large as a fan, towards Tang San, who was suddenly in front of him. If this slap hit Tang San, not only would Tang San be bedridden for a few days, but Zhao Wujia himself wouldn't escape the consequences either. After all, a certain Tang Ritian was watching from somewhere. Ghost Shadow, mysterious track. Bind. In a critical moment, Tang San narrowly avoided the attack, while blue silvergrass entangled Zhao Wujia. Yingming Spike. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Zhao Wujia and launched a full-force attack on his back. Following her attack was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's flexible body quickly climbed onto Zhao Wujia's shoulder, wrapping around him tightly and using all her strength to try and throw him off. However, no matter how hard Xiao Wu tried, she couldn't budge Zhao Wujia at all. "Is this all you've got?" Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, and with a loud boom, a powerful soul force erupted from him, instantly sending Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who was trying to restrain him, flying away. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San shouted worriedly, then jumped up to catch Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zhuqing flying back and thought to himself that an opportunity had come. Dai Mubai already knew that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, and this was the perfect chance to save the damsel in distress and ease their relationship. Dai Mubai leaped to catch Zhu Zhuqing in his arms to comfort her and take the opportunity to feel her soft and graceful body. However, Zhao Wujia's attack only knocked the two of them away, so Zhu Zhuqing did not suffer any injuries. As she turned her head, she saw Dai Mubai eagerly jumping toward her, wanting to embrace her. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's first reaction was to recall how Dai Mubai had abandoned her and fled alone, and a surge of hatred suddenly arose in her heart. With this hatred, she instinctively reached into her bosom and took out a bottle, remembering that Guyi had told her it was a pepper spray specifically for dealing with perverts. Clearly, in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Dai Mubai looked like a lecherous man. Just as Dai Mubai was about to hug her, Zhu Zhuqing didn't hesitate at all. She pressed the button on the bottle, and a white mist sprayed toward Dai Mubai, directly splashing on his face. Dai Mubai cried out in pain. He desperately tried to wipe off the substance on his face, but the mist clung to him like a curse, causing him pain and itching. Originally mid-jump, he crashed to the ground with a heart-wrenching scream. Dai Mubai's condition attracted the attention of Zhao Wujia, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. Zhao Wujia, who was about to continue his attack, saw Dai Mubai on the ground, covering his face, and quickly approached to inquire about the situation. Zhu Zhuqing, what did you just use on Mubai? Zhao Wujia glared coldly at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the thing in her hand, and then at Dai Mubai lying on the ground. She didn't explain. Just as she doubted whether Gu Yi had lied to her, Dai Mubai suddenly recovered and stood up as if nothing had happened. Teacher Zhao, I'm fine. Dai Mubai wiped his swollen eyes. Although he said he was fine, he felt a certain pain and itchiness in his body and kidneys. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of anger. Since you're fine, then let's continue. As soon as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, whoosh, a thick blue silver grass shot toward Zhao Wujia's backside. Just as it was about to hit him, Zhao Wujia thought to himself that it was truly slippery and jumped up, punching the ground. Boom! A pit formed in the ground, and immediately, Tang San's blue silver grass, which was about to attack Zhao Wujia, was completely destroyed. If that's all the power you have, I advise you to admit defeat. Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, scanning Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the incense that had burned a quarter and exchanged glances before silently nodding. 7 treasures turned into glazed. First said strength, second said speed. First soul skill, bind. Second soul skill, parasitism. Second soul skill, Yin Ming 100 claws. Waist bow. With Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San provided cover. Zhu Zhuqing launched a sneak attack, and Xiao Wu attacked. The 4 of them coordinated to launch an attack on Zhao Wujia. However, the 4 were still no match for Zhao Wujia. Boom! Boom! The powerful impact sent them flying once again. At this moment, Dai Mubai, who was standing aside, was holding his lower back, his expression slightly pained. He saw Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing being knocked down again and wanted to say something, but the pain in his lower back made him uncomfortable. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were focused on the battle and didn't notice Dai Mubai's condition. He's too strong. At this rate, we won't be able to pass the test at all, Tang San said with a serious expression, looking at Zhao Wujia. He was feeling the power of Soul Sage for the first time. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Zhao Wujia about to attack again, suddenly remembered the needle that Gu Yi had given her for self-defense. He had mentioned that it contained a strong, paralyzing liquid, which even some powerful beings couldn't resist. What about Zhao Wujia, a Soul Sage? Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to give it a try. I have something that might help us pass the test, Zhu Zhuqing said, stabilizing her stance as she looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Are you sure? Not sure, but we can give it a try. All right, we'll buy you some time. After finishing his words, Tang San continued to use the blue silver grass to entangle and control, while Xiao Wu jumped and attacked. The 2 of them bought some time for Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's speed as a Hellcat was brought to the limit. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flashed like lightning in the night, and with a swoosh, she appeared behind Zhao Wujia. Hey, you guys are quite cooperative, Zhao Wujia grinned, showing that he was not at all concerned about Zhu Zhuqing behind him. It wasn't Zhao Wujia's bragging. With his defensive power, it was nearly impossible for Zhu Zhuqing, a great soul master, to break through. But at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing reached into her bosom and took out something, which was the anesthetic needle that Gu Yi had given her, containing a special anesthetic liquid. As soon as the needle was taken out, a glimmer of cold light shone from the sharp needle tip onto the sun. Zhu Zhuqing held the syringe and, in a blink of an eye, stabbed it towards Zhao Wujia's back. Oomph! Zhao Wujia snorted disdainfully, and a yellowish soul power rose up to protect himself. He didn't dodge, clearly very confident, not believing that Zhu Zhuqing could break through his soul power defense. But sometimes, slapping one's face can happen so quickly. A sound so small it could be ignored sounded as the anesthetic needle pierced Zhao Wujia's back without any obstruction. The next second, The anesthetic liquid specially made by Gu Yi, using a surgical system, instantly entered Zhao Wujia's body and spread out. Oh, the next second, Zhao Wujia's expression froze, and his body stiffened, rendering him unable to move. Chapter 9. The doctor is coming. Xiao Wu saw Zhao Wujia's change. Her long legs wrapped around Zhao Wujia's neck. Her body bent like a bow down to his waist, using all her strength to slam Zhao Wujia to the ground. At the same time, Tang San also seized the opportunity, using his martial soul blue silvergrass to shoot out countless tentacles as thick as adult arms to wrap around Zhao Wujia, binding him like a zongzi, and then lifted him high into the air before slamming him down hard. Boom! A sizable pit was smashed into the ground, and Zhao Wujia was nailed into the earth like an iron nail. After Tang San and Xiao Wu attacked, they noticed that Zhao Wujia remained stiff and unresponsive, stuck in the ground, and they looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. They were curious about what Zhu Zhuqing had done to Zhao Wujia to make him like this. His whole body had gone rigid, unable to be pulled out of the ground. Zhu Zhuqing was also surprised, looking at the syringe in her hand. She didn't expect the anesthetic needle given by Gu Yi to be so powerful that even Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, couldn't be immune to it. On the side, Dai Mubai was dumbfounded to see Zhao Wujia, this soul sage, being beaten down like this by Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Was this still the Zhao Wujia he knew? Damn! Boom! Just then, a furious shout rang out, accompanied by a powerful soul sage pressure. It turned out that Zhao Wujia had pulled himself out of the ground. At the moment his soul power erupted, Xiao Wu, who was closest, was caught off guard and was violently thrown back to the ground. Uffed. The pressure for Zhao Wujia's furious outburst caused Xiao Wu to spit out blood and faint from serious injuries. Xiao Wu, Tang San's pupils constricted as he worriedly shouted. He quickly ran over to check the situation, but at that moment, Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings lit up, and his powerful soul sage pressure bore down on Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing without any intention of suppression. Crack! Bang! Without a doubt, Tang San was pressed to the ground by this explosive pressure. Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Zhao Wujia was somewhat angry at this moment. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and coldly asked, "Tell me, what did you do to me just now? Why could I suddenly not move? My whole body became stiff, and I couldn't even use my soul power?" Zhao Wujia was also somewhat terrified of what had just happened. He was so angry because he had suddenly lost the ability to move and felt stiff, unable to use any soul power. He was a soul sage after all. Zhu Zhuqing not only easily broke through his defense, but also rendered him unable to act. How could the self-important Zhao Wujia not be furious? Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, noticing Zhao Wujia's heavy-handedness, quickly reminded him. Hearing Dai Mubai's shout, Zhao Wujia gradually calmed down and saw Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San lying on the ground. Realizing he had gone too far, he quickly withdrew his soul sage pressure. But just at that moment, Tang San moved. Because Zhao Wujia had severely injured his beloved Xiao Wu, he was furious now. Whoosh! A piercing bone nail shot out toward Zhao Wujia the moment Tang San got up. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately after, in a fit of rage, Tang San did not hold back, and various hidden weapons shot toward Zhao Wujia in succession. And now, the strongest hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle, was launched at Zhao Wujia with all his might. Because Tang San's time to launch a surprise attack was extremely short, Zhao Wujia's attention was still on Zhu Zhuqing, and by the time he noticed the numerous strange objects coming from Tang San, he hurriedly tried to defend. But the after effect of that anesthetic needle from Zhu Zhuqing was still there, and when he was slightly slow in his movements, the Dragon Whisker Needle shot out with all of Tang San's strength, still broke through Zhao Wujia's defense, and with a puff, pierced into his butt. Ugh! Zhao Wujia's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but after being struck in the backside by Tang San. At this moment, he was truly furious. Time and again, being made to look so disheveled by these 2 little rabbits. He was the renowned, immovable king Zhao Wujia in the Soul Master world. After all, being shot in the butt by Tang San was simply unacceptable. Boom! In his rage, Zhao Wujia did not hold back, and with a palm as big as a fan, he slapped Tang San away. Unsurprisingly, Tang San fainted and fell to the ground. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to give Zhu Zhuqing a blow as well, Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted, "The incense time is up." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia looked at the burned incense, then at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong standing there. Although he was angry, he could only stop. "What did you use on me just now?" Zhao Wujia never forgot that feeling of losing his ability to act, and he looked at Zhu Zhuqing to question her. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer, but retorted, "Did you not say that no matter what means are used, as long as we can last until the incense burns out? Now we have tested it, right?" Zhao Wujie recalled that he had indeed said this, and in the end, he could only awkwardly scratch his head and announce that the test was passed. He then instructed Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others to take the unconscious Tang San, Xiao Wu, and arrange accommodations for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were all settled. "Zhuqing, you were really amazing just now, actually bringing down Zhao Wujie, this soul sage. By the way, what exactly did you use on Zhao Wujie? In a woman's residence?" Ning Rongrong praised and then questioned Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing took out the remaining syringe that Gu Yi had given her and examined it carefully, not answering Ning Rongrong's words. She hadn't expected that something given casually by Gu Yi would be so powerful. This needle could easily pierce through Zhao Wujie's defenses. Ning Rongrong also noticed Zhu Zhuqing looking at the item in her hand and quickly recognized that it was the same thing that had knocked Zhao Wujie to the ground earlier. Then, as Ning Rongrong saw the label on the syringe in Zhu Zhuqing's hand, she realized it was from the Divine Hand Medical Hall. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing's proud chest, deep in thought. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly let out a weak groan, followed by a feeling of weakness, and she collapsed to the ground. "Zhuqing, what's wrong?" The sudden change made Ning Rongrong a bit worried. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Maybe I just consumed too much soul power earlier and feel a bit weak." But then Zhu Zhuqing realized that it wasn't just the exhaustion of soul power. It was a change in her martial soul, and she instantly thought of Gu Ye's words. Weak as she was, she hurriedly stood up, took out a white bottle, poured out its contents, and swallowed them. This was the medicine that Gu Yi had given her. Now her situation was exactly as Gu Yi had described. She could only trust his words. After taking it, Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt much better, and a warm current filled her body. Ning Rongrong, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing took out a small white bottle identical to the one Gu Yi had given her, widened her eyes. Connecting this with the needle and some things Zhu Zhuqing had said earlier, Ning Rongrong was now certain. Zhu Zhuqing had definitely taken Gu Ye's medicine or received treatment from him to become so powerful. No, if I use this medicine again and it works, I need to go see it in a couple of days. If it's real, Ning Rongrong secretly decided, looking down and thinking about how she would look after growing bigger, and she smiled happily. "Zhuqing, you should rest well. I'm going to check on Xiao Wu." "Okay, you go." After Ning Rongrong left, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate her soul power. As she cultivated, she suddenly found that her speed of cultivation had actually increased. Then Zhu Zhuqing took out the white bottle again. Could it be because of this? "Gu Yi, who exactly are you? Can you really help me grow stronger quickly?" Remembering Gu Ye's words when she left his medical hall, Zhu Zhuqing decided to investigate further in a couple of days. Meanwhile, at Zhao Wujie's residence. At this moment, Zhao Wujie was in pain, gritting his teeth. These little guys really are ruthless. After forcing out the needle that Tang San had shot into his rear, Zhao Wujie recalled how Zhu Zhuqing had broken through his defenses and injected something into him that made his body stiffen and lose its ability to move. Now, Zhao Wujie really wanted to know what Zhu Zhuqing had used to knock him down so powerfully. Forget it, it doesn't matter. They're all students of Shrek Academy now, and he would find out later. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie felt somewhat relieved. After all, these were little monsters, and he was their teacher. Zhao Wujie. At that moment, a deep voice sounded in Zhao Wujie's ear. "Who is it? Come out." Zhao Wujie shouted angrily and began to investigate. "I'm waiting for you outside." The voice continued to come. Zhao Wujie looked out the window and realized someone outside was using soul power to transmit their voice to him. He then jumped out the window and chased after it. When he arrived at a forest, he saw a figure standing ahead and coldly said, "Who are you?" "The indestructible King Zhao Wujie. It seems you are indeed living up to your reputation for bullying the younger generation." "You." Upon seeing the scene before him, Zhao Wujie widened his eyes and was speechless. "Just right. I also want to see how powerful the indestructible king really is." Bang. Bang bang. In the remote wilderness, the night at Shrek Academy was beautiful, just as a series of heart-wrenching screams echoed from within a certain forest. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Wujie, with his clothes torn and one hand covering his swollen face and the other covering his rear, looked at Flinder beside him with a face full of grievances and limped out of a wild forest. Flinder held back his laughter, supporting Zhao Wujie as they slowly walked towards Shrek Academy. "Wujie, take good care of your injuries tonight. If you have time tomorrow, you can find a doctor in Soto City to take a look." Oh, by the way, I recently heard that there's a medical hall called the Divine Hand in Soto City, and the doctors there have incredible medical skills. There's never a case they can't treat. Flender patted Zhao Wujia's shoulder, finished speaking, and turned to leave. Zhao Wujia stared at Flender's back, thinking about how Flender had just watched the show while he was being beaten and inwardly cursed him for being ungrateful. This injury, even Xiao Ao's recovery sausage won't help. Looks like I really need to go see that Dr. Flender mentioned tomorrow. Touching his swollen face, Zhao Wujia grimaced in pain. Chapter 10. The valuable Zhao Wujia. Another beautiful day. In the morning, in Soto City, at the Divine Hand Medical Hall, Gui stretched and eagerly opened the door to the medical hall. At this moment, he had already anticipated that there would definitely be a long line of young women waiting for his treatment outside. After all, Gui was very familiar with this group of young women who were as eager as wolves and hungry as tigers. However, when he opened the door, Gui was shocked to find that standing at the entrance was not the usual group of young women seeking his treatment and comfort, but a stout man resembling a small hill. This man was not very tall, had a rough appearance, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Upon closer inspection, Gui recalled having seen this person in Soto City before, and then recognized who he was. Zhao Wujia, the vice president of Shrek Academy. With a martial soul that was a quite good Titan giant bear, his soul saint strength looked decent, but unfortunately, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head. It was clear he had been beaten up badly, and as for who did it, Gui could probably guess around this time. However, Gui didn't pay much attention. He peeked around, but didn't see his loyal young women patients, and his brows furrowed. Are you looking for the group of women who were just in line? Yes. Where are they? They should have left. Left? Did you chase them away? Gui suspiciously looked at the pig-headed Zhao Wujia. Over the past few months, Gui had gotten used to giving that group of young women a thorough hand treatment every morning. Now that they suddenly weren't there, he was quite unaccustomed to it. Are you the doctor here? Zhao Wujia didn't answer, but instead questioned Gui. I ask you, did you chase away my patients? Gui glared at the pig-headed Zhao Wujia. How should I put it? Zhao Wujia felt a bit embarrassed. Not wanting the people in the academy to know about his injuries, he had come to the Divine Hand Medical Hall early this morning after hearing Flender's words last night, only to find so many young women queuing up. To avoid letting them see him in such a sorry state, he had to use some means to get rid of them. When Gui saw Zhao Wuji's appearance, he was certain that it was Zhao Wuji who had driven away his loyal patient. Looking at Zhao Wuji's face, which was as swollen as a pig's head, Gui was furious. Did so many young and beautiful women know how much he could earn from surgeries in a day? Did they know how many charming young women of different figures he could treat and comfort in a day? Gui really enjoyed helping those beautiful young women with their treatments every day without repetition. But now, Gui looked outside again and confirmed that only Zhao Wuji, whose face was swollen and looked like a pig's head, was left. With no other choice, he turned to the pig-headed Zhao Wuji. You came to get treated, right? Yes, I heard your medical skills are extraordinary, and you treat people for free. So I came to see you, Zhao Wuji said with a silly smile, touching his swollen face. Gumin, as a doctor, Gui was upright and selfless. In order to become stronger, he never turned down any patients, even treating Zhao Wuji, this pig-headed man. Once inside the clinic, Gui first used the surgical system to scan Zhao Wuji and was surprised to find that the reward was even higher than the 5 points for young women, directly reaching 50 points. He was immediately astonished. He approached Zhao Wuji and carefully examined what made him worth 10 times more than that group of young women. Was it his short and sturdy body, his hard chest muscles? Or, Gui glanced at a certain spot on Zhao Wuji, seemingly deep in thought. Are you using your gaze to treat me, doctor? Zhao Wuji asked strangely, noticing Gu Ye's scrutinizing look. If he didn't know Gu Ye's identity as a doctor, he would have suspected that this guy was a fraud, given how he was staring at him and looking around. Gu Ye withdrew his gaze and lightly coughed, saying, I roughly understand your illness and symptoms, but before we discuss treatment, let's talk about the cost. Isn't it free here? Zhao Wuji frowned. He had clearly heard the group of women outside say that every visit here was free. Moreover, Gu Ye's reputation in Suatawa City was quite renowned. A divine hand of a physician treating people for free. So why was he being charged? Well, treating the women from earlier is indeed free, but you're different. Zhao Wuji frowned again. How am I different? They are all women, each one charming and graceful, and helping them with their troubles is my job. This is what we call the people of the passage, and you, as a man, wouldn't understand. Of course, this is just Gu Ye's inner thoughts, and he certainly wouldn't say this to Zhao Wuji, a rough and burly man. The reason they said it was free is that they all provided something of equivalent value. and most of them are ordinary women, the working class. As a physician, I just want them to experience the long-lost warmth of human kindness and society. But you, as a soul master, are naturally different. To be honest, I can help you recover quickly from your current condition, but there will be a cost. You really can recover me quickly? Zhao Wuji was initially skeptical of Gu Ye's words, but upon hearing that he could recover quickly, he touched his swollen face and pressed further. Your face is swollen like this because of repeated impacts from a powerful iron hammer, right? Zhao Wuji nodded. He had indeed been struck by Tang Hao's hammer. With his soul sage level strength, he knew that it wouldn't heal in less than half a month. Aside from the injuries on your face, your body has also been injured by two kinds of sharp weapons. One is small and extremely sharp needles, and the other can also be considered a needle. The former has obviously caused you greater harm, right? Zhao Wuji nodded again. As a soul sage, he felt a surge of anger just thinking about how Zhu Zhuqing had used those damn needles to immobilize him, leading to him being beaten by 3 people. Moreover, he had been shot in the butt by Tang San, and later slapped in the face by Tang San's father, leaving him looking like a pig's head now. Gu Yi smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I can heal all your injuries, but I need you to pay for something." "What is it?" Zhao Wuji asked. Gu Yi did not answer. Instead, he scrutinized Zhao Wuji for a moment. In that instant of being examined by Gu Yi, Zhao Wuji felt something strange. Goosebumps rising on his skin. After determining the fee, Gu Yi pointed at Zhao Wuji's chest and said, "I need a drop of your martial soul blood." Martial soul blood? What is martial soul blood? This was the first time Zhao Wuji had heard this term. He looked at Gu Yi in confusion, not understanding what it meant. "You'll find out soon enough. If you agree, we can start the treatment now, and in a short while, I can help you recover. Will you?" "All right." Zhao Wuji just wanted to quickly restore his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, to its original state. He didn't want to be laughed at by Flinder and the other students when he returned to Shrek Academy. Plus, he was a bit curious about what martial soul blood was. "Lie down." Gu Yi gestured towards the bed. Zhao Wuji didn't think much and laid down on the bed. He was quite curious about this Dr. Gu Yi, who looked very young, yet people outside spoke of his medical skills as if they were miraculous. He wanted to see for himself if he was really that impressive. Gu Yi flicked his hand, and the spirit, a scalpel, appeared in his grasp. He then approached Zhao Wuji and said seriously, "My treatment method is a bit special." Gu Yi waved the scalpel in his hand, smiling at Zhao Wuji. "Your spirit is still a healing type." Zhao Wuji looked at Gu Ye's scalpel with interest. "I also consider myself a healing type. This knife is called a scalpel, and it is my tool for healing," Gu Yi said, and a white light flashed on the scalpel as he drew it across Zhao Wuji's face. A streak of white light enveloping Zhao Wuji's face. Originally, when Zhao Wuji saw Gu Yi using the knife to slash at his own face, he instinctively felt a sense of vigilance and was about to dodge. However, he was surprised to find that before he could evade, the white light had already reached his face. Immediately afterward, he felt a tingling sensation on his face. And only after realizing that Gu Yi was genuinely treating him did Zhao Wuji lower his guard. The white light on Gu Ye's scalpel was merely a decoy. The real treatment for Zhao Wuji's was a type of medicine. Gu Yi then approached the medicine shelf and took out a medication that was meant for reducing swelling, produced by the system and highly effective, making it very suitable for Zhao Wuji's. As Gu Yi applied it to Zhao Wuji's face, he suddenly had an idea while observing Zhao Wuji's short and sturdy body. What if he modified certain parts of Zhao Wuji's body or injected him with something else? He pondered, and soon realized that he was becoming somewhat wicked. After all, he was a serious doctor and couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji's current soul sage strength, he certainly couldn't compete, so it was better to think about it later. Under Gu Ye's treatment, Zhao Wuji's quickly felt his swollen face recovering. He also noticed that the wound from the paralyzing liquid injected by Zhu Zhuqing was healing as well. He looked at Gu Ye's youthful medical skills with slight surprise. Ding! Treating the original character, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji's, rewards surgical points 50. Randomly issued collection tasks. 1. Collect 10 top-tier martial soul blood. Rewards surgical points 3,000. Martial soul serum 2. Martial soul enhancement serum 2. Martial soul evolution serum 2. 2. Collect 30 advanced martial soul blood. Rewards surgical points 3,000. Martial soul serum 1. Martial soul enhancement serum 1. Martial soul evolution serum 1. 3. Collect 50 intermediate martial soul blood. Rewards surgical points 1,000. Martial soul enhancement serum 1. 4. Collect 100 low-level martial soul blood. Rewards surgical points 500. after receiving the surgical point rewards for treating Zhao Wuji's. Guyi then heard the system announce a new task. In the past few months, Guyi's surgical system had hardly issued any tasks. But as soon as he encountered an important character from the original work these past few days, the system seemed to be invigorated as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. Becoming extremely excited, it seemed that if he wanted to become stronger and earn a large amount of surgical points, he would have to engage in some intimate surgical contact with those characters from the original work. After Guyi thought about some matters in his heart, he looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "All right, now that your injuries have healed, it's time to pay the reward." Chapter 11. Ning Rongrong wants to counterattack Zhao Wuji, touch his face and the area on his back where Zhu Zhuqing had needled him. And after realizing he was completely healed, he was extremely impressed by Gu Ye's medical skills. It should be noted that the injury on his face was inflicted by Tang Hao, and even he could not recover in a short time. But Gu Ye managed to heal him in less than a quarter of an hour. This ability is simply stronger than that of a healing-type soul master. When Zhao Wuji heard that Gu Ye wanted a reward, he politely asked, "How should I pay you for this so-called soul blood?" "It's very simple. Just release your martial soul," Gu Ye replied. "Is it that simple?" Zhao Wuji was slightly puzzled. "Yes, it's that simple." After considering it, Zhao Wuji decided to release his martial soul, the mighty Iron Bear. After all, Zhao Wuji was not the kind of person to take advantage of others for free. Seeing Zhao Wuji release his martial soul, Gu Ye quickly took action. The white light from the scalpel spread out and instantly enveloped the entire clinic, forming a transparent shield-like space. Then, with lightning speed, Gu Ye made a swift slice on Zhao Wuji's mighty Iron Bear martial soul, and a drop of energy that resembled yellowish blood was extracted and stored in a vial. The entire process was as fast as lightning, and Zhao Wuji felt nothing as Gu Ye had taken the martial soul blood. "All right." After putting away the vial, Gu Ye looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "Is that it?" Zhao Wuji scratched his head, still puzzled as he looked at the small vial in Gu Ye's hand. Just now, he had seen Gu Ye make a cut, and then indeed, a drop of something resembling blood had flowed out from his martial soul, which Gu Ye had taken away. However, he felt not a thing, not even a hint of pain. If he hadn't actually seen this so-called blood, he would have doubted that Gu Ye was just bluffing him. "Yes, it's done. If you're fine now, you can leave," Gu Ye said, looking at Zhao Wuji as if to hurry him away. Zhao Wuji scratched his head again, glancing at the special small vial in Gu Ye's hand, still feeling nothing. At this point, his injuries had completely healed, and staying here was pointless. So he turned to Gu Ye and asked, "I only know your surname is Gu, but what's your name?" "Guye." "Guye? Who?" "Your medical skills are so impressive. I wonder if you're interested in joining my academy?" Indeed. Upon seeing Gu Ye's special martial soul and his powerful healing abilities, Zhao Wuji wanted to recruit Gu Ye into Shrek Academy. Moreover, if Flander knew about Gu Ye's special abilities, he would definitely be pleased. "I'm not interested," Gu Ye replied nonchalantly. "Our academy only accepts monsters." "Are you sure you won't join us?" Zhao Wuji asked, unwilling to give up. "Only accepting monsters? You're referring to that Shrek Academy located outside Soto City, right?" Gu Ye smiled as he looked at Zhao Wuji. "That's right." Seeing that Gu Ye knew about Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji felt quite proud. However, Gu Ye immediately rolled his eyes at Zhao Wuji. "As far as I know, Shrek Academy is just a 3-no product academy, lacking even the most basic simulated training grounds. And the entire academy is built in a village. What kind of peace of mind would you expect me to have if you want me to join?" It wasn't that Gu Ye looked down on Shrek Academy. Given its configuration, calling it 3-no was still too generous. Besides a few teachers, it lacked everything. Furthermore, the teachers there all had issues, especially that Yu Xiaojiang who joined later, and Flander, as well as Zhao Wuji, were not good people either. Gu Ye completely disregarded Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji felt embarrassed and somewhat angry after hearing Gu Ye's words. After all, to say his own academy was a 3-no was, well, even if it was the truth, how could he, as the vice president, remain indifferent? However, thinking back to how Gu Ye had just helped him heal his injuries, he ultimately left the Divine Hand Medical Clinic. Before leaving, Zhao Wuji glanced at Gu Ye, deciding to find Flander next time to give it a try. Gu Ye must have some misunderstandings about Shrek Academy. Once he got back, he would have to tell Flander. If someone like Gu Ye were to join their monster-only Shrek Academy, it would definitely be an honor for Gu Ye. After Zhao Wuji left, Gu Ye dismissed the matter of Zhao Wuji wanting to invite him to join Shrek Academy and took out the vial containing Zhao Wuji's martial soul blood to test its quality. Mighty Iron Bear Martial Soul. Rank. Advanced Martial Soul Blood collected. Completed 130 after looking at the system's evaluation of the Mighty Iron Bear Martial Soul. Gui roughly inferred the ranking of martial souls in the Douluo world. On the Douluo Continent, the top-tier martial souls should be famous ones like the Ice Phoenix, 7 Killing Sword, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Haotian Hammer, and White Tiger. Martial souls like the 6-Winged Angel and Sea God should already be considered divine-level martial souls. Gui thought that collecting the blood of these martial souls would still be quite challenging. By the way, he wondered how Zhu Zhuqing's Nethercat martial soul was positioned. Out of curiosity, Gui decided to analyze the blood extracted from Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Upon analysis, he was somewhat surprised to find that it barely reached the advanced level. It seemed that this little cat would come looking for him soon. After learning about the level of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, and considering Gu Ye's understanding of her desire for power and her background, along with the information he shared with her yesterday about the evolution of martial souls, he believed that Zhu Zhuqing would come to find him soon. He wondered when Ning Rongrong, this little dumpling, would arrive. It should be soon as well. To obtain the blood of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda martial soul, Ning Rongrong was obviously the most suitable choice. If he could collect the martial soul blood from all the soul masters in this world, and then cultivate some subordinates to bestow various martial souls upon them, he wondered if it would succeed, and what would happen if it really did. Gui was lost in thought, imagining that scene, and smiled. He was a man with lofty ambitions. How could he possibly remain cooped up in a small city like Soto? When he arrived in this world, he had set a small goal regarding that woman in the spirit hall. When the opportunity arose in the future, he was going to give Bibi Dong a life-changing surgery. For now, he needed to prepare the spirit blood serum for Zhu Zhuqing. How could such a large cat be so weak? With that thought, Gui forgot everything else and focused solely on his preparations. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy, in the women's quarters, Ning Rongrong had just gotten out of bed. She had chatted late into the night with Xiao Wu, who had recovered and was now rubbing her eyes and checking her conscience. But as she touched it, the drowsy Ning Rongrong was instantly awake. No way. It really is true. To verify the truth, she went to the mirror, lifted her clothes, and observed closely. It was real, it was true. Guya's medicine really worked. Excited, Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly, her voice quite loud. What is true? In the room, Xiao Wu, who had been sound asleep, was jolted awake by Ning Rongrong's shout. Upon waking and seeing Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu asked, Rongrong, what are you talking about? And nothing, Xiao Wu. You're awake. Let's go have breakfast. Ning Rongrong quickly tidied her clothes and went to Xiao Wu's bedside. She had no intention of revealing this secret to Xiao Wu. She wanted to secretly amaze everyone. At that moment, in the adjacent room of Zhu Zhuqing, after a night of cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled deeply, feeling the change in her soul power, her face filled with joy. At that moment, her soul power had broken through one level, from level 27 to level 28. She quickly took out the small white medicine and looked at the last remaining pill inside, curious about what it was. Gui, can you really make me stronger? What did you mean by soul evolution? Is it to make my phantom cat spirit evolve into a stronger spirit? Zhu Zhuqing speculated, thinking that her breakthrough was not only due to Gui healing all her injuries, but also because of what was in that medicine bottle. With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced. No one knew how hard she worked day and night to become stronger, because only by growing stronger could she survive better. As for Dai Mubai, the man who abandoned her, Zhu Zhuqing coldly snorted in her heart. She had already learned of Dai Mubai's flirtatious deeds, encountering such a degenerate person. If she did not work hard to become stronger, how could she survive in that family? I'll go to Guyi later. If what he said is true, perhaps I can. I will not give up. Sister, just wait for me. Zhu Zhuqing thought of that family and her sister, clenching her fists, her gaze incredibly determined. Zhuqing, are you up? At that moment, Ning Rongrong pushed the door open and entered. She looked very happy, walking with a bit of swagger. Upon entering Zhu Zhuqing's room and seeing her already up, Ning Rongrong pulled her out of the room. They planned to go to the cafeteria for breakfast together. But to the three girls' surprise, there was no cafeteria in Shrek Academy. Had they not encountered Oscar on the way, the three would have seriously suspected they were being trafficked. Shrek Academy was completely a shabby village school. Chapter 12. How many heads does a woman have? In the Shrek Academy cafeteria, Ning Rongrong felt a bit regretful. She didn't know whether joining Shrek Academy was right or wrong, as it was even more run down than she had imagined. But now that she was enrolled, it was too late to regret. Sigh. Ning Rongrong, siket. In the cafeteria, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar were watching the three beauties, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, whispering among themselves. Especially Oscar, whose gaze lingered on Ning Rongrong, his eyes widening a bit. However, Ning Rongrong didn't even glance at them. She hastily finished her breakfast. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, I have something to do later. Rongrong, where are you going? Xiao Wu asked. Just doing some things. Ning Rongrong wouldn't tell Xiao Wu that she was going to see a doctor. After saying goodbye to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, she left the cafeteria. The next day, Shrek Academy would officially start classes, and with nothing to do today, Ning Rongrong returned to her room to grab her small medicine bottle before leaving Shrek Academy for Soto City. Rongrong, where are you going? Just as Ning Rongrong walked out the door, Oscar, who had finished breakfast and come out, called out to her. Seeing it was Oscar, Ning Rongrong simply said she had something to do and ignored him. Compared to her own matters, Oscar was completely unimportant. Oscar felt awkward as he watched Ning Rongrong leave without a glance. However, not long after Ning Rongrong left, another person walked out of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar saw Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Zhuqing, where are you going? But Zhu Zhuqing didn't even turn her head as she left Shrek Academy. Oscar felt even more awkward. Just as Zhu Zhuqing left, Oscar saw another person. It was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had chased after Zhu Zhuqing and, seeing Oscar at the entrance, walked over to ask, Xiao Ao, did Zhu Zhuqing leave? Just left. Boss Dai, do you know Zhuqing? Yeah. Dai Mubai replied. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. She had just joined Shrek Academy yesterday and left today. Dai Mubai didn't recall Zhu Zhuqing knowing anyone here. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, he needed to know what she was up to, and he immediately chased after her. Not long after Ning Rongrong left, she arrived outside the Divine Doctor's clinic in Soto City. Upon arriving outside, she looked at the small bottle in her hand, pressed her chest, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. Upon entering, Ning Rongrong saw the handsome doctor, Gu Yi, busy with something. Gu Yi, who was focused on his work, noticed someone had entered but didn't stop what he was doing and asked, Here for a consultation? It's me. Hearing that familiar voice, Gu Yi looked up and saw it was Ning Rongrong, instantly smiling. You came after all. Gu Yi stood up, looking at Ning Rongrong with a cheerful expression. You. Was what you said yesterday true? Ning Rongrong seemed a bit shy, asking in a soft voice. Of course, you being here now proves its authenticity, doesn't it? That is true. Ning Rongrong nodded, recalling her changes. Then, can you? She looked at Gu Yi with a hint of expectation. Of course. For a small issue like yours, I just need to move a bit to help you treat it. Is it really just moving a bit? Ning Rongrong hesitated. Looking at Gu Yi. What? Do you want me to do something else? And no then. Can you tell me how to treat it? Since she was here, Ning Rongrong naturally wanted to be treated, but she still felt a bit shy in front of Gu Yi. Come over and sit down. Let me take a look. Okay. Ning Rongrong nodded and obediently sat down in front of Gu Yi. Then Gu Yi took Ning Rongrong's hand and pretended to check her pulse. As he felt her pulse, he shook his head and sighed. Ning Rongrong's skin is really great. Seeing Gu Ye's expression, Ning Rongrong seemed a bit worried that he would say the treatment was difficult, so she quietly asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. Open your mouth. Oh. Gu Ye's words had a commanding tone. In this, Ning Rongrong's psychological defenses were low, and she was eager to have Gu Yi help her with her treatment. So she obediently opened her mouth. Gu Yi looked around with a practiced demeanor, and finally, his pure gaze landed on Ning Rongrong's chest. Then, with a long sigh, Gu Yi said, What a pity. It's truly a pity. Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi in confusion. Didn't he say he could cure her? Why did his tone sound like this? After all, she came to find Gu Yi with the hope of growing up and becoming beautiful. Gu Yi touched Ning Rongrong's small hand and asked with a hint of meaning, Do you know why you're so small? Ning Rongrong shook her head. No. I don't know. Her voice was soft. Because your head is small. My head, small? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi in confusion, not understanding what he meant. How is her small head related to this? Then Ning Rongrong touched her head. Just right. Neither big nor small. Have you heard the saying a head as big as a basin? Gu Yi asked while stroking Ning Rongrong's small hand. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Now she felt like a patient eager for a doctor to treat her illness, subconsciously believing and answering Gu Ye's questions. Then let me ask you again. Do you know how many heads you have? Gu Yi asked again. Isn't it one? Wrong, it's 3. Clearly there's just one head. How can there be 3? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi in confusion. Gu Yi smiled without saying a word. Then Gu Ye's gaze became sharp as he glanced at Ning Rongrong's chest and said, Do you know what it means to have 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was very confused. She did not understand the meaning of Gu Ye's words. The so-called 3 heads and 6 arms of a woman refers to the most perfect and harmonious posture and figure of a woman. If you can achieve this state, Your thoughts and the flaws in your body can be easily treated. So what are 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Rongrong curiously asked. 3 heads, precisely. But what about 6 arms? Gu Yi looked at Ning Rongrong and said, these 6 arms naturally refer to the slender double arms, long double legs, and perky double hips, which is what we call a woman's 6 arms. As long as you grow harmoniously and proportionately in these areas, what you desire will naturally not be a problem. Oh, Ning Rongrong seemed to understand, realizing that her unproportional 3 heads and 6 arms were the reason for her current situation. So what should I do? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi with a hint of urgency. You should have taken the medicine I gave you yesterday, right? Ning Rongrong nodded quickly, secretly amazed at how effective it was. That was a quick-acting medicine. It will show effects in a few days. However, I don't recommend taking medicine, as it can have side effects. My treatment suggestion is, I will personally help you with your treatment, Gu Yi said with a smile, looking at Ning Rongrong. At that moment, his gaze was pure and serious. How will you help me with the treatment? Ning Rongrong was eager to become perfect. She wanted to transform from a small bun to a large steamed bun, stunning everyone. There are 2 treatment methods. One is a manual technique, which has excellent effects. Takes a little longer, is completely manual, and has no side effects. The other is an energy therapy method, which is also very effective but takes a shorter time. However, this treatment method is quite expensive and involves a bit of pain since it will be your first time. After hearing about the 2 methods, Ning Rongrong asked, how is the manual technique a treatment? It's very simple. It can be done with my hands. Gu Yi extended his hands, demonstrating in front of Ning Rongrong. Just like this, after that, I will also use some special medicinal liquids to stimulate certain hormones in your body to achieve the desired effect. Of course, during this treatment process, you can rest assured because I am a serious physician and any part of your body is just an organ to me. The treatment process is naturally the same. Gu Yi looked pure and serious as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. But when Ning Rongrong learned that Gu Yi's treatment method actually required him to personally help her, her cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at the handsome Gu Yi and admitted to herself that he was indeed very handsome. No, she quickly dismissed those inappropriate thoughts and said, you, tell me about the second treatment method. She definitely wouldn't agree to the first treatment method. Although Gu Yi was very handsome and a serious doctor, it was just too embarrassing. Gu Yi felt a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to personally train Ning Rongrong, but since she didn't allow it, he wouldn't force her. After all, he was a serious physician. All right, then I'll talk about the second method. This second treatment method is, of course, energy therapy. I'll prepare a potion for you, and once you go back, you can try applying it to your body. It will show slight effects after a week, and significant results will start after half a month. If you want to be perfect, it might take about half a year. What potion? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. You don't need to know what it is. You just need to know that it's a good medicine and it won't harm you, Gu Yi replied. Oh, Ning Rongrong didn't doubt it. After all, she had already tried it yesterday. But would half a year be too long? She wanted to surpass Zhu Zhuqing in a short time, to secretly develop, and then amaze Xiao Wu and the others. The shrewd Gu Yi could see what Ning Rongrong was thinking at this moment. This was the understanding of a physician toward a patient, as well as an understanding of a woman wanting to become beautiful. He then smiled and asked, are you feeling that half a year is too long? Ning Rongrong murmured in agreement. If you think half a year is too long, you can consider the first treatment method. Don't worry, I won't force you because you're not the first patient, and ultimately, the decision is still in your hands. I still want to try the second one first. Ning Rongrong couldn't make that decision. After all, she was still an innocent girl. All right, that's fine. Gu Yi took out a bottle containing a white liquid from under the cabinet and handed it to Ning Rongrong, saying, when you apply it, also put some on your head. Remember these 4 words, head big as a bucket. The specific usage method is also written inside. Chapter 13. Taking care of Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong's voice was soft. Because she now understood what Gu Yi meant by head, she also knew why Gu Yi said that women have 3 heads. Because indeed, women do have 3 heads. After taking the medicine Gu Yi gave her and putting it in her bosom, she thought of Zhu Zhuqing's curvy figure and quietly asked, can I become like Zhu Zhuqing? Gu Yi was taken aback when he heard Ning Rongrong mention Zhu Zhuqing. She really had grand ambitions, wanting to become as imposing as Zhu Zhuqing. It's good for people to have ideals, but overthinking can be a problem. Wait a minute, how could Ning Rongrong be asking about Zhu Zhuqing in front of him? Could it be that Ning Rongrong suspected that Zhu Zhuqing's curvy figure was because of him? Upon closer thought, both of them were currently at Shrek Academy. When Ning Rongrong saw Zhu Zhuqing's curvy figure and then looked at her own, which was rather flat, It was indeed possible for her to question whether Zhu Zhuqing's curves were due to him after asking her some things. Gu Yi smiled and nodded without hesitation. Ning Rongrong felt relieved upon seeing this. If she were to end up like Zhu Zhuqing in the future, wouldn't that be? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. All right, for 1 week, I won't charge you any fees while the treatment is in effect. After a week, if the results are excellent, you will come back here once more, and I will take a drop of your blood as payment. Understood? Ning Rongrong agreed without hesitation. After all, it was just a drop of blood, and there was no loss involved. However, she did not know what kind of blood it was. After secretly asking Gu Yi some personal questions, she wanted to leave, but at that moment, someone walked in from outside. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing. When Ning Rongrong saw Zhu Zhuqing, she felt a bit embarrassed, as if running into an acquaintance at a hospital. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Zhu Zhuqing was also surprised to see Ning Rongrong, not expecting her to know Gu Yi. She was curious about what Ning Rongrong was doing here. Zhuqing, I have some things to attend to, so I'll head back first. Ning Rongrong didn't want Zhu Zhuqing to know that she came to see Gu Yi for a growth treatment, so she quickly said a few words and hurriedly left. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. She didn't understand what was going on with Ning Rongrong and felt a bit scared of her. You're here. Gu Yi ignored the departing Ning Rongrong and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. He knew that a woman like Zhu Zhuqing, who pursued strength and had determined goals, would definitely come back. He just didn't expect her to come back so soon. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and walked up to Gu Yi, asking, what was going on with Rongrong just now? Do you know her? I know her. She also came to see me for treatment. For treatment? Does Rongrong have an illness? I can't tell you that. After all, maintaining confidentiality for patients is a basic principle. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't press further. She thought about her own purpose for coming here and looked at Gu Yi, saying, you mentioned before that you could help me become stronger and allow my martial soul to evolve. Is that true? That depends on you. What do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi with her strikingly beautiful, clear eyes, filled with confusion. This matter is too confidential. First, let us go into the room and sit on the bed. I'll explain the details to you inside. Gu Yi finished speaking and directly closed the door of the clinic, then walked into the room. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't hesitate and followed him in. As for the danger, just by looking at Gu Yi's handsome face, Zhu Zhuqing knew he was not a bad person. Moreover, Ning Rongrong knew Gu Yi, so she was even less worried. When the two entered the room, not far from the Divine Hand Clinic, a person arrived, who was Dai Mubai, following Zhu Zhuqing. Just a moment ago, Ning Rongrong had said that Zhu Zhuqing went into the Divine Hand Clinic. So how could she go to the clinic? When Ning Rongrong left to return to Shrek Academy, she happened to run into Dai Mubai and mentioned Zhu Zhuqing, which is how Dai Mubai knew she was there. However, Dai Mubai was puzzled about why Zhu Zhuqing would go to the clinic. He knew about the reputation of the Divine Hand Clinic in Soto City, especially since Gu Yi was quite well known there. As he thought about it, Dai Mubai quickly walked towards the Divine Hand Clinic. He wanted to see what Zhu Zhuqing was doing at that clinic. He had heard that the physician there was not very old, but was exceptionally handsome. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing and that physician? Thinking of this, Dai Mubai frowned, and his pace quickened. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Hand Clinic, in the back room, Gu Yi stared intensely at Zhu Zhuqing in front of him. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the door, showcasing her curvaceous and alluring figure to the fullest. At this moment, as Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi's handsome face, she couldn't understand why he was looking at her like that, with such an aggressive gaze. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing not because she was beautiful, had a good figure, long legs, and a slim waist, with her most striking feature being her impressive chest. He was simply examining Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze was pure, for he was now a physician. Physicians see everyone as a patient, and he looked at her with an open mind. You want to become stronger, right? Gu Yi asked and left a tall figure for Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at Gu Yi's back, Zhu Zhuqing thought about her family's matters and was curious about Gu Yi's martial soul evolution, and she firmly responded with a hum. Since she had made up her mind to become stronger, do you know what it takes to become strong? You should know that there are no free lunches in this world, Gu Yi said while putting his hands behind his back. What is needed? Gu Yi did not answer. After considering for a moment, he thought of the soul blood serum extracted from Zhu Zhuqing's body and said, first, when the time is right, I will take that drop of blood you cherish the most, and you must not oppose it. Second, I have an experiment I want to try on you. Once completed, it can elevate your talent to the peak of this world, and it will also make you stronger. I assure you that there will be no side effects. Are you willing? That's right. Gu Yi intended to use Zhu Zhuqing's Nethercat martial soul blood serum on her. This was an experiment he wanted to prove, and Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As for taking that precious drop of blood from Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi was serious about it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, and she agreed to the first condition without hesitation. After all, she believed that Gu Yi only wanted to take her martial soul blood. However, the second condition made her feel conflicted deep down. She longed to become stronger because only strength could resist the fate of her family. But she didn't know whether she should trust Gu Ye's words. Would there really be no harm? Looking at Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed her question. Of course. If it causes you harm or leave you paralyzed for life, I guarantee. At this point, Gu Yi turned around and slowly walked closer to Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, their eyes met, and the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. Gu Ye's gaze was fixed intently on Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes as he continued. Gu Yi, can take care of you, Zhu Zhuqing, for a lifetime. Whispering these 3 words, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt her heart race a bit. She then nodded, agreeing to Gu Ye's experiment. Besides her desire to become stronger, she also saw the sincerity in Gu Ye's eyes, which was the reason for her agreement. Come, let's go to the bed. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing agree, Gu Yi pulled her to the bedside. Since Zhu Zhuqing had consented to the experiment, she subconsciously followed Gu Ye's words and approached the bed. Under Gu Ye's commanding tone, she lay down on the bed, waiting for him to begin. Chapter 14. Zhu Zhuqing. So fast at this moment, Gu Yi was focused on the Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed, especially noticing the expression of surrender on her face, which made his heart flutter a little. After all, the Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed was incredibly mature and alluring, devoid of any girlhood innocence. She was even more experienced than the young women Gu Yi had treated recently, which stirred his feelings. However, Gu Yi remained the serious Gu Yi. After driving away the distracting thoughts in his mind, he took out a vial and a syringe. Isn't that the blood you extracted from my martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing asked upon seeing the familiar vial in Gu Ye's hand. Yes, it's the blood from your martial soul. This drop of blood has a special effect after my research. Later, I will inject it into your body to merge with your martial soul, the nether spirit cat. At that time, your martial soul will undergo some changes. The result will only make you stronger. This is my promise to you. If anything goes wrong and you end up with some sort of injury, you don't need to worry because I said I would take care of you for a lifetime. Gu Yi smiled sincerely and said that taking care of Zhu Zhuqing under one blanket must be true as well. Zhu Zhuqing listened to Gu Ye's words, let out a soft snort, and said, go ahead. Gu Yi is very good-looking, but Zhu Zhuqing is self-disciplined and strong, so she doesn't need Gu Yi to take care of her for a lifetime. Obviously, Zhu Zhuqing misunderstood Gu Ye's words. After all, Gu Yi was talking about a quilt, while Zhu Zhuqing was thinking about a lifetime. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing urging him like this, Gu Yi didn't waste any time and proceeded to take out the needle. After testing the syringe, he extracted the blood serum of the nether cat martial soul. Gu Yi held his needle in one hand and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a mischievous smile, saying, the first time the needle pierces you will hurt a lot, so you'll have to endure it. Zhu Zhuqing noticed how large the needle in Gu Ye's hand was and felt a twinge of fear in her heart. However, she had already made her stance clear, and retreating would mean she was not Zhu Zhuqing. So, she steeled her resolve and softly said, come on, closing her eyes to wait for the needle to pierce a certain part of her body. However, she was unaware of where Gu Yi would actually insert the needle. Curious, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes to take a look. To her surprise, she found that Gu Yi had already finished. So fast, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished, watching Gu Yi. She never expected him to be so quick. She didn't even feel it before it was done. If Gu Yi knew what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking, he might have taken an even larger needle and made her scream. Is it done? Didn't you say it would hurt the first time? Why didn't I feel anything? And how are you so fast? Zhu Zhuqing's rapid-fire questions hit Gu Yi like a barrage, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Gu Yi realized that Zhu Zhuqing was not as cold as he had perceived. Every word she spoke struck right at the heart of the matter. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, the woman who dared to say he was fast and that the first time didn't hurt. Soon, Gu Yi would let her know what real pain was. Why aren't you talking? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Gu Ye's expression darkening and asked, but her somewhat cool tone, tinged with concern, made Gu Yi even more speechless. At that moment, as a man, Gu Yi made an important decision. He would make Zhu Zhuqing understand what deep emotional pain truly was. 3, 2, 1. Gu Yi watched as Zhu Zhuqing counted down 3 seconds. The moment she finished counting, Zhu Zhuqing's expression, which had originally shown no gratitude, changed dramatically. She instinctively clutched her chest, her expression growing increasingly pained. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a slight excitement in his heart. Because Zhu Zhuqing's expression of pain was similar to what he had anticipated. The blood essence of the martial soul was also beneficial to Zhu Zhuqing herself, and the clear signs of pain she was experiencing were obviously due to the fusion with that blood essence. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly arched her body, and the expression of pain on her face intensified. Gu Yi firmly held Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders and said seriously, "Zhu Zhuqing, you need to endure now. This is a sign that your martial soul is beginning to merge. If you want to become stronger, no matter how painful it is, you have to bear it. Do you understand?" "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing said with great difficulty. But the infusion of the same martial soul blood essence into her original martial soul was the first experiment, and the pain involved was not something an ordinary person could endure. But Zhu Zhuqing was not an ordinary person. She had lived in the Star Luo Empire since childhood, closely related to the cold-blooded royal family of the Zhu family. She had witnessed various cruel events from a young age. Brothers harming each other, sisters killing each other. These were things she experienced firsthand. If she hadn't escaped the Star Luo Empire, she might have become her sister's victim by now. She was a woman with a clear goal. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to defeat that woman. To become strong, she had to endure the pain, no matter how intense it was. "Ah!" In the room, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. At some point, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been bending over in pain, suddenly stood up and tightly embraced Gu Yi, then bit down hard on his shoulder. Under the intense pain, Zhu Zhuqing bit down heavily, and, similarly, she held on to Gu Yi very tightly. At that moment, her clothes were drenched in sweat, and blood flowed from Gu Ye's shoulder into her mouth. Due to the excruciating pain causing her consciousness to blur, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sweet, yet slightly fishy blood flowing into her mouth. After entering, she swallowed it without realizing it was Gu Ye's blood. Her awareness was already quite hazy, and she had no idea she was drinking Gu Ye's blood. The teeth biting into Gu Ye's shoulder and the hands wrapped around his waist showed no sign of letting go. At that moment, Gu Ye's broad chest seemed to provide her with a sense of security, and as she held on, she was unwilling to release her grip. After an unknown period, the intense pain from the martial soul fusion caused Zhu Zhuqing to faint in Gu Ye's arms. While she was unconscious, the blood essence of the Nethercat martial soul had fully merged into Zhu Zhuqing's Nethercat martial soul. At this moment, her martial soul seemed to undergo a sublimation. As the originally dark purple Nethercat became even darker, its entire body shining with a glossy black sheen. Simultaneously, the black aura from Zhu Zhuqing's Nethercat martial soul began to spread out, as if it were forming a black flame. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had fainted in his arms, and then at the wound on his shoulder, letting out a bitter smile. It seemed that he had succeeded. After further investigating the changes in Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he finally got an answer. The martial soul serum could be used on soul masters with the same martial soul, and the effects were remarkable. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing not only experienced certain changes in her martial soul, but her soul power had also significantly increased. This morning, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had just risen from level 27 to level 28, but now she was already at level 30. This was enough to demonstrate the power of Gu Ye's martial soul serum. However, this was just one example, and it couldn't be fully confirmed yet. More experiments were needed, and the pain endured was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was fainted from pain, and felt a bit fond of her resilient character. "Forget it. Let's treat the injury on my shoulder first." Gu Yi withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's face and looked at the spot on his shoulder where Zhu Zhuqing had bitten him, quickly stopping the bleeding and treating the wound. Even at this moment, with Zhu Zhuqing unconscious in his arms, her beautiful face flushed and fragrant sweat dripping onto his clothes. He didn't care. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai had already arrived outside the clinic. He looked into the clinic with a furious expression, unable to contain himself any longer as he kicked open the clinic's door. Chapter 15. 3 slaps for Dai Mubai bang. Dai Mubai kicked open the door and stormed into the clinic. He had been outside the clinic earlier and initially thought the doctor, Gu Yi, had left when he saw the door closed. However, as soon as he approached the door, he heard a woman's voice. Upon realizing it was Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, who had been with many women, immediately thought of something unsavory. He suspected that Zhu Zhuqing was having an affair with a man in the clinic. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, he felt humiliated to find his fiancé secretly meeting another man, and with his already bad temper, he couldn't tolerate being cuckolded. Upon entering the clinic, Dai Mubai headed straight for the room where the voice was coming from. As soon as he entered, he witnessed a scene that ignited his fury. Gu Yi had just finished treating his own shoulder wound and saw that Zhu Zhuqing was sweating profusely from the intense pain, soaking her clothes. Being attentive, Gu Yi decided to remove Zhu Zhuqing's outer garment to make her more comfortable. Once he took off Zhu Zhuqing's outer garment, her figure naturally became exposed to Gu Yi's eyes. However, Gu Yi was a decent person and didn't take advantage of the situation. He covered her with a quilt to shield her modesty. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was leaning against Gu Yi, covered by a quilt that left her snowy shoulders exposed. Her cheeks rosy and glistening, with a drop of fragrant sweat lingering on her flushed face. Given their intimate proximity, it was evident that something intimate had just occurred between them, and it was no wonder that Dai Mubai burst in, filled with rage. Anyone would be furious to see their beautiful fiancée lying in another man's arms, especially when Zhu Zhuqing was unconscious. Who knew if something had happened between them that led to her fainting? What did you do to Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai glared at Gu Yi, trying to suppress his anger as he coldly asked. What's it to you? Gu Yi glanced at Dai Mubai, replied indifferently, and then embraced Zhu Zhuqing a little tighter while covering the blanket to avoid exposing their springtime. What does it have to do with me? Oomph. You dare to touch my woman. You are asking for death. Dai Mubai, seeing Gu Yi making a move on Zhu Zhuqing right in front of him, shouted angrily. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. In a fit of anger, he launched an attack on Gu Yi on the bed without hesitation. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's condition, he had already concluded that she had been involved with this man and felt betrayed. Because of this, he held nothing back in his attack, unleashing a fierce wave of white tiger light towards Gu Yi on the bed. Gu Yi was a bit angry when Dai Mubai barged in without his permission, interrupting his treatment of Zhu Zhuqing. He was not a person with a good temper, and what made him even angrier was that Dai Mubai attacked him without any hesitation. Seeing the aggressive stance of the attack, Gu Yi felt even more furious. Kneel down. With a low shout, Gu Yi raised his hand, and a white light quickly flashed out, forming a semicircular space that enveloped the entire clinic. Immediately afterward, an invisible large hand appeared above Dai Mubai's head and slapped down firmly onto him. Thud! As expected, the 37th level Soul Master Dai Mubai was struck down to his knees by this invisible hand, making heavy contact with the ground. Gu Yi looked coldly at Dai Mubai, who was sprawled on the ground. You barged into my clinic and even assaulted someone. Do you think I'm easy to bully? You. Dai Mubai struggled with his soul power, only to find that something was pressing down on him, preventing him from getting up. He could only glare angrily at Gu Yi, who was on the bed holding his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. Bastard, if you have guts, let me go and see if I don't kill you. Dai Mubai cursed furiously. The reason for his anger was that he noticed Gu Yi's hand was actually reaching under the blanket, where his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, was lying. Gu Yi had a clear intention, and Dai Mubai's imagination ran wild given Gu Yi's history with countless women. However, Gu Yi merely sneered and raised his hand, striking at Dai Mubai from a distance. Slap! At the moment Gu Yi struck, a heavy slapping sound echoed in the room. It turned out that the instant Gu Yi attempted to hit Dai Mubai, an invisible pair of hands struck Dai Mubai's face hard. This slap was a punishment for intruding into my clinic without permission. Slap! Another slap followed. This slap was a reward for attacking me indiscriminately. Slap! A third slap rang out. This slap was for helping someone else fight. After 3 slaps, Dai Mubai's face was swollen and unrecognizable, demonstrating just how hard Gu Yi had struck him. Dai Mubai struggled desperately, but Gu Yi's invisible hand kept him pinned to the ground, leaving him with only futile resistance. You, bastard. I will never let you go. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Gu Yi on the bed, cursing without thinking. He had never experienced such humiliation before, but now he not only suffered it, but also had to watch as Gu Yi held his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, while he lay helplessly on the ground. How could Dai Mubai, who always prided himself on being careful and composed, endure this? However, at that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to realize he was no match for Gu Yi. Although he didn't know Gu Yi's true strength, the fact that he had been taken down in one move was undeniable. He was furious, but Dai Mubai was not a foolish person. He lowered his head and stopped looking at Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, gradually calming down. At this time, Gu Yi also stopped paying attention to the Dai Mubai who was knocked down, as he had already turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Yi noticed that there was still a trace of blood at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. He reached out to wipe it, and then smeared the blood onto the white bed sheet. In an instant, the pure white sheet was stained with a splash of bright red. At that moment, Dai Mubai, who had calmed down, struggled to lift his head again, knowing that he was not as strong as Gu Yi. He decided to reveal his identity as a member of Shrek Academy, hoping to make Guyi weigh the consequences of offending Shrek Academy. However, when he looked up, he happened to see the bright red bloodstain on the white sheet. In an instant, he thought of something. His eyes widened in anger, and his previously calm expression gradually became somewhat twisted. There was no doubt that Dai Mubai imagined this bloodstain to be Zhu Zhuqing's virgin blood, having just met his beautiful fiancée, yesterday, and today she had relations with another man, which he witnessed with his own eyes. It was easy to imagine how furious Dai Mubai, a hot-tempered man, would be. For someone as arrogant and domineering as Dai Mubai, his anger would only escalate further. You. Just wait. Dai Mubai's voice was cold and sharp, suppressing the anger in his heart. His nails dug into his flesh as he gritted his teeth and glared at Guyi. If it weren't for his inferior strength and being knocked to the ground, he would have rushed at Guyi without hesitation and torn him apart. However, Guyi still did not take Dai Mubai seriously. After wiping away the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, he seriously looked at her perfect face. To be honest, just looking at Zhu Zhuqing made even the serious Guyi feel a bit moved. Out of instinct, he really wanted to kiss Zhu Zhuqing's delicate lips, especially in front of Dai Mubai. It would have been quite nice. However, Guyi was a person with medical ethics, so he wouldn't take advantage of someone else's misfortune. Thus, in front of Dai Mubai, he used his sleeve to cover Zhu Zhuqing, pretending to lean down to kiss her, making it seem like he was doing so while Dai Mubai couldn't see clearly. To emphasize, Guyi really didn't kiss her. After all, he was a serious person. Since Dai Mubai couldn't see the situation clearly due to the obstruction, he could only imagine what Guyi was doing to Zhu Zhuqing, and his eyes were about to pop out. He was roaring in his heart that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, and should belong to him, Dai Mubai. How could she be kissed by another man? Bang. However, before Dai Mubai could think any further, Guyi waved his hand and threw the annoying fly. Dai Mubai, out of his clinic. If it weren't for knowing that Dai Mubai was from Shrek Academy, where Zhao Wujin and Flanders, both soul saints, were very powerful, and that Guyi currently couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't have tolerated that scum, Dai Mubai, who abandoned his fiancée, making a fuss in front of him. Over the years, Dai Mubai had been indulging in pleasure in Soto City, not knowing how many women he had played with, while he had only kissed Zhu Zhuqing once. And Zhu Zhuqing didn't even oppose it. What right did Dai Mubai have to shout and yell here? With the noisy fly gone, it finally became much quieter. Guyi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he picked up Zhu Zhuqing and brought her to another bed for her to lie down and rest. Now that Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul had changed, she wouldn't wake up for a while, and Guyi could take the opportunity to observe her condition. Of course, he was only going to observe her martial soul aspect. As for Zhu Zhuqing's physical condition, Guyi would never sneak a look. Chapter 16. Tang San comes for a checkup. Not bad, not bad. As expected of Zhu Zhuqing, her figure is really good. Ugh, wrong. The cat's size, after taking the serum for fusion, has actually become even bigger. Truly, it is Zhu Zhuqing. Guyi pinched his chin, looking thoughtfully at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying unconscious on the bed, and couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was in a coma, her posture captivating, her figure stunning, and her beauty striking. In her current vulnerable state, if a lewd doctor were present, he might have taken the opportunity to cover her eyes and stage a Dragon Knight battle. However, Guyi was quite serious. He carefully examined every part of Zhu Zhuqing's body, observing the changes in her martial soul, the nether spirit cat. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been thrown out of the clinic by Guyi, was sprawled on the ground in a sorry state. Although he had only received 3 slaps from Guyi, the injuries were not severe, yet he found it hard to move because Guyi had targeted his vital points, making it difficult for someone of Dai Mubai's small soul master level to resist. Just as Dai Mubai was thinking of struggling to get back to Shrek Academy to find help to take revenge on Guyi, a man approached the clinic. It was Tang San. Today, Tang San had originally been wandering around the village of Shrek with Xiao Wu, but after meeting Ma Hongjun and fighting a match, he felt something was off with his body. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu went to find Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Alone, Tang San returned to his room to check his body, realizing that he indeed felt a bit overheated and that something was wrong. So he decided to seek out Guyi. However, he wasn't there to seek treatment. He just wanted to ask Guyi a few questions. After all, Tang San didn't believe he was ill. Is that Dai Mubai? When Tang San arrived outside the clinic and saw someone lying on the ground groaning in pain, he focused and recognized it was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what happened? Why are you lying here? Curious, Tang San hurried over to help Dai Mubai up and inquire about the situation. He then noticed some strange injuries on Dai Mubai's body and, after examining them, was taken aback. Although Dai Mubai's injuries were not serious, every injury struck a vital area, indicating that whoever had beaten him understood the human body very well. "It's the doctor inside," Dai Mubai said with difficulty. "The doctor inside?" Tang San looked at the clinic in confusion. Had Dai Mubai offended someone? Otherwise, why would they have fought? Tang San simply used his soul power to help Dai Mubai recover a bit before saying, "Dai Mubai, you wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and see what is going on." "Wait, Tang San." Dai Mubai wanted to call Tang San back to take him to the academy to find a teacher to help him regain his face. But Tang San seemed not to hear him and walked directly into the clinic. Unlike Dai Mubai's earlier aggressive approach, Tang San arrived at the door and called inside. "I am Tang San. I have something to discuss with the doctor here. May I ask him to come out?" After calling out, Tang San waited for a moment. Inside the clinic, Gu Yi, upon hearing Tang San's voice, instinctively looked at the tasks related to Tang San. Task 1. Perform a hemorrhoid surgery on Tang San. Reward, 50 surgery points. Task 2. Cut Tang San's virtual kidney. Reward, 100 surgery points. Task 3. Perform a neurological surgery on Tang San. Reward, 500 surgery points. Note, a hypocrite is also ill, and quite seriously. Task 4. Perform a castration surgery on Tang San. Reward, 5,000 surgery points. Task 5. Perform a transformation surgery on Tang San. Reward, 10,000 surgery points. Gu Yi directly dismissed the first 3 tasks and focused on the 4th and 5th, which could earn him over 10,000 points. Now that Tang San was here, it seemed he could make some plans. As Gu Yi thought of a certain scheme, he smiled and walked out. "Oh, isn't this the little brother with kidney deficiency? What is up? Do you believe what I said now?" Upon seeing Tang San, Gu Yi smiled warmly. When Tang San heard Gu Yi call him the little brother with kidney deficiency, his expression darkened, feeling somewhat displeased, as he certainly did not have such an illness. However, he did not refute Gu Ye's words, but instead asked, "Did you injure Dai Mubai? You mean the guy lying outside? If that's the case, then yes, I did hit him." "What? Are you here to take revenge for him?" After sizing up Gu Yi and realizing his unfathomable strength, Tang San shook his head. He had only recently met Dai Mubai, although he had joined Shrek Academy. Their relationship was not deep yet. Moreover, having fought against Dai Mubai, he understood his strength, and since Gu Yi could easily take down Dai Mubai, Tang San had no intention of standing up for him. "Since you're not here to stand up for him, then you must be here to seek treatment, right? Don't worry, kidney deficiency is just a minor issue. If you want treatment, I can restore you a strong kidney," Gu Yi said, walking up to Tang San with a hearty smile. He understood that young people like Tang San would certainly be embarrassed to admit their kidney deficiency. But for the sake of earning over 10,000 points, he was somewhat reluctantly willing to help Tang San with treatment, though this treatment needed to be put in quotation marks. However, he needed Tang San to voluntarily agree to the treatment. Otherwise, if a certain Tang Renxue came to find him at night, he would have a hard time explaining, until he had a way to protect himself. Gu Yi would not take risks. Just like now, he was hiding in Soto City to improve his strength. After hesitating for a moment, Tang San ultimately made a decision. He wanted to see if Gu Yi's medical skills were truly as remarkable as rumored outside. If they really were, what would it matter to let him treat him? Then, Tang San discreetly reached into his pocket, quickly took out some poison powder, and directed it at Gu Yi. This was a poison he used to test the medical skills. After releasing the poison, Tang San smiled at Gu Yi, filled with confidence in his hidden methods and the potency of the poison, as he seemed to envision Gu Yi's embarrassment later. Tang San thought he was being discreet, but he didn't realize that Gu Yi had seen everything clearly. The moment he attempted to poison Gu Yi sneered coldly in his heart, further solidifying his intention to inject Tang San with a dose of female hormones. Then, a flash of silver light appeared in Gu Yi's hand, creating an invisible space where the poison released by Tang San was instantly neutralized. For the surgical space, Tang San's poison was merely a type of medicine, and it was no threat to Gu Yi. After a moment, Tang San noticed that Gu Yi showed no signs of change, feeling a bit surprised. "Still want to try poisoning me?" Gu Yi smiled at Tang San, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You know I poisoned you?" Tang San frowned upon being exposed by Gu Yi, but he maintained his composure. "You wanted to test whether I could counter your poison, while also testing my medical skills. If I could neutralize it, you be sure to let me help you with your kidney deficiency. Young man, I understand your thoughts. Don't worry. I will restore you a strong kidney," Gu Yi said, taking on the role of an elder and patting Tang San's shoulder. Tang San instinctively tried to dodge, but Gu Ye's hand seemed to track him, and no matter where he moved, he would be patted. He was surprised by Gu Ye's methods and strength, and his defensive instinct made him quickly check his body, finding nothing wrong before he relaxed. Your medical skills are indeed impressive. Yes, I am here to see you for treatment. Tang San acknowledged Gu Ye's medical skills and decided to let him take a look, but he would not admit that he was ill. After all, he was just asking Gu Ye to take a look. Gu Ye smiled with satisfaction. The day when he injects Tang San with female hormones or castrates him is not far off. I have a premise for treating others, which is to have complete trust in me, because my medical skills are different from those of ordinary healing-type soul masters. Healing-type soul masters can only restore partially at most, while I can help patients achieve complete recovery from the root. If you don't trust me, then there's no need for treatment. So, do you understand what I mean? Gu Ye asked Tang San. Tang San hesitated for a moment, weighing the truth of Gu Ye's words, and finally nodded. I believe you, but the one outside, Dai Mubai, is my classmate. Can you let him go? All right. Gu Ye, who didn't plan to go too far after giving Dai Mubai enough of a lesson, agreed to Tang San's request. Moreover, letting Dai Mubai go is nothing compared to injecting female hormones into Tang San and completing the task of earning over 10,000 a day. Then Gu Ye raised his hand, and a white light shot out towards the outside of the clinic, signing for extra updates to avoid being scolded. Sob, Chapter 17, to inject Tang San with hormones? Outside the clinic, Dai Mubai suddenly found that he could move. He quickly stood up, recalling the intimate posture between Gu Ye and Zhu Zhuqing earlier, which made him subconsciously want to rush in and take revenge on Gu Ye. But thinking of Gu Ye's strength that could easily crush him, he realized that with his current strength, he was definitely no match for Gu Ye. Moreover, Tang San had been inside for so long without coming out. What if something had happened to him? With this thought, he hesitated, then retreated, finding a good excuse, and quickly left the clinic to run back to Shrek Academy. He needed to find help and regain his face. Dai Mubai always remembered a saying from Dean Flender: a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Now that he had caused trouble but couldn't handle it, he naturally needed Flender, a powerful soul sage, to help him regain his face. As Dai Mubai left, inside the clinic, under Gu Ye's guidance, Tang San entered another room in the backyard. Please sit down, Gu Ye said to Tang San, walking to the medicine rack to pick up some medicines and certain special items. Many items on his rack were similar to the medicines from his previous life, but these medicines came from a surgical system and were more effective. For the Douluo Continent, which is a fantasy world, these system-produced medicines are simply divine drugs. As for the female hormones, they could easily help Tang San become bigger and more beautiful. Moreover, Tang San didn't even know what this female hormone was when Gu Ye placed it in front of him. However, Gu Ye wasn't foolish enough to inject a large amount of hormones into Tang San's body all at once, because if it were too much, others would definitely notice the changes in Tang San. If Tang Hao, Tang San's father, came looking for trouble, Gu Ye would be no match for him with his current strength, and that would be troublesome. Furthermore, with Tang San's background from the Tang sect and his ancient character, it wouldn't be easy for him to trust Gu Ye. So Gu Ye made a decision to take it slow and proceed cautiously. For example, he would set a small goal first, giving Tang San a small dose to let him experience the wonderful effects of the female hormone. Thinking of this, Gu Ye smiled slightly. Sitting nearby, Tang San was observing this strange room while Gu Ye was getting items from the medicine rack. It looked somewhat like the pharmacy he remembered, but he had never seen the types of medicines on the rack, not even one he could recognize. For instance, the needle Gu Ye was holding. Wait a minute, a needle. Tang San's gaze fixed on the needle in Gu Ye's hand, quickly recalling the needle that Zhu Zhuqing had injected into Zhao Wuji's body yesterday, and found that the two needles were actually identical. Then he thought about Zhu Zhuqing having been to this clinic, and guessed that the needle Zhu Zhuqing used was given by Gu Ye. Then Tang San remembered that even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, couldn't escape from a single injection yesterday, and his wariness instantly rose. If Gu Ye were to give him one too, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the other party when he couldn't move? With this thought, Tang San's guard was up, and he immediately stood up and said, Dr. Gu, I have some things to attend to and don't need your treatment for now. After saying that, Tang San hurriedly left. He found this clinic too mysterious, and he didn't recognize any of the medicines Gu Ye was using. Who knows if Gu Ye would use them indiscriminately on him? Tang San's sudden change left Gu Ye momentarily stunned. He had just agreed to treatment. So why was he backing out now? Gu Ye looked at the syringe containing female hormones in his hand, then glanced at Tang San, who was walking out. Could he have suspected something? Or did Tang San know that this was the female hormone that could help him become beautiful. It shouldn't be possible, right? Watching Tang San leave the room, Gui did not stop him because he was unsure if Tang Hao was nearby watching him. Since Tang San was not actively accepting his treatment, Gui decided not to take action. It was better to keep this syringe of female hormones for now. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing. As Tang San walked out of the back room into the main hall of the medical clinic, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing looking a bit surprised. Likewise, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat taken aback to see Tang San. Where's Gui? He's inside, right? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much about why Tang San was there. She just wanted to see Gui. After waking up, she had already noticed her changes. Not only had her soul power broken through to level 30, but her martial soul had also undergone a significant transformation. She was certain that what Gui said before was true. He is inside, but Zhu Zhuqing, aren't you at Shrek Academy? How come you're here? Tang San seemed hesitant to let Zhu Zhuqing know the purpose of his visit, asking cautiously. I have some matters to attend to. Zhu Zhuqing ignored Tang San further. Compared to Gui, Tang San was not worth her concern. After all, she had no relationship with Tang San now, but she had interacted with Gui. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing had remembered the incident where she bit Gui and then fainted in his arms. She then bypassed Tang San and walked into the back room. Tang San watched Zhu Zhuqing walk in without leaving. In the back room, when Gui saw Zhu Zhuqing enter, he instantly forgot about Tang San and smiled. You're awake. How do you feel? Very good. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and looked at Gui's shoulder, quietly asking, is your injury all right? It's fine. Gui shook his head, approached Zhu Zhuqing, and seriously took her pulse. The pulse was steady. The fusion of martial souls was very smooth, and her soul power had already broken through to level 30 with a solid foundation. Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing. Once you obtain another soul ring, you will be a soul respect, and the changes in your martial soul will require you to explore on your own. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said gratefully. Although she had only known Gui for 2 days, he had helped her like this. For the first time in many years, Zhu Zhuqing felt genuine care from someone else, without any ulterior motives. You're welcome. After all, I need to take a drop of your blood. And this is the result of your cooperation in the martial soul blood fusion experiment, so you don't need to thank me. Gui is spoken, as if intentionally speaking for someone else to hear. That someone was naturally Tang San outside. Just now, after seeing Zhu Zhuqing enter, Tang San had been standing at the door. He was immediately surprised after hearing some of the conversation between Gui and Zhu Zhuqing, especially when he learned that Zhu Zhuqing had broken through to level 30. He clearly remembered that Zhu Zhuqing was only at level 27 when she registered yesterday, and in just 2 days, she had broken through to level 30, which left him astonished. Then he heard Gui mention that Zhu Zhuqing had taken the martial soul blood, and as it was the first time Tang San had heard of such a thing, he curiously continued to listen. In the room, after chatting for a while, Gui and Zhu Zhuqing finally walked out. As soon as they came out, Gui saw that Tang San was still there and pretended not to know, asking, aren't you leaving? Tang San was unsure how to respond, then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and instantly realized, I'm waiting for Zhu Zhuqing. She is now a student of Shrek Academy, so we are classmates. I'm just waiting to go back together with her. Oh, I see. Gui nodded as if he understood. Then, looking at Tang San, he smiled and said, remember, I welcome you to come find me for treatment at any time. But I kindly remind you, some illnesses cannot be delayed. The longer you wait, the worse it will get, and this is related to your future happiness. Gui's heartfelt words about helping Tang San inject estrogen were sincere. Chapter 18. Everyone from Shrek Academy has arrived. Upon hearing Gui's words, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang San with suspicion and asked, are you here to treat an illness? Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't possibly tell Zhu Zhuqing the real reason for his visit. After all, it concerned a man's dignity, and someone like Tang San, who valued face, would never admit it. What about you, Zhu Zhuqing? How did you end up with him? Tang San quickly reacted, looking at Gui and wanting to know what the relationship was between Zhu Zhuqing and Gui, why he was helping her, and what the soul blood was all about. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer, but instead looked at Gui, as if asking him whether it was okay to disclose information about the soul blood. Gui shook his head and smiled, saying, Tang San, Zhuqing is just my patient. A few days ago, she was injured and I helped her treat it. That's all there is to it, right? Zhuqing? Gui smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Indeed, her relationship with Gui was that simple. While Gui was chatting with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing in the clinic, Dai Mubai, who had fled back to Shrek Academy in embarrassment, had already brought reinforcements outside the clinic. When he returned to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai directly told Flinder that Guyi had beaten him up indiscriminately, and that Guyi had possibly seduced Zhu Zhuqing and might have done something inappropriate to her, which could also be detrimental to Tang San. Flinder had heard of Guyi's reputation as a physician and was initially skeptical, but upon seeing Dai Mubai's injuries and his earnest expression, he believed him. So, he took Dai Mubai and rushed to Soto City. Coincidentally, Zhao Oki, Ning Rongrong, Xiaovu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were also there. After listening to Flinder, they all followed him to the clinic. Ning Rongrong naturally didn't believe Dai Mubai, as in her mind. Guyi was gentle, handsome, and polite, so he could never do what Dai Mubai claimed. Xiaowu came along because she was worried after hearing that Tang San might be in trouble. Ma Hongjun and Oscar came purely for the excitement. And they were also curious about the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing. They had heard of Guyi's reputation as a physician and wanted to investigate. Mubai, are you sure what you're saying is true? Zhao Waoqi asked again with suspicion as they arrived outside the clinic. Teacher Zhao, I saw it with my own eyes. Guyi was holding Zhuqing on the bed, and Zhuqing was unconscious in his arms and her face. Dai Mubai was filled with anger, and although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood his implication. If I don't believe it, I'm going to find Guyi today. I even met Zhuqing, and they have known each other for a long time. How could Guyi possibly harm Zhuqing? I think you're just jealous, Mubai, and talking nonsense. Ning Rongrong directly retorted to Dai Mubai. Indeed, from what I understand, Guyi doesn't seem like that kind of person. Zhao Waoqi, who had come to get treated, also thought Guyi didn't team match what Dai Mubai claimed. Enough, let's go inside and see the truth. If what Mubai said is true, and Guyi is that kind of person daring to harm someone from Shrek Academy. Flinder snorted coldly. He was certainly not a kind-hearted person. One could imagine his character from his words about soul masters who don't dare to cause trouble. Then, Flinder and Zhao Waoqi led Dai Mubai and the others into the clinic. However, they were dumbfounded to see Guyi sitting gently in a chair, chatting with Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San was also sitting beside her without leaving. At that moment, Tang San was listening to Guyi explain things to Zhu Zhuqing, growing more and more surprised and impressed. Tang San realized that Guyi's knowledge and insights far exceeded his own understanding. Some of the things even surpassed what his teacher Yu Xiaojiang had taught him, especially regarding the soul blood. This made Tang San astonished and somewhat admire Guyi, and he gradually believed that Guyi could truly heal him and genuinely wanted to help him. Just then, Guyi paused and looked towards the entrance of the clinic. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San also looked towards the door. The intrusion of Flinder, Zhao Waoqi, and Dai Mubai interrupted them. Zhuqing, are you okay? Third brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu rushed to Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's side to inquire immediately. How could I have any issues? Zhu Zhuqing calmly retorted. Xiao Wu, I am Fine. Why are you all here? Tang San looked puzzled at Zhao Waoqi and Dai Mubai, not understanding why they had all come. It's that lecherous old tiger who said third brother was in danger here, and that Zhuqing might have been. That way with Guyi. We were worried about you both, so we came, Xiao Wu said angrily. She was clearly very upset about Dai Mubai deceiving them. Zhuqing, are you really okay? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's condition. I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing replied with just 2 words and said no more. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao were all looking at Dai Mubai. Flinder and Zhao Waoqi were also looking at Dai Mubai. Mubai, didn't you say they were in danger? What's going on? Flinder's tone was somewhat heavy, clearly feeling that Dai Mubai had lied. Dai Mubai was at a loss for words. He looked at the unharmed Tang San, then at the unharmed Zhu Zhuqing, his expression turning somewhat ugly, because he recalled the scene of Zhu Zhuqing lying in Guyi's arms, looking vulnerable. Dai Mubai pointed at Guyi and said loudly, Dean Flinder, I'm telling the truth. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. He did those things to Zhuqing. Zhao Waoqi examined Zhu Zhuqing seriously and found no trace of what Dai Mubai described. Moreover, she seemed to have broken through to the 30th level. Wait a minute. 30th level? Zhao Waoqi suddenly thought of something and looked closely at Zhu Zhuqing again. When he realized she had indeed broken through to 30, he was astounded. He had clearly sensed that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was only at 27 yesterday. Yet today, it had risen to 30. How did she achieve that? Flinder was also somewhat surprised. After all, he was very clear about Zhu Zhuqing's admission results. What on earth is going on? Flinder pretended to be angry as he looked at Dai Mubai. I say, shouldn't you consider the occasion? This is my clinic. You came in here without reason and are blocking my way like this. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Guyi glanced coldly at Dai Mubai and a few others, ultimately stopping at Zhao Wuji. Director Zhao Wuji, I just helped you heal all your injuries this morning. Are you bringing these people here to smash my clinic? And you, Dai Mubai, I was treating Zhu Zhuqing today when you barged in and attacked me for no reason. And now you come with so many people. What do you intend to do? Guye's voice was slightly cold as he looked at Dai Mubai and the others, clearly a bit angry. In his anger, he didn't need to worry about the two soul saints, Flander and Zhao Wuji. If it came to a fight, so be it. Even if he couldn't win, with the system, he could still escape. 3 years later, Gu Yi would be a good man again. Chapter 19. Please welcome Dr. Gu. Zhao Wuji and Flander didn't pay much attention to Guye's anger. However, upon hearing Guye's words, they looked at Dai Mubai. Before coming here, they had heard a completely different version from Dai Mubai compared to what Gu Yi said. As for whom to believe, they glanced at the unharmed Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, and the truth seemed to be right in front of them. However, as the head of Shrek Academy, Flander naturally had a protective instinct. Dai Mubai was his student, and he valued him greatly. Now that Gu Yi had injured him, if he didn't say something, it would clearly show that he was not a competent headmaster. Zhu Zhuqing, I am Flander, the head of Shrek Academy. Since you have joined Shrek Academy, you are my student. Now, tell me about the situation. What exactly happened? Flander looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said. Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San looked at him in slight surprise. They didn't expect this person to be the head of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Tang San immediately recognized Flander as the unscrupulous shopkeeper. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi, slowly stood up, and briefly explained the situation. I came to find Gu Yi for help with my condition. As for what Dai Mubai said, it is completely unfounded. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing was on Gu Ye's side. As for Dai Mubai, the lecherous old tiger who abandoned her to indulge in pleasures in Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing had yet to forgive him and naturally had no good feelings towards him. Tang San, what about you? Flander asked, looking at Tang San after hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. Tang San looked at Dai Mubai, then at Gu Yi, and said, I did not witness the things Dai Mubai mentioned. When I arrived, I saw Dai Mubai injured outside the clinic and went in. When I saw Zhu Zhuqing, she was fine. And the reason Zhu Zhuqing broke through to level 30 was also due to Dr. Gu Yi. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's words revealed one message. Dai Mubai's words were not the truth. Flander seemed to understand. However, Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough to level 30 genuinely surprised him. He wanted to ask for clarification immediately, but Flander thought it would be better to wait until they returned to Shrek Academy. This Dr. Gu, could you do me a favor and let this matter end here? Flander asked Gu Yi. He didn't want to escalate the situation, as it wouldn't benefit Shrek Academy. Moreover, Gu Yi had a great reputation in Soto City, and since the mistake was on his side, it wouldn't be good to let things escalate further. Gu Yi glanced at Zhao Wuji and Flander, fell silent for a moment. When one's strength is inferior to others, there's no capital for arrogance. Now that Flander has offered a way out, Gu Yi could only follow along. Then, Gu Yi's serious expression changed instantly, and he smiled warmly. I am Gu Yi, a doctor running a clinic. I believe my medical skills are quite good. If you, Director Flander, or any of your students fall ill, remember to come find me, and I guarantee that my medicine will cure you. Gu Yi specifically looked at Dai Mubai and the others, as well as Ma Hongjun, who had a defect in his martial soul. Flander and the others were not angry at Gu Ye's words. After all, coming from a doctor, although it sounded a bit uncomfortable, it was still somewhat pleasing to hear. Absolutely, Zhao Wuji responded. Gu Ye's medical skills have been witnessed and were indeed impressive. Flander said nothing and looked at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, now you all go back to Shrek Academy. Classes will officially start tomorrow. Yes, Dai Mubai answered helplessly. He knew that whatever he said at this moment would be useless and could only obediently return. However, when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Is Dr. Gu here? At that moment, a voice came from outside the clinic. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Gu Yi instantly knew who it was. Gumin, he called out and waited for the person to enter. Soon, a middle-aged man with a goatee and dressed in luxurious robes walked in. Two tall bodyguards followed him closely. The expressions of the two bodyguards were stiff, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, they exuded a powerful aura, clearly stronger than the Spirit King. Dr. Gu, what brings you here? The middle-aged man, seeing Flander and Zhao Wuji surrounded in the clinic, looked at Gu Yi with confusion. Some minor matters. I didn't know you were visiting my clinic. Gu Yi guessed as he looked at the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. The man nodded and said, yes, my wife is feeling a bit unwell, so I came to invite Dr. Gu to our home to take a look. I see. Gu Yi instantly understood the man's intention. He then recalled the man's mention of his wife, the beautiful and stunning young woman, and his expression became slightly serious. Both Flander and Zhao Wujia were also a bit surprised upon seeing the middle-aged man, as they both knew who he was. Qin Shao, a powerful expert beside the city lord of Soto City, a spirit saint and one of the guardians of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. According to Flander, the city lord of Soto City was a prince of the Bala Kingdom, and Soto City was his fief. Although his personal strength was not strong, due to his identity as a prince and his blood ties to the Heaven Do Empire, he had a very powerful backing. In the entire Soto City, everyone knew that the Great Soul Arena was protected by two spirit saints, and Qin Shao was one of them. In terms of strength, Flander and the others had to be wary of Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao was also the closest person to the city lord of Soto City. It should be noted that the village where Flander had established Shrek Academy was under the management of Soto City. As long as Qin Shao said a word to the city lord, Flander Shrek Academy might have to pack up and leave. Hey, aren't you the one called Flander? At this moment, Qin Shao looked at Flander and seemed to vaguely remember him, having seen him at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. That's right, I remember now. You're the one who opened an academy called Shrek outside Soto City, right? You're also a spirit saint and the dean of Shrek Academy. I remember you. Huh. Brother Qin can still remember me. It's truly an honor. Flander said with a hearty laugh. Flander didn't want to offend Qin Shao, who was also a spirit saint level expert. What's the matter, Dean Flander? Do you and Dr. Gu have some misunderstanding? Qin Shao inquired. Dr. Gu has saved my city lord's life, and my city lord's wife also holds Dr. Gu's medical skills in the highest regard. If Dean Flander has any grievances with Dr. Gu, why not consider my face and let it go? How about that? Although Qin Shao didn't say anything threatening, there was an underlying tone of threat in his words. A shrewd person like Flander could naturally discern the meaning behind Qin Shao's words. Not giving Qin Shao face would mean going against him. Flander wanted to continue operating Shrek Academy and certainly wouldn't want to offend a spirit saint like Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao was one of the guardians of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and a wise person like Flander would be even less likely to go against him. Brother Qin, you misunderstand. I just came to ask Dr. Gu a few questions and was about to take these students back. Flander said with a sly smile. That's good. I thought Dean Flander had some conflict with Dr. Gu. It seems it was a misunderstanding. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, may I ask if Dr. Gu has the time to come to my house to check on my wife's health? Qin Shao turned to Gu Yi and asked. That's fine. Gu Yi nodded in agreement. Then I trouble Dr. Gu. Qin Shao said politely. Chapter 20. The beautiful young woman related to Gu Yi then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and instructed her on some matters before heading to the Soto City Lord's residence with Qin Shao. Meanwhile, Flander took Tang San and the others back to Shrek Academy. Dean, was that person very strong? Why were you so polite? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion on the way back to Shrek. It should be noted that in his impression, Dean Flander would not be so humble. A spirit saint like me, what do you think? Flander glanced at Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was a bit surprised. No wonder the usually assertive Flander taught them not to be afraid and to avoid trouble. It turned out he had encountered a rival. And let me tell you, he's not just a simple spirit saint. He is also a personal guard of the city lord of Soto City, a royal relative, and one of the guardians of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. His strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, you all will be going to the Great Soul Arena for class tomorrow. If you offend the master behind the arena, how will I make money? Flander said with displeasure. So that's how it is. Ma Hongjun nodded in realization. However, after nodding, he felt something was off. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also looked at Flander, clearly suspecting his motives based on his earlier words. Ahem, let's first return to Shrek Academy and talk later. Flander awkwardly said after accidentally revealing his thoughts and quickly walked ahead. After pausing for a moment, he added, Also, Zhu Zhuqing, once we get back, tell me all about your breakthrough to level 30. After saying that, he walked even faster. The Shrek group looked at Flander, who seemed a bit guilty, seriously doubting his intentions. Meanwhile, Gui had already arrived outside the Soto City Lord's residence. This was a place he was most unwilling to visit, but had to come. The reason being, there was a woman inside, the wife of the Soto City Lord, Shui Hong, a stunningly beautiful young woman with whom he had a deep connection. No, it should be said that the previous Gu Yi had a deep connection with her, and it had nothing to do with him, Gu Yi. Before Gu Yi had crossed over, which was 3 months ago, the former Gu Yi had an improper relationship with this beautiful young woman. The reason was naturally that Gu Ye's appearance was too stunning. Gu Yi vaguely remembers it was a dark and windy night when he met the beautiful young woman in the wilderness, which left a deep impression on him. After that, they engaged in a deeper understanding in the wild. Eventually, they met again in the wilderness when the night sky was adorned with a bright moon, and both sides were drawn to each other, ready for a passionate encounter in the small forest. 3 months ago, when Gu Yi had just crossed over, he was secretly meeting with this beautiful young woman in the wild. At that time, Gu Yi was filled with self-doubt, wondering if the reason he had soul transcended was because of that beautiful young woman. Dr. Gu, my wife has been waiting for a long time. Please come in with me. Qin Shao reminded Gu Yi, who had been standing at the door for a while. Gu Yi nodded, sighed in his heart, and walked into the city lord's mansion. By the way, is the city lord in the mansion? Gu Yi asked. Of course. The city lord knew that the esteemed physician was coming and had already prepared a banquet with his wife to await the esteemed physician. Really? Then I am truly honored. He was speechless about the lord of Soto City, Prince Shui Hong of the Bala Kingdom. Especially when he thought about that night 2 months ago. Gu Yi was at a loss for words. 2 months ago, he had just arrived in this world for a month. His strength was just average, being a level 32 soul master, barely having a foothold in Soto City. It was that night, under the strong invitation of the Lord's wife, that Gu Yi had to meet the beautiful young woman at the Lord's mansion. The reason Gu Yi went that night was that he had confirmed that the Lord Shui Hong was not present. Little did he know that sometimes things just worked out oddly. As he was chatting with the beautiful lady, Shui Hong returned unexpectedly. To make matters worse, when Shui Hong came back, he was severely injured and nearly died. Gu Yi just happened to be skilled in medicine, and after some treatment, he managed to save Shui Hong. From then on, he became Shui Hong's lifesaver, and Shui Hong regarded Gu Yi as an honored guest, frequently sending someone to invite him to the Lord's mansion. However, Gu Yi had to decline every time, mainly because he felt guilty and could only keep refusing. Today, the main reason he came was to sever ties with that beautiful young woman. After all, he was not someone like Chao. Soon, under Qin Zhao's guidance, Gu Yi arrived at the Lord's mansion in Soto City. In the hall, a man in his mid-30s sat in a chair. This man was none other than the Lord of Soto City, Shui Hong, a prince of the Bala Kingdom. His father, King Kundello of Balak, was a cousin of the emperor of the Tindo Empire, Oculus Shuya, making his status quite noble. Beside Shui Hong sat a mature woman in her early 30s. She wore a purple dress, her golden long hair casually cascading down, her face as captivating as autumn waters. A constant smile adorned her ruby lips, making her appear extremely charming, especially when paired with her curvaceous and graceful figure in that purple dress. Just a glance left one in awe at how such a woman could exist in the world. This woman was naturally Shui Hong's wife, but she also held another identity as Princess Cadden of the Sylvis Kingdom. One was a prince, and the other was a princess. Their identities matched. But according to Gu Ye's understanding, they had come together through a political marriage without any real feelings. Moreover, Shui Hong had a natural inclination for enjoyment, often indulging in pleasures and rarely being home, which was precisely why Cadden had sought out Gu Yi some time ago. Is the physician almost here? Shui Hong asked Cadden, the beautiful lady beside him. He should be here soon. But is it really good to deceive the physician like this? Cadden feigned concern as she asked, though she was eagerly looking forward to seeing Gu Yi. It had been 2 months since she last met him, and she missed him dearly. If I hadn't said that, I was afraid the physician wouldn't come, Cadden thought to herself. Yes, I heard the physician has been busy treating the sick and injured these days, and he does it for free for the people of Soto City. Is that true? Yes, it is indeed true. His medical skills are truly admirable. Indeed, if it weren't for the physician, I might have already died, Shui Hong sighed, then turned to the beautiful lady beside him and said earnestly, Madam, I didn't have the chance to thank the physician last time because he left in a hurry. I've been busy with work lately and haven't had time to find him. When he arrives, we must properly thank him. Cadden nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will treat him well. And she thought to herself, and I will treat him with my body and heart. Just then, Qin Shao and Gu Yi arrived outside the hall. Lord, lady, the physician has arrived. Upon hearing this, Shui Hong and Cadden quickly stood up, and when they saw that the visitor was Gu Yi, both were extremely excited. Physician, please take a seat. Shui Hong hurriedly welcomed Gu Yi to sit down. Cadden was even more eager to take Gu Ye's hand and treat him well. Lord Shui, there's no need to be polite, Gu Yi smiled and said, then turned to the beautiful lady beside him, puzzled. Lady Cadden, didn't you say you were unwell and wanted me to help you with your health? Cadden glanced at Shui Hong awkwardly. She did want to tell Gu Yi the truth. She indeed felt a bit unwell, and thinking of Gu Yi, it made her heart flutter and her mouth dry, craving for his help to heal her and moisten her lips. But with Xue Hong and others around, such intimate words were naturally not something she would say. Physician, if I hadn't said that, you wouldn't have come, Xue Hong said with a smile. I had people invite you several times before, but you said you were unavailable, so I had to resort to this tactic. Exactly, Kaden also complained, looking at Gu Yi. She was very unhappy that Gu Yi hadn't come to see her in 2 months. So that's how it is. Gu Yi understood their intentions. One truly wanted to see him, while the other desired to see him in a different way. Physician, I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life before. Today, I've specially arranged a banquet to invite you. Hoping you won't refuse, Xue Hong said. You're too polite, Lord. I'm just an ordinary physician. I can't bear such treatment from you, Gu Yi said modestly. His gaze, however, lingered on the beautiful Lady Kaden. Kaden slightly parted her lips, as if trying to convey a message to Gu Yi, making a seductive little gesture. She brushed her plump lips with her small hand. Seeing this, Gu Yi felt a thrill and quickly started chatting with Xue Hong. Chapter 21. Familiar plot. Physician, you're being too modest, compared to your life-saving grace. This is nothing at all. Come, let's eat and chat, Xue Hong said enthusiastically. Gu Yi, feeling helpless about Xue Hong's warmth, glanced at Kaden, the beautiful lady he had an affair with, and finally sat down to eat and chat. I heard, physician, that you've been treating the sick for free in Soto City recently? Xue Hong asked while drinking wine. I'm just doing my small part, and, as a physician, treating and saving lives is my duty. Just like before when I saw you injured and near death. How could I not save you? Gu Yi said humbly. Indeed, physicians like you who are willing to help others are rare. Come, physician, I toast you a glass, thanking you for saving my life 2 months ago. Xue Hong raised his glass and drank it all. You are too polite. Saving you is my duty, Gu Yi said pointedly, also drinking it all. However, at that moment, Gu Yi's gaze flicked to Kaden. At that time, Kaden, taking advantage of Xue Hong's inattention, made a gesture to Gu Yi, one that he was very familiar with. It was as if she was conveying a message to him. Don't miss our meeting in the small grove tonight. Gu Yi glanced back at the beautiful young woman, Kaden, who was drinking seriously. After a round of toasts, they had already drunk 3 rounds and tasted 5 dishes. Gu Yi maintained a serious demeanor while subtly exchanging glances with Kaden, refusing her invitation for a date in the small woods, while also politely engaging with Xue Hong, the city lord, in various conversations. To be honest, if it weren't for Kaden's intimate relationship with him, he wouldn't have come here today. Moreover, Gu Yi had saved Xue Hong, the city lord, 2 months ago. He wouldn't have sought him out for any other reason, especially not at this time, unless there was something important at hand. Sure enough, Xue Hong, with an air of drunkenness, set down his wine glass and looked at Gu Yi, saying, Dr. Gu, I have something to discuss, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to bring it up. Please, City Lord, go ahead, Gu Yi replied. It's like this. I have a matter I'd like to ask Dr. Gu for help with. You should know that Suo Tuo City is under my jurisdiction, and there is a place closely related to Suo Tuo City, which is the Grand Soul Arena. This place holds soul master battles every day. Although the income is considerable, many soul masters get injured daily. While there are healing soul masters to assist in recovery, they still can't keep up. At this moment, I thought of you. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are exceptional. I wonder if you have the time to come to the Grand Soul Arena in Suo Tuo City to help me out? Clearly, this was the main reason Xue Hong, the city lord, had invited Gu Yi here today. As soon as Xue Hong finished speaking, Kaden, sitting beside him, made subtle gestures to Gu Yi, as if urging him to agree quickly. Kaden wanted Gu Yi to agree, naturally, to meet with her lover. She was in a family-arranged marriage with Xue Hong and had no feelings for him. Moreover, Xue Hong often indulged in a lavish lifestyle outside, showing no concern for her either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Gu Yi and had certain indescribable experiences with him. They had even agreed to meet privately, and her thoughts were already consumed by Gu Yi. Of course, this was more about the romantic past of Gu Yi's predecessor, having little to do with him. To be honest, Kaden was very beautiful, mature, and exactly to Gu Yi's taste. He liked beautiful, mature women like her. 2 months ago, they had already had several intimate encounters, but now, Gu Yi assessed the already somewhat drunk Xue Hong, and then thought of his system task to collect the Soul Master's martial soul blood. Finally, he looked at the beautiful woman, Ka Dan, and made a decision in his heart. City Lord, I agree to help the injured soul masters at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, but upon hearing Gu Yi's agreement, Xue Hong was delighted and quickly asked, but what? I'm a bit busy on weekdays, so I can't be at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena all the time to help with treatment. I can only go when I have free time. Oh, I thought it was something serious. As long as you, Dr. Gu, can go, everything is fine. Moreover, the Grand Soul Arena starts in the evening, so you can come then, and I will have my wife treat you well. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Gu Yi smiled slightly at Ka Dan. He only agreed to Shui Hong's invitation to collect the Soul Master's martial soul blood, and had no other intentions. After all, Gu Yi was a serious person who only liked helping others with their illnesses while conveniently researching the truth of life. Ka Dan, the beautiful woman, was happy when Gu Yi agreed, because she was the true owner of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. She usually spent her time there, and now her lover Gu Yi had agreed to come every night to help, giving her the opportunity to meet with him. Meanwhile, Shui Hong was overjoyed to have Gu Yi, such a talent, assist his wife Ka Dan at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. And he quickly drank a few more cups. Having already been somewhat drunk, he drank even more now, and the intoxication gradually took hold. Dr. Gu, come. I'll toast you again. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Ignoring everything, the drunken Shui Hong suddenly raised his wine cup and drank heartily. As he drank, he suddenly thudded down on the table. Although Shui Hong was the city lord and a prince of the Bala Kingdom, his strength was not even at the great soul master level. He was a typical pleasure-seeking noble. Eating, drinking, and having fun were second nature to him. Originally, there were only Gu Yi, Ka Dan, and Shui Hong in the room. Now that Shui Hong was drunk and lying down, only Gu Yi and Ka Dan remained. One was a handsome man, and the other was a voluptuous woman, and importantly, the two had a certain connection. Now that Shui Hong was drunk, Ka Dan, missing her lover, immediately focused her gaze on Gu Yi, looking at him with a captivating charm that was heart-stirring. Gu Yi glanced at Shui Hong, who was drunkenly sprawled on the table, and then looked at Ka Dan, who was staring at him with intense eyes. Why did this scene, this moment, this plot feel so familiar? Gu Yi pondered for a moment. A certain host invited a man to his home, where there was a beautiful wife. The three of them drank and chatted happily together. The host got drunk first, leaving the beautiful wife and the handsome man together. Soon after, this handsome man and the beautiful wife. Gu Yi seemed to know how the plot would unfold next. He looked at Ka Dan, but Ka Dan's gaze never left Gu Yi. Then the two of them glanced at Shui Hong, who was drunk and slumped over the table. Gu Yi, Ka Dan called out first. Her voice was pleasant, soft, and enchanting, with a hint of allure. Such a voice could easily penetrate into someone's heart, especially with the deep emotion Ka Dan was expressing at that moment. However, Gu Yi felt a strange sensation in his heart. It was simply because he was too familiar with this scene and this storyline. He glanced over and was certain that Shui Hong was indeed drunk. After all, as a physician with extraordinary medical skills, he could tell at a glance whether someone was drunk or not. Moreover, Gu Yi sensed that there were only him and Ka Dan left in the room. Gu Yi seemed to have thought of something, stood up, and walked toward Ka Dan. Seeing Gu Yi approaching, Ka Dan recalled the various secret meetings and affectionate moments they had shared in the past, her heart racing faster and faster. She couldn't wait to stand up. Gu Yi came up behind Ka Dan, slowly leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "You are still as beautiful as ever," making people's hearts flutter. Ka Dan listened and smiled happily. Gu Yi's words touched her heart. "However, I have other things to do now. I'll come find you for a deeper chat when I have some time." Gu Yi was about to take his leave, as he still wanted to cut off contact with the beautiful young woman, Ka Dan. However, Ka Dan suddenly grabbed Gu Yi, tears glistening in her eyes, looking at him with a hint of blame. "Can you bear to watch me suffer from my physical and emotional illness, getting worse day by day? As a physician, Gu Yi's duty is to treat and save people, but Ka Dan's illness is somewhat difficult to cure. After all, becoming a monk is not an easy task." Chapter 22. Zhu Zhuqing's impressive verbal skills. "Gu Yi, only you can cure my illness." Ka Dan fixed her beautiful eyes on Gu Yi, pulling his hand to her chest. Sigh. Gu Yi sighed. Being a doctor was really difficult. Not only did he have to help people heal, but he also had to assist them in their cultivation. Now, this beautiful woman, Ka Dan, was directly clinging to him, refusing to let him go until she was cured. Gu Yi felt helpless. "I'll go back to prepare for a bit. Then I'll head to the Soul Arena in Soto City." In the end, Gu Yi still declined Ka Dan's invitation for tonight while leaving her with an uncertain time. After all, Gu Yi still lacked the strength. If he were strong enough, he would have already taken Ka Dan back to his room and galloped away. Hearing this, Ka Dan finally felt happy. The Soto City Soul Arena was her territory. As soon as Gu Yi arrived there, it would be very convenient for her to find him and share her feelings. "I'll take my leave? I'll see you out." Just as Gu Yi was leaving the City Lord's mansion in Soto City, on the other side, Shrek Academy. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Flander gathered the Shrek 7 and gave them a lecture while announcing that classes would officially start tomorrow. Then Flander asked Zhu Zhuqing why she had broken through to level 30 so quickly. It was Gu Yi who helped me. Gu Yi, how did he help you level up 3 levels in one day? It should be the blood of martial spirits. Dean Flander, Tang San interjected at this moment. Blood of martial spirits? What is that? Flander didn't understand. Not only him, but Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the others also didn't understand. According to Gu Yi, this was the most fundamental energy of martial spirits, and Zhu Zhuqing had broken through so quickly because of this. This was something Tang San had overheard during a conversation between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, Gu Yi had intentionally mentioned it to pique their curiosity since he needed their interest to facilitate his actions and perform surgeries on them later. It seemed that Gu Yi was not that simple. He actually had such insights. Flander thought of his good brother Yu Xiaojing, who specialized in studying martial spirits. If he were here, he would definitely be very interested in Gu Yi's findings. He might even go find Gu Yi to ask what the blood of martial spirits was. Zhuqing, since you just joined Shrek Academy, even though you've broken through to level 30, you still need to be observed for a few days. During these days, you can better stabilize your cultivation, and as for helping you hunt for your 3rd spirit ring, you'll have to wait a few days. You all gather tomorrow morning for formal classes. All right, unless there are any questions, you're dismissed. By the way, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Ao, you two stay behind. Zhu Zhuqing did not object to Flander's words and returned to her residence after he announced the dismissal. Tang San, Oscar, and the others did the same. Ning Rongrong looked at Flander in confusion, not understanding why he wanted her to stay behind. Oscar, however, knew the reason. Thinking of Dean Flander's strictness, Oscar's expression turned bitter. But when he saw the fair and beautiful Ning Rongrong, his eyes instantly lit up, standing straight and looking at Flander. Flander kept the two behind to train them in running, teaching them to understand the weaknesses of support-type soul masters. While Flander was instructing Ning Rongrong and Oscar, on the other side, Dai Mubai was thinking about the scene of Zhu Zhuqing lying in Gu Yi's arms, feeling a thorn in his heart. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing walking ahead and shouted, Zhu Zhuqing, stop! Zhu Zhuqing, who was walking in front, stopped, turned around to look at Dai Mubai, and coldly asked, what is it? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also stopped and looked at the two. What exactly is your relationship with that Gu Yi? Although Dai Mubai didn't say it outright, Zhu Zhuqing and the others seemed to know what he meant. What does it have to do with you? Zhu Zhuqing replied indifferently. What does it have to do with me? Ha! Zhu Zhuqing, don't forget your identity. Dai Mubai said angrily, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, does Dai Mubai know this Zhu Zhuqing? Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Tang San and asked. He should know, Tang San replied. He wasn't sure if Dai Mubai knew Zhu Zhuqing, but judging by their tone and Dai Mubai's angry concern for Zhu Zhuqing, it was clear they knew each other. After sizing up Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. This Zhu Zhuqing really is beautiful, and her figure is top-notch. Could it be that Dai Mubai has taken a liking to her? Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun looked regretful. He knew how flirtatious Dai Mubai was. The women he had been with were more than he could compare to. Is there anything else? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai and asked coldly. She needed to go back to stabilize her cultivation and didn't have time to waste here. I'll ask you one more time. What is your relationship with that Gu Yi? What is going on between you two? Dai Mubai clenched his fists, evidently angry at Zhu Zhuqing's indifference towards him. Extremely boring, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Dai Mubai, you'd be better off spending this time on training to improve your strength instead of getting angry and making random guesses. Or are you saying that you've wasted your time running away all these years? You. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, angered by Zhu Zhuqing's words. He had indeed been working hard on his cultivation over the years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the current level of Soul Master at level 37. However, he sensed a hint of sarcasm in Zhu Zhuqing's words, as if she looked down on him. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun had already confirmed that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing knew each other, and they were curious about their relationship. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai, seeing that he was suppressing his anger, and expressionlessly turned to leave. If Dai Mubai had been furious and acted out, it might have earned him a bit of respect from Zhu Zhuqing, but the way he was now made her not want to waste any more time with him. Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zhuqing leave, not stopping her again. Dai Mubai, what is your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing? Why did she just say you ran away? After Zhu Zhuqing left, Ma Hongjun approached Dai Mubai and asked. To his surprise, Dai Mubai snorted coldly and walked away, clearly unwilling to tell Ma Hongjun and the others. There is definitely something going on between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun pondered. Yeah, that makes sense. Dai Mubai's martial spirit is the white tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit is the spirit cat. There really is a connection between them, Tang San said as well. They exchanged glances and returned to the men's dormitory together. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu followed Zhu Zhuqing back to the women's dormitory. Once back in the residence, Xiao Wu, curious about Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Dai Mubai, started to ask more questions. Zhuqing, do you know Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing nodded calmly. No wonder. So, Zhuqing, what is your relationship with Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu asked again. We had an engagement when we were children. Engagement? So, Zhuqing, aren't you Dai Mubai's fiancé? Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise. I suppose so, Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly. After calming her surprise, Xiao Wu recalled the day they encountered Dai Mubai and quietly said, Zhuqing, let me tell you something. When I came to Soto City with Brother San, I saw Dai Mubai carrying a pair of twins to a hotel. Disgusting guy. Zhu Zhuqing snorted softly, clearly having guessed what kind of person Dai Mubai was. She looked down on him and was only focused on improving her own strength. If Dai Mubai continued to be that degenerate, she wouldn't say much because it wasn't worth it. Chapter 23. The temptation from Cardan. Who's so tired? So tired. I can't go on. I want to. Can't do it anymore. On the other side, in Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong, as a support type, was running a few laps around the academy. Panting heavily, Oscar, who was running alongside her, heard Ning Rongrong's weak sounds and quickly said, Rongrong, if you're tired, why don't we slow down a bit? Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar and thought about how she had never suffered such grievances growing up. Just as she stopped to rest, she suddenly recalled what Guyi had told her before. More exercise would help her develop and grow bigger. The thought of growing made Ning Rongrong, who was originally panting and ready to give up, instantly filled with fighting spirit. She gritted her teeth and continued to run. This shows how much Ning Rongrong longed to change her flat figure. Oscar, being a man, had better stamina than Ning Rongrong. He jogged behind her, watching her graceful figure as he ran. As he looked, Ning Rongrong's silhouette imprinted itself in Oscar's mind, and he suddenly realized he had developed feelings for her. Then, Oscar quickened his pace, running alongside Ning Rongrong, hoping to chat with her while running, seizing the opportunity to get to know her better and see if he had a chance to win her over. However, Ning Rongrong was completely focused on Guye's advice and didn't even bother to acknowledge Oscar. What Ning Rongrong and Oscar didn't know was that Flanders was watching the whole time. After seeing Ning Rongrong run a few laps, he returned to his office to prepare for the class he would teach tomorrow at the Soto City Great Soul Arena to earn some money. On the other side, in Soto City, Guye's clinic. After Guye returned from the City Lord's mansion, he thought about his various connections with the beautiful Lady Cadden and the promise he made to go to Soto City for the Grand Soul Arena. He felt inexplicably happy. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to collect the Soul Master's martial soul blood at the Grand Soul Arena. He then tidied up his clinic and room to cultivate his soul power. After a night of silence, the next day, Guye got up early to prepare himself before heading to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto. However, at that moment, a luxurious carriage arrived outside the clinic, and two people got out, Shui Hong, the City Lord of Soto, and the beautiful Lady Cadden. My lady, if you had kept Dr. Gu here yesterday to entertain him well, we wouldn't have to come here so early, Shui Hong said, recalling how he got drunk the day before and Cadden didn't keep Guyi to stay for the night, looking at her with some blame. It's not all my fault. You clearly couldn't handle that much alcohol, yet you insisted on drinking until you were drunk. How could I, as a woman, keep Dr. Gu here? Lady Cadden pretended to be angry. Seeing my wife blame me, Shui Hong felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't I just too happy yesterday? But my lady, we are here to find Dr. Gu now. It's the same, Shui Hong chuckled and changed the topic. Coincidentally, as the two arrived at the door, they ran into Gu Yi, who was about to go out. Dr. Gu, both Shui Hong and Cadden called out. What a coincidence. I was just about to go out when City Lord Shui and Lady Cadden arrived, Gu Yi responded. Yes, it really is a coincidence, Lady Cadden said, smiling as she carefully looked Gu Yi over. Shui Hong called out Dr. Gu on the left and Dr. Gu on the right, sounding very intimate like good brothers. After chatting for a moment, Shui Hong, feeling distracted, quickly said, Dr. Gu, let's head to the Grand Soul Arena now. Sure, that sounds good, Gu Yi nodded in agreement. Then Gu Yi got into the carriage with the two of them to head to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto. On the way, the carriage suddenly stopped, and a soul saint named Qin Xiao came to Shui Hong's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Shui Hong's expression turned serious and then ecstatic. He looked at Gu Yi with a hint of embarrassment and said, Dr. Gu, I have some matters to attend to. Why don't I let my wife take you to the Grand Soul Arena? The subsequent matters can be discussed with her. Gu Yi glanced at the beautiful young woman, Princess Kaden, and then looked at Shui Hong, the lord of Suatua City. He cleared his throat and said, "This might be a bit inconvenient." "Alas, what's so inconvenient about it?" "It's decided then. Madam, please take Dr. Gu to the Grand Soul Arena in Suatua City later and make the arrangements. Remember, you must treat Dr. Gu well," Shui Hong said before preparing to leave with Qin Shao, the Soul Saint. Before leaving, he emphasized to his wife that she must treat Gu Yi well and not let him down. "Rest assured, I will take good care of Dr. Gu," she replied. "Well, then I shall take my leave." Shui Hong got off the carriage and walked in front of Qin Shao, asking seriously, "Are you sure the Crown Prince is leaving in a few days?" Qin Shao nodded in confirmation, stating that it was news from Tiando City and could not be false. "That's good. That's good," Shui Hong said happily as he left, needing to prepare for some matters, completely unconcerned about his wife Kaden being with Gu Yi. Inside the carriage, once Shui Hong left, Kaden could no longer suppress her thoughts and looked at Gu Yi, the man who had a connection with her. At this moment, only Gu Yi and the beautiful young woman, Princess Kaden, remained in the carriage. With a hint of affectionate spring in her eyes, Kaden, who had originally been sitting opposite Gu Yi, moved to sit beside him, getting very close. "Dr. Gu, just now Shui Hong said to take good care of you. You can rest assured I will definitely treat you well," Kaden said softly, making Gu Yi feel a bit restless. However, he was a serious person and knew he couldn't engage in improper behavior. He cleared his throat and quickly asked, "Madam Kaden, may I ask if your condition has improved?" "Well, my illness. Isn't it because of you?" "Dr. Gu, don't you think so?" Kaden said with a hint of a smile, her beautiful eyes gazing at Gu Yi. How about I take a look at your condition, Madam Kaden?" Gu Yi suggested after some consideration. Then I would trouble you, Dr. Gu." Kaden took Gu Ye's hand and placed it on the area of her illness, right on her chest. Thump, thump. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi could feel Kaden's heartbeat growing more intense. Her eyes, like autumn water, looked at him, making Gu Yi almost doubt whether she was really ill. "Doctor, my heart is beating so fast. Can you feel it?" Kaden asked gently. Gu Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, it is a bit fast and the heartbeat is still somewhat soft. After speaking, Gu Yi looked at Madame Cardan's plump and charming face with a slightly serious expression. "Your illness is quite severe, and if you want to recover, it won't be something that can be done overnight." "Then, Dr. Gu, could you please tell me about the treatment process?" "It would help me prepare mentally," Madame Cardan said, tightly holding Gu Ye's hand against her chest, looking at him with anticipation. Gu Yi glanced at his hand, which was pressed against Mrs. Kaden's chest, and said, "It requires unblocking the meridians. The path is obstructed yet leads out. Then, ancient physician, I entrust my illness to you." Mrs. Kaden looked at Gu Yi shyly, as she understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Gu Yi nodded. "Rest assured, helping patients is my duty. Your illness can only be treated properly by me." Madame Cardan held Gu Ye's hand even tighter. The carriage continued towards the Soto City Great Soul Arena, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. The once steady carriage shook a bit more violently. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi took out his unique skill and began to treat Madame Cardan, the patient, with his techniques. By the time they arrived outside the Soto City Great Soul Arena, the two got off the carriage, and Madame Cardan's cheeks were rosy and radiant, looking much better. Although Gu Yi has been in Soto City for some time, it was his first visit to the Soto City Soul Arena. Looking at the huge circular building in front of him, Gu Yi exclaimed, "What an impressive sight. Master Gu, let's go inside. The soul fighting competition won't start until the evening. After we enter, you can come to my room first, and I will treat you well. Once the soul fighting tournament begins, there will be more injured soul masters, and I will need your help then. It's no trouble at all. As a healer, treating patients is my duty." Gu Yi smiled and said a few words before walking into the Soto City Grand Soul Arena with Kaden. Chapter 24. Encounter at the Soto Grand Soul Arena. "Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam." The staff at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena hurriedly bowed and greeted Kaden as she entered. Kaden nodded and continued to lead Gu Yi inside. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, the person in charge, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, hurriedly ran out. The middle-aged man bowed before Madame Kaden and said respectfully, "Madam, this is Dr. Gu. Starting today, Dr. Gu will be treating the injured soul masters in the arena. Seeing him is the same as seeing me. Do you understand?" Kaden announced. The middle-aged man looked up at Gu Yi and replied, "Yes, madam, your subordinate understands. Also, inform all staff at the arena that from now on, they should treat Dr. Gu as they would treat me." Kaden was the true master of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, and naturally, no one dared to oppose her words. The middle-aged man quickly conveyed the message. After explaining some matters, Cadden took Gu Yi to the highest VIP room in the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, which was her residence. Madam Cadden, I didn't expect you to have such a strong voice here. It's all right. By the way, Gu Yi, when it's just the two of us, you should call me Cadden like before, understand? Okay, Madam Cadden. Under the arrangement of the beautiful Madam Cadden, Gu Yi smoothly became the treatment physician for the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena. There was still a long time before the soul battles of the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena began, as they usually started in the evening. Before the battles commenced, Gu Yi could only follow Cadden back to her room to treat her as a patient first. Time always passed quickly during treatment, and in the room, Gu Yi and Cadden were so engrossed that they didn't notice the passage of time until dusk. At this moment, not far from the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, in a tea stall, Flander had already brought a few members of Shrek Academy to this location. At this time, Xiao Wu frowned at the tea with froth in front of her and said, Dean, we won't be having our first class here, will we? Flander replied, of course not. Your classroom is over there. As he spoke, he raised his hand to point outside. Following the direction of Flander's finger, Tang San and the others looked over. It was indeed the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena. Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly as he whispered, Dean, is it really okay for them to go there on the first day? Flander calmly said, you all must remember, you are not ordinary people. You are all monsters. Since you are monsters, you must have a monster's way of training. And that place is the largest and most famous battle venue in Soto City, the Soto Grand Seoul Arena. You will participate in actual combat there today. This is today's lesson. Flander then explained the matters regarding the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena and the rules of the soul battles to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. After hearing this, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing curiously looked at the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena. After a while, Tang San turned to Flander and asked, Dean Flander, have Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others participated in the soul battles before? Flander nodded. Dai Mubai smiled and said nonchalantly, I started participating in the Soto Grand Seoul Arena's contests when I was at level 29. So far, I've fought 56 battles, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. My points are 2. To advance from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, you need 100 points. You earn 1 point for each victory, so the battles inside are quite challenging. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, as if to tell her that he hadn't wasted his time all these years. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't give him much attention. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's coldness towards him, Dai Mubai felt a bit angry, but held it in. He had already noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was still a maiden, which was an experience he had gained from years of pursuing women. It was precisely because Zhu Zhuqing had not had a relationship with Gu Yi that he thought about reconciling with her. However, Zhu Zhuqing's indifference was beyond his expectations. Flander looked at the sky outside and said, It's about time. Let us go. I'll explain the rest when we get to the venue. After settling the tea bill, the 6 of them walked out of the tea stall and headed towards the Soto Grand Seoul Arena. As they got closer, the shock of the Grand Seoul Arena was even more astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, they had not come to this part of the city, so they had not realized that there was such a magnificent building. The Soto Grand Seoul Arena was oval in shape, standing at a height of 120 meters, with a main arena and 24 sub-arena sections inside, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. It was not only a place for soul masters to spar and communicate, but also a venue for various forces to showcase their strength. As they walked towards the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, Flander briefly informed Tang San and the others about the remaining details of the arena. When they entered the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, in the highest VIP room, the treatment between Gu Yi and Madam Cadden had just concluded. Madam Cadden, I've just helped you clear the blocked pathways, your meridians. You've also been tired all day. You should rest well. I'll go out for a bit. You go ahead. I'll rest for a while. Madam Cadden looked very tired, her eyelids carrying a hint of spring warmth, and after saying this, she covered herself with a blanket to rest. Gu Yi glanced at the beautiful young woman, Cadden, and sneered inwardly. Chao Xing won't die. He then walked out of the room. Once outside, the main person in charge of the Soto City Soul Arena approached him immediately and asked in a low voice, How is Dr. Gu's rest? We nodded in satisfaction. Dr. Gu, our soul battles are about to begin. I will trouble you later. It's part of my duty. I'll take a walk first. Injured soul masters will come looking for me later. All right. May I ask if Dr. Gu needs someone to guide you? No need. Gu Yi replied and began to walk around the soul arena. He had been busy treating Cadden's body since he arrived in Soto City, and now it was a good opportunity to see the unique soul battles of Douluo Continent. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Flinder, and Tang San approached him. It's him. Dai Mu Bai, with sharp eyes, spotted Gu Yi and looked somewhat displeased. Dr. Gu, what are you doing here? Tang San, who admired Gu Ye's medical skills, asked in a slightly more polite tone. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression softened a bit upon seeing Gu Yi. She too wanted to know why he was here. What a coincidence. Gu Yi smiled and looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others. I'm a healing doctor here. You are here to participate in the soul fighting, right? If you get injured, you can come to me for treatment, and I'm very willing to help. Gu Yi would not tell Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others that the reason he was so polite in wanting to help them with treatment was that he would perform some improper surgeries during the process. For example, for someone like Dai Mu Bai, a special hormone would be necessary. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to a certain someone. As for Ma Hongjun, if Gu Yi remembered correctly, someone with a mutated martial soul like Ma Hongjun, who had to release his evil fire through women, was very much like someone practicing the sunflower scripture without castration. If Gu Yi helped Ma Hongjun with castration, perhaps he wouldn't need to seek women to vent his evil fire. He could finish it himself. Chapter 25. Gu Ye's close guidance of Zhu Zhuqing, healing physician. When Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Flander learned that Gu Yi was also the healing physician of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, their expressions varied. Gu Yi had had close contact with Zhu Zhuqing. Although they did not reach the final step, Dai Mu Bai still held a negative impression of Gu Yi. Flander, having heard of Gu Ye's reputation, was aware that Gu Yi had connections with Shui Hong, the city lord of Soto City, as well as significant ties to the Great Soul Arena. A businessman like Flander, who wanted to bring his students to the Great Soul Arena for training and to make some money, naturally cheerfully said, of course. The soul battles were about to start, so if you want to participate, just go ahead. Gu Yi said this, and after giving Zhu Zhuqing a meaningful glance, left directly. When Zhu Zhuqing saw the meaningful look from Gu Yi, she seemed to understand something. After Gu Yi left, Flander told Tang San and the others to go participate in their respective soul battles. Dean, Xiao Wu, and I will go participate in our match now, Tang San said. As Xiao Wu, who was very interested in the battles at the arena, said a few words to Flander before heading off to their match. Dean, I'm leaving too. Dai Mu Bai, who was familiar with the Soul Master Arena and had participated many times, said a word to Flander and went to his battle platform. Zhu Zhuqing, thinking about Gu Ye's meaningful glance earlier, silently turned and left. However, she was not going to participate in the match. Instead, she was going to find Gu Yi. Gu Yi was standing on a railing, watching a soul-fighting match taking place below. As he watched, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing walking slowly towards him. He didn't turn to look at her, but smiled with satisfaction. Just a glance was enough for Zhu Zhuqing to understand his meaning, which made Gu Yi very happy. Gu Yi, are you looking for me? Zhu Zhuqing asked as she approached him. Gu Yi looked at the battle in the soul-fighting arena below and nodded slightly. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi, stood beside him, and followed his gaze down. In the arena, a burly soul master wielding a heavy hammer was continuously swinging it to attack another soul master. The other soul master's spirit was a patterned leopard, moving swiftly to dodge the hammer-wielding soul master's attacks. Aren't you going to ask why I called you here? Gu Yi asked casually. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi. Although she didn't say anything, she was also curious about why Gu Yi had summoned her. What do you think of their strength? Gu Yi pointed to the two fighters on the stage below. Both were soul masters with spirit rings of 100 years, indicating they were quite powerful. After listening, Gu Yi shook his head. In my eyes, these two are very weak. Their moves are too rigid and flashy. In this world, no one understands the human body better than Gu Yi, and no one is more aware of where its vital points are. Now, he possesses the surgical knife, martial soul, and has access to a surgical space. If he were in the soul battle arena, he could easily kill both of them without breaking a sweat. Moreover, after observing for a while, Gu Yi noticed that the two on the battle platform were releasing their soul skills in a completely rigid manner. In other words, the soul masters in this world are generally rigid in their application of soul skills. It's like playing a game. You release a skill, I dodge if I can't dodge. I block with the same skill. Then you use one, I use one, you use one, I use one. It's entirely a game mechanism. Of course, not all soul masters are like this. From what Gu Yi understands, once some soul masters reach a high enough level, they can use these rigid soul skills with great dexterity, turning them into their own characteristics. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi in confusion. She didn't quite understand what he meant. Gu Yi also looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Stretch out your hand." Zhu Zhuqing was very familiar with this commanding tone, and she instinctively extended her hand. Gu Yi then took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and checked her. carotid artery. Have there been any changes in your body since yesterday? No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Any discomfort? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head again. Have you noticed your martial soul becoming stronger? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. After returning home, she discovered last night that her martial soul, the phantom spirit cat, had a kind of black aura, like flames. However, this flame was still not well-formed and somewhat weak. She didn't know its specific abilities because she hadn't tried it with anyone. She hadn't told anyone else about this yet, but now that she saw Gu Yi, she decided to share it. After listening, Gu Yi checked other parts of Zhu Zhuqing's body and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You're going to participate in the soul fighting competition, right?" "Yes. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Gu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked towards a VIP room in the soul fighting arena. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, who was holding her hand, and realized she felt no resistance. She was led into a room by Gu Yi. After Gu Yi closed the door, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Release your black flames so I could take a look." "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing trusted Gu Yi very much, as she could possess this thing all thanks to him. Without hesitation, she released it. She raised her hand, and with a whoosh, a small and seemingly weak black flame appeared in her palm. "This flame has been slowly forming in my martial soul since I came back yesterday, but I still don't know what abilities it has. Do you know?" Zhu Zhuqing asked Gu Yi. "Idiot." Gu Yi flicked Zhu Zhuqing's forehead and said impatiently, "How would I know about your martial soul if you don't even know it yourself?" Hearing Gu Ye's ambiguous words, Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold and beautiful face suddenly flushed slightly, and she couldn't tell if it was because of Gu Ye's intimate gesture or something else. "When you go on stage for the match later, you can use this black flame and try to see what abilities it has, and then tell me the specific abilities afterward, okay?" Zhu Zhuqing also had this idea. "But before the soul battle, let me teach you something." "What?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi curiously. "The vital points of the body." "The vital points of the body?" "That's right. Understanding the vital points of a human body will allow you to launch more precise attacks and make it easier to defeat your enemies." Just like the two soul masters battle we saw earlier, it was simply garbage. It seemed impressive, but it was actually meaningless. You need to understand one thing. Here, the purpose of fighting is to pursue victory. And what I'm teaching you is naturally to help you achieve that victory. Zhu Zhuqing listened, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Gu Yi seriously and asked, "Why are you being so good to me?" "Because you still owe me a drop of your most precious blood," Gu Yi said with a mischievous smile. "So that's how it is." Knowing Gu Ye's intentions, Zhu Zhuqing accepted his teachings. From the beginning to the end, she had been thinking of that drop of blood as martial soul blood. Meanwhile, Gu Yi officially began to teach Zhu Zhuqing about certain parts of the human body. Since the room lacked physical objects for Zhu Zhuqing to practice with, Gu Yi had no choice but to let her see his strong body. Then Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing seriously and said, "Remember, I'm teaching you now, so don't pay too much attention to those trivial matters, and don't think wildly, understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. She focused intently on Gu Ye's body, listening diligently to his teachings. Gu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing's soft little hand, placing it on his chest, and instructed, "This is the weakest point of a human, the heart. However, during a fight, everyone will protect this area well, so you rarely have the chance to attack it. Therefore, at this time, you need to target another weak spot of your opponent." Gu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, demonstrating step by step to help her understand which parts of a human body are the most vulnerable and susceptible to fatal injuries. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her gaze focused. She knew that Gu Yi was teaching her sincerely and had no ulterior motives. Through this instruction, Zhu Zhuqing learned a lot of useful knowledge and discovered many things she had not known before, while also witnessing how strong Gu Ye's body was. As a woman, looking at Gu Yi in this way, although her face remained cold and composed, she was already feeling quite shy inside. However, seeing Gu Ye's serious teaching, Zhu Zhuqing did not want to disappoint his expectations of her. She was very attentive. "No, that's not right," she was learning earnestly. In the room, Gu Yi spent half an hour explaining human anatomy to Zhu Zhuqing in detail and then delved into combat techniques before finally leaving the room. Think carefully about what I just said. Reflect on it again before you go to bed tonight. If you think about it every night, that knowledge will be ingrained in your mind forever. Understand? "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing replied quietly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She did not look up at Gu Yi, as if afraid he would discover her embarrassment. "All right, now you can go participate in your soul fight." "Okay, Gu Yi, I'm leaving now." After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly left with small, hurried steps. Chapter 26. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire erupts. Gui watched as Zhu Zhuqing left, smiling with satisfaction. He had personally taught Zhu Zhuqing a lesson that she would surely remember. Once the opportunity arose, he was determined to take the most precious drop of her blood. Then, Gui wandered around the Great Soul Arena. While strolling, he happened to encounter Tang San and Xiao Wu participating in a duo battle. After watching for a while, Gui decided not to linger. Instead of watching Tang San and Xiao Wu, he preferred to observe Zhu Zhuqing, the little cat. Just then, a staff member approached Gui from behind. Hearing his name called, Gui turned around and saw the anxious expression on the staff member's face, who inquired, "Is there an injured person?" Yes, we would like to trouble you, Master Gu, to help with the treatment," the staff member nodded. "Lead the way." "All right, Master Gu, please follow me," the staff member respectfully said, and walked ahead to guide Gui. Soon, Gui arrived at a battle platform. The injured person was a great soul master, with a hole pierced through his chest, which was difficult for ordinary healing soul masters to recover. Gui glanced around, took out some necessary surgical items, and summoned his martial soul surgical knife. A flash of white light appeared, forming a surgical space that enveloped the injured and unconscious soul master, and he began the surgical treatment. The staff and visitors nearby were all astonished by Gui's treatment method. After a moment, the powerful soul master, whose chest had been pierced, woke up, and his injuries were nearly healed by Gui. "All right, release your martial soul now." After the treatment, Gui naturally needed to collect the treatment fee, and the martial soul blood was his main purpose for coming here. Okay, the patient, without hesitation, released his martial soul. It was a long stick that looked quite powerful. Gui quickly used his knife to cut and collect the blood of the weapon spirit from a stick. After the system tested it, it found that it was only low-level weapon spirit blood, and he sighed in regret. Then, Gui continued to stroll around the Soul Arena in Soto City. With her injured fighters, there he would be seen. "Come on, kill him, kill him." While passing by a battle platform, Gui heard this passionate shouting. Taking a glance at the platform, he found that it was Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, fighting. He stopped to watch for a while. On the battle platform, Ma Hongjun was spitting flames, looking majestic and handsome, while his opponent, a great soul master who had won 10 matches in a row, had a weapon spirit of a hunting eagle, but was now being pushed back by Ma Hongjun. With Hongjun's strength, he should definitely win. It looks like this match will earn quite a bit. Originally intending to leave after watching Ma Hongjun's match, Gui heard a familiar voice full of the essence of a scheming merchant. Turning around, he saw that it was undoubtedly Flender, this scheming businessman. Only he would bet on his own disciples to make money. When Gui saw Flanders, Flanders naturally also saw Gui. "Oh, isn't this Dr. Gu? Are you also watching the Red June to hunt?" Flanders put away his sly smile and cheerfully walked over to Gui, greeting him politely. Gui shook his head and smiled. "Dean Flanders really is quite enthusiastic. Sigh, it's not easy for the dean of my small college to make a living." After saying this, Flanders stood beside Gui, looking at the platform with a cheerful expression. Gui noticed that Flander had not left and was in no hurry to go elsewhere, also looking at the soul-fighting platform. Gui's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was being pushed back repeatedly by the Falcon Spirit Soul Master in the Soul Arena, and smiled. "Principal Flander, your disciple might be in a bit of trouble." "Oh, why do you say that, Dr. Gu?" Flander asked curiously. As the doctor of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, he was quite polite to Gui. "Your disciple's internal energy is surging. Although this flame is powerful, his opponent is a nimble and cunning soul master who knows how to use his speed to his advantage. It seems that your disciple's spirit has some flaws, and it is precisely this flaw that will lead to his inevitable defeat in no time." Upon hearing this, Flander's smile faded as he looked at Gui. Indeed, Ma Hongjun's spirit had flaws, and he didn't expect Gui to see through it. He then turned his gaze back to Ma Hongjun on the Soul Arena and noticed that Ma Hongjun's complexion was indeed off. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Oh no!" Flander exclaimed as he recalled Ma Hongjun's evil fire. At that moment, on the Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun, who had been pushing the Falcon Spirit Soul Master back, suddenly felt a surge of energy in his body, and in an instant, his face turned as red as fire. This change caused Ma Hongjun's attack to abruptly halt. The Falcon Spirit Soul Master, who was battling Ma Hongjun, sneered, finally showing a flaw. Second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Eagle Claw. Whoosh! Seizing the moment of Ma Hongjun's pause, the Falcon Spirit Soul Master pounced on him like a cheetah. At this point, Ma Hongjun was clearly not himself, and the beast-like eagle claw of the Falcon Spirit Soul Master struck heavily against Ma Hongjun's chest. Boom! A powerful force struck out, and several bright red blood marks appeared on Ma Hongjuan's chest as he was sent flying out of the arena. Ugh, so hot, so hot. Being thrown out, Ma Hongjun rolled on the ground in agony while continuously tearing at his clothes. The referee, wanting to announce the result of the match, was momentarily stunned when he saw the red steam rising from Ma Hongjun. Outside the Seoul arena, Flander knew that Ma Hongjuan's evil fire had erupted, and he quickly jumped down to help Ma Hongjun up. However, at this moment, Ma Hongjun was already in a frenzy due to the evil fire. When he saw Flander helping him, he directly mistook Flander for a woman. Then, to the amusement of all the spectators on the Seoul arena, Ma Hongjun did something outrageous. Mistaking Flander for a woman, he hugged him and tried to kiss him, making some indecent gestures. Damn, why did the evil fire have to erupt at this moment? Flander didn't mind being kissed by Ma Hongjun. He was channeling his soul power to suppress the evil fire within him. He had dealt with this situation multiple times, as he had always helped handle Ma Hongjuan's evil fire eruptions. It seemed he would have to take this brat to a brothel to solve the evil fire. Just as Flander was about to knock Ma Hongjun out and take him to find women, he suddenly thought of Dr. Gu. The people in Soto City had spoken highly of his medical skills. And since he was the healer at the Soto City Great Soul Arena and had just identified Ma Hongjuan's spirit flaw and the eruption of evil fire, perhaps he could help treat him. Flander then shouted to Gu Yi, Dr. Gu, you are the healer here at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun is injured now. Won't you come and help treat him? Gu Yi was speechless as he heard Flander unceremoniously asking him to help Ma Hongjun with his treatment, and he walked down. Chapter 27. Ma Hongjuan's Treatment Method. Gu Yi glanced at Ma Hongjun and immediately understood his current situation. He took out a sedative and directly injected it into Ma Hongjuan's butt. After the medication entered Ma Hongjuan's body, he, who had been screaming and randomly touching Flander, immediately calmed down. Flander, who was holding Ma Hongjun, saw how easily Gu Yi had stabilized the rampaging Ma Hongjun and curiously asked, Dr. Gu, what is this? The effect is so remarkable. It should be noted that in the past, when Ma Hongjuan's evil fire erupted, it couldn't be resolved without at least 2 women. But Gu Yi had cured him with just 1 injection. Good stuff. Gu Yi smiled and put away the sedative. Really? Flander withdrew his gaze, checked on Ma Hongjuan's condition, and after noticing that the evil fire had receded, he thought of Gu Ye's identity and the item from earlier. His eyes lit up as he said, Dr. Gu, as the healer of the great fighting arena, shouldn't you help treat this kid since he has sustained such serious injuries in the arena? After saying this, Flander looked at Gu Yi with a sly smile. Gu Yi saw Flander's cunning smile, then looked at Ma Hongjun. Thinking of the task, he pondered for a moment and said, Follow me. All right, thank you, Dr. Gu. Flander hugged Ma Hongjun and followed Gu Yi. He didn't know if Gu Yi was really going to help with the treatment, nor did he expect Gu Yi to be able to cure Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect. However, Flander had seen Gu Yi inject Ma Hongjun earlier, which suppressed Ma Hongjuan's evil fire. If he could obtain this from Gu Yi, he wouldn't have to worry about Ma Hongjuan's evil fire suddenly erupting in the future. Soon, Gu Yi arrived at the treatment room inside the Great Soul Arena. Flander quickly followed, placing the unconscious Ma Hongjun on the bed before looking at Gu Yi with a smile and saying, Thank you, Dr. Gu. Gu Yi didn't mind. He came to Ma Hongjuan's side to check on the internal condition of his body. He originally wanted to extract Ma Hongjuan's martial soul blood, but unfortunately, he could only do so if Ma Hongjun actively released his martial soul. Now that Ma Hongjun was unconscious, it was impossible to extract it. After checking in a somewhat professional manner, Gu Yi looked at Flander and said, I have a rough idea of his condition. The martial soul defect has caused an uncontrollable outbreak of evil fire. Flander anxiously asked, Does Dr. Gu have a way to treat it? He had sought out many healing soul masters for Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect, but in this world, who could treat defects related to martial souls? However, Gu Yi was able to identify Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect at a glance and could quickly suppress it, which gave Flander a glimmer of hope. If Gu Yi could successfully treat Ma Hongjun, then in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about Ma Hongjuan's condition like he did earlier. Nor would he have to deal with Ma Hongjuan's random affection, ultimately having to take him to a brothel to find women. Gu Yi smiled without speaking when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he looked at the unconscious Ma Hongjun and extended a finger, indicating that there was a way to resolve his evil fire. What method? Flander looked at Gu Yi with slight excitement. Gu Yi shook his head and said, This method is very special, and it's hard for you to accept. Moreover, Ma Hongjun won't accept it either, so it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. Dr. Gu, no matter what the method is, as long as it can treat the evil fire in this kid Hongjun, please tell me. This is very important for both me and Hong Jun. Gu Yi glanced at the unconscious Ma Hong Jun, then looked at the anxious Flander and sighed. All right. Since it's like this, I will tell you. Flander looked at Gu Yi with anticipation. He really wanted to know what method could treat Ma Hongjun's evil fire. The method is to castrate Ma Hongjun, Gu Yi said flatly. Huh. Flander's forehead darkened, and he stared at Gu Yi, his expression extremely strange. Gu Yi, you're not joking with me, are you? Flander lost the politeness he had earlier, and his eyes showed some anger. Castrating Ma Hongjun. That would mean the end of his lineage. How could you even say that? Gu Yi secretly laughed and said, Dean Flander, this is what you asked me to tell you, and it can indeed treat Ma Hongjun's evil fire. You should know that Ma Hongjun's martial soul has a flaw, and when it erupts, the evil fire will invade his body. Am I right? That's right, but what does this have to do with castration? Naturally, it has a connection. Gu Yi smiled confidently and continued. Let me ask you, when Ma Hongjun's evil fire erupts, do you often take him to find women to relieve the evil fire? That's correct, Flander nodded. This is the most important point. Ma Hongjun's evil fire eruption requires women, and after the two engage in physical activities, Ma Hongjun's evil fire is also released. But if one day he has no women around him, or in special situations when his evil fire erupts, he may not be able to suppress it and could explode to death. However, this castration can help Ma Hongjun release the evil fire without needing women, because this evil fire can leak out by itself, or he can release it himself. Although Gu Yi secretly laughed, he did not say it was a joke. It was also a fact. Ma Hongjun's situation was like practicing the evil-repelling sword manual without self-castration. As long as he's self-castrated, his evil fire would automatically be expelled, or he could actively expel it. After that, Ma Hongjun would become the #1 powerhouse in Douluo Continent. After listening to Gu Ye's explanation, Flinder's forehead was still furrowed. But after some consideration, he found that Gu Yi seemed to have a point. Ma Hongjun's evil fire explosion needed a woman to release it. And once Ma Hongjun was castrated, it seemed possible that he could really release it himself. Or maybe Ma Hongjun himself. Wait. Flinder realized that he was actually following Gu Ye's train of thought, and he felt a bit flustered. Ma Hongjun was his direct disciple and also a man. What would it mean if he were castrated? Not only would he never agree, but even Ma Hongjun himself would not consent to it. Dean Flinder, I just told you that this method is essentially the same as not saying it at all. Now that I've told you, whether to do it or not is up to you and Ma Hongjun. All right, for now, he won't have any issues. I still need to go help outside. You should think about it carefully, or wait until he wakes up to discuss whether life is more important or something else. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Flinder called out to him again with a serious expression. Ancient physician, is there no other way? Not at the moment. Even if there were, it would be impossible for me to help Ma Hongjun with his treatment. After all, he and I are not related. If it weren't for wanting to collect Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood, I wouldn't be so polite as to tell Flinder that castration could treat Ma Hongjun's evil fire. Seeing Gu Yi leave the treatment room, Flinder looked at Ma Hongjun, his face filled with conflict. As long as Ma Hongjun was castrated, the treatment for his evil fire could be completed. Without castration, Ma Hongjun could only find women to vent his frustrations, which would eventually lead to an explosive death. Sigh. Forget it, this matter can wait for a while. After all, there isn't anything seriously wrong with Hongjun's body at the moment. Flinder decided that he wouldn't tell Ma Hongjun about this method for now. If it really came to a point of no return, perhaps he could let Ma Hongjun make a choice. After leaving the treatment room, Gu Yi arrived at the Soul Master Arena in the Great Soul Master area. Just as he came out, a staff member hurried over. Ancient physician, there's a very tricky patient that needs your help. Lead the way. Yes. Soon, Gu Yi found out who the troublesome patient was, a male soul master injured by Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was standing aside with her arms crossed. When she saw Gu Yi arrive, her previously expressionless face showed a touch of warmth. Chapter 28. Encounter again. Zhu Zhuqing had come here to participate in her first soul battle right after leaving Gu Yi. Unexpectedly, she encountered a lecher who shamelessly claimed he wanted to take her as his woman. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't tolerate it and swiftly defeated him using the methods Gu Yi taught her, simultaneously burning him with her black flames. To her surprise, her burning left him unable to get up. Did you cause his injury? Gu Yi asked as he approached Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. It was the black flames. Is that so? How did he offend you? Gu Yi glanced at the male soul master lying on the ground, clutching his lower body and crying out in pain. His lips twitching. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi without speaking, but Gu Yi understood her meaning. The staff member at the Soul Battle Arena saw Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing chatting and completely disregarding the seriously injured male soul master on the ground, and stepped forward to ask, Ancient physician, aren't you going to help this patient recover? Gu Yi signaled the other person to stay calm. He wasn't going to die for the time being, so there was no need to worry. Oh, with Gu Yi, the physician, providing assurance. The staff at the Soul Arena felt relieved. Gu Yi, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude to Gu Yi, thinking about the changes in her martial soul. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing thank him, Gu Yi chuckled and teased. This doesn't sound like you, Zhu Zhuqing. After all, in my eyes, you wouldn't say something like this. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She was somewhat aloof and indifferent, but that was towards outsiders, for those she considered close and kind to her. She was very sincere. Just like Gu Yi, she could see from his eyes that he genuinely cared for her. Gu Yi chatted a few words with Zhu Zhuqing, and, seeing that the soul master on the ground was making such a racket, he had no choice but to step in and help him heal. To his surprise, after investigating, Gu Yi found that Zhu Zhuqing's black flame had actually harmed the male soul master's soul. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing's black flame could inflict soul attacks on soul masters. It is important to know that the soul is the most crucial part of a soul master, as it relates to their mental strength. Now that Zhu Zhuqing's black flame had burned the other person's soul, it had also caused her mental damage. Gu Yi's treatment was indeed effective, but it was quite exhausting. He simply treated the injured male soul master and only stopped when it looked like he was better. Then Gu Yi turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Shall we go for a walk?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. The two walked side by side, chatting as they went, looking respectful of each other. Gu Yi walked while saying, "How did it feel to fight with your new martial soul just now? It's stronger than before, and your speed has increased, as well as your attack power." Both speed and attack are strong now. Gu Yi took a deep breath and said, "Zhuqing, let me tell you something. You need to remember this clearly. Speed is your greatest characteristic and also your advantage. Among all martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is invincible. If you can reach this level, your strength will not be inferior to anyone in the same realm." Zhu Zhuqing pondered Gu Yi's words. She followed the agility attack route, and her martial soul abilities were all speed-related. If speed could be taken to the extreme, maybe she could really reach the realm Gu Yi mentioned. When they reached a corner, Zhu Zhuqing stopped. She looked up at Gu Yi, her eyes reflecting a different emotion, something like gratitude. "Gu Yi, why are you so good to me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "Because I crave your body." This was naturally not Gu Yi's real reason. He stopped, placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and said seriously, "Because you still owe me a drop of the most precious blood." Is it the only reason? Zhu Zhuqing felt that it wasn't just that. She sensed that Gu Yi must have other reasons. "What? Do you want me to have some ulterior motive towards you? Or do you hope I have a deeper motive like, I like you and want to get close to you, then consume you?" Gu Yi said as his hand, which was resting on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, gently caressed her cheek, and he leaned closer to her ear. At that moment, their actions and postures appeared intimate, filled with ambiguity. Zhu Zhuqing saw Gu Yi's hand on her face and listened to his nonsensical words, realizing that she had no aversion to it at all, perhaps because Gu Yi was just joking with her. But just then, a person walked over looking around. It was Dai Mubai. After finishing his soul fight, Dai Mubai wanted to find Flender and the others, but couldn't locate them. In the end, he could only look for his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, but when he couldn't find her, he suddenly thought of Gu Yi in the arena. Upon thinking of Gu Yi, Dai Mubai recalled Zhu Zhuqing's close relationship with him and subconsciously wondered if Zhu Zhuqing had gone to find Gu Yi. Just thinking about this made Dai Mubai a little uneasy, and he hurriedly began searching. At that moment, Dai Mubai focused his gaze and saw the two people leaning intimately against the wall at the corner. It was indeed his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, and that Dr. Gu Yi. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing with him?" Dai Mubai shouted coldly, walking over with a blank expression. Hearing that icy voice, Zhu Zhuqing looked and realized it was Dai Mubai. Then she glanced at her posture with Gu Yi and found that they were indeed very close. From behind, it even looked like she was leaning in Gu Yi's embrace, resting on his shoulder. No wonder Dai Mubai would question her. However, when Zhu Zhuqing thought of Dai Mubai's nauseating actions with the twins, she didn't want to pay him much attention. When Gu Yi heard Dai Mubai's voice from behind, he turned to see Dai Mubai, the old tiger, striding over angrily. "Zhu Qing." Dai Mubai approached Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that Gu Yi's hand was still caressing Zhu Zhuqing's face. And the two of them completely ignored his arrival, maintaining that intimate posture, which made him even angrier. Seeing Dai Mubai, Gu Yi retracted his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's face and instinctively placed it around her slender waist, pulling her closer, while saying, Daimu Bai, why are you so angry? Is it because I'm holding Zhuqing? But why would you be angry? I remember a few days ago you were still embracing a pair of twin sisters and went to a hotel, right? By the way, I also remember that you passed by my clinic several times not long ago, and each time you were with a different attractive woman. Now, why are you angry? Gu Ye's joking inquiry made Zhu Zhuqing's expression turn cold. Disgusting. She looked at Daimu Bai and snorted coldly. She knew that Gu Yi was telling the truth, and she was also aware of some details that made her look at Daimu Bai without any good feelings. If Daimu Bai could find women, and so many of them, why couldn't Zhu Zhuqing find a man? With this mindset, Zhu Zhuqing leaned comfortably in Gu Ye's embrace without feeling embarrassed at all, which gave her a special sense of security. Daimu Bai looked at Gu Yi holding Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing leaning against Gu Yi, feeling both angry and awkward. But he was Daimu Bai, the aristocratic prince with a strong male chauvinism. He could play with women because he was a man, but Zhu Zhuqing couldn't find a man because she was a woman, and his fiancée at that. Gu Yi let her go. Daimu Bai didn't make a move, just clenched his fists and glared angrily at Gu Yi. But what if he didn't let go? Gu Yi sneered and provocatively glanced at Daimu Bai, tightening his hold around Zhu Zhuqing's waist even more. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat pleased seeing Daimu Bai seething with anger. Zhuqing, what are you two doing? Just as Daimu Bai was about to lose his temper, a voice came from not far away. It was Xiao Wu. Chapter 29. Daimu Bai with questionable character. When Gu Yi heard Xiao Wu's words, he looked over, seeing that it was Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the awake Ma Hongjun walking together with Splendid. He still didn't let go of his hand that was close to Zhu Zhuqing. It was at this moment that Xiao Wu and the others arrived by Daimu Bai's side. She glanced at Daimu Bai with her big eyes, then looked towards the intimate interaction between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing that Gu Yi had his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and that Zhu Zhuqing showed no resistance or objection, her eyes widened a bit. Zhuqing, you and him are. Xiao Wu pointed at Gu Yi and asked Zhu Zhuqing. Splendid, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also noticed the close relationship between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with confusion. The way these two were hugging so tightly seemed a bit off. Zhu Zhuqing realized the intimate contact with Gu Yi only when she saw everyone looking at her. Her face turned slightly red as she looked at Gu Yi, wanting him to let go of her. Gu Yi still respected Zhu Zhuqing's intentions. After releasing her waist, he looked at Flanders and sighed. Dean Flanders, your students have character issues. Flanders frowned, not understanding what Gu Yi meant. He glanced at Daimu Bai and then at Zhu Zhuqing. Could the two have some kind of relationship? Since Daimu Bai had never mentioned it to him, he had no idea what their relationship was. Mubai, what's going on? He asked, looking at Daimu Bai. Dean Flanders, Zhuqing is Mubai's fiancée. Xiao Wu whispered in Flanders' ear. Upon hearing this, Flanders was surprised and seemed to understand why Daimu Bai was so angry, seeing his fiancée East being close to another man. How could he not be angry? Dr. Gu, what you're saying isn't correct. I don't see any character issues with my student, Flanders replied, his tone neither warm nor cold. If Zhu Zhuqing was Daimu Bai's fiancée, then it should be Gu Yi who had character problems. Being close to someone else's fiancée in front of Daimu Bai, who really had the character issues. Dean Flanders, don't you, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, know Daimu Bai's character? Gu Yi continued. His private life is absurd, frequenting places of ill repute day and night, and at such a young age, he has countless women. Just recently, he was even with a pair of twins. Dean Flanders, as Daimu Bai's dean, you must know about his illustrious exploits, right? You should know that during the past few months, I've seen him bring many women to book hotel rooms in Soto City. Dean Flanders, can you say that a man with a fiancée, who has lost count of the women he has been with, has no character issues? Moreover, as far as I know, your student Daimu Bai has also engaged in the glorious act of abandoning his fiancée, and running away alone. Dean Flanders, do you think such behavior counts as having character issues? Gu Ye's words detonated in Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others' minds like deep-sea bombs. They quickly looked at Daimu Bai, wanting to know whether what Gu Yi said was true or not. Flanders knew a bit about Daimu Bai as personal life, and Ma Hongjun often went out with Daimu Bai to have fun with women, so he naturally knew as well. But because they knew, their faces turned a bit unpleasant when Gu Yi exposed it directly. Similarly, Daimu Bai's expression was dark as he was furious. Every word Gu Yi said was the truth, and because it was the truth, he had no chance to refute it. Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside Gu Yi, looked at him. She knew that Gu Yi was standing up for her, and she was grateful to him, but she didn't quite understand how Guyi knew so much. Dean Flander. This academy enrolls students. While talent is the most important, if character is flawed, it will eventually cause trouble. Of course, this is your Shrek Academy's business. I'm just a physician and have no authority to interfere. However, Zhu Zhuqing is my patient, so I do have a right to say a word about this. Now that I've said enough, I should get back to my work. Dean Flander, farewell. Just as Guyi was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and paused. All right, Dean Flander, I might have new progress on the treatment for Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defects soon. You can come find me when you're ready. After saying this, Guyi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, whispered something in her ear, and then left. Watching Guyi leave, Dai Mubai and Tang San did not stop him, and Flander did not intervene either, as this was the Soto City Great Soul Arena, not a place where they could act arrogantly. After Guyi left, Flander's unpleasant expression finally improved a bit. After all, the dean was being criticized in front of him, and it was a bit embarrassing for him as the dean. Mubai, when you return to the academy, make sure to reflect on yourself, Flander said, glaring at Dai Mubai. Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai lowered his head in embarrassment. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and noticed she was crossing her arms and not even looking at him. So he silently vowed that once he dealt with Zhu Zhuqing, he would make her realize his strength. Also, don't let me know about your escapades with women in the future, Flanders said. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing and recalling what Guyi had just said about Dai Mu by abandoning his fiancée, and running away. As for your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, you two handle it yourselves. But remember this, once you enter Shrek Academy, you are students of Shrek Academy, and mutual support is the most basic principle. Flanders was still the protective Flanders. He wouldn't expel Dai Mu just because of his questionable character regarding women. After saying a few more words, he left the Soto City Great Soul Arena after understanding the situation regarding the soul fighting today. Zhu Zhuqing shot a glance at Dai Mu and then at Dean Flanders, snorted coldly, and also left the arena. Zhuqing, wait for me. Xiao Wu said to Tang San before following Zhu Zhuqing. The two chatted about some things as they walked back to Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Tang San, Dai Mu and Ma Hongjun could only leave as well. On the way back to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun thought about Guyi's words and quietly asked, Big Brother Dai, is what Guyi said about you abandoning Zhu Zhuqing and running away true or false? Tang San also looked at Dai Mu with curiosity. If Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Dai Mu fiancée, it would be wrong for Dai Mu to abandon her. It seemed that, as Guyi said, there really was a character issue. Dai Mu was silent for a moment, his expression conflicted as he said, Fatty, Tang San, if you were under the threat of death and had to escape without caring about anything else, would you think it was wrong for me to do so? Well, Ma Hongjun scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Tang San also said nothing more. Their relationship with Dai Mu wasn't strong enough for him to say anything further, but if he had to choose, he wouldn't run away. Just like if he were to switch positions between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, he would fight hard for Xiao Wu. Dai Mu seemed to understand their reaction. A glimmer of light passed through his lowered eyes. He didn't think he was wrong. If that kind of situation happened again, he would still choose the same way. Because only by leaving could he have a glimmer of hope. As for abandoning his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, at that time, he had no feelings for her, and besides, being born into royalty, being cold-blooded was the most basic trait. Forget it, let's not talk about this. By the way, where's Dean Flanders? Tang San changed the topic. Sensing the atmosphere was heavy. The dean probably went to gamble again, Ma Hongjun said. Gamble? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion. After Ma Hongjun explained, Tang San finally understood what Flanders was up to. It turned out he was betting on their soul-fighting matches and was likely going to collect his bets now. Chapter 30, The Battle of Wits and Courage with the Beautiful Lady Cardan. By the way, Tang San, Big Brother Dai, do you know what Guyi meant when he said he could treat my martial soul defect? Ma Hongjun recalled what Guyi had said to Flanders earlier and asked the two. Dai Mu shook his head. Tang San did the same. Forget it. Let's wait for Dean Flanders to come back and ask again. Ma Hongjun thought it was fortunate he hadn't sought out a woman after his evil fire outbreak and suspected it might be related to Guyi. Meanwhile, at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, after completing today's treatment tasks, Guyi looked at the Soul Arena in Soto City, where he had collected about 20 soul bloods, and sighed. Although there were more soul masters in the Soto City Soul Arena, most of the soul masters who came to fight had low-level martial souls, and there weren't many intermediate ones, which made Guyi feel a bit regretful. Forget it. There's no rush. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Guyi was about to leave the Soto City Soul Arena to return to the clinic when the beautiful young woman, Kadin, called out to him. Dr. Gu, are you leaving? Yes, Mrs. Cadden, it's getting late, and I have things to do at the clinic tomorrow, so I'll head back now. Dr. Gu, let me escort you back. Oh, that's really not necessary, Gu Yi said, pushing it away. It's fine. Shui Hong specifically told me to take good care of you. It's not safe for you to go back alone at this hour, so it's better if I personally see you back. Mrs. Cadden said with a smile as she arranged for her servants to prepare a carriage. Gui knew he couldn't refuse, so he just made an excuse and agreed. Let's go. Cadden smiled and invited Gu Yi to get into her car. Gu Yi glanced at Cadden's graceful figure and got into her carriage. The carriage moved slowly as Gu Yi and the beautiful young woman Cadden left the Seoul Arena in Soto City, heading back to the medical clinic. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi sat upright and serious. However, Cadden's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked at Gu Yi with a spring-like smile that seemed to carry deeper meaning. At this moment, the two were in the same carriage, and the atmosphere in the cramped space was subtle. Just then, Cadden shifted and sat beside Gu Yi. After peeking out at the guards driving the carriage and then glancing at the bodyguard next to her, she closed the curtain and leaned into Gu Ye's embrace. Dr. Gu, I'm feeling a bit unwell again, she said, pulling Gu Ye's hand to place it over her heart, wanting him to feel the intense beating of her heart for him. Gu Yi quickly withdrew his hand and said, Cadden, this is not good. It will lead others to misunderstand. However, Cadden tightened her grip on Gu Ye's hand, refusing to let him pull away, and complained, looking at him, what's so bad about it? Besides, is there anyone else here? But Cadden, you are the wife of the Lord of Xiahong City. I cannot. Gu Yi showed hesitation, clearly displaying a sense of wanting to accept, yet refusing. Cadden shook her head. Gu Yi, sure, you should know that I am a princess of the Silvis Kingdom, and Xiahong is a prince of the Bala Kingdom. We are only together because of a political marriage. There are no feelings involved. Moreover, he often frequents places of ill repute and never considers me at all. I am also a woman. I need care too. Gu Yi, sure, have you forgotten? A few months ago in the forest, we were watching the moon together. At that time, you held me tightly and affectionately called me your beloved little sweetheart. But now you... Cadden covered her face, wanting to cry. At this moment, Gu Yi felt like 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. Calling Madame Cardan little sweet was not his fault. Clearly, it was related to the romantic debts Gu Yi had incurred before and had nothing to do with him. However, seeing Princess Cardan, this beautiful young woman, crying softly, Gu Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of compassion. Madame Cardan. Just call me Cardan. All right, Cardan. As a gentleman, Gu Yi couldn't bear to see the beautiful young woman cry, so he went along with her. Then, he took Cardan's small hand and said, I am a physician. If you're feeling unwell, you can come to me, and I will help you feel comfortable. Understood? What if my mouth feels uncomfortable? Cardan looked at Gu Yi and asked again. Gu Yi hesitated for a moment, then, after some consideration, leaned close to Cadden's ear and whispered something that couldn't be expressed in words. Cadden's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she shyly nodded. Then, when I'm not feeling well, you can't refuse me. Don't worry, helping patients is my duty. Mrs. Cadden smiled with satisfaction. Then she seemed to remember something and said, by the way, I want to tell you something. What is it? Wasn't Shui Hong called away by Qin Xiao today? Gu Yi was also a bit curious about why Shui Hong left so suddenly today and was still at ease, letting him accompany Cardan. This was because Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire would be passing through Suotuo City in 3 days. Prince of the Tiando Empire? Xue Qinghe? Gu Yi asked, looking at Cardan. Yes, Lady Cardan nodded. How could the Prince of the Tiando Empire leave the imperial capital? Gu Yi looked at Cardan in confusion. Under the orders of His Majesty Shui Yi, he is on a tour of the kingdoms governed by the empire, and he will arrive in the Barak Kingdom in 3 days. Shui Hong is the Prince of the Barak Kingdom, and to reach the capital of the Barak Kingdom, he must pass through Suotuo City. That is why Shui Hong hurried back to prepare after receiving this news today to welcome the prince in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi instantly understood what was going on. Shui Hong was the prince of the Bala Kingdom, and Suotuo City was his fief. Although he had been granted a fief, the king of the Bala Kingdom was now old and ailing, and it was said that he was in poor health. Shui Hong, the prince of the Bala Kingdom, clearly had ambitions regarding the position of the Bala king. Now, with the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, visiting the Bala Kingdom, and Shui Hong being a cousin of Xue Qinghe, there was a chance that if he gained the support of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, he could have a shot at the throne of the Bala Kingdom. After Cadden shared some details with Gu Yi became even more convinced that Shui Hong had ambitions to become the king of Balak. In 3 days, Xue Qinghe will arrive. Shouldn't you prepare for that? Gu Yi looked at Cadden. Cadden shook his head. These matters will be handled by Shui Hong. I only need to maintain the Great Soul Arena in Suatu City, as it is an important source of funding for the city. I see. Guyi understood the importance of the soul fighting arena in this world. The phrase golden sun setting into the arena is insufficient to describe these soul fighting arenas. On the carriage, Guyi chatted with the beautiful woman Kaden, and before long, they returned to the clinic. As soon as they arrived outside the clinic, Kaden personally escorted Guyi inside, but was reluctant to leave. She gazed at Guyi with her beautiful eyes. Guyi understood the meaning of the beautiful young woman, Kaden. He glanced outside the clinic, knowing that the guards couldn't see inside. He wrapped his strong arm around Kaden's slender waist, pinned her against the wall with a wall slam, and kissed her heavily before finally letting go. I still want. If Kaden seductively stared at Guyi. Chapter 31. The Repentant Dai Mubai. Guyi savored the softness of Madame Kaden's lips and said, "All right, you can go back now. I'll come find you when I have time. To help with my mouth treatment." Madame Kaden smiled and left Guyi's clinic, watching the beautiful Madame Kaden sway her figure as she walked out. Guyi reminisced about their past intimate encounters and couldn't help but sigh. The charm of a married woman was indeed hard to resist. After Kaden left, Guyi thought about the matter of Zhu Zhuqing coming to Soto City in 3 days. He was well aware that Zhu Zhuqing was disguised as Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall, and now he was going to Soto City in 3 days. He wondered if he should make contact with him at that time. Guyi thought for a moment and secretly made a decision. He was determined to perform a life surgery on Qian Renxue and leave a drop of liquid in her body that longed for her, which would surely benefit her greatly. After a night without conversation, the next day, Guyi continued to see patients at the medical clinic. In the evening, he planned to go to the Great Soul Arena in Soto City to collect soul blood and take a look at the beautiful young woman, Kadong, to help treat her injured mouth and soothe her heart. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the class bell rang, and everyone gathered on the playground. The first to arrive was Dai Mubai, who couldn't shake off the feeling of being mocked by Guyi and looked down upon by Zhu Zhuqing after writing his self-reflection the night before. He had spent the whole night unable to sleep. Ning Rongrong was happily holding Xiao Wu's hand as they made their way to the playground. Unlike in the original story, Ning Rongrong no longer had conflicts with Flinder or Dai Mubai. Moreover, thanks to Guyi's treatment and her knowledge that exercise promoted her growth, she completed her running tasks on time every day without Flinder's urging. It was only the 3rd day, but Ning Rongrong had already noticed significant changes in herself. She was more convinced of Guyi's treatment. Zhu Zhuqing, standing next to Ning Rongrong, noticed Dai Mubai arriving early and simply snorted, choosing not to look at him anymore. Similarly, Ma Hongjun and Tang San also saw Dai Mubai, but they noticed that Dai Mubai seemed different from the day before, although they couldn't quite say how. The class was still taught by Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San waited for a full quarter of an hour before the dean finally strolled in. "Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping in?" Flinder frowned upon not seeing Oscar as he arrived. Tang San quickly responded, "He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Maybe he fell into a meditative state and couldn't wake up in time. He can't miss today's class." "Tang San, go call him," Flinder instructed. Just as Tang San was about to head to the dormitory, he saw Oscar hurriedly running over from that direction. However, he didn't look panicked about being late. Instead, he was filled with excitement. "Oscar, are you planning to run laps again?" Flinder glared at him. Oscar quickly shook his head. "No, Dean, let me explain. I broke through. I'm at level 30 now." "What?" Not only Flinder, but Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others all turned to Oscar with surprised expressions. Oscar was 1 year younger than Dai Mubai, only 14 years old, and reaching level 30 at that age was already quite astonishing. More importantly, Oscar had a food-type martial soul, which was one of the hardest types to cultivate. Flinder's eyes clearly lit up. Good. Oscar, you haven't disappointed me. You are the 3rd student to reach level 30 among the current students. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you." At that moment, even Dai Mubai's expression brightened. He walked over to Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 a bit slower than I did, as a food-type soul master, you are the most outstanding genius I've ever seen." Oscar shot Dai Mubai a somewhat awkward glare. "Stop teasing me. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, I'm not a genius at all." As soon as Oscar said that, everyone turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest among the 7, just having turned 12. Yet she had already reached level 30. Such talent was beyond what could simply be described as genius. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and knew that her breakthrough to level 30 was related to Guyi. He made a decision in his heart. He walked up to Zhu Zhuqing and said seriously, "Zhuqing, I know my past life was a bit reckless, but I have reflected on it with the dean last night. I assure you, starting today, those things won't happen again, and I will cut off ties with those people. Dai Mubai's tone was firm, and the fact that he was willing to put aside his pride to say these words to a woman showed his determination. Mubai, I'm glad you have such determination, Flender said as he patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, you are now both students of Shrek Academy. Let's leave the past behind. In the future, you will need to support each other. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, Zhuqing, Dai Laoda is a good man. Although he lived a bit recklessly before, he is definitely a good man. As his brother, I know this best. Ma Hongjun chimed in to support. Indeed, putting aside everything else, Dai Laoda is definitely loyal to his brothers. So Zhuqing, it's enough to show that someone as proud as Dai Laoda is willing to humble himself and apologize to you. It shows his sincerity, Oscar added. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, spoke up for her. Dai Mubai, how do we know if what you're saying is true? Dai Mubai shot a glare at the meddling Ning Rongrong before turning back to Zhu Zhuqing. I know you don't believe what I'm saying right now, so let time prove it. All right, you all remember this. You are all members of Shrek Academy, and supporting each other is the most basic principle. Now, let's end the private talk here. I have an announcement to make. Flender glanced at everyone before continuing. After you finish the next class, you will set off tomorrow, led by teacher Zhao Wujia, to the Stardow Forest to hunt for the third soul ring for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. Since Zhu Zhuqing had just reached level 30 when she enrolled, Flender had thought it was unsuitable for her to go to the Stardow Forest. Now that Oscar had also broken through, the timing was just right. Yes, the Shrek's 7 monsters replied in unison. After Flender concluded the next class, he dismissed everyone. Before sending them off, he called over Ma Hongjun. Flender, is there something you need? Ma Hongjun asked. Later you and I will go to Soto City to find Guyi for something. What is it? To treat your evil fire. Yes. Flender wanted to ask Guyi for a sedative before Ma Hongjun set off for the Stardow Forest. Today's chapter is an update, announcement, before the official release. There will be 2 updates daily, and occasionally a third one, which can be increased with rewards and monthly votes. After the official release, there will be a daily update of 10,000 words. Readers who have seen Greenlight should know that the author's word count is guaranteed. To all readers, please throw your tickets at me. Chapter 32. Flender asking for something because Ma Hongjun's evil fire is unstable and could erupt at any time. Flender is worried that if Ma Hongjun's evil fire erupts on his way to the Stardow Forest without a woman to help him vent, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. That is why he thought of asking Guyi for a sedative to prevent Ma Hongjun's evil fire from erupting. Ma Hongjun felt deeply moved when he learned that his dean was so considerate of him, and he decided to go with Flender later. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing returned to the women's residence, and when Ning Rongrong learned that they were to set off for the Stardow Forest the next day, both of them thought of Guyi. Zhu Zhuqing thought of Guyi because he had previously told her that in the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is invincible. Moreover, she had undergone significant changes to her martial soul, the Nethercat, due to the injection of Guyi's martial soul serum. Guyi is the person who understands her martial soul changes the best, and he also knows a lot about her cultivation direction. Zhu Zhuqing found a sense of reliance on Guyi. Just like now, when she was about to set off for the Stardow Forest to hunt for her 3rd spirit ring, the first person she thought of was Guyi. Because of this, she wanted to go to Soto City to find Guyi and inform him that she would be setting off to hunt for her 3rd spirit ring tomorrow. Ning Rongrong thought of Guyi naturally because of her success in stealing the spotlight from the big buns with her small buns. She was going to set off for the Stardow Forest tomorrow, and this round trip would definitely take at least half a month, perhaps even longer. Before setting off, she had to go to Soto City to find Guyi for help and to let him in on her counterattack plan. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to know Ning Rongrong's thoughts, and Ning Rongrong also seemed to know Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. They exchanged a glance. In unison, they said, "You want to find Guyi, right?" After speaking, they exchanged another glance. "Shall we go together?" They said in unison again. Both of them thought of something, lowered their heads, and finally decided to go to Soto City together to find Guyi. Ning Rongrong knew that Guyi would help her keep her secret, and Zhu Zhuqing had also been to the clinic, so she would go with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing felt the same way. When the two confirmed they were going to Soto City, Xiao Wu became a bit unhappy. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, you're all going to find that Guyi, what about me?" "Xiao Wu, aren't you going to find your 3rd brother?" He must be training and won't have time to accompany me." Regarding Tang San's dullness, Xiao Wu felt secretly angry. "How about this, Zhuqing? Rongrong, I'll go with you," Xiao Wu suggested, looking at the two. Ning Rongrong didn't want Xiao Wu to go with them, But since Xiao Wu wanted to go, she couldn't refuse. After all, Guyi would keep the treatment a secret. In the end, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing decided that the three of them would go to Soto City to find Guyi together. In the afternoon, Soto City, Guyi's clinic. Just as Guyi was about to take a break after treating several patients, Flander and Ma Hongjun walked in. Oh, isn't this Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy? What brings you to my little clinic? Guyi teased upon seeing Flander. Flander chuckled and walked over, saying, Dr. Gu, I'm here because I need your help. Oh, you need help? Could it be that your disciple's evil fire has erupted again? Guyi assessed Ma Hongjun beside Flander. It is indeed related to the evil fire, but it's not an eruption. Rather, they're here to ask Dr. Gu for something. Ask for something? What is it? Guyi asked with amusement. It's the thing you injected into Hongjuan's body that can quickly suppress his evil fire. Oh, so it's that thing. No problem, but Dean Flander, that item of mine is quite precious, and the price. Guyi simirkit celirie. Seeing Guyi like this, Flander's face showed some pain, and finally, with a determined heart, he took out a bag and threw it in front of Guyi. Is this enough gold coins? Guyi picked it up and looked at it. There were quite a few, but he didn't lack money, so he shook his head. Isn't it enough? Flander stared at Guyi with wide eyes. Yes, I need one more thing. What? His martial soul blood. Guyi pointed at Ma Hongjun. Martial soul blood? Is it the kind of martial soul blood that Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing mentioned before? Flander remembered since Tang San had told him some things. Yes, it's the blood from the martial soul. Don't you want to heal Ma Hongjun's martial soul defect? Just right. I want to extract a drop of his martial soul blood for experimentation. Perhaps I will be able to research a medicine that can cure his martial soul defect soon. Really? Ma Hongjun looked at Guyi with some excitement. If it really can solve my martial soul defect, wouldn't I be soaring, transforming from a chicken to a phoenix? Will extracting that martial soul blood be harmful? Flander asked with some concern. Guyi shook his head. It won't be harmful, at most. It will make him weak for a day or two. Is that so? Flander pondered for a moment, and then looked at Ma Hongjun. In the end, he decided to agree to let Guyi draw blood. Gumin, seeing that the two agreed, Guyi smiled and led them into the backyard room. Then Guyi took out a sedative he had exchanged from the system and handed it to Flander, saying, the method of use is very simple. Just inject it into him when his evil fire erupts, and you have seen the effect. Flander examined the sedative for a moment before putting it away. All right, I've given you the medicine, Ma Hongjun. Release your martial spirit. Ma Hongjun glanced at Flander and then released his martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Looking at Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, Guyi quickly summoned his martial spirit, the surgical knife, and infused a touch of white light onto the knife. He swiftly made a cut on Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, and a drop of red blood flowed out from it. Guyi took the bottle and put it away. With the addition of Ma Hongjun's soul blood, Guyi has now collected the soul blood of 2 members of the Shrek 7 monsters. And he still needs to discuss the remaining 5. Flandra, who was watching Guyi's actions from the side, was somewhat amazed when he actually saw blood flowing from the martial soul. He decided to pass this news on to his friend Yu Xiaojiang, who would likely be very interested in this matter. After collecting the soul blood, Guyi signaled to Flandra and Ma Hongjun that they could leave. Dr. Gu, if you can develop a medicine to treat Hongjun's martial soul defect, please let me know. This is very important to me. I beg you. Flandra said politely while looking at Guyi. No problem, Guyi replied. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Dr. Gu. Flandra said and left with Ma Hongjun. Dean, do you really think he can develop a medicine to treat my martial soul defect? Ma Hongjun asked Flandra as they walked a short distance away. I don't know, but his medical skills are very impressive, and I respect that. Although there's only a little hope now. Having hope is better than having none at all. That's true. Ma Hongjun understood the seriousness of his martial soul defect. Over time, or as he got older, if the defect wasn't treated, he could end up dying from the flames of evil. Now, Guyi had given him a glimmer of hope. As long as Guyi could develop a medicine to treat his martial soul defect, he would do whatever it takes to obtain it. Chapter 33. In-depth conversation with Zhu Zhuqing. In the medical clinic, Guyi paid no attention to Flandra and Ma Hongjun leaving. He took out Ma Hongjun's soul blood and studied it, quickly discovering its uniqueness. Ma Hongjun's martial soul was a mutation, although it was called the Evil Fire Phoenix. It wasn't a true Evil Fire Phoenix. Currently, his martial soul quality could only be considered high-level peak, not even reaching the top level. However, his martial soul had one strong point: fire, or rather, evil fire, desire fire. Guyi tried to research this aspect, thinking that he might be able to enhance the fire attribute control of this drop of martial soul blood, or even extract it. Just then, A few people walked in from outside the clinic. It was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, the three beauties of Shrek. Guye! Ning Rongrong shouted as soon as she entered. Guye clearly noticed the three of them as well. Seeing the three girls together surprised Guye a bit. Zhuqing, what brings you all here? Of course, we have something to find you for. And Guye, it's obvious that I came first. Why did you only notice Zhuqing? Oh, I see, you must like Zhuqing. It's understandable. She is so beautiful and has such a great figure. Ning Rongrong said with a grin, teasing Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, what are you talking about? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Guye, feeling a bit shy. She didn't believe that Guye would like her. However, when she saw Guye smiling at her, she couldn't help but lower her head shyly. After observing Guye and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong noticed something unusual and chuckled to herself before saying, Guye, we are going to Stardow Forest tomorrow, so we can't find you today. By the way, Zhuqing said that you know a lot about her martial soul, so she specifically came to find you. Really? Guye asked with a smile. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing nodded in confirmation. All right, since that's the case, Zhuqing, you come with me. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. You two wait outside for a bit, Guye said as he got up and walked towards the backyard. Zhu Zhuqing told Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to wait a moment before following him inside. Ning Rongrong was not worried. She was a bit curious and began to carefully observe the hall of Guye's clinic. Xiao Wu noticed Ning Rongrong's curiosity and whispered, Rongrong, aren't you worried about Zhuqing going in with Guye alone? Worried about what? Guye is so handsome. If anything, I should be worried about him. Besides, Xiao Wu, didn't you notice that Guye's gaze towards Zhuqing is a bit different? And Zhuqing feels the same way towards Guye, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. It does seem that way. Xiao Wu recalled and found that what Ning Rongrong said was indeed true. While the two were whispering, in the backyard room of the clinic, Guye said, You sit for a moment. I'll find something for you. He went to the medicine rack and began to search. Zhu Zhuqing obediently sat on the bed, unable to take her eyes off Guye, who was rummaging through the medicine rack. You should have some understanding of the soul beasts required for the third soul skill of your martial soul, right? Guye asked while searching. Yes. My family has researched the soul skills of the Nethercat martial soul and has a set of exclusive soul skills. When breaking through realms, we generally go in that direction, Zhu Zhuqing replied. The Zhu family's Nethercat martial soul has the first 3 or 4 soul skills that are basically the same. This has been a routine passed down for hundreds of years. Guye also knows a bit, but the current Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is different, and following the routines of the Zhu family is obviously not suitable. Moreover, Guye somewhat likes this Zhu Zhuqing. She owes him a drop of her most precious blood. He has to make this cat like Zhu Zhuqing stronger and bigger. All right, that's it. Guye looked at the object in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Then he sat down in front of Zhu Zhuqing and extended his hand. Zhu Zhuqing had a sense of trust and reliance on Guye deep down, so she did not hesitate to reach out her hand. Guye took out the syringe and drew the liquid from the bottle, then injected it into Zhu Zhuqing's body after testing the syringe. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing asked lightly. It's a good thing that will greatly benefit you. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing believed Guye. If he said it would benefit her greatly, it must be true. Why do I feel some pain? Zhu Zhuqing's face showed some discomfort as she bit her lower lip and looked at Guye. Just bear it. The pain will pass in a bit. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, but still felt some pain. This pain wasn't the kind of severe pain from a broken limb, but rather a mild itching pain as if her body were being bitten by countless ants. This pain made Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft moan. She quickly suppressed her cry of pain, and a glimmer of tears appeared in her eyes as she looked at Guye, appearing somewhat pitiful. What Zhu Zhuqing didn't know was that this cry was heard outside. In the hall of the medical clinic, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Then they looked towards the backyard. Rongrong, why did Zhuqing make such a sound? I don't know. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Do you think she might be with that Guye? Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong suspiciously. That shouldn't be possible. Zhuqing isn't that kind of person. True. Although they had only known Zhu Zhuqing for a few days, they both knew her personality was definitely not that of a casual woman. However, both were very curious about what Zhu Zhuqing and Guye were doing in the back room. In the backyard room, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head shyly. I'm sorry. Guye, she said apologetically. Guye looked at the bite mark on his hand and let out a bitter smile. This was already the second time Zhu Zhuqing had left a mark on him. Does it hurt anymore? Do you know that this is the second time you've left a mark on my body? Guye showed Zhu Zhuqing the bite mark on his arm. When Zhu Zhuqing saw it, she noticed it had even bled, and she felt even more embarrassed and lowered her head. Gu Yi helped her that way, but she did something that hurt Gu Yi. Even if Zhu Zhuqing was cold, she would still feel embarrassed. How about this? I'll leave a mark on you too. Then we'll be even, how about that? Gu Yi smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Are you going to bite me? Zhu Zhuqing asked, looking at the bite mark on Gu Yi's arm. Yes. Gu Yi nodded, but he didn't mention biting Zhu Zhuqing there. Well then, Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It's just letting Gu Yi take a bite. She's not afraid of pain. Then the innocent Zhu Zhuqing pulled up her black leather jacket to reveal her fair arm. She placed it horizontally in front of Gu Yi and closed her eyes. She seemed a bit afraid of the pain. Seeing the adorable Zhu Zhuqing like this, Gu Yi couldn't help but feel amused. I'm gonna bite now. Gu Yi touched Zhu Zhuqing's fair arm and reminded her, you can bite. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the painful sensation of countless ants biting her earlier and worried that Gu Yi's bite might hurt even more. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's prepared expression, Gu Yi glanced at her slightly nervous face and bit down. Chapter 34. Zhu Zhuqing's Trainingplanung. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, which were closed, instantly opened wide as she stared at Gu Yi, who was so close. She didn't expect Gu Yi to bite her in this place. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, unable to react to Gu Yi biting her. Then Zhu Zhuqing let out a painful cry, glaring at Gu Yi in embarrassment and anger while touching her own lips. All right, I bit back, Gu Yi said in a flat tone. He didn't feel it was inappropriate to leave his bite mark on Zhu Zhuqing's lips. After all, it was a mutual exchange. Zhu Zhuqing bit him, and he bit her back, which was quite normal under Zhu Zhuqing's consent. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, touching her lips where Gu Yi had bitten, her previously expressionless face showing a hint of anger. Gu Yi ignored the slightly cute Zhu Zhuqing, who was angry, and instead asked, what is the age of your third spirit ring? Due to her anger, Zhu Zhuqing did not answer Gu Yi immediately. About 1,000 years, she said. Gu Yi's commanding tone made Zhu Zhuqing instinctively respond. After answering, she felt a bit strange inside. Why was she being so obedient? 1,000 years have passed. Do you want to become stronger? Gu Yi's words made Zhu Zhuqing forget about the incident of biting her lip earlier. She looked at Gu Yi, realizing what he meant. For ordinary soul masters, 1,000-year third soul ring is already the most suitable. However, for true geniuses, 1,000 years is too low. And you, Zhu Zhuqing, your martial spirit is no longer an ordinary nethercat, and you just injected a dose of my special enhancement potion, so your third soul ring can last even longer. Really? Naturally. When have I ever lied to you? The enhancement agent that Gu Yi just injected into Zhu Zhuqing is a body cell enhancement agent produced by the surgical system. It cost Gu Yi a large sum of money to exchange for it from the system. Gu Yi already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to personally train Zhu Zhuqing to become a strong individual, and then gradually conquer her body and mind, eventually becoming the man behind Zhu Zhuqing. He liked the feeling of nurturing someone himself, which was also the reason why he treated Zhu Zhuqing so well. Naturally, there was also the desire for her body. The pain that Zhu Zhuqing felt earlier, akin to 10,000 ants gnawing at her body, was due to the cell enhancement potion transforming her body, making her cells stronger. After a few more days, once Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was complete, her physique would reach another level. In the world of Douluo, where fantasy meets reality, Gu Yi's cell enhancement potion would not only strengthen Zhu Zhuqing's cells, but also enhance her meridians, physical strength, and flexibility. By that time, absorbing a soul ring of around 2,000 years will be no problem at all. Zhuqing, let me tell you this. Your third soul ring can be hunted within a range of about 2,000 years, and within this range, you can absorb freely. However, I have never heard of anyone being able to absorb a third soul ring as high as 2,000 years. Since no one has done it before, you, Zhu Zhuqing, must be the first. If you want to become stronger, your mindset must change. Don't think that just because others can't do it, you, Zhu Zhuqing, can't do it either. If you continue to cultivate with such a mindset, you will never become a true strong individual in your life. Do you understand, Zhu Zhuqing? Gu Yi's words thundered into Zhu Zhuqing's mind, leaving her in a daze for a long time. Gu Yi's words made her realize that her character was still not enough to make her a true strong person. But she would not give up. She would work hard to become a strong person and break the so-called fate of her family through her own efforts. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi and suddenly realized how much of an impact Gu Yi had on her. Before she met Gu Yi, she had never thought about breaking her own fate solely by relying on herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Soto City to find Dai Mubai. But now, because of Gu Yi, she had that thought. She wanted to become a strong person, not relying on Dai Mubai. She could also be a strong person who could break the shackles of her own fate. Gu Yi, I understand now. I want to become strong. I want to be that first person. Zhu Zhuqing looked firmly at Gu Yi. I believe you can do it. And with the liquid I injected into your body just now, you already have the potential to become a strong person in this world. As long as you work hard, you won't lose to anyone. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. One thing I need to remind you of is that tomorrow and the day after, your body will experience 1 or 2 more bouts of pain like earlier, and you need to endure it, understand? I will. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the bite mark on Gu Ye's arm. That was her doing. She also touched her own lips, remembering that Gu Yi had bitten her once as well. She would take this as her testimony, a testament to her becoming strong. Gu Yi noticed a hint of determination belonging to a strong person in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and smiled with satisfaction. His plan to train her as a cat was already underway. All right, now I'll mention some soul bees suitable for your third soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing came back to her senses and looked at Gu Yi seriously. She knew that she could learn a lot from him, which would greatly benefit her. Right now, Gu Yi was like her teacher, and she trusted him deeply. As she looked at Gu Yi, an idea formed in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. She wanted to take Gu Yi as her master. Once this thought appeared, it lingered in her mind, hard to shake off. Gu Yi, unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, continued, your martial soul, the nether spirit cat, focuses on speed. However, now your martial soul has manifested that black flame, which possesses the terrifying ability to burn souls. Clearly, this is your most powerful ability. You cannot afford to lose your speed advantage, but you also need to harness this black flame ability. I've looked into the soul beasts, and there are many that would be suitable for your third soul ring. Among them, I believe the most fitting are the cat yu, black flame fox, 9 lives cat demon, and a dark gold terror claw bear. The cat yu is a soul beast that is said to have appeared in the Star Do Great Forest, possessing ghostly speed, and it has 2 flame-like tails that control 2 types of abilities. If you encounter one, it would be your good fortune. The black flame fox is also a speed-type soul beast, but it also has incredibly sharp claws that can unleash black flames, which have a powerful effect of burning soul power, making it a great match for your nether spirit cat. The 9 lives cat demon hasn't been seen for a long time, so encountering one would depend on your luck. The dark gold terror claw bear is a strength-type soul beast, but there is one aspect that is very suitable for you. Its claws have tremendous attack power within the soul beast clan. If you can obtain a soul skill related to its claws and combine it with your speed, your attacks will be unstoppable. Zhu Zhuqing listened to Gu Ye's analysis and memorized his words. When she goes to the Star Do Great Forest tomorrow, she will look for these soul beasts. She would not let Gu Yi down. Gu Yi said a few things and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, asking, do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in confirmation. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing, who was so eager to learn, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's expression became serious. She looked at Gu Yi and said, Gu Yi, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's serious demeanor, Gu Yi was curious about what she wanted to say. I want to become your disciple. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi earnestly. Chapter 35, Shock. Zhu Zhuqing wants to be my disciple. Become my disciple? Gu Yi confirmed, pointing at himself while looking at Zhu Zhuqing's serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. Why? Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some confusion. To be honest, Gu Yi was only a few years older than Zhu Zhuqing, and his strength was slightly higher than hers. He just wanted to nurture Zhu Zhuqing. So why did she suddenly want to be his disciple? Was she conquered by his brilliance and martial prowess? I want to become stronger. To become so strong that I can break the shackles of my destiny by myself. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fist, her expression serious and showing no sign of joking. She saw hope in Gu Yi, and it was Gu Yi who gave her this hope. While seeing this hope, she also wanted to support, so she wanted to become Gu Yi's disciple. She knew that Gu Yi must be very strong, both in knowledge and insight, and could definitely be her teacher. Gu Yi fell silent. I know he might look down on me, but I can work hard. Gu Yi, can you be my teacher? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi with anticipation. Gu Yi pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face lit up with joy. But in the next second, Gu Yi shook his head again. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted from joy to sadness. Why? Is it because my talent is too poor? Zhu Zhuqing fell a bit down. No. If you truly want to be my disciple, I wouldn't care about your talent, because no matter how poor your talent is, I can make you a top genius in this world. Then why do you refuse? Zhu Zhuqing, feeling rejected, lowered her eyes sadly. Zhuqing, I can take you as my disciple, but not now. It will be after we return from the Star Do Forest. Really? Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing was delighted again. Yes, but this time you'll go to the Star Do Forest with Shrek Academy, and consider it a test I am giving you. If your third spirit ring meets my expectations, I will take you as my disciple when we return. After that, I will train you to become the top powerhouse in this world, strong enough to easily break the so-called shackles of fate. Are you willing? Yes, I will do it. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her joy and nodded seriously. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, Gu Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He initially planned to cultivate Zhu Zhuqing into a talent, and then slowly melt her icy heart, before gradually taking her for himself. He didn't expect that it would turn into wanting to take her as a disciple so soon. However, this disciple-taking didn't seem bad. Cultivating Zhu Zhuqing into a powerhouse under the guise of a master-disciple relationship would make it easier for him to. For some reason, at that moment, Gu Yi suddenly thought of Bibi Dong when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. In the end, Gu Yi firmly decided to take Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple. Zhuqing, since you are about to set off for the Douluo Forest, there will definitely be dangers on this journey. I will give you 2 things for self-defense. Come with me. Gu Yi knows what challenges Zhu Zhuqing will encounter on her journey to the Douluo Forest. Since he is going to take Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, he naturally cannot ignore his future student. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and got up to follow Gu Yi. Gu Yi approached the medicine shelf, rummaged through it, and took out a syringe. The syringe contained a red liquid, which possessed a strong neurotoxin that paralyzed nerves. This was extracted by Gu Yi based on his medical knowledge from his previous life, combined with his surgical space abilities. In the fantastical world of Douluo, the power of this toxin was exceptionally strong. He handed the syringe to Zhu Zhuqing, his expression slightly serious as he said, "This is a neuroparalytic toxin, very powerful. If you encounter life-threatening danger, don't hesitate to use it. The method of use is the same as the last syringe I gave you." "Thank you, teacher." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at it, put it away, and did not forget to call Gu Yi teacher. "You can call me that once you return from the Douluo Forest, because if you don't meet my requirements, I won't accept you." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, silently vowing that she would definitely meet his expectations. "By the way, the anti-wolf spray I gave you last time isn't finished, right?" "No. This stuff is very effective against perverts. If anyone tries to do anything to you, just use it, understand?" After reminding her, Gu Yi took out something from a shelf. It was a small transparent bottle containing a green capsule. "This is for treatment. If you're severely injured but still alive, taking this life capsule will allow you to recover quickly. Remember, this is a gift from me to you, and you can only use it yourself because there are only 2 of these life capsules in this world. Do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly, took the small bottle, and held it tightly for a moment before placing it close to her chest. This was a gift from her teacher Gu Yi, and she intended to keep it safe, hoping she would never have to use it in her lifetime. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing putting away the life capsules, feeling a bit heartbroken. There were really only these 2 life capsules at the moment, which were extremely precious. He had exchanged one from a system after saving up surgery points for a whole month. This was also the reason why Gu Yi was still so poor despite helping those young women with their illnesses to earn surgery points every day. It was all for these 2 life capsules. "All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. I'll wait for you to come back from the Douluo Forest. Gu Yi, rest assured, I will definitely meet your expectations, because I want to become strong." With a change in mindset, Zhu Zhuqing looked firmly at Gu Yi. I'll be waiting." Gu Yi lightly patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Then the 2 of them walked out. In the main hall of the medical clinic, Ning Rongrong had been waiting for half an hour. When Xiao Wu saw Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing finally come out, she rushed to Zhu Zhuqing's side, looking her up and down, examining her for a long time before finally letting out a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhu Zhuqing was fine. "Zhuqing, I'm so glad you're okay." Just now, Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi had been in the room for half an hour, which made Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu very worried. If it weren't for their trust in Gu Yi, they would have barged in long ago. "Xiao Wu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I would do something to harm Zhuqing?" Gu Yi shot a glare at Xiao Wu, annoyed. Who knows? Xiao Wu looked at Gu Yi with her big round eyes and huffed. Gu Yi didn't argue with Xiao Wu the rabbit. He then looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Come in with me." Ning Rongrong had been waiting for this moment. She said a few words to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu before following Gu Yi inside. "Rongrong, you need to be careful." Xiao Wu pulled Ning Rongrong's sleeve, signaling her to be cautious. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Gu Yi isn't a bad person. Besides, he's so handsome. Even if he were a bad guy, I'd still accept it," Ning Rongrong said with a grin as she walked in. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing immediately became a bit anxious. Gu Yi is her master. From Ning Rongrong's words, does she have feelings for Gu Yi? No, Gu Yi is hers. Zhu Zhuqing would never agree to that. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong going inside and silently made a decision. She couldn't let Ning Rongrong have thoughts about Guyi, because Guyi is hers. Oh no, he should be her teacher. As Guyi's disciple, she would keep a good watch over her teacher. Xiao Wu noticed Zhu Zhuqing's strange gaze at Ning Rongrong and, recalling that she had been inside with Guyi for half an hour, curiously asked, Zhuqing, what were you and Guyi doing in there for so long? We didn't do anything, just talked about some things. Was it that simple? Xiao Wu was a bit skeptical. Yes, it was that simple. Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. She kept Guyi's words in mind. Some things could be shared with others, while some she preferred to keep to herself. As for Xiao Wu, it was better not to tell her. Let's wait outside for a bit. Rongrong might take some time inside. All right. After waiting outside for half an hour, Xiao Wu felt a bit bored and suggested, Zhuqing, how about we practice sparring in the yard? Xiao Wu's suggestion brightened Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. To be honest, she had never fought with Xiao Wu before, and she admired Xiao Wu's strength. Now was a good opportunity to test her skills. They then went to the yard. Xiao Wu was at level 29, while Zhu Zhuqing was at level 30, with only a 1-level difference in strength. Since it was just sparring, they naturally couldn't go all out, but even so, they exchanged blows back and forth in the yard of Guyi's clinic. Meanwhile, in the room at the backyard, Guyi listened to Ning Rongrong recount some matters and the results she wanted, his expression slightly serious as he looked at her. Ning Rongrong, how do you feel about the effects of the medicine you used before? Ning Rongrong noted. Guyi's medicine was indeed very effective, even better than she had imagined. But she felt that time was still a bit long. Since that's the case, make sure to use it well during your time in the Stardow Forest. Remember, use it more on your head, okay? Ning Rongrong thought of what Guyi said about the head and shyly lowered her head, softly responding with an For now, I won't take your drop of blood. I'll wait until you come back from the Stardow Forest. Is that okay? Yes. All right. Then extend your head out so I can take another look. Ning Rongrong made a motion to extend her head in front of Guyi. After Guyi observed for a while, he gave Ning Rongrong some advice and medicine before walking out with her. To their surprise, they saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing practicing against each other in the courtyard, both exchanging blows. Rongrong, are you done? Xiao Wu quickly stopped when she saw Ning Rongrong and Guyi come out. Yes, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, let's head back now. Ning Rongrong nodded. All right, then let's go back. They agreed. Their business at Guyi's clinic was complete, so there was no need to stay longer. Zhu Zhuqing said goodbye to Ning Rongrong and Guyi before leaving with Xiao Wu to return to Shrek Academy. Guyi watched the 3 girls leave, contemplating how to obtain the martial soul blood from Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. The Shrek's 7 monsters were about to head to the Stardow Forest, and in 2 days, Xue Qinghe would arrive in Soto City. Thinking of Xue Qinghe, who was played by Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall, Guyi recalled the woman who had been healed of her martial soul defect by her, and now she had been at the Spirit Hall for some time. He wondered how she was doing and if she had become someone close to Bibi Dong. If she had, she would have sent a message by now. Forget it. No need to think about other things for now. It's better to focus on improving his own strength. In this world, having enough strength is essential to accomplish what he wants to do. Guyi didn't think much and returned to his room in the backyard to begin his cultivation. When Guyi first crossed over, he was already a soul master. After his hard work in cultivation and the system rewards he received from helping others with their ailments, he had now reached the level of a 47th level 4-ring soul sect. After helping Ning Rongrong with her treatment earlier, he felt that his realm was somewhat loose. So he returned to his room to try and break through. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had already returned to Shrek Academy. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, they saw Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San chatting at the door. Third brother, what are you guys doing here? Xiao Wu asked as she walked up to Tang San. We were waiting for you to come back. Xiao Wu, where did you go just now? Tang San asked with concern. Where else could we go? You don't need to guess to know we went to Soto City to find that Guyi. Am I right? Dai Mubai's gaze was cold as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai was very unhappy about Zhu Zhuqing going to find Guyi because he had no good feelings toward him. Furthermore, every time he thought about the previous intimate contact between Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, he felt a bit angry. Xiao Wu, did you really go to find Guyi? Tang San also asked. Yeah, Xiao Wu nodded. There was nothing to hide about it. Seeing Xiao Wu confirm that they went to find Guyi, Dai Mubai's anger toward Zhu Zhuqing intensified. He wanted to vent this anger immediately and question Zhu Zhuqing about whether she went to meet Guyi privately. But his rationality held him back. Without knowing the truth of the situation, he suppressed his anger. Rongrong, what were you looking for that Guyi for? Oscar, who liked Ning Rongrong, was also curious about why they went to find Guyi, the physician. It's nothing, just looking for him about some matters. Ning Rongrong wouldn't tell anyone that she was looking for Gu Yi to treat the little dumpling. Seeing that Ning Rongrong didn't say anything, Dai Mubai turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Some matters. Zhu Zhuqing's response was even more straightforward. After saying that, she returned to her residence. Ning Rongrong followed her because she still needed to return to her room to apply the medicinal liquid Gu Yi had given her to her 2 heads. And she didn't have time to waste here with Oscar and the others. Xiao Wu had something to discuss with Tang San, so she stayed behind and started chatting with him. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing leave, Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wu and asked Xiao Wu, "What were you looking for Gu Yi for?" "I don't know about that," Xiao Wu replied. "But you went together. How could you not know?" "Because Gu Yi brought Zhuqing and Rongrong into the room alone. As for what they did, I don't know. But Zhuqing and Gu Yi stayed in the room for half an hour. You'll have to ask Zhuqing about the specifics." Xiao Wu's words made Dai Mubai and Oscar stare at the departing figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, unable to shift their gazes for a long time. Especially Dai Mubai, upon hearing that Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi had been in the room for half an hour, some unpleasant thoughts crossed his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he could tell from experience that Zhu Zhuqing was still a maiden, he would have rushed up to intercept Zhu Zhuqing and question her about what she was doing with that Gu Yi. "We have to set off for the Star Dough Forest tomorrow. Let us go back and rest for now," Tang San suggested and left with Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai and Oscar didn't linger either and returned to their residence to prepare for their journey to the Star Dough Forest the next day. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Soto City, Lord Shuehong looked at the news in his hand about the arrival of Prince Shui Qinghe 2 days later and was thrilled every time he thought about it. If I have his support, wouldn't it be possible for me to inherit the throne of the Barak Kingdom? Regarding the abilities, let me explain here. More details will gradually appear later, so readers don't have to worry about any ambiguities. The surgical space is a capability bestowed by the system to the martial soul itself, similar to the ability of surgical fruits. The first 3 soul skills are those that already existed in the previous life. First soul skill, cutting. After Gu Ye's research, it was combined with the surgical space to form a high-frequency cutting knife. Second soul skill, electric knife. After absorbing a lightning marten, the surgical knife gained electric abilities, and it will become stronger when combined with the surgical space later. The third and fourth will appear later. Chapter 37. Zhu Zhuqing's changes Qin Xiao. Give the order to prepare for the welcoming event in 2 days. Shuehong instructed Qin Xiao beside him. "Yes," Qin Xiao responded. Just as he was about to leave, Shuehong called out, "Wait." Qin Xiao stopped upon hearing the voice. "Lord, is there anything else you need?" "Why haven't I seen my wife return to the mansion these past 2 days? Madam has been at the Soto Great Soul Arena these past 2 days, maintaining the arena and also with the physician Gu," Qin Xiao replied. "Oh, is that so? Then it's fine. You can go prepare," Shuehong said without any suspicion as he let Qin Xiao leave. After all, he trusted both his wife and Gu Yi completely. One was his savior, and the other was his wife. There was no way anything could happen between the two. It won't be long now. Once Qinghao arrives, I must gain his support no matter what. "Big brother, just wait for me. I will definitely repay you for the grudge from 2 months ago." Shuehong thought about the time 2 months ago when he was ambushed by a soul sage and severely injured, almost losing his life. If it weren't for Qin Xiao blocking the enemy, he wouldn't have made it back. In the end, he was saved by Gu Yi's treatment. Otherwise, he would have been 6 feet under by now. It was precisely because of this life-saving grace that Shuehong had a mysterious confidence in Gu Yi. A night passed without incident. The next day, the Shrek 7 monsters, under the leadership of Zhao Wujing, left Shrek Academy and ran towards the Star Dough Forest. The Star Dough Forest is located in the southeastern part of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering the Barak Kingdom. Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Star Dough Forest, only less than 500 kilometers away. Therefore, it is naturally the best choice for Shrek Academy students to obtain spirit rings. On the way to the Star Dough Forest, Zhu Zhuqing noticed changes in her body. She felt light, her movements were faster, her stamina was fuller, and her consumption became less. Along the way, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun all needed to eat Oscar S sausages to recover their stamina, but Zhu Zhuqing didn't need any because she felt no significant consumption of energy. Zhu Zhuqing thought of what Gu Yi had told her earlier, which further solidified her determination to take Gu Yi as her master. "Zhuqing, aren't you going to eat Oscar S recovery sausages?" During a brief rest, Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing hadn't eaten any sausages along the way and asked. To her surprise, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and refused. "I don't need to eat. You all can have it." "All right then," Xiao Wu said. seeing Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, and picked up a sausage from Oscar to eat. Zhu Zhuqing's situation puzzled Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. They were all male, and their stamina was generally better than females. But Zhu Zhuqing looked like she had no consumption at all during the journey, which they found very strange. Zhuqing, how did you do that? Why do you look like you're not tired at all? Ning Rongrong asked, panting as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Maybe it's because I'm good at speed, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Zhu Zhuqing said lightly and did not say more. However, this statement from Zhu Zhuqing made Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were looking at her, feel that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat different now, although they couldn't quite explain what was different. All right, let's keep going, Zhao Wuji announced and continued on their way. While running, he deliberately observed Zhu Zhuqing from behind and found that her movements were light and her speed was surprisingly the most stable among the group, which made Zhao Wujia very curious as to why. After all, in terms of strength, Dai Mubai was the strongest among the seven, yet he couldn't compare to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's change was naturally due to the cellular enhancement agent that Gui injected into her body yesterday. Her transformation had only just begun, and in a few days, she would only become stronger. As night fell, the Shrek group had only traveled over 400 kilometers and were very close to the Stardo Forest. Seeing that they couldn't reach their destination today, Zhao Wuji ordered a rest as they had just arrived at a small town. Continuing forward without supplies would be uncertain. Upon entering the town, it was much livelier than Zhu Zhuqing had imagined. The town was about 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Except for the lack of city walls, it resembled a small city, with shops lining the streets, offering a variety of goods. After observing the town, Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her gaze and felt the changes in her body. She still felt very vigorous, indicating that the agent Gu Yi injected into her had tremendous power. Zhu Zhuqing had a feeling that if she could fight Gu Yi, she could battle for 3 days and nights. Then, under Zhao Wujia's lead, the Shrek 7 monsters found a hotel to rest. After entering the hotel, Zhu Zhuqing briefly spoke to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong before returning to her room. She had a premonition that the second transformation of her body was about to come. Rongrong, have you noticed that Zhuqing has changed a lot since we returned from Guye's clinic yesterday? Xiao Wu leaned over to Ning Rongrong and whispered, Yeah, I feel the same. Ning Rongrong also noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat different. As for what was different, she couldn't quite explain. Oscar, who also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's change, nudged Ning Rongrong with his elbow and quietly asked, Hey, Rongrong, do you really not know what Zhuqing and Guyi did in the clinic for half an hour yesterday? I don't know, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. Even if she did know, she wouldn't tell Oscar. After all, deep down, she thought that Zhu Zhuqing might have been receiving treatment for her chest with Guyi, but that was just her assumption. She didn't know the truth. Dai Mubai looked up at the rooms upstairs, speculating about what was happening with Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhu Zhuqing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, gritting her teeth. Her slightly trembling lips and the sweat dripping from her cheeks indicated that she was enduring immense pain. The feeling of thousands of ants gnawing at her body made Zhu Zhuqing unable to suppress her cries any longer. However, thinking of Guye's words, she held on and kept enduring. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Zhuqing's clothes were already soaked, and she lay on the bed, gasping for breath. What a powerful feeling. Is this the cellular enhancement that Guyi was talking about? Zhu Zhuqing looked down at her chest, and then at her hands, feeling the powerful strength within, overwhelmed with joy. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from outside the room. Following that, the sounds of fighting echoed in from outside. Zhu Zhuqing heard that it seemed like someone was fighting outside, quickly tidied herself up, and went out to take a look. She discovered that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others were fighting with a soul master who possessed a turtle martial soul, frowning in confusion. They had just been fine, so how did it escalate into a fight? Zhu Zhuqing hurried down to Ning Rongrong and asked what was going on. After Ning Rongrong briefly explained, Zhu Zhuqing understood. It was all because of Flinder's remark that soul masters who don't dare to cause trouble are not good soul masters. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had teased the female students from the other academy, and then Dai Mubai's arrogance and lack of restraint led to the conflict. Because of Dai Mubai's unreasonable conflict with the Tsanghue Academy, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that there seemed to be some issues with Shrek Academy's guidance. It wasn't bad, but the nature of teaching people how to behave had changed. If Guyi were to teach her, he certainly wouldn't teach her to be so arrogant. Chapter 38, Thirsty Cadden Late at Night. Aren't you all going to rest? What are you doing out here? At that moment, Zhao Wuji appeared. 7 soul rings surrounded him. and the overwhelming pressure of a soul sage made the turtle martial soul teacher from Tsanghui Academy break into a cold sweat. Under Zhao Wujia's pressure as a soul sage, no matter how justified Tsanghui Academy was, it became meaningless. Dai Mubai sneered at the Tsanghui Academy teacher, cursing him as old turtle, and then walked back to his room. Ma Hongjun also made a mocking comment. Tang San smiled and followed Dai Mubai upstairs. Zhu Zhuqing watched silently throughout the whole scene. After the crowd dispersed, and she saw the Tsanghui Academy people glaring at Zhao Wujia, unable to express their anger, she understood one thing. Strength is the most important. Because with strength, even unreasonable actions can become reasonable. Or rather, strength itself is reason. Due to this realization, Zhu Zhuqing did not stop her cultivation when she returned to her room. Meanwhile, on the other side in Soto City, Guyi stopped after feeling that he had reached the 48th level of soul power after a day and night of cultivation. He had promised Ketan to go to the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and since he didn't go last night, he couldn't refuse to go tonight. Then he headed towards the Soto City Great Soul Arena. After a while, he arrived outside the arena. In the highest VIP room of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Ketan was listening to a female guard report on the arena's income. This guard was not an ordinary one, but another soul sage stronghold of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and also Ketan's personal bodyguard, a 75th level soul sage, Yin Shi. Madam, the doctor has arrived, a guard reported from outside. Upon hearing that Guyi had arrived, Ketan's face lit up with joy. Bring the doctor up. I have something important to discuss with him. Yes. The guard outside responded and left. Excitedly, Ketan quickly asked Yin Shi to leave the room first. Then she returned to her room to tidy up her makeup, not forgetting to apply a light makeup. Guyi originally intended to go to the treatment room upon arriving at the Great Soul Arena, but unexpectedly, a guard rushed over to say that Ketan was looking for him. With no choice, Guyi had to go first. When he entered the highest room of the arena, as soon as he stepped inside, before he could clearly see what was inside, something suddenly covered his face, plunging him into darkness. Then he heard a bang as the door of the room slammed shut. A minute later, Guyi's vision finally returned. He saw Ketan holding him tightly, realizing that it was his face that had buried into Ketan's chest, causing him to lose sight. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Guyi said, gently stroking Ketan's forehead. Ketan bit her thin lower lip, looking at Guyi with a shy expression, fully displaying the charm of a mature woman. My mouth is a bit dry, she whispered softly. When Guyi heard these enticing words, he really wanted to ask, that mouth. Then he looked at Ketan's plump and thin lips, and his heart stirred. It was really hard for Guyi to resist such a beautiful and alluring young woman like Ketan. However, thinking about the purpose of coming here and the fact that this was the Great Soul Arena, which was not an appropriate place, Guyi quickly calmed his mind. Guyi gently stroked Ketan's thin lips and said, I'll help you with the treatment when I have time, okay? No, I want it now, Ketan replied firmly. Staring at Guyi, the expression on her face said it all. If Guyi didn't agree, she would hold on to him and not let go. Guyi felt a bit helpless upon seeing this. He noticed the door was tightly closed, and then he saw Ketan looking at him with an expectant expression in her beautiful eyes. In the end, he convinced himself to first help Ketan moisten her lips. Then, Guyi gently placed his hand on Ketan's charming face and pecked at her thin lips before letting go. All right, I still have things to discuss with you. However, Ketan did not release her embrace around Guyi and continued to look at him with her sparkling eyes. It was evident that her lips were still very dry. Guyi sighed softly, wrapping his arms around Ketan's slender waist, supporting her head, and kissing her full lips deeply. After an unknown amount of time, Ketan's breathing became slightly rapid, but she smiled contentedly. Ketan, you can't do this next time, Guyi said seriously, looking at her. He was a physician, and it was normal to help patients with their treatments, but he couldn't always be put in difficult situations because of some strange ailments. Next time, let's just do it, Ketan laughed, as she was not one of those little girls who would leave things unsaid. Well then, let's just do it. If it weren't for the location being in the Great Soul Arena of Soto City, he would definitely help this beautiful Lady Ketan with a thorough treatment until she was completely exhausted. After Ketan released her embrace, she took Guyi to sit aside and started talking about some matters. Thinking of Shui Hong, Guyi asked, do you know about Shui Hong's ambitious plans? Of course. She replied, what are your thoughts on it? Guyi looked at Ketan with a hint of meaning. Ketan did not respond immediately. She was in a royal marriage alliance with Shui Hong, and now he wanted to plot for the throne of King Balak. If he succeeded, she would become the queen. If the plan was exposed, the Prince of Balak would not spare her and Shui Hong, just like how Shui Hong was assassinated 2 months ago. However, she had no feelings for Xue Hong. Her heart belonged to Gu Yi. Looking at him, Kaden hoped to get an answer from him. Gu Yi has a great idea, but his strength is not enough right now. He is not even at the Soul King level, so he can't accomplish that kind of thing. But he still wants to give it a try. Kaden, do you want to be a king? Gu Yi's words were surprising. Kaden looked at Gu Yi in astonishment, not understanding what he meant. First tell me, do you still want to be with Xue Hong? Gu Yi held Kaden's small hand and looked at her seriously. Kaden shook her head, then buried herself in Gu Yi's embrace and said, "Don't you know my feelings for you? Ever since I got together with you, my body and mind have been yours." Kaden spoke softly, but every word was heartfelt, because she had truly fallen for Gu Yi. The women in the Douluo world are very special. Once they fall in love with a man, their body and mind will be devoted to him. This can be seen from the romantic histories of the female leads in the original work. After listening to Kaden's words, Gu Yi fell silent for a moment. Previously, he had considered severing ties with Kaden. However, her feelings and her enchanting charm made it difficult for Gu Yi to convince himself to abandon such a beautiful young woman. Kaden, if I could make you the queen of the Bala Kingdom, would you want to be? Gu Yi looked at Kaden seriously. If you want me to be, then I will, but it's simply impossible. I'm just a woman, and how could a woman become the queen of the Bala Kingdom? Kaden shook her head. Who says a woman can't be a queen? Don't you know that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also a woman? She is a pope, but I'm different. No, in my eyes, you are the same. As long as you want to be, I will find a way to push you to the position of the king of the Bala Kingdom. Gu Yi's eyes revealed seriousness. Kaden looked at Gu Yi and, seeing that he did not seem to be joking, was very curious about why he had such an idea. Gu Yi had this idea because of the arrival of Xue Qinghe. He was well aware of Xue Qinghe's identity. If Xue Hong, a noble who only knew how to enjoy life and was half useless, could persuade Xue Qinghe to gain his support and become the king of the Bala Kingdom, then Gu Yi was confident he could make Kaden the first queen of Balak. By that time, he just needed to wait until his strength reached the corresponding level, and then he could quietly kill Xue Hong, plan further, and make Kaden the queen of the Bala Kingdom without any issues. Chapter 39. The Arrival of Xue Qinghe. However, planning is one thing, and reality is another. Although Gu Yi had the idea of supporting Kaden as king, the current situation was not sufficient to achieve this goal. He could only briefly discuss some objectives and matters with Kaden. Kaden was deeply concerned about Gu Yi. No matter what Gu Yi said, she would agree. That night, Gu Yi and Kaden began to take the first step in their plan for the Bala Kingdom. 2 days later, at the city gate of Soto, a convoy of cavalry guards slowly entered Soto City. In a most luxurious carriage in the convoy, a handsome young man dressed in noble robes sat upright on a cushion, reading a book. At that moment, the captain of the night guards rode up to the side of the carriage and said, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Soto City." Xue Qinghe closed the book, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and looked toward the city gate of Soto. He was very pleased to visit and inspect the kingdoms and principalities under the rule of the Tiando Empire at the command of the Snow Knight Emperor. After all, opportunities to take a public trip for leisure while also communicating messages with the Spirit Hall were rare. How could he not be happy? Moreover, this would allow him to understand the dissatisfaction of those kingdoms with the Tiando Empire during his inspections, which would provide information for the Spirit Hall and prepare for their future plans. Today, he was supposed to head straight to the capital of the Bala Kingdom, but he appeared in Soto City instead, naturally due to his nominal cousin, Xue Hong, the second prince of the Bala Kingdom. The current king of Balak was old and weak, his health deteriorating by the day, with the possibility of passing away at any moment. And Xue Hong harbored delusions of becoming king. From what Xue Qinghe understood, Xue Hong was indeed quite useless. If he could take Xue Hong under his wing and use his influence to push Xue Hong to the throne, it would maximize his benefits. Why not? Qinghe cousin. At that moment, Xue Hong excitedly rushed out from the city gate. He was disheveled, barefoot, and bare-chested, wearing only a nightgown. This scene somewhat resembled Chow welcoming Suyu barefoot. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Xue Hong had been in a certain entertainment venue with a woman, enjoying himself. Upon hearing the guard Qin Zhao's message, he hurriedly ran out without even having time to tidy himself up. Inside the carriage, upon hearing someone call him cousin, Xue Qinghe looked at the person running out of the city gate and immediately recognized him. In terms of seniority, the Snow Knight Emperor was Xue Hong's father's cousin, but Xue Hong was older than him, so addressing him as cousin was indeed appropriate and seemed somewhat intimate. However, when Xue Qinghe glanced at Xue Hong's appearance, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Xue Hong rushed to the carriage, but was stopped by the cavalry guards. While catching his breath, he loudly said to Xue Qinghe, "Qinghe, cousin, I've been waiting for you." "No problem." Xue Qinghe gestured to let him pass. The night guards followed the order and let him through. Seeing this, Xue Hong quickly ran to the front of the carriage. "Xue Hong, cousin, what is this?" Xue Qinghe pointed at Xue Hong's disheveled appearance, and the reason he called him cousin was to show a sense of propriety. "Oh, this? Cousin." As soon as I heard Qinghe cousin had arrived in Soto City, I rushed over without stopping. Compared to seeing you, changing clothes is nothing. Splendid. As for why he was late, due to a woman, who would know if he didn't say anything? "Oh, I see." Xue Qinghe understood and nodded. But when he saw the lipstick mark on Xue Hong's neck and the strong scent of perfume emanating from him, he quickly understood what kind of person Xue Hong was. Considering the information he had previously gathered about him, he was somewhat clever, but in reality, he had little ability, a half-waste like those nobles, enjoying everything and living a dissipated life. However, for Xue Qinghe, this kind of person was just right, easy to control, and exactly what he needed. Then, under Xue Hong's lead, Xue Qinghe and his party entered Soto City. Once inside the city, Xue Hong took Xue Qinghe to the Lord's mansion, where there was no shortage of fine food, wine, beautiful women, and other luxuries of the upper class, all laid out for their entertainment. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe was already accustomed to such things, his expression completely unfazed. However, Xue Hong continued to drink while clearly explaining his thoughts to Xue Qinghe. For example, he wanted to become the next king of Balak and needed Xue Qinghe's support, and so on. That's fine. Xue Qinghe took a sip of tea and said, "Cousin Qinghe, are you really willing to support me as the next king?" Xue Hong asked excitedly as he looked at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe nodded and then shook his head. "Cousin Qinghe, what do you mean?" Xue Hong did not quite understand Xue Qinghe's meaning. "I can support you to become the next king, but what can you offer me?" Xue Qinghe said while sipping tea. Xue Hong looked at Xue Qinghe and understood his meaning. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Cousin Qinghe, as long as I can become the next king of Balak, I will agree to whatever you need me to do." Xue Hong was willing to do anything to become king and to avenge his brother, who had almost perished 2 months ago. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe said lightly, "Things can be discussed." Upon hearing this somewhat meaningful statement, Xue Hong immediately understood Xue Qinghe's intention. He excitedly stood up and toasted Xue Qinghe 3 times. Then, Xue Qinghe chatted with Xue Hong about some matters and subtly tested him, gaining a better understanding of Xue Hong. He had little talent, was very suitable to control, and was indeed very suitable to be the next king of Balak. This was Xue Qinghe's judgment of Xue Hong. "By the way, I heard that the most famous place in your fief, Soto City, is the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. I wonder if you could take me to see it? Cousin Qinghe has such an interest. How could I not satisfy you? My wife happens to be in the Spirit Arena right now, so I will take you there later." Xue Qinghe was somewhat surprised to hear that Xue Hong's wife was at the Great Spirit Arena. The reason he wanted to see the Spirit Arena was entirely because he found it boring to drink with Xue Hong, and it would be better to see what special talents were there to recruit. However, when Xue Hong mentioned that his wife was in the Great Spirit Arena, it piqued his interest. "Yes, usually my wife maintains the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, so she is generally there." "Is that so? Then I'm curious about what kind of remarkable woman your wife is, Xue Hong cousin." "What remarkable woman? She's just an ordinary woman," Xue Hong humbly said. But inside he was overjoyed. After all, having the crown prince of the Tiando Empire praise his wife made him feel proud. After exchanging pleasantries, the two moved toward the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. At this moment, in the highest VIP room of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, Cadden was elegantly seated in a chair, with Guyi beside her. She watched Guyi intently writing a letter, becoming increasingly fascinated. "Where are you now?" Guyi put down his pen and asked. "We have been back at the Lord's mansion for half an hour," Cadden replied, just as there was a knock on the door. "Komin." Cadden glanced outside the door. Lord Sihong and His Highness the Crown Prince were on their way to the Battle Soul Arena and would arrive in about 15 minutes. "Got it. You can go now." "Yes." The maid outside the door left, and Cadden looked at Guyi. "He actually came to the Grand Battle Soul Arena? This saves me the trouble of finding a way to meet him." Guyi looked forward to the arrival of Xue Qinghe, or rather, it should be Qian Renxue. Chapter 40. The first contact with Xue Qinghe. Guyi had some admiration for Qian Renxue. In the original work, her talent was considered the best in Douluo, and her beauty was unmatched. Unfortunately, in the original story, she couldn't compete with the protagonist's halo, resulting in a tragic end. To be honest, Guyi was somewhat interested in Qian Renxue, especially her identity as Bibi Dong's daughter. From what he understood, Qian Renxue had always harbored resentment towards Bibi Dong. Yet, deep down, she wanted her approval. The mother and daughter didn't see eye to eye. Qian Renxue even directly referred to Bibi Dong as her sister. It was unclear whether Qian Renxue genuinely wanted to be Bibi Dong's sister or had other intentions. He was actually looking forward to meeting this Qian Renxue who wanted to be Bibi Dong's sister. At that moment, Kadong noticed Guyi was lost in thought and called out to him, pulling his hand. "What's wrong?" Guyi came to his senses and looked at Kadong. My mouth is dry again," Kadong said delicately, standing up and sitting directly on Guyi's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing at him with her beautiful eyes. Her mention of a dry mouth made Guyi instantly understand what Kadong meant. He didn't refuse. He boldly wrapped his arms around Kadong's slender, soft waist, kissing her charming face heavily until her thin lips were moistened. "All right, I need to go out first. After all, Shui Hong and Shui Qinghe will be coming soon." Kadong nodded in satisfaction. Guyi chuckled softly, shook his head, and walked out of the room into the great soul arena. As usual, he treated the injured soul masters in the arena. He even directly released his martial soul, the surgical knife, to perform the healing. This special method of using a knife for treatment amazed many soul masters, and when they discovered that his healing abilities were incredibly powerful, their curiosity and astonishment grew even more. At that moment, led by Shui Hong, Shui Qinghe arrived at the great soul arena in Soto City. Upon entering, Shui Qinghe noticed a crowd gathered around Guyi. Out of curiosity, he looked over and was taken aback by the extraordinary handsomeness of the man. What surprised him even more was the knife in the man's hand, which turned out to be a healing knife. It was the first time he had seen such a knife capable of healing. Intrigued, he stopped to watch. "Kuzang Xuyong, do you know that soul master who is helping others heal?" Shui Qinghe asked, pointing at Guyi. "Oh, you mean Dr. Gu?" Shui Hong replied. "Of course. I know him." Shui Qinghe asked curiously, "He's a doctor?" "Yes, and Dr. Gu's medical skills are extraordinary. 2 months ago, I suffered a severe injury and nearly died. It was thanks to Dr. Gu's help that I was saved." "I see. But why is he here?" "It was my wife's suggestion. Previously, Dr. Gu was treating the common people in the city for free. After seeing the heavy casualties in the arena, my wife wanted to invite Dr. Gu to the Great Soul Arena to help treat the injured and reduce the pressure of casualties." Shui Hong briefly explained the reason for Guyi's presence in the arena. After hearing this, Shui Qinghe became even more interested in Guyi. He then walked over and stood not far from Guyi, allowing him to observe clearly how Guyi was helping others heal. Guyi seemed to be completely focused on treating the injured person, as if he hadn't noticed Shui Qinghe standing not far away. The injured individual had suffered a broken leg and burn injuries during the previous battle. However, under Guyi's treatment, the broken leg quickly began to heal. Then, Guyi used a scalpel to carefully cut away the burned skin and applied some medicinal liquid, causing new skin to grow rapidly. From the start of the treatment to its completion, it took only a brief moment to fully heal a patient with a broken leg and burned skin. Such powerful healing abilities surpassed even those of high-ranking healing soul masters. Shui Qinghe was both curious and amazed by Guyi's treatment method, which involved cutting into the body without causing any bleeding, as if something special was maintaining it. Shui Qinghe was not an ordinary person. He immediately recognized Guyi's extraordinary qualities. He looked at the scalpel in Guyi's hand, which glowed with a white light. And when he saw that Guyi had completed the treatment, he asked curiously, "May I have the honor of witnessing your martial soul?" Guyi raised his head upon hearing the voice and recognized the man immediately. It was none other than Qian Renxue, the younger sister of Bibi Dong. "My martial soul is nothing impressive." Guyi's expression was calm, and he did not show much reaction upon seeing Shui Qinghe, as he had known for a long time that Shui Qinghe was coming. Moreover, Guyi was aware of Shui Qinghe's identity and knew many things that he did not know. However, Guyi was not foolish enough to speak recklessly upon meeting Shui Qinghe for the first time. It was like someone who, upon meeting Shui Qinghe, would immediately pour out their heart and purpose, and then use their knowledge of his identity as Qian Renxue to act mysterious in order to gain Shui Qinghe's attention. Guyi felt that would be too demeaning, right? Shui Qinghe, seeing that Guyi had refused, did not mind too much. He had just learned from Shui Hong that Guyi was a rare talent, and after observing him for a moment, he indeed found Guyi quite impressive. Deep down, he had thoughts of recruiting Guyi. After all, his purpose for coming here was to see if there were any untapped talents. "My name is Shui Qinghe. If you're interested, could we become friends?" Shui Qinghe said with a smile, appearing very personable. Upon hearing the name Shui Qinghe, those around them seemed to realize something and looked at him in surprise. Guyi was taken aback. displaying a look of shock on his face, similar to the astonishment felt by the common people of the Tiando Empire upon seeing the crown prince. He smiled and extended his hand, saying, "My name is Gu Yi, and I am a physician. If you have any ailments, you can come to me for treatment, and I guarantee that the medicine will cure you." Shueqing felt a bit embarrassed. The first thing he said was that he had an illness, truly a professional physician. He looked at Gu Ye's outstretched hand and guessed it was a friendly handshake. Then he extended his own hand as well. Gu Yi then took Shueqing's hand and quickly pressed his right cheek against Shueqing's side face, explaining, "This is a way of making friends in my hometown." When Gu Ye's face pressed against him, Shueqing initially wanted to push him away, but the latter part of the sentence made him stop. After releasing Shueqing, Gu Yi smiled and said, "Your skin is snow white and tender, and your little hands are delicate. You clearly come from a privileged background. I'm determined to have you as a friend." Shueqing. He looked at Gu Yi speechlessly, revealing a hint of a smile. He found something odd about this statement, because the descriptions of snow-white skin and delicate hands are usually used for women. However, hearing it from Gu Yi, a doctor, made Shueqing glance at him suspiciously. Not finding anything amiss, he spoke, "Brother Gu Yi, may I take a look at your special healing knife?" "Your martial soul?" Shueqing had always been curious about Gu Ye's healing knife. Since we're friends, of course, Gu Yi extended his hand, and the surgical knife of his martial soul appeared in his palm. Shueqing curiously examined it. A healing knife was something he had never heard of or seen before. Seeing Shueqing so interested in Gu Yi, Shuehong quickly walked over to Gu Yi and whispered, "Dr. Gu, this is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. He seems to have taken a liking to you. Is that so?" Gu Yi was shocked and curiously sized up Shueqing, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Shueqing withdrew his gaze from the surgical knife and humbly said, "Oh, what crown prince? It's just a title. Right now, I'm just a friend of Brother Gu Yi, and there's no need to pay attention to my identity." Gu Yi smiled without speaking. Shueqing's words sounded fine, but was it really the case? As for what Shueqing just said about wanting to be friends with him, it might just be a momentary curiosity about his martial soul. Or perhaps he simply wanted to recruit talent, a fleeting impulse to bring him under his wing, that's all. Gu Yi is not foolish. Shueqing's words are just for listening. Chapter 41. An invitation from Shueqing after exchanging a few polite remarks. Shueqing continued to explore the great fighting soul arena with Shuehong, and his interest in Gu Yi naturally led him to invite Gu Yi to join them. Gu Yi, wanting to get to know more about this person, Qian Renxue, who wishes to be Bibi Dong's sister, did not refuse her invitation. However, just as the three of them walked a short distance, a beautiful young woman named Cadden came down from the VIP room of the great fighting soul arena. As soon as she arrived, she saw the three of them, Shueqing, Shuehong, and Gu Yi. However, her gaze lingered more on Gu Yi. After all, compared to Gu Yi, the other two couldn't pique her interest. When Cadden looked at Gu Yi, he naturally looked back at her. He then subtly conveyed his feelings to Cadden, and she immediately understood his meaning, quickly stepping forward to Shueqing and greeting him. "Greetings, Your Highness. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Shueqing took a casual glance at Cadden, the beautiful young woman, and then chuckled. "No harm done. You must be the wife of my cousin, Shuehong. To manage such a large great fighting soul arena as a woman and keep it running smoothly to provide substantial financial support for my cousin is truly admirable." "Your Highness is too kind," Cadden said with a smile, her gaze shifting to Gu Yi beside her. Gu Yi shook his head, seeing Shueqing continue walking. He followed behind. Cadden also came to Gu Ye's side, keeping pace with the three. Shuehong was flattering Shueqing, completely ignoring Cadden, and he didn't even notice the exchanged glances and whispered conversations between Cadden and Gu Yi. After walking for a while, Shueqing stopped and looked down at the soul fighting platform. As soon as Shueqing stopped, Shuehong, who was flattering him, naturally came to a halt as well. Gu Yi and Cadden were also slightly curious and looked on. On the soul fighting platform, two soul masters who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old were showcasing their skills. These two had decent talent in Suodo City, but in the eyes of someone like Shueqing, they should be nothing special. Gu Yi didn't quite understand the significance of stopping to look. Just then, Shueqing shifted his gaze from the soul fighting platform to Gu Yi and smiled. "Brother Gu Yi, I will soon be leaving Suodo City. I wonder if you would like to join me to Tiando City to experience a different kind of charm?" Invited me to leave, Gu Yi thought, surprised as he looked at Shueqing. He never expected Shueqing would have such an idea. Beside them, Cadden felt anxious seeing Shueqing's intention and looked at Gu Yi, worried that he might agree. Right now, she was completely focused on Gu Yi, and if he left, she truly wouldn't be able to accept it. Shuehong was also surprised that Xue Qinghe wanted to invite Gu Yi to leave. He thought about Gu Ye's impressive medical skills and knew Xue Qinghe had a preference for recruiting talents, so he secretly hoped Gu Yi could stay by Xue Qinghe's side. This would actually benefit him quite a bit. However, Gu Yi shook his head without any hesitation. Sorry. I'm doing quite well in Suatuwa City right now and have no plans to leave for the time being. Upon hearing this, Ka Dan felt her heart relax. Is that so? What a pity. Xue Qinghe didn't insist. He merely found Gu Ye's medical skills remarkable and his unique martial spirit a rare talent. So he was just a bit curious. However, if brother Gu Yi changes his mind one day, or comes to Tiando City, you must come find me. I have high hopes for you. Xue Qinghe patted Gu Ye's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Having lost interest in the Suatuwa City Great Soul Arena, he exchanged a few words with Shuehong and then left the arena. Naturally, Shuehong, who had a request from Xue Qinghe, eagerly followed him. Even Ka Dan didn't mind being with Gu Yi as they left the Suatuwa City Great Soul Arena with Xue Qinghe. Gu Yi watched Xue Qinghe walk out of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, recalling the high-handed way Xue Qinghe had patted him on the shoulder just now. He murmured to himself, I won't go to Heaven Do City now, but I will be going soon. Qian Renxue, I have quite an interest in you. Kadang noticed that Shuehong was following Xue Qinghe and didn't pay any attention to her thoughts throughout. She snorted softly in her heart and then looked at Gu Yi. Let's go back, she said softly to Gu Yi. Okay, let's go back. Gu Yi walked towards the VIP room of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. The relationship between Gu Yi and Kaden is merely that of a doctor and a patient, a fact known to all the staff within the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Now, as the two return to the room, it is naturally Gu Yi, as the doctor, who is helping the patient Kaden with her treatment. At this moment, Xue Qinghe, who had just left, arrived at the residence arranged for her by Shuehong, and one of his subordinates approached her. Your Highness, here is the information you requested. The guard respectfully presented the letter to Xue Qinghe. She took it, opened it, and became even more interested in Gu Yi. When she left Soto City Grand Soul Arena, she had asked her subordinates to gather information about Gu Yi out of curiosity. Now, she saw that the letter detailed how Gu Yi had been providing free medical treatment to the people in Soto City during this time, successfully treating every case without exception, earning the title of a saintly healer. Because of this, she became even more intrigued by this exceptional talent. This person has such remarkable medical skills. If I can make use of him, he might prove invaluable in the future. Xue Qinghe thought of Emperor Shui Yi and his purpose of lurking in the Tiando Empire over the years, and a cold smile appeared on her face. However, she was not in a hurry. She just needed to keep an eye on Gu Yi and find a way to recruit him into the Tiando Empire when the opportunity arose. Xue Qinghe only stayed in Soto City for a day and left for the capital of the Barak Kingdom the next day at noon. Shuehong wanted to persuade Xue Qinghe to stay a few more days, but since she had important matters to attend to, he could only watch her leave Soto City. With Xue Qinghe's help, I will surely succeed in inheriting the throne of the Barak Kingdom. And then I can take revenge on my elder brother for the grudge from 2 months ago, as well as deal with that sister-in-law. Shuehong thought of his sister-in-law and the series of events that would follow his ascension to kingship, feeling extremely excited. He hurried back to Soto City to invite the noble elites he used to revel with to his residence for a drink. As for the beautiful Lady Kaden in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena at that moment, Shuehong hardly paid her any mind. In his heart, women like Kaden, who were conservative and lacked the charm to please him, were not as useful as a maid. He preferred the sensation of being flattered, admired, and treated like a star. Because of this, even if Kaden stayed in the Grand Soul Arena for 10 days or half a month, he wouldn't pay her much attention. Moreover, due to Kaden's status, he couldn't force her to do things she didn't like. After all, in Shuehong's mind, as long as Kaden was his wife, he could obtain the support of the forces behind her, which was the Silvis Kingdom, making it even more advantageous for him to inherit the throne of the Barak Kingdom in the future. However, at this moment, Shuehong was unaware that Kaden, whom he considered conservative, was currently enjoying a beautiful bath and preparing herself in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. In the bathroom, Kaden held a handful of water that dripped onto her fair, delicate skin. She extended her slender fingers, gliding from her ruby lips down to her chest. Feeling that her skin was in perfect condition, Kaden stepped out of the tub with her long, straight legs, picked up a purple silk garment from the side, draped it over her shoulders, and walked gracefully out of the bathroom. Meanwhile, in Kaden's room, Gu Yi looked at the contents of a letter in his hand, surprised. It mentioned that she had joined the Soul Master Academy and even received an audience with Bibi Dong, which was quite unexpected. However, this was good. Since she had joined the Soul Master Academy, With her martial soul and qualifications, it would not be a problem for her to become Bibi Dong's disciple. Now, I am looking forward to your next news. Thinking of the woman with a flawed martial soul whom he had cured a month ago, who had now joined the Spirit Hall Academy, Gu Yi felt very pleased. Chapter 42. Zhu Zhuqing's Moment of Glory. Now that she had joined the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy, as long as she worked hard to demonstrate her powerful martial soul and the enhanced physical qualities he had helped her achieve, it was very possible for her to be accepted as a disciple by Bibi Dong. Gu Yi, you seem very happy? A delicate and gentle voice rang out as Cadden emerged, wearing only a soft purple sheer nightgown. It's just a small matter. Gu Yi did not intend to let Cadden know about this, so he tucked away the letter and turned to look. But just that glance made it hard for Gu Yi to take his eyes off Cadden. At that moment, the purple sheer nightgown tightly clung to her fair, delicate skin, which glowed slightly red. The nightgown was very thin and appeared soft, giving Cadden a captivating mature charm. Gu Yi stood up unconsciously as he watched. He walked step by step towards Cadden, his large hand effortlessly wrapping around her slender waist, pulling her curvaceous body into his embrace. He looked at Cadden's enchanting face, unable to pull himself away. At this moment, Gu Yi seemed to understand something. Why people in the world so despise Chao the traitor. Yet everyone secretly desires to be like him. It is all because of the allure of a married woman, charming yet dangerous, and one could easily fall in her trap without even realizing it, unable to escape. Seeing Gu Yi gaze at her in a daze, with a glimmer of possessiveness in his eyes, Cadden secretly rejoiced. Tonight, will you stay and keep me company? Cadden softly said, leaning against Gu Yi's chest, her small hand sliding down his chest, teasing him. At that moment, she resembled a little woman in need of her husband's comfort at night. Gu Yi wrapped his arms around Cadden's waist, his face full of conflict. If he stayed tonight, he would inevitably have a deep and moving exchange with Cadden, which would be wonderful, but could also lead to an obsession with this beautiful young woman that he might find hard to escape from in the future. However, the consequences of staying were something Gu Yi couldn't bear at the moment, because there was a soul sage, Qin Shao, by Shui Hong's side. Once Shui Hong learned that he stayed overnight in the Great Soul Arena, he might not suspect anything at first, but he would definitely have doubts. Once doubts arose, if Qin Shao investigated, Gu Yi wouldn't be able to withstand it with his current soul sec strength. He wanted to be like Cao Cao, but there was no Jian way to protect him. Gu Yi sighed in his heart. Cadden, it's not the right time yet. In the end, Gu Yi could only shake his head to refuse. Cadden understood what Gu Yi meant. She knew he wouldn't touch her if he felt his strength was insufficient. But she could. She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Gu Yi's neck, and kissed him deeply. Then, the two of them fell onto the sofa. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, the Shrek's 7 devils, led by Zhao Wujin, had been searching for a long time, but still hadn't found suitable soul rings for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. Zhao Wujin looked at the sky. It was getting close to evening, and just as he was about to let the Shrek's 7 devils rest for half an hour before looking for a place to spend the night, suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Zhao Wujin all looked in the same direction. Zhao Wujin shouted loudly, "Be alert, something is approaching." The rustling sound grew from faint to loud. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were auxiliary soul masters, could clearly feel how quickly the unknown creature was getting closer. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the bushes ahead, and without waiting for Zhao Wujin to speak, she quietly rose, her claws popping out, and swiftly climbed up a nearby large tree to look in the direction of the sound. Cats have excellent vision, even at night, and since it was still afternoon, she could see clearly. Moreover, after undergoing the fusion of her martial soul blood and the cell-enhancing potion, her eyesight was superb, even for night vision. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice came from the tree. It was a spider with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters and 8 long legs over 3 meters long, all covered in black shells. A spider? Zhao Wujin furrowed his brow when he heard Zhu Zhuqing's description and stared at the bushes ahead. However, before Zhao Wujin could ask further, Zhu Zhuqing on the tree suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." Boom! In an instant, the black spider with 8 long legs moved rapidly, creating a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Zhu Zhuqing. 2 of its front legs instantly lifted and stabbed down towards Zhu Zhuqing's head. Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly, leaping down from the tree to the ground. She dodged, but the tree struck by the spider's legs was directly severed in 2. The sudden change shocked Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai, and Tang San. They didn't expect the spider to come so quickly. Wait, this is the man-faced demon spider. Tang San's eyes widened as he looked at the black spider in front of them. His teacher had taught him about soul beasts, and he recognized it as the so-called small soul beast killer, the man-faced demon spider, by some of its characteristics. Zhu Zhuqing, be careful, this man-faced demon spider, with its size and fierce aura, definitely exceeds 2,000 years. You are not its opponent. Tang San warned, urging Zhu Zhuqing to escape quickly. At this moment, the man-faced demon spider was less than 5 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. Although she heard Tang San's warning, she had no intention of leaving. She wanted to test her current strength. After merging with the cell-enhancing potion that Guyi had given her, she felt the changes in her body. But she didn't know how strong she had become. It was just right. She wanted to see how she could fare against this over 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the man-faced demon spider's line of sight. The next moment, she reappeared on the left side of the man-faced demon spider. Yin Ming, 100 claws. A cold voice rang out as Zhu Zhuqing launched her sharp claws, igniting them with black flames, and then attacked the man-faced demon spider at lightning speed. Sizzle. The sharp sound of scratches echoed as several wounds instantly appeared on the black shell of the man-faced demon spider, with black flames sizzling on the wounds. After the attack, Zhu Zhuqing leaped and transformed into a shadow, disappearing next to the man-faced demon spider and returning to the side of the Shrek 7 Devils. The entire process from attack to retreat took only a few seconds, so fast it was hard to imagine. What incredible speed! Zhao Wujin, who had been watching the whole time, was astonished. Not only him, but Tang San, who had activated his purple extreme demon eye, was also shocked. Zhu Zhuqing's strength and speed exceeded his expectations entirely. The man-faced demon spider was not significantly harmed by Zhu Zhuqing's claws, but the black flames were burning it, causing it to howl in pain. Its 8 spear-like legs moved rapidly and madly attacked Zhu Zhuqing. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing's previous attack had enraged it, especially the black flames, which made it restless. Zhu Zhuqing, be careful. Tang San warned Zhu Zhuqing again, clearly believing that she could not possibly be a match for the man-faced demon spider, which was beyond her level. However, Zhu Zhuqing ignored Tang San's warning and charged directly at the man-faced demon spider. Her speed was astonishing. As the spider's spear-like legs attacked her, she dodged like a ghost, then launched her Yin Ming 100 Claws attack at the man-faced demon spider. She leaped onto the spider's back, using the surrounding trees as support, and made a rapid dive. Her claws imbued with flames that could burn souls aimed at the spider's wounds. Sizzle. More sharp and piercing sounds rang out as Zhu Zhuqing's claws tore through the black shell on the back of the man-faced demon spider. The black flames continued to burn it, causing it immense pain. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand the meaning of what Guyi had told her before. In the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed is unbeatable. Just like now, her speed was so fast that even a man-faced demon spider couldn't hit her. She could clearly see its attacks and dodge them, then counterattack. Throughout the entire process, she was the only one attacking the man-faced demon spider. The series of changes in Zhu Zhuqing's body strength, reaction speed, and attack speed all stemmed from her absorption of the blood serum from the same type martial soul, the Nether Cat, along with the cell-enhancing potion. Chapter 43. Tang San's soul bone is gone. Bang! At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be like a phantom, creating multiple clones as she circled around the massive body of the man-faced demon spider, continuously attacking the wounds on its shell with her claws burning with black flames, accompanied by the sound of sizzling and sparks flying. Faced with the high-speed attacks from Zhu Zhuqing, the man-faced demon spider could only suffer the blows. When did Zhuqing become this strong? Beside them, Xiao Wu was amazed, and Ning Rongrong was also astonished. They watched Zhu Zhuqing, who was beating the man-faced demon spider, in disbelief. The most incredulous were Dai Mubai and Tang San. One was a 37th level soul venerable, considering himself the strongest among the 7. The other was a disciple of Yu Shaojing, who had taught Tang San how formidable the man-faced demon spider was. Both of them couldn't believe that Zhu Zhuqing, a newly advanced 30-level Great Soul Master, could defeat a man-faced demon spider that had lived for over 2,000 years, and was doing so as if it were a mere beating. After observing with his purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San discovered some clues and realized why Zhu Zhuqing could overcome the man-faced demon spider. So that's how it is, he thought. I was wondering how Zhu Zhuqing could possibly defeat the so-called small soul beast killer, the man-faced demon spider. It turns out that this man-faced demon spider was injured. As their teacher, Zhao Wu just saw that Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were just staring at Zhu Zhuqing fighting the man-faced demon spider. He shouted, "What are you standing there for? Are you just watching Zhu Zhuqing fight the man-faced demon spider? Hurry up and help." Finally, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others came back to their senses. After awkwardly scratching their heads, they quickly got to work. "Rong Rong, assist," Tang San commanded. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was able to engage the man-faced demon spider due to her speed, Ning Rongrong provided her with an additional speed boost. Then, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others joined in to surround the man-faced demon spider. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing this, shifted to the side to evade. She looked at the man-faced demon spider and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had been able to suppress the man-faced demon spider with her speed earlier, it had consumed a lot of her energy. Now that Tang San and the others had finally joined the battle, she felt relieved and gained some time to recover. Bang! Bang! White Tiger Blaze Wave, Blue Silver Bind, Waist Bow, Phoenix Fire Line. Tang San and the others took turns attacking the injured man-faced demon spider. The man-faced demon spider, which had already been injured from living over 2,000 years, was further wounded by Zhu Zhuqing, and the black flame she conjured had already overwhelmed it. Now, under the continuous bombardment, it was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing slightly lowered her body, focusing on the wound on the man-faced demon spider's abdomen, and the black flames quickly appeared on her fingertips. In the next instant, she transformed into a shadow and flashed to the abdomen of the man-faced demon spider, her claws, imbued with black flames, relentlessly attacking the wound. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing completed over 100 attacks. When Tang San and the others saw Zhu Zhuqing's assault, and that the man-faced demon spider was about to perish under her strikes, they halted their attacks. Just then, a loud voice shouted, "Stop!" Following that, a beautiful woman dressed in silver-scaled armor and holding a snake's staff rushed out. Beside her were an elderly man with a rosy face and an old woman. The three were Meng Yuran, Long Gong, and Shi Po from the original story. Meng Yuran's voice reached Zhu Zhuqing and the others, but her attacks did not cease. With a series of strikes and the final heavy blow, there was a loud crash as the man-faced demon spider was sent flying by Zhu Zhuqing and crashed heavily to the ground, dead beyond recovery. "You killed my soul beast." Meng Yuran glared angrily at Zhu Zhuqing as a purple soul ring emerged from the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. She had originally been chasing a phoenix-tail chicken-crown snake with her grandmother, but for some unknown reason, they lost track of it and had to meet up with her grandfather. Not long after, the three encountered a man-faced demon spider. After injuring it, they intended for her to kill it for the soul ring, but unexpectedly, the man-faced demon spider feigned death and escaped by taking advantage of the terrain, forcing them to chase again. Now, they never expected that Zhu Zhuqing would kill it. Tang San, Zhao Wuzi, Zai Mubai, and the others instantly became alert upon seeing Meng Yuran, Long Gong, and Shi Po appear. In the Stardow Forest, soul masters could sometimes be more dangerous than soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Meng Yuran when she spoke and coldly replied, "This soul beast attacked me. Can't I kill it? You." Meng Yuran was furious and was about to retort when Long Gong pulled her hand and stepped forward. He glanced at Zhao Wujia and said, "I am Meng Shu. I have been chasing this man-faced demon spider for some time. If it weren't for its cunning escape, it would have long been my granddaughter's soul ring." As soon as Meng Shu introduced himself, Zhao Wujia was taken aback. He looked again at the old woman beside Long Gong and clearly guessed who she was. Long Gong, Meng Shu, and Shi Pekao Xingxiang were renowned powerhouses in the Soul Master world, and it was said that their martial soul fusion skill had the strength of a tidal Douluo. When Zhao Wujia thought of the power gap between them, a smile instantly appeared on his face. "So it's you, Long Gong. I am Zhao Wujia. This soul beast was entirely a misunderstanding. I intended to have my students rest here, but unexpectedly, this man-faced demon spider attacked suddenly. In this situation, we had no choice but to kill it for safety. If there are any offenses, please forgive us." Zhao Wujia's politeness surprised and puzzled Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others. After all, in their eyes, this teacher was not a kind person. Now, facing these three with such humility, could it be that they had some special status? Tang San, Zai Mu Bai, and the others looked gravely at Long Gong and Shi Po. Meng Shu smiled. "So it's you, the unmoved King Zhao Wujia. However, you killed my granddaughter's soul beast. How should this matter be resolved?" Although he had heard of Zhao Wujia's name and knew he was a soul sage, he felt no need to be overly cautious and naturally spoke without much politeness. Zhao Wujia fell silent for a moment upon hearing the accusatory tone from Long Gong. Tang San looked at Long Gong and Shi Po, then at the silent Zhao Wujia, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. His mind quickly turned, and after thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and said, "Senior, you mentioned that this man-faced demon spider is the sole beast needed by your granddaughter?" "Indeed," Long Gong replied indifferently. "So, does that mean your granddaughter has already reached level 30? Naturally, Long Gong believed that few could match his granddaughter's talent. After considering for a moment, Tang San confidently smiled. "If that's the case, then Senior, you should be thankful that we killed the man-faced demon spider." "What do you mean by that?" Long Gong narrowed his eyes at Tang San with ill intent. Tang San hurriedly explained, "This man-faced demon spider has lived for over 2,000 years. Think about it, Senior, the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 1,760 years. No one has ever been able to absorb a soul ring exceeding this limit. If your granddaughter absorbs this man-faced demon spider, which is over 2,000 years old, as a soul ring, what would be the consequences?" Tang San's words made Long Gong frown. After checking the soul ring age of the human-faced demon spider, he found that Tang San's words seemed to make sense. If Guyi were here, he would definitely notice something was off. In the original work, it took Long Gong, a soul Douluo, several days to pursue a 2,000-year soul beast. Yet this soul Douluo didn't even know the age of human-faced demon spider and wanted to use it as a soul ring for his granddaughter. There were many inconsistencies that, upon reflection, just didn't add up. Now, after listening to Tang San's explanation, Long Gong was surprised to learn that Tang San was actually a disciple of the relatively famous theoretical master in the Soul Master world, Yu Shaojiang. He was even more astonished to find out that Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had both broken through to level 30 at such a young age. Achieving such strength at that age, even if they didn't come from a prominent family, surely indicated they were not ordinary. Moreover, with Zhao Wujia, the soul sage, protecting them, he felt inclined to befriend them. After a brief conversation, they set aside their differences and agreed to search for suitable soul beasts together in the perilous Stardo Forest. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's early breakthrough affecting the plot of the original work, Tang San also did not reach level 30, ultimately losing the human-faced demon spider as a soul ring, as well as the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu and the Titan Giant Ape at Night. Within the Stardo Forest, Zhao Wujia, the Shrek's 7 monsters, and Long Gongmeng set up tents to rest after finding a suitable location. At this time, while roasting fire and having a late-night snack, Meng Yiran recalled Zhu Zhuqing's displayed strength when she killed the human-faced demon spider and, curious about her age, sat down beside Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Zhu Zhuqing, how did you train so quickly?" It wasn't just Meng Yiran who wanted to know. Long Gong and Snake were also curious about how Zhu Zhuqing managed to reach level 30 at such a young age. "Just regular effort," Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly, as if she had said nothing. However, Meng Yiran felt a bit disheartened. She believed she had decent talent, but upon learning about Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, she realized she wasn't as good as she had imagined. "Zhao, your students are truly impressive," Meng Shu, sitting beside Zhao Wujia, exclaimed. Since they were now in a cooperative relationship, Meng Shu was much more polite. "Oh no, Meng Shu's granddaughter is also outstanding," Zhao Wujia humbly responded with another compliment. "But Zhao, could you tell me how Zhu Zhuqing reached this level of strength at her age?" Meng Shu was genuinely curious. "Well," Zhao Wujia hesitated. "Could it be that it's not something you can discuss?" "That makes sense. I was being reckless about training matters," Meng Shu thought, noticing Zhao Wujia's demeanor, and ceased to press further. "Actually, it's not that I can't say. The reason Zhuqing has reached level 30 at this age is not only due to her own hard work, but also related to someone else," Zhao Wujia finally said. "Who?" "A healer named Guyi. He's quite extraordinary, skilled in medicine, and possesses mysterious knowledge, such as martial soul blood." "Martial soul blood?" Long Gong and Meng Shu looked at Zhao Wujia in confusion. This was the first time they had heard of it. Zhao Wujia briefly explained and shifted Long Gong and Snake Po's attention to Guyi, falling silent thereafter. Upon learning about martial soul blood, Long Gong and Snake Po were filled with curiosity about Guyi. Just then, as Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiran, and the others continued to chat, Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang's expressions suddenly changed. "Everyone, move behind us. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Leave immediately and exit the Stardo Forest," Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang said gravely, causing Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran to feel uneasy. They hurried to ask from behind the three, "Teacher Zhao, what happened?" However, Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang continued to stare ahead in silence, beads of cold sweat rolling down their faces. In the direction they were watching, two towering trees slowly parted, and a massive figure silently emerged from there. Upon seeing this enormous creature, everyone's breath seemed to stop. They finally understood what Zhao Wujie, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang were worried about. It was a being as large as a mountain. Its dark fur shimmered faintly under the weak starlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would likely be over 15 meters tall. Outwardly, it resembled a creature that was both an ape and a black gorilla, its entire body pitch black except for its lantern-sized eyes that glimmered like yellow crystals. In the night, if it weren't moving, one could hardly see its massive body. It was simply too large. The king of the forest, the titan giant ape, staring at the colossal creature before them, Zhao Wujie, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang's faces turned ashen. Even with Meng Shu being a soul Douluo, along with the soul emperor Chao Tianxiang and soul sage Zhao Wujie, they knew they couldn't defeat the king of the forest, the titan giant ape. After exchanging glances, Meng Shu, Zhao Wujie, and Chao Tianxiang stepped in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately, Meng Shu said in a deep voice. He understood that the titan giant ape could understand him. Under the terrifying pressure, he instinctively felt that the creature was a 100,000-year-level soul beast, capable of human speech. However, the titan giant ape did not respond. It looked at Xiao Wu, who was positioned behind Zhao Wujie and Meng Shu. Boom! The ground trembled. The titan giant ape took a step forward. Just that one step made Zhao Wujie and Meng Shu, and the others' hearts leap into their throats. Zhu Zhuqing, who was being shielded behind Zhao Wujie and Meng Shu, appeared calm, but was equally terrified upon seeing the titan giant ape. Very few could face life and death with composure. Instinctively, Zhu Zhuqing thought of Gu Yi. She clutched her chest tightly, holding onto the life-saving item Gu Yi had given her. What Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the others didn't notice was that Xiao Wu, beside them, was constantly shaking her head at the titan giant ape, signaling it to leave quickly. Boom! The ground shook again. The titan giant ape took another step forward. Zhao Wujie, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang's faces grew grim. They knew things could not end well. Iran, you and the others leave immediately. We'll hold this creature off, Meng Shu said, and as he finished, 8 brilliant soul rings shone around him, and his dragon staff illuminated as he charged towards the titan giant ape. Mubai. Tang San, you two need to leave now. Take them out of the Stardoe forest, quickly. Similarly, Zhao Wujie also dropped a line, and then the 7 soul rings on his body shone brightly as he charged towards the direction of the titan giant ape. In the face of life and death crisis, Meng Shu, Zhao Wujie, and Xiangxiang did not hesitate to join forces to fight, trying to hold off the titan giant ape and give the younger ones a chance to escape. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Iran, and Tang San were clearly not the kind of people who feared death and would never abandon their teammates and loved ones to escape alone. Ning Rongrong provided support. 7 treasure glazed tile, day 1, strength. 7 treasure glazed tile, day 2, speed. In the midst of the crisis, the 8 people who did not flee did not care about anything else. Accompanied by Ning Rongrong's brief and crisp voice, 3 beams of light shot out simultaneously, landing on Zhao Wujie, Meng Shu, and Qian. The most powerful characteristic of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul is its ability to amplify while ignoring the level. And now Ning Rongrong can provide a 30 amplification effect. This means that regardless of the strength of the amplified target, the amplification is 30. Even for Zhao Wujie at level 76 and Meng Shu at soul Douluo level. This is also one of the reasons why the 7 treasure glazed tile can become the #1 support martial soul in the continent. Indeed, under the amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile, Zhao Wujie's speed suddenly increased, and the soul power on his bare paws also significantly enhanced. Meng Shu's dragon staff and Snake Lady Snake staff also became more powerful. Under the full strength attack of the 3, they might even be able to contend with the title Douluo. However, in front of the titan giant ape, especially in front of the titan giant ape that was intent on taking Xiao Wu away, the 3 were nothing. At that moment, the titan giant ape swung its massive palm down toward Zhao Wujie, Meng Shu, and Qian. With a whoosh of wind, the swiftly descending giant palm reached Zhao Wujie, Qian, and Meng Shu in an instant. Bang! As expected, the 3 were instantly knocked away and heavily crashed to the ground. Roar! The titan giant ape let out a long howl, swung its fist, and gave itself a few love taps. Then with a swoosh, it swung its hand towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The scene of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Ko Xingxiang being instantly killed by the Titan giant ape stunned Mubai, Tang San, and the others. As they saw the giant palm of the Titan giant ape coming down, Xiao Wu rushed out to block in front. The Titan giant ape paused for a moment upon seeing Xiao Wu, then it quickly grabbed Xiao Wu and ran away. The sudden departure of the Titan giant ape left Ning Rongrong and the others stunned, but after seeing it leave, they breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wujia, who had been knocked to the ground, got up and, still unable to calm down, saw the Titan giant ape leave, filled with confusion. Meng Shu and Ko Xingxiang felt the same, but Tang San was different. He realized that Xiao Wu was gone, taken away by the Titan giant ape. His eyes instantly filled with blood, staring at the rapidly departing giant figure, and he roared, "Xiao Wu!" Sitting on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu seemed to hear Tang San's words. She turned her head to look back, wanting to respond. But at that moment, she was riding on the Titan giant ape, unable to spare any energy for her third brother. Moreover, the Titan giant ape did not give Xiao Wu that opportunity and directly sped away. It had not seen Xiao Wu for a long time and wanted to take her back to have a good time for a few days. Chapter Nevenut Akish. Calm down, because Oscar had not yet obtained his third soul ring and had no flying mushroom sausage. Tang San could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan giant ape. No one knew what would happen after she was taken. Tang San did not understand why the Titan giant ape took Xiao Wu. Not only Tang San, but Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, Ko Xingxiang, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others also did not understand. The Titan giant ape made a grand entrance, took Xiao Wu away, and left. What was the reason for this? Zhu Zhuqing and the others fell silent as they looked in the direction where the Titan giant ape had disappeared. At this time, on the other side, in the Kedong room of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Guyi was unaware of the events happening far away in the Stardo Great Forest. He was even more unaware that Zhu Zhuqing reaching level 30 early had caused some differences in the plot from the original story. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, holding the graceful Kedong, looking at her charming face, gradually calming down. Just a moment ago, he was so close to having an in-depth exchange with this beautiful woman on the sofa. Just as the thunder touched the earth fire, Gu Yi suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Kedong, leaning against Gu Yi's chest, looked up at him, her eyes full of complaints. She had welcomed him with open arms, but Gu Yi had interrupted their moment, leaving her feeling very uncomfortable. Gu Yi let out a hiss, signaling Cadden to calm down. Cadden held her chest with one hand and embraced Gu Yi with the other, her posture full of allure, her eyes brimming with enchanting charm. How could she calm down? At that moment, she was like a car on the expressway, wanting to stop midway. Unless an accident happened, there was no choice but to keep going. Thump, thump. She was jumping rapidly, like a car continuously accelerating on the highway. Her cheeks were flushed, and the blood within her flowed like gasoline, racing at high speed. How could she calm down at this moment? Gu Yi saw that Cadden was already in a state of agitation, and, as a physician, he immediately thought of a way to help her calm down quickly. "Cadden, let's kiss for a moment to calm down." After saying this, Gu Yi wrapped his arms around Cadden's waist and kissed her ruby-red lips. Cadden's eyes fluttered shut, holding on to Gu Yi and unwilling to let go. After a moment, Cadden realized she was almost out of breath, but unknowingly, she gradually began to calm down. Gu Yi saw that his method was indeed effective and secretly praised himself. Truly a divine doctor. Kedong, who had calmed down, realized that he was just a step away from indulging with Gu Yi. But Gu Yi, do you really dislike being with me so much? Kedong complained as he looked at Gu Yi, his face full of unhappiness. Gu Yi, seeing this, tightened his hold on Ka-Dan. However, Ka-Dan was unhappy and twisted his body, turning his head away. Gu Yi leaned down to Kadon's ear and whispered, "Kadon, you should know that my strength is not enough right now, so I can't stay here tonight. But don't worry, I'll get stronger soon. And then it'll be just like that night in the little woods, setting fire and speaking recklessly." Hearing this, Kadon turned back to look at him and said, "Then promise me you'll come to Soto City for the Grand Soul Battle every night." Okay, I promise you." "Is that enough?" Gu Yi stroked Kadon's enchanting face, reluctant to take his eyes off her. "Then I'll head back now." Gu Yi didn't want to stay any longer because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would end up taking Kadon back to her room. The feeling of suddenly breaking hard was really uncomfortable, almost like his skin was going to tear. Seeing Gu Yi about to leave, Kadon pulled him back. "What's wrong?" Gu Yi asked as he turned around. "My lips. are a bit dry. She knew that if Guyi left now, he definitely wouldn't come back tomorrow, and his earlier promise was just to make her happy. So before Guyi left, she wanted him to stay a little longer. Guyi jokingly looked at Cadden and asked, "Is that mouth dry?" Cadden didn't quite understand what Guyi meant. Did she have a second mouth? What do you think? Cadden shot Guyi a glare. Cough, cough, I must have thought too much. Guyi felt a bit embarrassed. He really shouldn't have said something like that. After sharing a tender moment with Cadden, he left her room. Cadden watched Guyi's departing figure, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Guyi, you need to get stronger faster, or I won't be lenient with you," Cadden murmured before summoning her soul guardian into the room to discuss some matters. As soon as Guyi returned to his residence, he went back to his room to begin his training. He needed to calm down and reflect on some things. The earlier encounter with Cadden felt like a tempting seductress to him. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have already fallen into the trap of her body. No, his strength was still not enough. He had to become bigger and stronger. Just thinking about the fact that he was only at level 48 in soul power made Guyi feel a bit inadequate. It was precisely because his strength was too low that he didn't dare to confront certain matters. It was also because of his low strength that he didn't dare to stay with Cadden and spend a night entangled with her, deeply exploring the truth at the end of the dark trap. These days, he needed to focus on improving his strength and break through to level 50. Once he reached level 50, it wouldn't matter even if his relationship with Cadden was exposed. Guyi decided that he would not practice medicine for the next few days, focusing primarily on breaking through to level 50. Once he reached level 50, he wouldn't have to worry too much. At that time, he could have a passionate encounter with Ka Dan without any concerns. Even if Shui Hong found out, he wouldn't be afraid. It wasn't that Guyi would be able to defeat the Soul Saint Qin Shao, who was by Shui Hong's side, once he reached level 50. But rather that once he reached level 50, he would have a means to protect himself and no longer fear the Soul Saints. At that time, thinking about Ka Dan's beauty, Guyi felt a bit moved. Striving hard for such a woman was clearly worth it. Guyi had been cultivating for a few days, and during this time, he had not gone to the Great Soul Arena as Ka Dan had expected. Once he started his training, he didn't even open the medical clinic. This shows how dedicated Guyi was to improving his strength to be entangled with Ka Dan day and night, and to be trapped in it. On the other side, in the Star Do Great Forest, Oscar, congratulations on obtaining your third spirit ring. Oscar, congratulations. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others came to congratulate Oscar. At this moment, Oscar had already obtained his third spirit ring, and after going through twists and turns, he ended up with the same cock-headed wind-tail snake as in the original story. However, Oscar wasn't very happy. He looked at Tang San, who was sitting silently beside him, and sighed. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also looked at the silent Tang San, thinking about the events of the past few days, and sighed as well. Finally, Dai Mubai walked over and said, "Xiao San, we've been searching for a few days, but we still have no news of Xiao Wu. Could it be that Xiao will be fine. If you don't want to search with me, then you can leave first," Tang San said gloomily. Hearing this, Dai Mubai became a bit angry. "Xiao San, what do you mean by that? If we didn't want to search for Xiao Wu together, would we have accompanied you deep into here? Don't you think that the deeper we go into the Star Do Great Forest, the more danger we all face? You only think about Xiao Wu. Don't you care about everyone else?" Exactly, Tang San. Not only was Dai Mubai a bit angry, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also somewhat upset. In these days, they had accompanied Tang San to search for Xiao Wu, facing countless dangers. If it weren't for the presence of Zhao Wujin, the Soul Sage, they wouldn't know how many times they would have died. Xiao would have been captured by the Titan giant ape for several days, and no one knew what had happened or what the situation was. It wasn't just Tang San who was worried. They, as classmates, were worried too. But now Tang San was still speaking such prickly words. No wonder Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun would be angry. Chapter 46. Xiao Wu in disarray. Zhao Wujin, who was on guard nearby, saw that Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were arguing and immediately shouted angrily, "Enough. Stop arguing. We have already ventured deep into the Star Do Great Forest, and we could face life-threatening danger at any moment. What's the point of arguing here? Rest up immediately so we can continue searching later." Xiao Wu is a student of Shrek Academy, and Shrek Academy does not abandon its students. Zhao Wujin's words made Tang San lower his head. He knew that it was his stubbornness in searching for Xiao Wu that had brought his teammates and teacher into danger. Going deep into the Star Do Great Forest was something no one wanted, as the dangers here were unpredictable. Otherwise, Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Meng Aran, who had been with them, wouldn't have parted ways with them. Tang San's silence also made Oscar, Ma Hongjun and the others fall quiet. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San, then thought for a moment and asked Zhao Wujin, Teacher Zhao, do we really need to continue deeper into the Stardo Great Forest? Ma Hongjun, Ningrongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Zhao Wujin. They were not afraid of death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed into battle when encountering the Titan giant ape, nor would they have ventured deep into the Stardo Great Forest to search for Xiao Wu. But now they were wandering aimlessly, going deeper into the Stardo Great Forest without any clues, which was essentially courting death. In such a hopeless situation, they began to feel like retreating. Zhao Wujin glanced at Tang San and then at the exhausted Dai Mubai and the others. Considering the dangers they had faced in the past few days and the attacks from various 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts, if they continued deeper into the Stardo Great Forest, there would be no chance of survival. He was also hesitant about whether to continue deeper or to leave. Going deeper meant that all 7 of them could encounter danger at any time. Leaving meant abandoning Xiao Wu. Just then, a light footstep caught Zhao Wujin's attention. Who? Hesitating, Zhao Wujin looked in one direction with a cold gaze, concentrating his soul power. Because they had encountered too many dangers these past few days, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already grown accustomed to being on guard. As soon as Zhao Wujin spoke, the 6 of them became alert, focusing on the direction from which the footsteps came. Teacher Zhao, it's me. A slender figure ran out from the woods. Upon seeing her, not only was Zhao Wujin stunned, but Zhu Zhuqing and the others were also momentarily taken aback. The one who suddenly emerged from the woods was Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu looked a bit disheveled, with several parts of her clothes torn and her once neat scorpion braids now in disarray. However, Xiao Wu's face was quite rosy, appearing somewhat more mature than before. Xiao Wu, you're not dead? Oscar blurted out, only to realize his words sounded a bit harsh. Xiao Wu retorted, are you wishing for me to be dead? Xiao Wu, it's really you. Before he could finish the words, Tang San had already rushed over and hugged Xiao Wu tightly. Xiao Wu, it's great that you're okay. Great that you're okay. You don't know how worried I was about you. Tang San was excited and agitated, his body trembling slightly as he held Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what happened these past few days when you were captured by the Titan giant ape? Where have you been? Why are your clothes so torn? Are you hurt? Tang San asked eagerly. Third brother, can't you see that Xiao Wu is standing perfectly fine in front of you? Oscar and Ma Hongjun began to joke as they approached Tang San and Xiao Wu, relieved that Xiao Wu was okay. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also noticed that Xiao Wu seemed a bit different. She looked much more mature, and although her clothes were somewhat tattered and her hair messy, there was always a mature blush on her face. It felt as though it was due to a breakthrough in her soul power level, leading to growth and changes in her body. Zhao Wujin also noticed something was off and quickly stepped forward to ask, by the way, Xiao Wu, how did you escape from the Titan giant ape's grasp? First, tell us what happened. As Zhao Wujin asked, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others all looked at Xiao Wu. Tang San also looked curiously at his sister. Xiao Wu had naturally been brought back by Ming. In these days, she had visited to Ming and talked about some things before Ming brought her out, but she couldn't possibly share these details with Zhao Wujin and the others. Teacher Zhao, I don't really know what happened. That Titan giant ape grabbed me and ran deep into the forest. After running for a while, there was a roar that sounded like a bull coming from one direction, and the Titan giant ape seemed quite anxious. Then it dropped me and ran away by itself. After that, I felt a dizzy spell and fainted. When I woke up, it was already gone. The scene was terrifying. At least dozens of soul beasts around were stunned. The weaker ones were directly injured and died from the shock. I don't know whether to call it luck or misfortune, but I suddenly found that my soul power had also broken through to level 30. Zhao Wujin was taken aback. What? You reached level 30? Not only Zhao Wauqi, but also Oscar and a few others were surprised to look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded and said, at that time, I was very scared when I heard that sound, and then I was caught by the Titan great ape. My body may have broken through due to the intense stimulation from the outside world. After that, I happened to find a Millennium Soul Beast that was suitable for me while it was unconscious, so I hunted it down and obtained my 3rd ring. Is that possible? Ma Hongjun stared at Xiao Wu, showing an expression as if he had seen a blind cat run into a dead mouse. Xiao Wu revealed a look of lingering fear. I guess I have a lucky fate. I thought I was doomed. To avoid being attacked by the soul beasts around me when they woke up, I had to kill all the stunned soul beasts nearby. After absorbing the 3rd soul ring, my strength recovered, and then I returned according to my memory. I heard a familiar voice over here and came looking for you, and I finally found you. Xiao Wu's words had many doubts at first. However, now that she was able to come back alive, who would care about what had happened between her and the Titan Great Ape in these past few days? Or what relationship she had with the Titan Great Ape? Tang San and the others unconsciously chose to believe her. But Zhu Zhuqing noticed something was off. Because her martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, had undergone a change, she was particularly familiar with the scent. She detected the presence of the Titan Great Ape on Xiao Wu. A suspicion flashed through her mind. Could Xiao Wu have been with that Titan Great Ape during her disappearance these past few days? As soon as this thought appeared, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively denied it. After listening to Xiao Wu's explanation, Zhao Waoqi nodded and said, "It's good that you're back. After you were captured, Xiao San was very anxious. Now we came in here to look for you." Zhao Waoqi briefly recounted everything that had happened before, and Oscar timely handed over a large recovery sausage. Listening to Zhao Waoqi's words, Xiao Wu looked at her brother Tang San, and her eyes turned red. "Brother, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's okay, as long as Xiao Wu is fine," Tang San said, patting Xiao Wu's head, revealing a relaxed smile. "All right. Now that Xiao Wu is back, we must leave immediately. We can't stay any longer. Otherwise, if we encounter danger again, I will be scolded to death by Flender." Yes. With Xiao Wu safely back, Tang San did not oppose any further. After a brief tidy-up, everyone prepared to leave. But just then, a fox-like soul beast flew in from not far away. Chapter 47. Zhu Zhuqing's Third Soul Ring. This fox-like soul beast had jet black fur standing up as if it were engulfed in black flames, looking very strange. Especially its two pairs of running fox feet, which had two bizarre red-black patterns spreading from the claws to its body. These red-black patterns seemed to contain extraordinarily powerful strength, as if they could erupt at any time, unleashing black flames to incinerate their enemies. It flew past Zhao Waoqi and the others, completely unaware of the hidden Shrek 8. When Zhu Zhuqing saw the soul beast dart by, she was instantly captivated. With just one glance, she recognized what this soul beast was. It was one of the few types of soul beasts that Gu Yi had told her were most suitable for her. Upon seeing this soul beast, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the requirements Gu Yi had mentioned and the request to be his disciple. Instinctively, she chased after the black figure that had dashed past. "Zhu Zhuqing, where are you going?" Zhao Waoqi reprimanded when he saw Zhu Zhuqing acting alone. "Teacher Zhao, I need that soul beast for my third soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing always remembered her purpose for coming here. She needed to hunt for a suitable third soul ring, as only then would she have the possibility of being accepted as Gu Ye's disciple. Now that she had seen her target, she had to obtain it no matter what. "Let us go, follow her." Since Zhu Zhuqing was chasing outside the Stardow Forest, Zhao Waoqi and the others had no choice but to follow her. The group acted in an orderly manner and quickly caught up with Zhu Zhuqing. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing discovered that the soul beast surrounded by black flames had landed by a small lake, and she stopped. "Zhu Zhuqing." Zhao Waoqi came up behind her and scolded. But when he saw Zhu Zhuqing staring at the black soul beast in front of her without responding, he also looked over. "This is the black flame fox." Tang San recognized the soul beast that had fur resembling burning black flames after a few glances. "Teacher Zhao, I need to hunt the black flame fox for my third soul ring," Zhu Zhuqing said, staring at the black fox in front of her. "You want to hunt that black flame fox as your third soul ring?" "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Zhao Waoqi hesitated as he gazed at the black flame fox drinking by the lake. A soul master with a nether spirit cat martial soul, like Zhu Zhuqing, usually pursued speed for their soul rings. But he did not know much about the black flame fox. If Tang San hadn't mentioned its name, he might not have even recognized it. After observing the black flame fox drinking by the lake, Tang San shook his head and said, "Zhuqing, this black flame fox is not suitable for you." "No, it is suitable for me," Zhu Zhuqing rebutted without hesitation. Tang San frowned and explained, "Zhu Zhuqing, although the black flame fox is good at speed from what I know, its greatest strength lies in that black flame. It is said that this black flame is very powerful, and once it attacks a soul master, it can continuously consume the soul master's soul power. You probably want to hunt this soul beast for that ability, which is indeed very commendable. However, according to my teacher's theory, the maximum age for a soul master to absorb their third soul ring cannot exceed 760 years. And this black flame fox's age has already surpassed the limit for a third soul ring." Tang San spoke with a guiding tone, clearly wanted to tell Zhu Zhuqing that the black flame fox was not suitable for her. Zhu Zhuqing, however, turned to look at Tang San. Her tone calm as she said, "Your teacher's theory is not necessarily completely correct. Zhuqing, My brother's teacher is a master known for his theoretical knowledge in the soul master world. What he says is definitely correct. Xiaowu clearly supported Tang San's words. She knew how powerful the master was and admired him greatly. Now that her brother said that the black flame fox was not suitable for Zhu Zhuqing, it was also for her own good. But someone told me that I can absorb soul beasts over 2000 years old, and I believe him. Zhu Zhuqing insisted on hunting the black flame fox as her third soul ring. Tang San's brows furrowed slightly. He firmly believed in his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang's theory. But Zhu Zhuqing did not, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable as a disciple. After all, he was doing this for Zhu Zhuqing's own good. Zhuqing, this black fox has already exceeded the limit for a third soul ring, and my brother's teacher said that the limit for a third soul ring is 760 years. That is indeed true. It is not suitable for you. Zhao Waoqi also did not believe that Zhu Zhuqing could absorb a 2000-year-old black fox, and for safety's sake, he could not allow Zhu Zhuqing to take that risk. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, calmly rebutted. Tang San's teacher says the limit for a third soul ring is 760 years, but Guyi says my limit is not 760 years. Teacher Zhao, I believe Guyi. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was firm, determined to absorb this black fox that had lived for over 2,000 years. When Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujie heard that Guyi had told Zhu Zhuqing that her third soul ring limit was not 760 years, their expressions varied. Dai Mubai was dismissive. Tang San hesitated, and Zhao Wujie was skeptical. In their minds, apart from being mysterious and knowledgeable, Guyi was just a healer, and the theory of soul rings was best understood by Yu Xiaojiang. Zhu Zhuqing, however, chose not to say more. Her martial soul, the nether cat, instantly possessed her, and black flames quickly appeared, enveloping her fingers as she attacked the black flame fox. Zhao Wujie and the others were unconvinced. Zhu Zhuqing didn't need their belief because she knew Guyi wouldn't deceive her or harm her. She believed in Guyi. Moreover, due to the changes in her body and the increase in her strength, she had absolute trust in Guyi. As Zhu Zhuqing launched her attack, the black flame fox, which was drinking by the lakeside, let out a shrill cry. Seeing the black flames on Zhu Zhuqing, it initially thought she was one of its kind, but when it saw her attacking, it quickly reacted and dodged with incredible speed. However, ever since Zhu Zhuqing had received the enhancement liquid from Guyi, her body had become light, and her speed had greatly increased. Seeing the black fox dodge, she quickly adjusted her stance and continued her attack. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing that she completely ignored their advice and had already begun attacking, Zhao Wujie was somewhat angry. Dai Mubai, Tang San, you guys go help Zhu Zhuqing. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had started fighting, for the sake of safety, he could only order Tang San and the others to quickly kill the black flame fox and leave. Although Tang San firmly believed that his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's theory was correct, he wouldn't just stand by. Soon, the Shrek 7 monsters joined the fight. Although the black flame fox had lived for over 2,000 years, the Shrek 7 were quite coordinated and under their alternating attacks. The black flame fox was already on the brink of collapse. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing struck with incredible speed, delivering the final blow that killed the black fox. Immediately, a purple soul ring rose from the black flame fox's corpse. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to sit down and absorb the soul ring, Tang San hurriedly shouted, Zhuqing, my teacher said that the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 760 years. If you absorb this 2,000-year black fox, it will definitely be dangerous. Zhao Wujie also intervened. That's right, Zhu Zhuqing, for your safety, you can't take this risk. Zhu Zhuqing paused and looked at Tang San, speaking in a calm tone. Tang San, I appreciate your good intentions, but are you really sure that what your teacher said is correct? Or do you mean to say that your teacher is right and everyone else is wrong? Zhu Zhuqing's calm tone made Tang San feel a bit frustrated. He was kindly advising her, but Zhu Zhuqing refused to listen and even brought up his teacher. Zhao Wujie and the others felt helpless, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's insistence on absorbing the black flame fox's soul ring. After Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, she ignored Tang San and sat down to guide the soul ring into her body to begin absorption. Zhao Wujie and Tang San saw that Zhu Zhuqing had already started absorbing and could not stop her. They were both frustrated. They didn't know what kind of potion that healer Guyi had given Zhu Zhuqing to make her believe she could absorb a 2,000-year soul ring. They knew that even Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, had never seen a soul master absorb a third soul ring that exceeded 2,000 years. Dai Mubai felt uncomfortable hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention Guyi, and now seeing her follow Guyi's advice to absorb a 2,000-year soul ring, he felt even worse. Teacher Zhao, what should we do now? Tang San seemed to anticipate that Zhu Zhuqing would definitely encounter trouble. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had started, there was no way to stop her. So he could only let Zhao Wujia make the decision. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had begun absorbing, and felt somewhat distressed. However, when he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's aura was stable and she showed no signs of discomfort, he remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing's body had been enhanced by Gu Ye's cellular enhancement potion, and her constitution and meridians were many times stronger than before. In the context of Douluo, with Zhu Zhuqing's current physique, enduring a 2,000-year soul ring was more than enough. The process of absorption, although somewhat painful, went without any accidents. Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the third soul ring, the Black Flame Fox, which exceeded 2,000 years. Chapter 48. Zhu Zhuqing returns. How is this possible? Zhuqing actually succeeded. The third soul ring was absorbed at over 2,000 years. At the moment Zhu Zhuqing absorbed that purple soul ring, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest among the seven. Yet she was the fastest to reach level 30 at such a young age, and now she had absorbed a 2,000-year soul ring for her third soul ring. This was a heavy blow for Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others. Tang San, on the other hand, found it hard to believe, muttering my teacher's theory. It shouldn't be wrong, but Zhu Zhuqing absorbed a soul ring over 2,000 years. What is going on? Previously, Tang San had firmly believed in his teacher Yu Shaojiang, but at this moment, a trace of doubt arose in his heart, especially when Zhu Zhuqing successfully completed the absorption of her third soul ring. That trace of doubt was magnified infinitely. Zhao Wujia scratched his head, looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who had successfully absorbed a third soul ring that exceeded 2,000 years, with an indescribable expression. This completely surpassed his understanding. After all, he was just a rough person with knowledge similar to that of ordinary soul masters. Now he felt completely lost, like a monk who couldn't comprehend anything. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, having completed the absorption of her third soul ring, had not yet stood up. She opened her eyes and looked at the corpse of the Black Flame Fox in front of her, then glanced at her hands. At this moment, there were two black-red patterns on her palms, identical to the patterns on the Black Flame Fox's claws. Looking at these special patterns, Zhu Zhuqing felt she could summon something from these black patterns, but she decided not to summon anything and would wait to tell Gu Yi after returning to him. Zhuqing, how do you feel? Ning Rongrong approached Zhu Zhuqing as soon as she stood up to ask. Very good, Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, nodding. Xiao Wu, Oscar, and the others quickly gathered around to inquire about the situation. Curious, Ma Hongjun leaned in to ask, Zhuqing, what is your third soul skill? Not just Ma Hongjun, but Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San were all very curious. After all, it was a third soul ring from over 2,000 years. The soul skill should be particularly powerful, right? However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, it's a secret, I'll talk about it later. Although she and Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others were classmates, the soul skill was related to a soul master's core abilities, and she planned to tell Gu Yi first and only share it with Tang San and the others after getting his approval. Ma Hongjun, having been brushed off, didn't he mind? He, along with Oscar and the others, looked at Zhu Zhuqing as if she were a monster. After all, a person absorbing a third soul ring that exceeded 2,000 years was something they had never seen before. All right, now that we've all acquired our soul rings, let's discuss the specifics after we leave the Stardew Forest. They were still deep in the Stardew Forest, and Zhao Wujia didn't want any more accidents. He said this and instructed everyone to pack up quickly to prepare to leave. But at that moment, Tang San suddenly felt a change in his body and hurriedly called out, Teacher Zhao, wait a minute. After speaking, he sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing. Tang San's change made Zhao Wujia frown. He wanted to ask what was going on. Seeing Tang San sitting on the ground, cultivating his soul power, he thought it was just that Tang San had been too exhausted from the battles he had faced in the past few days and wanted to recover his strength. Without thinking much of it. However, moments later, when Tang San awoke and said something that shocked Zhao Wujia and the others, Teacher Zhao, I've broken through to the 30th level. I think I also need a soul ring. Xiao San, you're not joking, are you? Dai Mubai approached, looking at him in disbelief. Yes, Tang San nodded firmly. In the end, Zhao Wujia could only sigh, feeling that people could be quite demoralizing. When he reached the 30th level, he didn't know how much effort it took, but Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu had given him a huge blow. All right, now let's head towards the Stardew Forest and help Tang San find his third soul ring. Yes, Teacher Zhao. The 7 members of Shrek quickly packed up and retreated while helping Tang San look for his third soul ring. After 2 days of effort, they helped Tang San find a suitable soul ring, and Zhao Wujia immediately led everyone out of the Stardow Forest without stopping. After another 2 days, they returned to Shrek Academy. Finally back, the feeling of coming home is truly wonderful, Oscar exclaimed somewhat exaggeratedly. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's almost dark? All right, now you can all go back to your dorms to rest. I need to see Flinder and report on this trip. After traveling for 2 days, the 7 members of Shrek Academy were tired and each headed towards their respective dorms. Tang San, wait a minute. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dorm with Oscar, he was stopped by Ning Rongrong. Tang San was taken aback and looked at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong thought of the hidden weapons Tang San had used earlier and said softly, I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Oscar, who was standing next to Tang San, stiffened for a moment. You guys talk. I'll head back first. It was a well-known fact that Oscar liked Ning Rongrong. So seeing her wanting to have a private conversation with Tang San naturally made his expression not too good. All right. Tang San hesitated for a moment and then followed Ning Rongrong. Seeing Tang San wanted to talk privately with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu pouted unhappily, made a face at Ning Rongrong, and then ran back to the dorm. Zhu Zhuqing had been returning to the dorm with Xiao Wu, but after Xiao Wu ran off, Zhu Zhuqing stopped. She looked at the darkening sky and, although it was getting a bit dim, she turned and ran towards the direction of Soto City. At the gate of Shrek Academy, only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained. Rongrong, what is it? Tang San asked. Ning Rongrong said, Tang San, I want to do some business with you. Previously, they encountered too many dangers in the Stardow Forest, and all of this was due to Tang San's stubbornness. In the end, just like in the original story, he shared his hidden weapons with the Shrek members, greatly reducing the crisis. After seeing the power of Tang San's hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong thought of her own sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Most of the soul masters in her sect were support type, with weak self-defense capabilities, so she wanted to make a deal with Tang San. She then explained that she wanted to buy some hidden weapons from him. After hearing this, Tang San immediately refused without any hesitation. Hidden weapons were a secret of his Tang sect. It was impossible to sell them to others. Even among classmates, it was not possible. After all, they were just classmates and did not have a particularly deep relationship. In the end, he only agreed to make a few sets for Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed after getting the result, but she didn't push Tang San, as it was his property. However, she wouldn't take Tang San's hidden weapons for free. She told him she would provide the corresponding gold coins as a trade before running back to the dorm. Rongrong, what did you want with Xiao San just now? In the girls' dorm, Xiao Wu asked Ning Rongrong somewhat unhappily when she saw her return. Nothing. Just wanted to buy some hidden weapons from him. Is that all? Of course, Xiao Wu, what else could it be? Oh, you're not suspecting that I like Tang San, are you? You can rest assured. Although your third brother is not bad, he is not my type. Ning Rongrong was not interested in a man with an ordinary appearance like Tang San. She was only interested in the power of his hidden weapons and wanted to make a trade. Ah, that is good. Xiao Wu felt relieved after hearing Ning Rongrong's words. She had suspected that Ning Rongrong liked her third brother, but now that she realized it was a misunderstanding, she felt much lighter. Hey Xiao Wu, where's Zhu Qing? Is she in a room? Ning Rongrong looked around and noticed Zhu Zhuqing was missing, feeling a bit puzzled. I haven't seen her either. I thought she was waiting for you. Strange. Ning Rongrong went to Zhu Zhuqing's room to check, but still found no one, feeling a bit confused. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu didn't know that Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived outside Soto City. Upon arriving at Soto City, she headed straight for her destination, Guye's medical clinic. Knock knock. Outside the clinic, Zhu Zhuqing knocked on the door. In the back room of the clinic, Guyi, who was cultivating, heard the knocking and sensed it was Zhu Zhuqing. She asked back from the Stardow Forest? It seems so. She wouldn't come here right after returning from the Stardow Forest, would she? It's late at night, so it should be. Guyi stopped his cultivation, walked out of the backyard, and opened the door. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to blend into the night, standing coldly at the door. There was some dust on her delicate face, and her black leather jacket had some wrinkles, giving her a travel-worn appearance. Back from the Stardow Forest? After observing Zhu Zhuqing, Guyi asked casually. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. You came to see me as soon as you got back. Guyi asked again. Zhu Zhuqing nodded once more. Getting the answer, Guyi took Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and entered the clinic, decisively closing the door behind them, and led her back to his room. He wanted to learn more about what had happened during Zhu Zhuqing's time away. Chapter 49. Zhu Zhuqing becomes Guye's disciple. Seat. Gu Yi glanced at his bed and gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to sit on it. Zhu Zhuqing didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on the bed. After a tiring day of rushing back to Shrek Academy, she felt an urge to lie down and sleep as soon as she got on Gu Ye's bed. However, thinking about the things she still needed to discuss with Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing quickly composed herself and looked at Gu Yi seriously. Gu Yi didn't think much and sat down on the bed. Zhu Zhuqing, who was on the bed, sat very close to Gu Yi, looking at each other. I did it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, a faint smile appearing on her cool face. Clearly, she had always remembered the conditions that Gu Yi had set for accepting a disciple. Now that she had accomplished it, it was as if she was reporting her success to Gu Yi. Is that so? Then tell me about the situation. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and openly shared everything that had happened during her time in the Stardow Forest with Gu Yi. She told him about the trouble caused by Dai Mubai and others in the hotel, encountering the Dragon King and Snake Lady in the Stardow Forest, being attacked by the Titan Giant Ape, and how Xiao Wu was captured. She also mentioned obtaining the Black Flame Fox Spirit Ring, and a few days later, Xiao Wu returned unharmed, along with Tang San breaking through the 30th level, recounting everything without missing a detail. Gu Yi was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that the storyline of Zhu Zhuqing in the Stardow Forest would differ so much from the original work, and even Tang San's first external tool, the 8 spider lances, was gone. There was nothing unexpected about Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan Giant Ape. After all, the Stardow Forest was Xiao Wu's home, and the Titan Giant Ape was her family. Gu Yi guessed that Xiao Wu must have been taken home by the Titan Giant Ape and met the Azure Bull Python. Then Zhu Zhuqing shared her situation with Gu Yi. Gu Yi, the third soul skill I obtained from the Black Flame Fox is called Nether Flame Slash. When activated, this soul skill can unleash slashes engulfed in black flames. Besides dealing powerful damage, these black flames also have the effect of burning soul power. This was Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill, and she chose to tell Gu Yi first instead of the others from Shrek, which shows the level of trust she has in him. Also, after absorbing the soul ring of the Black Flame Fox, I gained this in my hand, but I don't know what it is. Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand to show Gu Yi. On her fair palm were 2 intricate black-red flame pattern lines. Then, Zhu Zhuqing began to adjust the black-red flame patterns on her palm, and soon a strange black-red aura started to emanate. When the black-red aura enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's hands, a pair of incredibly sharp claws appeared in her hands. These claws were about 3 to 4 inches long, entirely black-red, with flashes of cold light shimmering on the claw blades. Soul bone, or external soul bone. When Gu Yi saw Zhu Zhuqing unleash this pair of claws, he immediately realized what it was. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing with slight surprise, not expecting her luck to be so good. Could it be because of him? Gu Yi began to self-doubt in a narcissistic way. It was an external spirit bone. Zhu Zhuqing had only heard of 6 types and was hearing about external spirit bones for the first time. External spirit bones are the most precious type of spirit bone, and the black-red claws in her hand are indeed an external spirit bone. The reason external spirit bones are valuable is that they have the ability to grow, meaning they become stronger as their owner's strength increases. It can be said that the claws you hold are the most suitable external spirit bone for you. After Gu Yi explained, he looked seriously at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, I solemnly tell you now that you cannot tell anyone about your possession of this soul bone. Not even the people from Shrek Academy. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding. She knew what soul bones represented for soul masters in this world. She wouldn't be foolish enough to tell others. Of course, Gu Yi was an exception, as he was now the person she trusted the most. And soon he would be her teacher. The most basic ability of Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone was the black flame of the Black Flame Fox that burned the soul power. When attacking with her claws, it would directly penetrate into the opponent's body and burn their soul power. In addition, this claw could greatly enhance her attack and penetration capabilities, which was its most powerful aspect. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing needed to experience and feel what other abilities it had herself. Gu Yi learned about the abilities of Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone and thought of the black flame from her nethercat martial soul. He looked at the external soul bone in Zhu Zhuqing's hand and came up with a great idea. Zhuqing, now that you have this external soul bone, you can conduct an experiment. Try to fuse the soul-devouring black flame generated by your nethercat with the external soul bone. If they can merge, and produce both the soul-burning black flame that causes mental damage and the soul-power-burning black flame, then the damage capability of your external soul bone will be unimaginably powerful. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up at Gu Ye's words. If she could really achieve what Gu Yi said, then her strength would. Her nether black flame has the ability to burn soul power and cause mental damage. If she merges it with the external soul bones, soul, power-burning black flame, then those attacked by her claws. Just thinking of this made her breath slightly quicken as she looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi, you promised to take me as your disciple. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi, excitedly expressing her true thoughts. She wanted to become strong, very strong. And it was Gu Yi who gave her hope. She admired Gu Ye's knowledge, medical skills, and his mysterious aura. Although Gu Yi looked a few years older than her, she didn't care about age. What she wanted was this person. Zhuqing, are you serious? Gu Ye's expression became slightly serious. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. I am serious. I want to be your disciple. Are you sure? Gu Yi asked again. I am sure, Zhu Zhuqing said with a serious and determined expression. All right, then let's go to bed. Zhu Zhuqing. She looked at Gu Yi in confusion, not understanding what he meant by go to bed. Sorry, mi spooka. Gu Yi awkwardly waved his hand. The words slipped out of his mouth as a joke. How could he possibly ask Zhu Zhuqing to go to bed? No, wait, it seems they're already in bed now. Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing sitting on his bed, then looked at himself. Weren't they just sitting on the same bed? It seemed like sitting on the bed with Zhu Zhuqing for a night was acceptable. Ahem. Well, Zhuqing, before we proceed with the apprenticeship, I need to tell you something. This is my first time taking a disciple, so we can skip the formalities of the apprenticeship ceremony. What I mean is starting today. You're my disciple, understand? Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing seriously. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding and said, yes, master. Good, then from now on you, Zhu Zhuqing, will be my disciple, Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked at his beautiful and well-shaped disciple with satisfaction. At that moment, for some unknown reason, Gu Yi thought of Bibi Dong when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. After becoming Gu Ye's disciple, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit happy, but she was also curious about one thing, Gu Ye's strength. Now that Gu Yi was her master, it was normal for her to learn about her teacher's abilities. So, Zhu Zhuqing asked, Master, I heard from Dai Mubai that you defeated him with a single move. Can I know what your strength is? Well, there's nothing I can't say about that. Currently, I'm a level 49 soul master, Gu Yi said. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, he smiled and asked, do you think my strength is unworthy of being your teacher? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, although Gu Ye's strength was a bit beyond her expectations. Upon seeing Gu Ye's age and considering his abilities, she realized that her teacher, Gu Yi, was definitely a genius. Gu Yi got out of bed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing with a view of his back, and said loudly, Zhuqing, you need to understand one thing. For a genius, level is not the entirety of strength. Just like me, even though I'm only level 49, my strength is not limited to that. Moreover, I possess more than just strength. It wasn't just Gu Yi bragging. With his resources, surgical system, martial soul serum, and cell enhancement drugs, he could nurture a genius at any time. And since he had taken Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, he intended to cultivate her into one of the strongest in the world. He enjoyed the process of nurturing his disciples, taking it slow. Then, Gu Yi began to have an in-depth conversation with Zhu Zhuqing in the room. Since she was his disciple, he naturally had to pay attention to what Zhu Zhuqing needed to learn and what she should do. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently. Having rushed back from the Stardow Forest, she was already quite tired, and as she listened to Gu Ye's words seriously, she unknowingly fell asleep. Moreover, she had a trusting dependence on her master, Gu Yi, and after being tired for many days, she slept very soundly. She actually fell asleep. Gu Yi saw Zhu Zhuqing sleeping on his bed and couldn't help but chuckle. With Zhu Zhuqing trusting him so much, he felt a bit embarrassed to take any liberties. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Yu Xiaojiang. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sleeping peacefully on his bed, and sat down by the bedside. He picked up the blanket and covered Zhu Zhuqing, fulfilling his promise to take care of her. To be honest, the sleeping cat was quite charming. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold and lifeless face break into a slight smile in her sleep, Gu Yi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He then reached out his hand to gently stroke Zhu Zhuqing's captivating face before intending to leave for another room to continue his cultivation. However, just as Gu Yi was pulling his hand away, Zhu Zhuqing murmured in her sleep and instinctively grabbed his hand, pulling it into her embrace. It seemed that Gu Ye's hand provided Zhu Zhuqing with an inexplicable sense of security. Once she held on, she didn't let go, and her grip was very tight. Especially now that Zhu Zhuqing was Gu Ye's disciple, this special relationship always led to some unusual thoughts. This puts me in quite a dilemma. Gu Yi noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was unwilling to let go of him, so he struggled to turn his head away and not look at the alluring curve that emerged from her chest. Then he tried to pull his hand back, but Zhu Zhuqing protected his hand like a cat guarding its food, showing no intention of loosening her grip. She would occasionally nuzzle against him, inching closer to Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt helpless. In order not to wake the sleeping cat, he sat quietly beside it and began to meditate. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy, in the dean's office, Flinder listened with surprise to Zhao Wujia's account of the Stardow Forest, his expression changing several times. Finally, when he heard that everyone returned safely, he let out a sigh of relief. It seems that allowing you to take them to the Stardow Forest alone was indeed too careless. Flinder sighed, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. Next time, when hunting soul beasts, I will go with you. With both of us as soul saints, it will be safer. These kids are all geniuses. I don't want to see their lives cut short like this. You can't blame yourself. After all, no one expected to encounter the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest. Fortunately, the Titan giant ape didn't kill us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to return. However, Flinder, there's one thing I can't figure out. How did Xiao Wu come back unharmed after being captured by the Titan giant ape for several days and even break through to level 30? She said she scared the Titan giant ape away with a bull roar. That roar must have been from the legendary sky blue bull python. A somewhat stiff and strange voice came from outside the door. Zhao Wujia, who had just spoken, was startled. He had previously heard footsteps approaching but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was one of the academy's teachers. Now, upon hearing the sound, he felt something was off. There was no such sound within the academy. Ha! Someone who knows is here, Xiao Gang. Come in. Flinder looked towards the door and laughed. The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. His face was stiff, and his back was straight. At first glance, he seemed somewhat dazed, but his deep black eyes revealed a hint of urgency. If Tang San were here, he would immediately recognize this person, as he was Tang San's teacher, the renowned master in the spirit master world, Yu Xiaojiang. Wujia, you haven't met him yet, have you? This is Xiao Gang, the famous theoretical master in the spirit master world, and also Tang San's teacher. Flinder introduced as he pulled Yu Xiaojiang in. Zhao Wujia looked at the entering Yu Xiaojiang and was surprised, saying, "So you are the master. I am Zhao Wujia. I have heard so much about you. The unmoving King Zhao Wujia, it's good to see you. Tang, since you'll be safe and sound, right?" Yu Xiaojiang replied, "Yes." This trip to the Stardow Forest exhausted Tang San. As soon as he returned, he told them to go back to their rooms to rest. Upon learning that his disciple was safe, Yu Xiaojiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yu Xiaojiang explained to Zhao Wujia about the sound they heard, which was from the legendary 100,000-year soul beast, the sky blue bull python, along with a series of related matters. So, Xiao Wu is really lucky. Zhao Wujia sighed upon learning this. He never expected that Xiao Wu's true identity was that of a transformed soul beast. Her being captured was merely because the two beasts had not seen her for a long time and wanted to take her home to discuss some matters. After Yu Xiaojiang finished explaining, he continued, "Teacher Zhao, I've already carefully looked over the records of these students. You went to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, who has the Nethercat martial soul, find their third soul ring. Do you know what kind of soul beast they ultimately obtained?" When it came to soul rings, Zhao Wujia chuckled and said, "This time, our luck was quite good. Oscar got a 1,000-year windtail rooster snake soul ring, and he also obtained a pretty good third soul skill." Upon hearing that it was the windtail rooster snake, Yu Xiaojiang's stiff face twitched slightly. "Very good. This soul beast is quite similar to the few types of soul rings I had originally anticipated for Oscar. The windtail rooster snake is relatively mild in nature, but very cunning, and it excels at escape. Its cultivation is not easy, if I'm correct. Oscar's third soul ring must be related to speed." Zhao Wujia, hearing this, couldn't help but admire, as expected of the master. You can tell such details just from a few words. You are right. Oscar's third soul ring is indeed related to speed. His third soul skill is a mushroom sausage that allows him to maintain flight for 1 minute, with a flying speed equivalent to that of the windtail rooster snake. Yu Xiaojiang seemed surprised, clearly not expecting that Oscar's obtained soul skill would be like this. He said decisively, "This child's food-type martial soul talent is unprecedented. He is the most outstanding among all food-type spirit masters I have seen, with limitless potential." Flinder chuckled. "Xiao Gang, our Shrek Academy only recruits monsters. Did you just realize this?" Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Flinder disinterestedly and said, "However, I'm even more surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's talent, who is the Nethercat martial soul. According to her records, she is only 12 years old, the youngest among the 7, yet she has already reached level 30 ahead of Oscar. As far as I know, the Nethercat martial soul does not have such qualifications. I wonder if teacher Zhao could elaborate on Zhu Zhuqing's situation?" Upon learning about the Nethercat martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang guessed Zhu Zhuqing's identity, as the Zhu family was quite famous in the Douluo Continent. Well, Zhao Wujie peeked at Flender, hesitating to speak about Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring's age. After all, this Yu Xiaojiang was a renowned theoretical master in the spirit master world and a good brother of Flender. Revealing it in this situation would be like slapping Flender's face in front of him. However, Flender revealed to Yu Xiaojiang the reason why Zhu Zhuqing had such a rapid breakthrough to level 30. It was entirely because Gu Yi, this special doctor, had developed the martial soul blood, and Zhu Zhuqing had consumed it to achieve such a fast breakthrough. Yu Xiaojiang officially learned about the martial soul blood. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's originally stiff face turned even worse. Flender, how could you let these kids use such things recklessly? Don't you know that these things which rapidly enhance strength can be extremely harmful? If it really is harmful, it will ruin Zhu Zhuqing's foundation. Surely you haven't forgotten the evil spirit masters who appeared in the past? These spirit masters quickly increased their strength through some means, and you know what happened to them, right? Yu Xiaojiang's reprimand made Flender somewhat awkward. He quickly explained, Xiaogang, you've misunderstood this point. Zhu Zhuqing's foundation shows no signs of instability. In fact, it is exceptionally solid. Gu Yi, who gave Zhu Zhuqing that martial soul blood, is also a well-known doctor in Soto City. His medical skills are unmatched in Soto City. It is said that he can even treat martial soul defects. He was the one who noticed that Hong Jun's martial soul had defects at a glance and used a medicine to suppress Hong Jun's evil fire. He even mentioned that he might research a medicine that could cure Hong Jun's martial soul defect. Is what you said true? Yu Xiaojiang, after hearing this, stared seriously at Flender with a stiff face. Beneath his serious expression, there was actually a hint of excitement. Chapter 51. The Awkward Zhao Wujie. The silent slap in the face, Xiaogang. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Do you think I would lie to you? Flender glared at Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat angry that he didn't believe him. If what Flender said is true, then this Gu Yi is indeed a bit extraordinary. Yu Xiaojiang pondered over Flender's words. Gu Yi was able to study the unheard-of substance called Wuhuan blood to help Zhu Zhuqing enhance her strength, and he immediately recognized that Ma Hongjuan's Wuhuan had flaws. He mentioned that it might be possible to treat these Wuhuan defects. So, could Gu Yi also identify his Wuhuan flaws? And if he could he help him treat them? Upon thinking of this, the long-dead idea in Yu Xiaojiang's mind came alive again. He had been unable to break through level 30 for life due to a mutation in his Wuhuan, and no one knew how desperately he wanted to surpass that level. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang like this, Flanders, who knew him best, suddenly thought of something. Xiaojiang, are you thinking? Flanders looked at him suspiciously. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I don't know Gu Yi well, and I don't know if it's true. I just want to take a look when I have time. Xiaojiang, if he really can treat Wuhuan defects, then your hope. Flanders found it hard to imagine what would happen if Yu Xiaojiang's Wuhuan defect were treated and he broke through level 30. Flanders, tell me everything you know about Gu Yi. The fact that Gu Yi could treat Wuhuan defects made Yu Xiaojiang very interested in him. And now he asked Flanders to verify his thoughts. Naturally, Flanders told Yu Xiaojiang everything he knew about Gu Yi without holding back. Gu Yi had a special Wuhuan, could extract Wuhuan blood from it, and possessed strange yet powerful medical skills and effective medicine. The citizens of Soto City praised him highly. So that's how it is. It seems that in a few days when I have time, I can go see if Gu Yi is as miraculous as the rumors say. After learning about Gu Yi, Yu Xiaojiang recalled asking Zhao Wujie about Zhu Zhuqing earlier. He still didn't know what kind of soul beast Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring came from, or what her soul skills were like. Then, full of confidence, Yu Xiaojiang speculated. Teacher Zhao, as far as I know, Zhu Zhuqing is an agility attack type soul master, with a nether spirit cat Wuhan. Her third spirit ring should also be a speed type soul beast, like a ghost tiger or a jaguar, right? Zhao Wujie thought about Zhu Zhuqing's special situation and looked at the confidently guessing Yu Xiaojiang, scratching his head, unsure how to respond. Flanders, seeing Zhao Wujie's hesitation, said helplessly, Wujie, why are you being so coy? It's just Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring. There's nothing to hide in front of Xiaojiang. Plus, I'll tell you after tomorrow. Xiaojiang will be their teacher, and he will be fully responsible for guiding Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other 5. Flanders, Zhuqing's situation is a bit special, and I'm not sure how to explain it. Zhao Wujie hesitated, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang. What's so special? Just say it. All right. Zhao Wujie looked at Yu Xiaojiang and quietly asked, Master, may I ask, is the limit for a soul master to absorb a third spirit ring 760 years? Which you proposed. That's right. Yu Xiaojiang confidently nodded. This is a conclusion I reached after years of research. combined with the absorption situations of soul masters in the soul master world. The limit for a soul master's third spirit ring is indeed 760 years. Upon hearing this, Flanders chuckled and praised, "Wujia, I'm not exaggerating. Xiaozhang's theory has never been wrong. You should have heard of his reputation in the soul master world." And after he released this theory, many soul masters followed it when absorbing spirit rings, and no one has ever exceeded this limit. Hearing Flanders' words, Yu Xiaozhang smiled humbly. He appreciated Flanders' straightforward praise. However, Zhao Wujia asked quietly, "Has no soul master ever exceeded this limit? What's wrong, Wujia? You don't doubt Xiaozhang's theory, do you?" Flanders chuckled at Zhao Wujia. Yu Xiaozhang's stiff face also showed a hint of a smile as he confidently shook his head. He was 100% sure that among the people he knew and those who appeared in history, no one had ever surpassed the limit he published for their third spirit rings. Looking at the confident Flanders and Yu Xiaozhang, Zhao Wujia didn't know how to continue. "All right, Wujia. Let's move on from this topic and tell Xiaozhang about Zhu Zhuqing. He still needs to go back and develop appropriate training methods based on these children's characteristics." "Yes, please. Teacher Zhao, explain Zhu Zhuqing's situation in detail. I need to understand her soul skills and spirit ring capabilities clearly to formulate a suitable training plan for her." Zhao Wujia looked at Yu Xiaozhang and Flanders, hesitating to ask again. "Flanders, has this theory of the master really never been broken?" Flanders was speechless and glared at him. "Wujia, what's wrong with you today? You're acting so timid and hesitant, totally unlike your usual self. I've been very clear. Xiaozhang's theory has never been wrong." Seeing Zhao Wujia's repeated doubts about his theory, Yu Xiaozhang straightened his face and said, "Flanders, it seems teacher Zhao has some doubts about my status as a master. Or is he trying to test whether I have real talent or ability to be a teacher at Shrek Academy and to teach these students?" "Sigh, Xiaozhang, don't say that. All right, Wujia, tell us about Zhu Zhuqing's situation." Flanders shot a glance at Zhao Wujia, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. He had begged Yu Xiaozhang for a long time to agree to teach at his place, and if Zhao Wujia scared him away, he wouldn't know where to cry. All right. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia could only tell the truth. Then, he said flatly, "Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring comes from a black flame fox over 2,000 years old." A 2,000-year-old black flame fox? That's about what I expected. Yu Xiaozhang nodded confidently after thinking for a moment. However, seeing Yu Xiaozhang still brimming with confidence, Zhao Wujia felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. What about face? Is this really a master? Although Zhao Wujia was extremely doubtful in his heart, he no longer spoke further to avoid being reprimanded by Flanders. "Wait, Wujia, what did you just say? Could you repeat that?" Flanders realized something was off and looked at Zhao Wujia, recalling his earlier words. Yu Xiaozhang also seemed to notice something was wrong and stared at Zhao Wujia with a stern face. "I said, Zhuqing's third spirit ring is from a black flame fox over 2,000 years old. A black flame fox over 2,000 years old. Flanders stared at Zhao Wujia, shouting in disbelief. "Yes, a black flame fox over 2,000 years old." Zhao Wujia nodded flatly. "Teacher Zhao, are you sure you're not joking with me?" Yu Xiaozhang's face darkened as he looked sternly at Zhao Wujia. "That's right, Wujia. This kind of joke cannot be made casually. A third spirit ring over 2,000 years old. This is simply impossible." Flanders instinctively did not believe it. After all, in his understanding, Yu Xiaozhang's theory was the first correct answer. "Yu Xiaozhang, master, I'm not joking. Just now, I asked if anyone had surpassed the limit of 760 years for the third soul ring mentioned by the master to confirm if anyone else had broken this limit. But you all said no, what else can I say?" Zhao Wujia waved his hand seriously and helplessly. What he said was a fact. Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring was indeed over 2,000 years, and he had witnessed the absorption himself. Yu Xiaozhang looked at Zhao Wujia, who showed no signs of joking, and his already dark face looked even darker. He was the first to not believe Zhao Wujia's words, not believing that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring could be over 2,000 years, as it did not conform to his top 10 core theories. A soul master could not absorb a third soul ring that exceeded 2,000 years. Chapter 52. Zhu Zhuqing wakes up in Gu Ye's bed seeing Zhao Wujia's serious expression. Flanders also became serious. "Wujia, let me confirm once more. Are you sure what you just said is not a joke?" "Flanders, do you think I'm the kind of person who jokes around? Moreover, I and the students witnessed Zhu Zhuqing absorb the soul ring of the black flame fox that was over 2,000 years. Could this be faked? And one thing you shouldn't doubt is that when Zhu Zhuqing absorbed this soul ring over 2,000 years, nothing happened to her. Impossible. A soul master at level 30 absolutely cannot withstand a 2,000 year soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, being female, has a weaker constitution than male soul masters. Her third soul ring could not possibly withstand a black flame fox soul ring over 2,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang firmly believed that his theory could never be wrong. A soul master's third soul ring could never exceed 2,000 years, and Zhu Zhuqing could not either. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's unwavering confidence in his theory, Zhao Wujia fell silent, and he no longer spoke. Just now he questioned both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, but now the roles seemed reversed, as it was Flander and Yu Xiaojiang who were questioning the truth of his words. Zhao Wujia remained silent, while Flander and Yu Xiaojiang frowned repeatedly. After a moment of silence, Flander noticed the atmosphere was off and spoke first. Wujia, I believe you won't lie, but this matter is still a bit hard to believe. How about this? Tomorrow we should call Zhu Zhuqing to ask her directly to clarify. Xiaojiang, it's already late. You might as well go back and rest. As for other matters, we can discuss them tomorrow. Whether it's true or not, we can find out by asking Zhu Zhuqing. All right, but Flander, I still don't believe that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring could exceed 2,000 years. You should know that my theory cannot be wrong. Yu Xiaojiang's words sounded like the last bit of stubbornness. Perhaps deep down he had begun to believe. Flander nodded and said, Xiaojiang, I have complete faith in your theory. All right, you should go back and rest now. Tomorrow, I will gather the children and formally introduce you before we ask about the real situation. Okay. Yu Xiaojiang forced a calm expression as he left the office, but he paused at the door and looked back at Zhao Wujia as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he left Flander's office without saying a word. Once Yu Xiaojiang left, Flander looked at Zhao Wujia seriously and insisted that Zhao Wujia clarify the matter regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Flander's expression, Zhao Wujia could only recount the details of Zhu Zhuqing absorbing the soul ring again. All right, I understand the situation. Wujia, you should go back and rest now. Okay, I'm also a bit tired, Zhao Wujia said before leaving. Flander thought about Zhao Wujia's words and his good friend Yu Xiaojiang, occasionally furrowing his brow. Flander had already come to believe in Zhu Zhuqing's matter because Zhao Wujia could not possibly deceive him, nor would it make sense for him to do so. However, because he believed it, he was somewhat worried about his good friend Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang had a very strong sense of pride, and the only knowledge he could boast of in his life was that limited knowledge and the 10 core theories of martial spirits he had published. His status as a master came from this. Flander admired Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge, which was why he had invited him to teach at Shrek Academy. But now, before even entering Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing, as a student, had already shattered Yu Xiaojiang's proudest 10 core theories. He feared that Yu Xiaojiang's strong pride would make it difficult for him to get along with the students in the future. Forget it, let's talk about this tomorrow. Xiaojiang should be able to accept it. Flander thought no more and returned to his room to rest. On the other side, in Soto City, in the main bedroom of Gu Ye's medical clinic's backyard, Gu Ye, who had been sitting next to Zhu Zhuqing to cultivate, opened his eyes. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still hugging his arm and sleeping soundly, he could only shake his head helplessly and let her continue to hold on while he continued to cultivate. Having just accepted Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple last night, he decided to give her a little benefit by letting her hold on to him while she slept for a night. As the old saying goes, fortune's turn. Who knows when he and Zhu Zhuqing might turn around one day. A night without conversation. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing woke up slowly. Perhaps it was because she had slept too soundly last night. When she just woke up, she rubbed her eyes like a cute little kitten, and then she finally saw the things in front of her clearly. Since Gu Yi was right next to her, as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw him beside her. In that instant, she recalled the events of last night. After successfully becoming Gu Ye's disciple, she had listened seriously as Gu Yi taught her some knowledge, but perhaps because she was too tired, she fell asleep while listening. So now Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi beside her, then glanced at the blanket covering her, seemingly realizing something. It was her teacher, Gu Yi, who had protected her all night. She felt so at ease sleeping like this because of Gu Yi. Her teacher was guarding her in bed. Looking at her teacher, Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of dependence rise in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. Having lived in the cruel and cold-blooded Zhu family since childhood, no one had ever been worth her reliance or trust, because there, she could be betrayed at any moment. But now her teacher, Gu Yi, could give her a sense of security, and Zhu Zhuqing realized that she somewhat liked that feeling. She looked seriously at Gu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Her teacher, and for a moment, she found it hard to look away. Awake, Gu Yi said lightly without opening his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing quickly lowered her head and replied him, Did you sleep well? Very well. That's good. Saying this, Gu Yi woke up from his cultivation. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and got out of bed. He didn't feel much about sharing a bed with his disciple Zhu Zhuqing for a night. It was just a normal occurrence. They would have breakfast here before returning to Shrek Academy for class. After speaking, Gu Yi went to the kitchen in the backyard to start making breakfast. After Zhu Zhuqing got up and washed up, she went to the kitchen. She saw Gu Yi making an ordinary breakfast in a very ordinary manner. Yet in her heart, she felt that Gu Yi was quite extraordinary. It was precisely because of this ordinary yet extraordinary feeling that she watched Gu Yi finish preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Gu Yi came out with 2 small dishes and saw Zhu Zhuqing standing dazed at the door. He said flatly, Go in and serve yourself some porridge. Zhu Zhuqing, who also had a cold temperament, replied even more blandly than Gu Yi. At the dining table, Gu Yi was sipping porridge and eating small dishes while saying, Although I have taken you as my disciple, I will only teach you how to become stronger and some knowledge and insights about life and work, etc. As for the Shrek Academy, since you have already paid and enrolled, you still need to go back to study. You can't waste your money, understand? Zhu Zhuqing took small sips of porridge and, after putting a piece of dish in her mouth, she chewed lightly and nodded, I understand. However, Zhuqing, there's one thing I must tell you very seriously. Although you're studying at Shrek Academy, there are some things you cannot learn indiscriminately. You need to develop your own judgment to decide what is worth learning and what is not. After all, you shouldn't waste your tuition. Zhu Zhuqing chewed on her food and understood, responding with a soft While having breakfast, Gu Yi also instructed Zhu Zhuqing on many matters. The reason he wanted Zhu Zhuqing to stay at Shrek Academy was not only because her current strength was not enough and Shrek Academy could protect her, but also because Gu Yi wanted Zhu Zhuqing to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition. With his guidance, Zhu Zhuqing's strength would not be inferior to anyone. Zhu Zhuqing could help him learn many things within the Shrek Academy team. In addition, there were also his people in the Spirit Hall's Spirit Academy. This way, Gu Yi could control a lot of information from both sides through these 2 individuals. This was one of his objectives. Of course, there were benefits to letting Zhu Zhuqing stay at Shrek Academy, but there were also drawbacks. That would be Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's nominal fiancé. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was Gu Ye's disciple, she was destined to be his person, and he couldn't let Dai Mubai covet his little kitty any longer. It seems I need to give Dai Mubai some female hormones to make him beautiful and attractive. That way, Zhu Zhuqing should be safe in Shrek Academy. Or maybe this tiger needs to be neutered as well. After all, a neutered tiger is the same as a neutered rooster. Gu Yi secretly made this difficult decision. Chapter 53. Where is Zhu Zhuqing? Just right. He still had the task of collecting the soul blood of the Shrek's 7 monsters, so he could first give Dai Mubai a dose of female hormones or castrate him, helping Dai Mubai to become prettier, which could also be used for plotting. Thinking of this, Gu Yi imagined Dai Mubai, a big man, pinching his fingers like an orchid, making sharp eunuch sounds, then pointing at someone and throwing a tantrum, cursing, and then embracing Tang San's shoulders in a graceful manner. He couldn't help but feel delighted inside. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Seeing her enjoy the simple porridge and side dishes so much, he casually asked, Is the taste all right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Oh, I see. The food at Shrek Academy isn't good, right? Well, a small academy indeed doesn't have much good food. How about this? You can attend classes at Shrek Academy during the day and come back here to sleep at night. I'll personally cook for you. With your current physique and speed, it won't take long to travel from Soto City to Shrek Academy. And this back and forth might also help train your body. Is that okay? Zhu Zhuqing raised her face to look at Gu Yi. What's wrong with that? Gu Yi smiled. This is exactly what he wanted. In the evening, he wouldn't have to be alone, as he would have a beautiful apprentice to serve him. And then they could study knowledge together in bed. Oh, right, Zhuqing, most of my time is spent in the clinic treating the citizens of Soto City. And in the evenings, I often go to the Soto City arena to treat injured spirit masters. As for you, when you go to the arena to participate in the spirit battles, come find me so we can go together. After the battles, we can go back to the room and study together. The last time I taught you about the human body was just the basics. After you participate in the spirit battles tomorrow or the day after, I will teach you about meridians and acupoints. Understanding this knowledge will make your attacks more precise and effective. Meridians and acupoints? Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi with confusion. There's basically no knowledge about this in the Douluo Continent, so she understood her confusion. However, She has a teacher, and she will work hard to learn. All right, let's go back after breakfast. I still have to go to the clinic to treat the citizens. Yes, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing respectfully replied. She admires her teacher Gu Yi for treating the citizens for free, and, at the same time, she has a bit of affection for him. Gu Yi would not tell Zhu Zhuqing that he helped these common people with their illnesses more for the purpose of gaining surgery points and enhancing his strength. He also casually provided in-depth treatments for those young married women whose paths were blocked. All of this was to improve his own power. Now he was already at level 49, and it wouldn't be long before he could break through to level 50. At that time, obtaining the 5th soul ring would require a lot of surgery points. Indeed, Gu Yi's soul rings could be exchanged for surgery points from the surgical system. This was because the system helped him match the most suitable soul rings, their age, and soul skills. Unfortunately, the cost in surgery points was quite high. This was also the reason he worked so hard to treat others. If he reached level 50 and did not have enough surgery points, he would have to go to the Star Dough Forest to hunt for them himself. During breakfast, Gu Yi spent more than half an hour eating while teaching Zhu Zhuqing some things. After finishing breakfast, Zhu Zhuqing left Gu Yi's clinic and headed back to Shrek Academy. At that moment, in Shrek Academy, several bell tolls rang out, signaling a quick assembly in the classroom. Yu Xiaojiang had been thinking about Zhao Wujia's word from last night and couldn't sleep all night. Early this morning, he wanted to gather the Shrek 7 to ask about the situation, but realizing that his disciple Tang San had only just returned from the Star Dough Forest last night, he suppressed his anxious thoughts to let them rest. However, now Yu Xiaojiang could no longer wait and had the Academy's teachers ring the bell to gather the Shrek 7. Ah, so tired. Why do we have to gather so early? In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong stretched lazily and got up reluctantly. Seriously, can't we have a little rest? Xiao Wu also got up unwillingly. After quickly washing up and tidying themselves, they called out to Zhu Zhuqing. To their surprise, Zhu Zhuqing was no longer in the room. Zhu Qing is still Zhu Qing, always getting up so early. Yes, Zhu Qing really works hard. Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were very familiar with Zhu Zhuqing. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was not in the room, she must have gotten up early to practice and had already gone to the assembly upon hearing the bell. Without thinking much, the two headed to the assembly classroom. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun also got up reluctantly. Fatty, why do you think the dean is gathering us so early? Could it be something important? I don't know. Let's just go see what's going on. Then the four of them walked together to the assembly classroom. Xiao Wu, third brother. Outside the classroom, when Tang San and Xiao Wu met, they walked up to each other and chatted as they entered the classroom. Seeing this, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai sighed long and loudly. Oscar then looked at Ning Rongrong. He had always had thoughts about Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong seemed to ignore Oscar and walk straight in. Strange, where's Zhu Zhuqing? Why didn't I see her with Xiao Wu and Rongrong? Oscar looked around, puzzled that he couldn't find Zhu Zhuqing. Maybe she's already inside. Let us go in first, Dai Mubai said casually. That makes sense. The group entered and saw Flander, Zhao Wujia, and several other teachers from Shrek Academy at the podium. Dai Mubai recognized these teachers, but there was an unfamiliar person next to Flander. This person was unknown to Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, but Tang San and Xiao were very familiar with him. At that moment, Tang San stood there in shock, looking at Yu Xiaojiang with disbelief. Teacher, is it really you? After confirming, an excited Tang San hurried over to Yu Xiaojiang's side. Master, Xiao Wu also happily approached to ask. Teacher? Master? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun looked at Yu Xiaojiang in confusion regarding the unfamiliar person Tang San and Xiao Wu called. Then they realized something, looking at Yu Xiaojiang with a slightly darkened expression, and exclaimed, could it be that you are Tang San's teacher, the renowned theoretical master in the Soul Master world? Yu Xiaojiang? This was because Tang San had mentioned Yu Xiaojiang before, and Zhao Wujia also knew a bit about him. When encountering Long Gong and Shi Pe, Tang San had even revealed his teacher's identity. Dai Mubai and the others had learned about Yu Xiaojiang, and now seeing him in person, they were astonished. Yes. Yu Xiaojiang nodded calmly and then looked at Tang San and said, Xiao San, you can sit down first. We will discuss things later. Understood, teacher. Although Tang San was eager to know why his teacher was here, he obediently went to his seat. Following that, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai each took their seats. Yu Xiaojiang looked at them and counted, noticing that there were only 6 people, and frowned slightly. Flander also noticed that someone was missing and quickly asked, where's Zhu Zhuqing? Why isn't she here? Yeah, where is Zhu Qing? Because of Yu Xiaojiang's appearance. Xiao Wu hadn't noticed before, but now she realized Zhu Zhuqing was absent. Likewise, Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rongrong, and the others were puzzled about Zhu Zhuqing's absence. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, could it be that Zhu Zhuqing hasn't he gotten up yet? Xiao Wu explained, Dean, we checked when we got up, and there was no one in Zhuqing's room. I thought she had gotten up early to practice and came when she heard the bell. Strange. This isn't like Zhu Zhuqing's character at all. How could she be late? Zhao Wujia understood Zhu Zhuqing well. She was known as the most diligent person in Shrek Academy and had never been late before. Now that she was not present, it was indeed puzzling. Moreover, the early gathering of the Shrek 7 was largely because Yu Xiaojiang wanted to know about Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring situation. With Zhu Zhuqing, the one who had broken Yu Xiaojiang's theory, absent, the discussion could not even begin. Chapter 54. There's a reason for Yu Xiaojiang's stiff expression seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had not arrived for a long time. Flander glanced at the increasingly impatient Yu Xiaojiang and said to Xiao Wu, go find Zhu Zhuqing and quickly bring her back. Yes, Dean. Xiao Wu responded and had just reached the door when a figure walked in. It was Zhu Zhuqing returning from Guye's clinic. Zhuqing, where have you been? We've all been waiting for you. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing enter, Xiao Wu hurriedly asked. On the podium, Flander looked at Zhu Zhuqing with slight anger. Zhu Zhuqing, where have you been? Don't you know everyone is waiting for you? I had something to take care of. Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly. She did not tell Flander and the others that she had gone to find Guyi, nor did she plan to disclose what she was doing there. You must be Zhu Zhuqing? Before Flander could continue, Yu Xiaojiang, thinking of her third soul ring, couldn't wait and walked over. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang approach, Zhu Zhuqing assumed he was also a teacher from Shrek Academy and nodded. All right, since you're here, there's no need to say too much. Go back to your seat and sit down. I have something to ask you later, and you must answer truthfully, understand? Yu Xiaojiang spoke very seriously, but there was also a hint of excitement. He looked up and down at Zhu Zhuqing, examining what was different about her. Zhu Zhuqing also glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared to be frowning and somewhat obsessively staring at her. Without saying anything, she sat down next to Ning Rongrong. Zhuqing, what exactly did you do? Ning Rongrong leaned closer and whispered when Zhu Zhuqing sat down. I didn't do anything, Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly, shaking her head. But you, quiet. Flinder shot Ning Rongrong a glare when he noticed her whispering. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and quickly straightened up. Then Flinder went up to the podium, cleared his throat, and said to the Shrek 7, Next, I would like to formally introduce someone to you, and that is him, the Master. As he spoke, Flinder pulled Yu Xiaojiang aside. He had published a groundbreaking book on the 10 core theories of martial souls based on years of research, which shocked the world and the Spirit Master community. This theory, upon its release, was considered a miracle in the Spirit Master world, and as a result, he earned the title of Master. At the same time, the Master was also Tang San's teacher, and all your training and learning will be under his guidance from now on. As for how to address him, you could just call him Master. Flinder's introduction, along with the numerous titles attached to Yu Xiaojiang, made Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar look at Yu Xiaojiang with surprise and admiration. Ning Rongrong seemed to have heard of the Master before. She looked at Yu Xiaojiang and then at Tang San, as if understanding why Tang San was so outstanding. Yu Xiaojiang's expression remained stiff and somewhat dark. However, Flinder's words still made him somewhat happy inside. All right, now let's have the Master come up and speak to you. After Flinder finished, he stepped aside to give the podium to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, with a stiff and dark expression, went up to the podium without saying anything, but his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. The matter of Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring lingered in his mind, refusing to go away. He couldn't sleep until he clarified it. Once it was his turn to speak, he didn't say anything else and just addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, I have some questions for you. What? To show the most basic respect from a student to a teacher, Zhu Zhuqing stood up, though her expression remained cold. Yu Xiaojiang said, Previously, I heard from teacher Zhao Wujia that your third spirit ring is the black flame fox spirit ring that exceeds 2,000 years. According to the 10 core theories of martial souls I have developed over many years, the limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years. Therefore, when teacher Zhao Wujia mentioned that your third spirit ring exceeds 2,000 years, I didn't believe it. To verify this, I need you to release your third spirit ring so I can take a good look. So that's how it is. Tang San's teacher said that the limit for the third spirit ring is 1,760 years, but Zhuqing's third spirit ring has exceeded 2,000 years. What does that mean? Is the Master's theory wrong? It shouldn't be. I heard that the Master had a lot of credibility in the Spirit Master community. After Yu Xiaojiang finished asking, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong whispered to each other in confusion. Although Yu Xiaojiang heard their words, he didn't care. Right now, He just wanted to know if Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring really exceeded 2,000 years, and if it truly broke his theory on the limit of the third spirit ring. If this were true, he needed to learn everything about Zhu Zhuqing and then adjust his theory on the limit of the third spirit ring based on his research and speculation. Zhu Zhuqing didn't refuse Yu Xiaojiang's request and released her third spirit ring. Just by releasing the spirit ring and looking at its color, one could only determine its approximate age. To know the exact number of years, outsiders would need to observe carefully. Yu Xiaojiang approached Zhu Zhuqing to observe her spirit ring closely. The more he looked, the more incredulous he became, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Because Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression directed at him made Yu Xiaojiang's face look somewhat unpleasant. It was like an adult trying to show off in front of a child only to be looked down upon by the child. That was exceptionally uncomfortable. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but Yu Xiaojiang also noticed that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong were looking at him with skeptical eyes, which made him feel even worse inside. However, his face remained stiff, with no change in expression, allowing him to hide his embarrassment well. Cough, cough. Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat a few times, withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing, and returned to the podium with his hands behind his back, appearing unconcerned. His face remained stiff and expressionless. After glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, he said lightly, "All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I have seen enough. You can retract your spirit ring." Zhu Zhuqing silently retracted her spirit ring and sat back down. "Teacher, why can Zhuqing absorb a spirit ring over 2,000 years old?" The eager Tang San quickly asked. He believed Yu Xiaojiang's words, and, without the crisis from the original story, the man-faced demon spider was killed by Zhu Zhuqing, so his third spirit ring did not exceed 1,760 years. Instead, it came from a 1,700-year-old spirit beast, the web-forming vine, and his third spirit ability was still similar to the original story, maintaining the web-like control. Yes, Master, didn't you say that in your so-called 10 core theories? The limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years. So why can Zhuqing's third spirit ring exceed 2,000 years? Ning Rongrong stood up, looking puzzled and doubtful at Yu Xiaojiang on the podium. Yes, Master, why is that? Oscar and Ma Hongjun echoed. Even Flender, Zhao Wujia, and several other teachers from Shrek Academy looked at Yu Xiaojiang, waiting for his answer. Among them were 2 spirit saints, 1 spirit emperor, and several spirit kings who were puzzled as to why Zhu Zhuqing, a girl, could absorb a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years without any issues. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and could only feign silence. His expression remained stiff and somewhat dark, making it seem as if he was deep in thought. As a result, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and others waited expectantly for Yu Xiaojiang's answer. Especially Flender, who knew Yu Xiaojiang's wisdom was unparalleled. He admired him greatly. It was precisely because of this that Flender wanted Yu Xiaojiang to teach the students at his academy. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the dark-faced Yu Xiaojiang on the podium, remaining silent below. She remembered her teacher, Gu Yi, telling her to learn to be a person who understands how to think and judge. Now she was thinking and judging. Is Yu Xiaojiang truly, as Flender said, knowledgeable, with strong teaching abilities, and a well-known master in the spirit master community? Why does she feel like it's not the case at all? Moreover, she, as a noble of the Star Luo Empire, had never even heard of his so-called 10 core theories. If it were truly that famous, how could it be that no one in the Star Luo Empire had heard of it? Moreover, it's not just the Star Luo Empire. It seems that the Heavendo Empire hasn't been mentioned much either. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojiang's so-called third spirit ring limit has now been broken by his teacher Gu Yi. It seems that her teacher is indeed powerful. What her teacher Gu Yi said is correct. Zhu Zhuqing came to the most accurate conclusion in her heart. Ahem. I just thought for a moment about why Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring could exceed 2,000 years, and it can only be attributed to Zhu Zhuqing's own uniqueness. Currently, the only ambiguous answer Yu Xiaojiang could provide is that he can't find a definite answer. Yu Xiaojiang turned to the Shrek 7, his face stern, and said seriously, "However, you must remember one thing. Zhu Zhuqing is just an exception. You must never exceed 1,760 years when absorbing your third spirit ring in the future, because once you exceed this limit, your body will not be able to withstand the changes, and it will ultimately lead to a tragic end." This Yu Xiaojiang's words left Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who had not yet reached level 30, unsure whether it was right or wrong. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's example was right beside them, and now this so-called master of the spirit master world, Yu Xiaojiang, is saying such things which clearly lacks credibility. Damn it, someone urged me to update. For the sake of my life, let us add another chapter. Chapter 55. Zhu Zhuqing. My teacher Guyi, what? Are you doubting my words? Yu Xiaojiang turned a stiff face toward Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, Ma Hongjun hurriedly denied it. Then Yu Xiaojiang looked at Oscar, who was also frightened, and Ma Hongjun shook his head repeatedly. Even if they had doubts, they could not refute Yu Xiaojiang at this critical moment. After all, this was the teacher appointed by their Dean Flender, and they would have to hand over to Yu Xiaojiang in the future. Plus, he looked even more fierce than Flender. So they dared not voice their opposition. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat satisfied with Oscar and the others' attitudes. He then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and made a decision in his heart. During the time, he would train Zhu Zhuqing as a teacher. He would carefully observe her situation to find out why she could absorb a third spirit ring over 2,000 years. This way, he could gain a lot of experience and knowledge to enrich himself. Also, he needed to take a look at that Guyi's martial soul blood and understand it. If possible, he wanted to research it and enhance his knowledge in this area. Wait a minute suddenly. Yu Xiaojiang remembered that Flender and Zhao Wujin had mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing had undergone Guyi's martial soul blood transformation. Could it be that thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a plan forming in his mind. So he hurriedly asked, Zhu Zhuqing, there is something I hope you can tell me in detail. As it relates to the training plan, I will customize for you later. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing asked lightly. About your visit to Soto City to receive the martial soul blood transformation from the Dr. Guyi. I need to know the details. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Flender and the others, her brows furrowed, showing some displeasure. I'm sorry, Master, but there is nothing much to say about this. And my teacher said that the specifics of the martial soul blood cannot be told to others. Can't tell others? Why? Yu Xiaojiang pressed on. He was very interested in Guyi's martial soul blood. Now he had to understand the martial soul blood to better formulate a training plan for Zhu Zhuqing. How could she not tell him? He wasn't trying to steal this knowledge. He just wanted to enrich himself and understand the situation. That's all. Wait, Zhu Zhuqing. What did you just say? Your teacher? Yu Xiaojiang was puzzled and looked at her as he realized something was off in her words. Not only did Yu Xiaojiang catch this, but Flender, Dai Mubai, and Tang San also noticed something strange in Zhu Zhuqing's previous statement. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing was saying her teacher. Could it be that Guyi is her teacher, or has Zhu Zhuqing become Guyi's disciple? They looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. There was no need to hide the fact that she had taken Guyi as her teacher. Zhu Zhuqing even nodded proudly. That's right, he is my teacher. You took that Guyi as your teacher? Flender looked at Zhu Zhuqing seriously. Taking a master is not something to take lightly, as it relates to a student's entire life. After hearing this, Dai Mubai stared at Zhu Zhuqing with a somewhat displeased expression. Zhu Zhuqing, did you really take that Guyi as your teacher? Is there a problem? Besides, who I take as my teacher is my freedom. It has nothing to do with you. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Yu Dai Mubai was speechless. Sitting next to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise. Clearly struggling to accept the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had taken Guyi as her teacher, or was simply too shocked. After all, in her eyes, Guyi was very handsome and met her criteria for a partner. Plus, Guyi was not much older than Zhu Zhuqing and her. It was hard for her to understand why Zhu Zhuqing took Guyi as her teacher. Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others also looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. Seeing the expressions of Yu Xiaojiang and Flender, Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly, Can I take a teacher? No, it's just that I didn't expect you, Zhuqing, to take that Guyi as your teacher. If I remember correctly, Guyi seems to be not much older than you, although he has excellent medical skills. It seems he has nothing to teach you. Flender expressed his doubts. Exactly. Are you planning to learn medicine from that Guyi? Oscar also voiced his confusion. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and thought about Guyi, along with the mysterious aura about him, and how he could help her develop her chest. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong thought of something. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose chest was significantly larger than hers, her expression exaggeratedly surprised. Tang San looked at Zhu Zhuqing, also puzzled. Guyi has been seen, and he doesn't look like a teacher at all, besides having decent medical skills. He seems a bit carefree. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing asked expressionlessly, Tang San, why did you choose Yu Xiaojiang as your teacher? Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang on the podium, quite proud. My teacher is knowledgeable, well-read, and understands both ancient and modern knowledge. He can teach me about understanding principles and distinguishing right from wrong, and he can also teach me more about martial souls, making me stronger. Although Tang San spoke in a calm tone, his words carried praise for Yu Xiaojiang. considering Yu Xiaojiang's status as a theoretical master in the Soul Master community. The 10 core theories of martial souls he published, and Tang San's strength and insights as his disciple. Tang San's praise for Yu Xiaojiang held considerable weight in Oscar and the others' eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold expression softened into a smile, which seemed to carry a hint of mockery. She looked at Yu Xiaojiang on the podium and said in a flat tone, "Master, to be honest, the reason my third soul ring can absorb a soul ring that exceeds 2,000 years is also taught by my teacher. Besides that, in my eyes, his knowledge is better than yours because he is my teacher." Zhu Zhuqing's calm voice echoed in the classroom, causing Tang San, who had been somewhat proud, to freeze his expression. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others, who had been whispering, fell silent. They glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then at Yu Xiaojiang on the podium, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. They understood the implication behind her words. Zhu Zhuqing was defending her teacher Gu Yi and challenging Yu Xiaojiang, the theoretical master. Yu Xiaojiang, known as the theoretical master of the Soul Master community, published the 10 core theories, one of which stated that the limit of the third soul ring for a soul master cannot exceed 1,760 years. However, Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, Gu Yi, taught her that her third soul ring's limit surpassed 2,000 years. If it were just a theory, it wouldn't be a problem, as there are no examples to prove it. But the fact that Zhu Zhuqing, with a third soul ring that absorbed over 2,000 years, was standing right in front of Yu Xiaojiang made Tang San's earlier praise for Yu Xiaojiang seem somewhat awkward. On the podium, Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhu Zhuqing, then at his disciple Tang San and the others, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Fortunately, his expression remained stiff and somewhat dark, making it difficult for others to tell if he was embarrassed. All right, let's put aside the matter of Zhu Zhuqing being Gu Ye's disciple for now. Flander quickly intervened to ease the tension. Zhu Zhuqing, I won't judge your choice of teacher, but you're still a student of Shrek Academy. So as long as you are at Shrek Academy, you must study hard. Understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Dean Flander, I understand. But I have a request that I hope you can agree to. What request? Soto City is not far from Shrek Academy, and I would like to go to Soto City to see my teacher during my free time and at night. He has knowledge to teach me. This. Flander hesitated. Shrek Academy had only managed to recruit 7 students, and he naturally didn't want to lose such a talented student like Zhu Zhuqing. Allowing her to visit Gu Yi didn't seem like a bad idea, considering Gu Yi was her teacher. If he refused, it would seem unreasonable, just like now Yu Xiaojiang, as Tang San's teacher, could come to personally guide Tang San. Recently, Flander agreed. All right, Zhuqing, I agree to this, but on the condition that you cannot fall behind in your studies. Don't worry, Dean. To become stronger, I will work even harder, Zhu Zhuqing said with determination. Then she glanced at Dai Mubai, returned her seat, and fell silent. Dai Mubai, seeing this, thought about how Zhu Zhuqing had chosen Gu Yi as her teacher, along with her earlier disdainful and mocking glance at him, and clenched his teeth in anger. No, Weiqi. Dai Mubai suddenly realized something. With Zhu Zhuqing being Gu Ye's disciple, he didn't have to worry about anything happening between them. After all, they were in a teacher-student relationship, and it was impossible for anything to happen. Just like Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, they were also teacher and student. Would they have a teacher-student romance? Absolutely impossible, right? Could it be possible? Thinking about this, Dai Mubai felt a huge sense of relief. He immediately smiled broadly, looking at Zhu Zhuqing as if congratulating her for finding a good teacher. If he had time, he might even go to Gu Ye's clinic to let Gu Yi teach Zhu Zhuqing well, which would also help enhance their relationship. Chapter 56. Zhu Zhuqing's powerful words. Flander saw that all 7 students had returned to their seats, and the strange atmosphere had dissipated. So he walked onto the podium and said, All right, I now announce that from now on, your teaching will be fully managed by the master. We will all cooperate with the master. You returned yesterday, and I think everyone is quite tired, so today you'll have a day off. Classes will resume tomorrow. During your trip to the Stardow Forest, 2 of you have reached the Soul Respect realm, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who have yet to break through level 30. You must also work hard to catch up with the others. So, Master, do you have anything to say? Flander's last sentence was directed at Yu Xiaojiang. Since Yu Xiaojiang had lost some face in front of the students earlier, Flander now offered him the opportunity to regain his reputation and establish authority in preparation for the upcoming teaching. Yu Xiaojiang, standing next to the podium, nodded and walked to the center of the podium again, his stiff face showing no signs of embarrassment. Based on the information Flander provided, I have a preliminary understanding of you. However, to gain a deeper understanding of your strengths, I will need further training and interaction. Currently, Shrek Academy has only 7 students. Although you come from different places and each have different personalities, in my view, you are also a whole. I will develop some targeted teaching methods to provide you with reliable training and improve your strength. However, I want to emphasize one point during the training process. Other than cooperating, I do not want to hear any dissenting voices. No matter who it is, I will treat everyone equally. Since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must stand out compared to ordinary soul masters. From now on, when everyone mentions you, they should only think of the word monster. So starting now, you 7 will no longer be divided into primary and advanced groups as before. We will conduct unified teaching. Based on your ages, I will rank you. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Do you all understand? Yu Xiaozhang's gaze swept over the crowd. Tang San and Xiao Wu highly agreed with Yu Xiaozhang's words, as they felt there was nothing wrong with what he said. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai remained silent. Dean Flander had entrusted everything to this master, and knowing how formidable Flander was, who dared to oppose? But at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly raised her hand. Seeing this, Yu Xiaozhang frowned. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you not understand? I have a question that I don't quite understand. Zhu Zhuqing said calmly, looking at Yu Xiaozhang. What question? Upon asking, for some reason, Yu Xiaozhang felt an ominous premonition, and to cover up the awkwardness, his already unsightly stiff face appeared even worse. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care much and said, my teacher said that every student pays money to enter the academy to learn useful knowledge to become stronger. He also said that in the process of learning, we need to learn to think critically and distinguish right from wrong. Just now, Master, you said that during training, we cannot have any opposing voices aside from cooperating with you. That's right. Is there a problem? Yu Xiaozhang's expression remained stiff. This had been his teaching principle for many years, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Tang San, who usually kept to himself, found Zhu Zhuqing's unusually long speech strange, especially since she was addressing her teacher, Yu Xiaozhang. My question is, Master, you say we cannot voice any opposition when executing your orders, but if your teaching methods are wrong, or if they are inherently flawed, should we still follow them without voicing our dissent? Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just raising a question from my heart, not doubting your teaching ability. Because my teacher said that as a student, one should learn to make judgments and express their doubts and questions. Zhu Zhuqing spoke very calmly, as if she was just casually mentioning something, especially the following sentence. Master, please don't misunderstand. I don't doubt your ability, was said in a cold and indifferent manner. Hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang didn't even have a chance to get angry. But it was precisely because Zhu Zhuqing spoke so calmly that her questions deeply penetrated Yu Xiaozhang's mind. Zhu Zhuqing's words clearly implied that she was doubting him, or rather, she didn't trust him, believing that his master status and teaching ability were merely empty titles. Yu Xiaozhang let out a long breath to calm himself down. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression remained cold, and his originally stiff face became even stiffer. To describe it in one sentence, it was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, in the classroom, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with surprise, as if they were meeting Zhu Zhuqing for the first time. They never expected Zhu Zhuqing's words to be so powerful, daring to oppose Yu Xiaozhang. After all, he was the one appointed by Dean Flander, their teacher, and now Zhu Zhuqing had silenced him, leaving him speechless. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were equally astonished. In their impression, Zhu Zhuqing had always been taciturn and cold, but now it was too strange. They looked at the stiff, dark-faced Yu Xiaozhang on the podium, feeling a deep admiration for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and found that although her question was somewhat unpleasant, it got straight to the heart of the matter. Just now, when Yu Xiaozhang said they could not oppose him, it indeed felt somewhat off. After all, they had only heard of Yu Xiaozhang's reputation, but didn't know whether he truly had the skills to back it up. As a result, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others looked at Yu Xiaozhang with a hint of doubt regarding whether he was qualified to be their teacher. Seeing this, Yu Xiaozhang took a deep breath to calm himself down again and said lightly, Zhu Zhuqing, you asked a good question. It's great to have such thoughts and to raise questions as a student. Your teacher taught you well. This is indeed the most basic quality a student should have. I often teach Tang San this way. While praising Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Xiaozhang also couldn't help but praise himself a bit. But upon closer inspection, Yu Xiaozhang's stiff expression looked somewhat unpleasant. All right, does anyone else have questions? If not, you can disperse now. Remember, gather here tomorrow morning. Also, I don't want to see anyone absent at breakfast. Otherwise, you will face special training. After saying this, Yu Xiaojing walked out of the classroom without stopping, looking somewhat anxious. Having a day off was certainly a good thing, but Yu Xiaojing's arrival, along with the earlier incident with Zhu Zhuqing, made them feel curious and uneasy. After watching the teachers leave one after another, Oscar stood beside Tang San and whispered, "Tang San, it seems your teacher is even more formidable than Dean Flander." After Oscar said this, Ma Hongjun and the others looked at Tang San, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had just silenced Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojing, leaving him speechless and seemingly escaping. Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled slightly. "My teacher is usually a bit serious and meticulous in his work, but as long as you follow my teacher's instructions, there won't be any issues." After saying this, Tang San thought of Zhu Zhuqing's earlier doubts and suddenly realized something was off, but he didn't correct himself, because he believed there was nothing wrong with his teacher Yu Xiaojing's guidance, just as Zhu Zhuqing believed in her teacher Gu Yi. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained silent, and came to Tang San and the others, smiling. "Besides me and Xiao Ao, you five are all of the same year. I didn't expect Tang San to be a third-year student and Xiao Wu to be a fifth-year student. What a coincidence." Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, "Three younger sisters. Call me fourth brother and let me hear it." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Ma Hongjun and extended her hand. "If you want me to call you that, then show me the red envelope." "Ah." Ma Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly. He usually spent all his money on entertainment, so he had no money now. Ning Rongrong further teased, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing and saying, "Fatty, if you can beat Zhuqing, I might consider calling you that." "Ah." Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Recalling how she had just silenced Yu Xiaojing and thinking of Zhu Zhuqing's current strength, he shivered. Zhu Zhuqing was even more direct. "Not even looking at Ma Hongjun, Rongrong, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Zhuqing, are you going to Soto City?" Ning Rongrong quizzed. "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Although she could take a day off, she didn't want to waste time. She was going to find her teacher Gu Yi and then return to the room to study. Chapter 57. Ning Rongrong wants to get in the car Zhuqing. "I also want to find Gu Yi, so I'll go with you." Ning Rongrong came over and grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, wanting to leave immediately. She was looking for Gu Yi for her breast enhancement plan. Ever since she was treated by Gu Yi a few times, she had already felt her little buns starting to transform into big steamed buns, and she naturally didn't want to waste time. Zhu Zhuqing was now Gu Ye's disciple, so it was perfect for her to go with Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps Gu Yi could make her as big as Zhu Zhuqing. "Hey, Rongrong, Zhuqing, you guys are going to Suatawa City? Just so happens I need to go there too. How about we go together?" Ma Hongjun grinned and looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with anticipation. No. Unsurprisingly, Ma Hongjun was rejected. After being rejected repeatedly, Ma Hongjun felt quite frustrated. He turned to Dai Mubai and the others. "Is anyone going into the city? It's hard to get a day off. Come with me to stroll around Suatawa City." "Okay, Fatty, I'll go with you." Dai Mubai thought about Zhu Zhuqing going to find Gu Yi, so he wanted to go with Ma Hongjun. "Fatty, I'll go with you too." Tang San also spoke up at this time. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and he secretly glanced at the slightly changed expression of Xiao Wu. "Old three, you've come to your senses." Tang San was taken aback. "Come to my senses? I'm going to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire a couple of blacksmiths to make some things. Otherwise, how long will it take for me to equip each of you by myself?" Tang San said with some annoyance. In fact, besides that, he also wanted to visit Gu Yi. As time went on, he found that his kidneys were indeed feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had tried to use his internal power and soul power to adjust and recover, but to no effect. Perhaps this was the fundamental problem that Gu Yi mentioned. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to see Gu Yi. However, he would not tell Ma Hongjun and the others the real reason for going to see Gu Yi. "Third brother, I'll go with you. I also want to wander around." Xiao Wu spoke up without any hesitation. Since Tang San was going, she naturally wanted to go too. In the end, the seven of them decided to head to Suatawa City together. Meanwhile, in Flinder's office, Yu Xiaojing sat in his chair, looking somewhat gloomy. "Xiaojing, what is wrong with you?" This ISNT like you, Flinder, lying on the couch, teased upon seeing Yu Xiaojing so downcast. "It's nothing, just thinking about Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, Gu Yi." "Oh, what is there to think about? Suatawa City ISNT far from here. If you want to know, just agree to go to Suatawa City for a trip, right? By the way, last time Gu Yi said he might develop a remedy for Hongjuan's martial soul defect. It just so happens that I need to see him. How about we go together later?" Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I also want to see what kind of person this Gu Yi is." After being rebuffed a few times by Zhu Zhuqing earlier, although it was a bit embarrassing, Yu Xiaojing was very curious about Gu Yi. After learning a bit more about Gu Yi, he indeed wanted to see if Gu Yi was really that impressive. The two decided to leave Shrek Academy for Suotawa City to find Gu Yi shortly. Soon after, the Shrek 7 had arrived outside Suotawa City. Due to different purposes, the group separated upon arriving. Ma Hongjuan's purpose for coming to Suotawa City was to visit a brothel, specifically at the brothel. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong went to Gu Ye's clinic. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar went together. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure and said, "Little San, let us stroll around first before finding Zhuqing and Rongrong." All right, it's settled then. The four of them went about their business, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had already arrived at the entrance of Gu Ye's clinic. At this moment, as usual, many common people had come to Gu Ye's clinic for treatment, most of them young women, each with beautiful eyes filled with spring. Gu Yi was treating the common people one by one in the hall, and his strength was gradually increasing. At that moment, Gu Yi saw Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong entering the hall. "Teacher." Zhu Zhuqing walked in and respectfully greeted him before standing beside Gu Yi. Gu Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was following Zhu Zhuqing, and nodded. "You and Ning Rongrong go to the backyard to rest for a while. I still have some work to do." "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing obediently walked into the backyard with Ning Rongrong. She was already very familiar with Gu Ye's place. So after entering the backyard, she sat down in the yard to wait for Gu Yi to come in. Meanwhile, Gu Yi hurriedly helped the commoners with their treatment and recovery. Soon after, he completed his task and arrived in the backyard. "Weren't you supposed to go back this morning? Why are you here again?" Gu Yi sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing and asked. "Classes start tomorrow. I didn't want to stay, so I came to find you, teacher." "I see." Gu Yi nodded in understanding. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting beside him, knowing that she had the audacity to follow Zhu Zhuqing here. He was already aware of Ning Rongrong's purpose for coming. "Zhuqing, you go to my study first. There are some books inside, and a lot of the knowledge in those books is something you need to learn. You can take a look at them now. As for you, Rongrong, come with me." "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both replied in unison. Then, Zhu Zhuqing entered Gu Ye's study, while Ning Rongrong followed Gu Yi to a separate room in the medical clinic. Gu Yi closed the door and sat down on a chair. Ning Rongrong skillfully approached Gu Yi and reached out to show him one of her heads for a good look. Gu Yi stopped her, saying, "I've already seen your results, so there's no need to look again this time. You must already know the effects." Ning Rongrong nodded softly. She was very aware of her own changes. Indeed, she had grown. "So, do you want to continue?" Gu Yi asked, looking at Ning Rongrong with a slightly serious expression. "Yes." Ning Rongrong answered without any hesitation. "Then, do you remember what you promised me?" Gu Yi asked with a smile. "Of course I remember. You said you wanted my martial soul blood, right?" I agreed. "But Gu Yi, how will you collect it?" Ning Rongrong was a bit curious, as she didn't know the specifics of how Gu Yi would collect the martial soul blood. "This is very simple. Just release your martial soul," Gu Yi replied. "Is that all?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong didn't think much of it and extended her hand, summoning her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, which appeared in her hand. Seeing the dazzling multicolored small tower in Ning Rongrong's hand, Gu Yi skillfully summoned a surgical knife for the martial soul. Then, the white light from the knife formed a space that enveloped Ning Rongrong's martial soul, and Gu Yi quickly extracted a drop of martial soul blood from it before helping Ning Rongrong restore her martial soul. The entire action was very quick, and Ning Rongrong hadn't even realized that Gu Yi had finished. "Is it done?" Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi in confusion. Gu Yi nodded. "It's done. You're so fast. I didn't feel a thing." Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi and exclaimed in admiration. When Gu Yi heard Ning Rongrong's words, a dark line appeared on his forehead. Why did her words sound so awkward when directed at him? "Gu Yi, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Gu Yi staring at her in silence, Ning Rongrong waved her hand in front of him. Gu Yi came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's fine. Let's help you with your things next." Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head. She had already decided to accept Gu Ye's first treatment method. This was an important decision she had thought about for a long time. Moreover, being attended to by such a handsome man like Gu Yi should feel quite nice. Ning Rongrong comforted herself and then consciously laid down on the bed. "I'm ready." Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, her small hands gripping her skirt, her expression slightly tense. At that moment, she felt like she was waiting for Gu Yi to do something that would make the bed move. It was her first time, so it was normal for Ning Rongrong to be nervous. "Then I'll begin," Gu Yi said in a calm tone. He reached out and slowly began to unbutton Ning Rongrong's clothes. For Ning Rongrong, this might be her first experience with hands-on treatment, but for Gu Yi, it was something he was accustomed to. Just thinking about how many young women had come to him for treatment before made it clear that it was just a matter of lightly touching and gently kneading. There was nothing that would move Gu Yi. Chapter 58. Ning Rongrong, caught by Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed with her eyes closed, was so nervous that her hands gripping her skirt had wrinkled into a mess. However, she then felt a cool sensation on her chest, which made her even more tense. But she noticed that Gu Yi had not moved for a long time, and in her anxiousness, she really wanted to open her eyes to see what Gu Yi was doing. But in the next second, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pair of hands covering her heart, gently and comfortably. She knew Gu Yi had begun. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. This feeling of being treated by such a handsome man was a first for her, and to her surprise, she felt no resistance at all. Instead, she found it somewhat enjoyable. Thump, thump. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, and she even hoped that Gu Yi would speed up with her heartbeat. She felt a bit ashamed of her thoughts. But Gu Yi was really gentle, especially his hands so gentle. Could this be what they call a technique that touches the heart? Ning Rongrong secretly speculated. At this moment, Gu Yi's expression was serious, as if he were treating a patient, solemn and focused. Seeing the expression on Ning Rongrong's small face, he softly said, "Rongrong, relax a bit. If you're too nervous, we can do the treatment next time." "No, I'm fine. I'm not nervous," Ning Rongrong replied urgently, afraid that Gu Yi would stop helping her. Gu Yi shook his head at this, his expression serious as he continued. While Gu Yi was helping Ning Rongrong with her treatment in the medical clinic study, Zhu Zhuqing was browsing through the books on the shelf. Many of these books were medical texts, but she was specifically looking for medical books. Her teacher, Gu Yi, had told her that she needed to have a deep understanding of human anatomy so that she could defeat and kill her enemies more quickly and accurately in battle. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a book titled Human Anatomy and started flipping through it. It contained detailed diagrams of human organs, and they were very clear. As she looked, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished. She didn't expect her teacher Gu Yi to have such an in-depth understanding of a human body, down to the meridians and even diagrams of male and female private parts. Looking at the diagrams in the book, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the last time her teacher Gu Yi had demonstrated something to teach her. She glanced at the small diagrams in the book and found that they resembled her teacher somewhat, causing her cheeks to inexplicably flush. She quickly shook her head, banishing those inappropriate thoughts, and focused seriously on the book in her hands. Zhu Zhuqing was very attentive to the meridians and acupoints. She remembered that during breakfast this morning, Gu Yi had said that only by understanding the acupoints could one learn a special ability to strike acupoints. This ability required soul power to strike the acupoints on the human body, which could achieve powerful effects such as immobilization, paralysis, fainting, and confinement of movement. Half an hour passed, and Zhu Zhuqing had read many books on human anatomy and acupoints in Gu Yi's study. After just half an hour, her understanding of human anatomy felt like it had been elevated, especially in certain aspects. Her understanding was particularly profound. Why hasn't the teacher come back yet? Seeing that Gu Yi had not come to find her, Zhu Zhuqing curiously returned the book to its place. Then she thought of Ning Rongrong. Her teacher had just taken Ning Rongrong into the room. There must be something Ning Rongrong needed from him, but what could possibly take so long in the room? With some confusion, Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the study. Soon, she arrived outside the room, where Gu Yi had taken Ning Rongrong. "Gu Yi, be a little gentler. It hurts a bit." "Don't worry. This is the lightest it can be." From outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing vaguely heard the conversation between Ning Rongrong and her teacher Gu Yi coming from inside the room. Just hearing that conversation could lead to some unsettling imaginations. After Zhu Zhuqing absorbed her martial soul serum and was enhanced by Gu Yi's cell-enhancing potion, her hearing had improved. She faintly heard Ning Rongrong's voice, which sounded a bit low and off. Could it be that the teacher and Rongrong are? A thought that shouldn't have appeared suddenly popped into Zhu Zhuqing's mind. But once that thought emerged, she found it difficult to shake off. Creak! A slight sound of the door opening was heard. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing's hand had opened the door uncontrollably. She looked into the room and saw her teacher, Gu Yi, sitting by the bed, fully dressed. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of relief. But then, when she looked again, she saw something incredible. Ning Rongrong was actually lying on the bed, and her teacher, Gu Yi, was helping her, treating her with his hands. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were glued to Ning Rongrong, unable to look away. "Zhuqing, how did you get in here?" Gu Yi saw Zhu Zhuqing at the door and asked casually. After all, he was just helping Ning Rongrong with her treatment, not doing anything that would make him forget people. "Zhu, Qing." At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who was receiving treatment from Gu Yi, felt embarrassed when she saw Zhu Zhuqing, her voice trembling. Ah! Then Ning Rongrong shouted loudly, flustered as she covered her chest. And when she realized that it still wasn't working, she impulsively hugged Gu Yi. Because Gu Yi was in front of her, he could block Zhu Zhuqing from seeing her. Teacher, you and Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi and the hugging Ning Rongrong, her expression somewhat strange and a bit unhappy. Ahem. This. Gu Yi glanced at the shy Ning Rongrong hiding behind him, feeling slightly awkward. The situation was reminiscent of a woman seeking treatment for her small chest and encountering her best friend while being attended to by a handsome male doctor. Zhu Zhuqing's sudden appearance left Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned and at a loss, and soon her mind was filled with shyness and embarrassment, causing her to cling tightly to Gu Yi and not let go. Zhuqing, you wait outside for a moment. I'll explain everything to you later. Seeing Ning Rongrong holding onto him so closely, Gu Yi had no choice but to ask Zhu Zhuqing to leave. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing realized she had barged in unexpectedly, but she didn't know why she had come in. After glancing at Ning Rongrong, she quietly stepped outside to wait. All right, Zhuqing has already gone out. Now you can let go of me. Gu Yi patted Ning Rongrong's back, signaling her to stay calm. For an experienced and well-traveled doctor like Gu Yi, this was a calm situation, but for Ning Rongrong, it was anything but calm. Zhu Zhuqing knew all her secrets. She looked at Gu Yi with a wronged expression. Ahem. Rongrong, Zhuqing is my disciple, and you two are sisters, so you can totally relax and not think too much about it. After all, I'm a doctor, and I'm just helping you with treatment. It's a perfectly normal thing. You need to understand that I'm a doctor, and I've helped countless women with treatments like the one I just did for you, so you really don't need to overthink it, okay? Signaling her to stay calm. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong gradually calmed down. All right, I'll go out and explain to Zhuqing first. You can come out by yourself once you're ready. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Outside the room, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw Gu Yi come out, she eagerly approached him to find out what had just happened with Ning Rongrong. Gu Yi told Zhu Zhuqing in the most ordinary tone that he was just helping Ning Rongrong with her illness. Teacher, is that all? Zhu Zhuqing was a bit skeptical. She felt it shouldn't be that simple. Moreover, why did he have to use his hands to gently touch Ning Rongrong? With a flick, Gu Yi tapped Zhu Zhuqing on the head and said impatiently, what else do you want? Do you think I'm that kind of person in your heart? No, I just feel. Zhu Zhuqing thought about how her teacher was treating her good friend Ning Rongrong like that and found it a bit strange, especially since she had just seen Gu Ye's hands treating Ning Rongrong. She stole a glance at Gu Yi and found his expression as calm as ever, with no hint of impropriety. Zhu Zhuqing realized she must have been overthinking it. Her teacher, Gu Yi, was such a serious person. How could he possibly take advantage of Ning Rongrong? After a moment, Ning Rongrong walked out of the room. She saw Zhu Zhuqing next to Gu Yi, her expression slightly awkward, walking slowly as if she were hesitant, taking a long time to cover the few meters to reach Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi. Rongrong, the teacher has explained everything to me. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Zhu Zhuqing sincerely apologized to Ning Rongrong. It's nothing. Ning Rongrong softly shook her head. She looked at Gu Yi and then at his hands, unsure of what to say. Chapter 59. Gu Ye's request to Zhu Zhuqing. Now that Zhu Zhuqing knew about Gu Yi helping with breast enhancement, Ning Rongrong no longer felt the need to hide anything. After clarifying everything with Zhu Zhuqing, she felt relieved. All right, now that everything is clear, you two can come in and sit, Gu Yi said. Yes, teacher. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong responded and followed Gu Yi into the room to sit down. Gu Yi picked up the teacup and poured himself a cup to savor. Then he glanced at Ning Rongrong and said, Zhuqing has already acknowledged me as her teacher. You should know this, right? Ning Rongrong noted. Zhuqing is now my disciple. I will teach her some things later. As an auxiliary system soul master, it might not be very suitable for you to listen, but if you want to stay and listen, it's no problem. Oh, by the way, I took a drop of your martial soul blood earlier. You will feel a bit weak when you go back, but this medicine can help you recover some. After handing a bottle of medicine to Ning Rongrong, Gu Yi continued. All right, if you want to stay and listen, you can. If you want to leave, you can go now. I'll stay. Ning Rongrong replied without any hesitation while holding the medicine bottle that Gu Yi gave her. She was still very curious about what Gu Yi would say to Zhu Zhuqing. Staying would allow her to listen and watch. All right then. Gu Yi didn't pay much attention. He wanted to teach Zhu Zhuqing some principles. And Ning Rongrong didn't think much of it either. He then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. The nurturing plan for Zhu Zhuqing had already begun, and she was currently in the process of being developed. He enjoyed both the process and the results of her development. Gu Yi also really liked Zhu Zhuqing's personality. On the surface, she appeared cold and taciturn, but when she spoke, she often got to the point and delivered a fatal blow in the end. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing was diligent and had clear goals, which Gu Yi appreciated very much. Besides teaching Zhu Zhuqing how to become stronger and helping her gain deeper knowledge, Gu Yi also aimed to cultivate her strong heart of a warrior. Zhu Zhuqing already had a preliminary foundation in this regard, but it wasn't enough. Therefore, Gu Yi wanted to fully nurture Zhu Zhuqing, instilling in her an unbeatable warrior's heart at the same level. Her next task was to persist in participating in soul battles at Soto City every day. Zhu Zhuqing was currently at level 31, and Gu Yi wanted her to rely solely on her physical speed, reflexes, and her first and second soul skills to compete in the soul battles, ultimately becoming invincible in the soul master arena. Gu Yi's demand seemed quite difficult, but for Zhu Zhuqing, who had enhanced her physique with cell fortification drugs and had taken the martial soul serum, it was not impossible. Her physical strength, flexibility, speed, and reaction time surpassed that of countless others. In this world, no one on the same level could compare to Zhu Zhuqing now. Once Zhu Zhuqing thoroughly learned and applied the knowledge of human anatomy, meridians, and acupoints in combat, being invincible at the same level would pose no difficulty. Hearing Gu Yi's requirements for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, "Gu Yi, your demands are too strict. No one can achieve that." Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, she asked, "What do you think?" Gu Yi did not answer Ning Rongrong, but instead asked Zhu Zhuqing, "I can do it." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was very firm. She could feel the changes in her body, which were far stronger than before. Therefore, she would not disappoint Gu Yi's expectations of her. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing agree without hesitation, Ning Rongrong quickly said, "Zhuqing, but that's fighting in the soul arena. Everyone there has rich combat experience, and you just recently broke through to Soul Sovereign. Gu Yi wants you to be invincible in the Soul Sovereign arena, which is fundamentally impossible. You can't agree to that." "Rongrong, I believe Zhuqing can do it. If you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? If Zhuqing really can't do it, I can agree to help you treat your injury to your liking." Gu Yi smiled as he glanced at Ning Rongrong's chest. Such a proposal was indeed very tempting for Ning Rongrong. "And if Zhuqing succeeds, I will take something from you. The process of taking this item will require entering your body, and it will take some time. You cannot object to this." Gu Yi smiled at Ning Rongrong, waiting for her answer. A bet is a bet. What is there to be afraid of?" Ning Rongrong didn't believe Gu Yi's words. It wasn't that she doubted Zhu Zhuqing's strength, but it was too difficult for the current Zhu Zhuqing to fight on the Soul Master platform in the Soul Arena and then remain invincible at the Soul Master level. Moreover, she could only use her first and second soul skills, which made it even more impossible. "Zhuqing, whether I can win against Rongrong depends on you," Gu Yi said, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a meaningful expression. Letting Zhu Zhuqing decide Ning Rongrong's future didn't seem like a bad idea. "Teacher, I will definitely work hard." Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. For her teacher, she would definitely make it happen. Gu Yi looked at Ning Rongrong and smiled with satisfaction. Then she took Zhu Zhuqing into the courtyard and personally started sparring with her. Gu Yi is now a level 49 Soul Master of the Four Rings, and with his strength, Zhu Zhuqing is naturally not his opponent. For the sake of training effectiveness, Gu Yi suppressed his level to 31 to spar with Zhu Zhuqing. In the yard, the sounds of battle soon echoed. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing was breathing heavily, looking at her teacher in shock at his strength. Although she was sparring with Gu Yi, it was more accurate to say that she was receiving guidance. Zhu Zhuqing realized that even when her teacher, Gu Yi, suppressed his level to 31, she was still not his match. "Teacher, how can you accurately predict the landing position of each of my attacks in advance?" Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. "This is related to mental strength. The strength of a soul master's mental power affects your future, but right now, it's basically impossible for you to utilize mental strength," Gu Yi explained. "Why?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, eager to learn. Gu Yi stopped and explained to Zhu Zhuqing that in this world, soul masters could not utilize spiritual power before the soul fighting tournament, unless they had special techniques or soul bones. Gu Yi's ability to use mental power is due to the system he possesses. Meanwhile, Gu Yi was training with Zhu Zhuqing while teaching her at the same time. Ning Rongrong sat beside the yard, watching Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, becoming increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Gu Yi was behind Zhu Zhuqing, holding her closely, pressing against her back. One hand was around her waist, while the other hand held her hand from behind, their bodies closely aligned. They moved like they were dancing, sometimes stepping forward, sometimes stepping back. It looked slow, but when they attacked forward, it appeared powerful. The more Ning Rongrong watched, the more something fell off. However, with her perspective, she couldn't possibly know that Gu Yi was personally teaching Zhu Zhuqing some special techniques. On the other side, Tang San, Oscar Dai Mubai, and Xiao would finish their tasks in Soto City. Xiao San, let's go find Zhuqing and Rongrong, Tang San said. Okay, let's go now, came the reply. The four of them then headed toward Gu Ye's clinic. Since they were familiar with the route, and it wasn't far, they quickly arrived outside the clinic. Seeing the sign indicating free medical service and a small door open, Tang San and Dai Mubai speculated that Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing should be in the backyard. Let's go in, Tang San said. Knowing Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were inside, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar didn't think too much and entered the clinic. Tang San was quite familiar with the clinic since he had almost been injected with female hormones by Gu Yi last time. How could he not be familiar? Upon entering, he headed straight for the backyard. However, as soon as the four arrived in the backyard, they saw two people dancing intimately. Yes, it looked like they were dancing gracefully. A man was holding a woman's waist from behind, while also holding her hand, their movements synchronized. Moreover, their speed seemed to be increasing, which made it appear somewhat like a dance. Dai Mubai and Tang San focused their eyes and suddenly realized that the dancing couple was none other than Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi. Besides them, Ning Rongrong was sitting to the side, leisurely enjoying the sight of the two dancing together. Dai Mubai stared at Gu Ye's hand around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, feeling an inexplicable anger rising within him. It was as if he were witnessing his wife dancing with another man right in front of him, especially in such an intimate manner. For someone like Dai Mubai, who had a fiery temper and was somewhat petty, it was easy for him to become enraged. Chapter 60. Intense training with Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai shouted and wanted to rush over, but Tang San pulled him back. Dai Mubai frowned, not understanding why Tang San stopped him. Dai Lauda, it seems Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing are practicing something. If you approach them, you'll disturb them, Tang San explained. He had practiced martial arts, and each of Tang Sek's unique skills was profound and unfathomable. Now, seeing Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, although they appear to be dancing gracefully, their steps were synchronized and their breathing rhythm and speed were extraordinary. After hearing Tang San's explanation, Dai Mubai gradually calmed down, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi were currently in a teacher-student relationship. However, Dai Mubai continued to stare at Gu Ye's hand, which was getting closer to a certain position on Zhu Zhuqing's waist, and the intimate contact between the two made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, who was watching from the side, spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu and waved at her. Rongrong, what are Zhuqing and Gu Yi doing? Xiao Wu asked as she sat beside Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai also walked over, looking at Ning Rongrong, eager to know what Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were actually doing. Why did their current posture seem like they were doing something special? Oh, Zhuqing and Gu Yi are cultivating. Gu Yi said he wanted to teach Zhuqing a powerful ability. But I can't understand it, so I'm just sitting here watching them, Ning Rongrong responded. Indeed, Tang San, observing Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, saw a flash of purple light in his eyes and exclaimed, what Gu Yi is teaching Zhu Zhuqing is indeed a powerful ability. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words and then Tang San's confirmation, Dai Mubai looked at Gu Yi again. He found that apart from closely holding Zhu Zhuqing while moving, he couldn't see anything else. The only thing he could discern was that Gu Ye's hand around Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat too intimate. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Dai Mubai felt extremely uncomfortable. What made it worse was that Gu Yi was now Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, teaching her some abilities, and he couldn't intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi were so close in front of him. Tang San observed that the steps taken by Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to form a special pattern, like a particular footwork. The more he watched, the more surprised he became. Gu Yi was indeed teaching Zhu Zhuqing a kind of footwork, and it was something he obtained from the system. When Dai Mubai and Tang San entered, Gu Yi already knew, but he didn't pay them any attention and continued to hold Zhu Zhuqing and proceed with the lesson. Gu Yi did not stop, and, as his disciple, Zhu Zhuqing naturally did not stop either. Even when Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others arrived, Zhu Zhuqing didn't pay much attention. She continued to practice in sync with her teacher, Gu Ye's guidance and pace. At that moment, the movements of Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing beneath their feet grew increasingly faster. A drop of sweat trickled down Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, and her breathing gradually became somewhat irregular. Clearly, The intense exercise of training with Gu Yi was making her feel a bit exhausted. However, Zhu Zhuqing still did not stop. She kept moving according to the steps Gu Yi had taught her, and her speed seemed to increase. Dai Mubai watched from the side, his eyes nearly popping out. He could clearly see the sweat rolling down Zhu Zhuqing's cheek due to fatigue. He could also distinctly feel that Zhu Zhuqing's breathing had become erratic because of her exhaustion. Dai Mubai stared at the two, but he could only watch, as Gu Yi was now Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, and he was teaching her some special footwork. It was perfectly normal for them to practice and spar together. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing let out a long breath, clearly a bit worn out. At the same time, Gu Yi stopped. After their exhausting training, as soon as Gu Yi halted, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed softly into his arms. "Are you okay?" Gu Yi asked, holding Zhu Zhuqing's soft body, looking at her with concern. "Teacher, I'm fine." Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Gu Yi's embrace and gently shook her head. "The training just now was a bit tiring, and now your stamina has been somewhat depleted. I'll carry you back to your room to rest for a bit." Thank you, teacher." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude and leaned against Gu Yi, feeling genuinely tired. During the training earlier, Gu Yi had personally demonstrated many things while teaching her, and it was precisely because she had been so earnest and invested in learning that she felt this exhausted now. Gu Yi bent down, picked up Zhu Zhuqing, and was about to walk towards the room. Just then, Dai Mubai came over and blocked Gu Yi. Gu Yi glanced at Dai Mubai and noticed his eyes were slightly red, his fists tightly clenched, as if he was a bit worked up. However, Gu Yi didn't pay much attention to it and looked at Dai Mubai, asking in a calm tone, "Is there something you need? If not, I'm going to take my disciple back to the room to rest." Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was being held in Gu Yi's arms. She was still sweating from their earlier training and was leaning closely against Gu Yi, who was holding her in a princess carry. Their intimate posture could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, both Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi held positions of status. They were master and disciple. Gu Yi holding Zhu Zhuqing like this didn't seem inappropriate. Dai Mubai had nothing to say. "Let me take her," he stretched out his hand, wanting to take Zhu Zhuqing from Gu Yi's arms. After all, he was Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, and it was quite normal for him to carry her since she and Gu Yi were tired from training. But Gu Yi didn't even glance at Dai Mubai, simply saying, "No need," and carried Zhu Zhuqing back to his room. When he reached the door, he turned to look at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, saying, "You all can't come in." The backyard was Gu Yi's territory, and without permission, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others entering was already trespassing. If they barged into Gu Yi's room now, it wouldn't just be a simple trespass anymore. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar came to Dai Mubai's side, watching Gu Yi carry Zhu Zhuqing back to the room, obediently not going in. Dai Mubai stared fixedly at Gu Yi and the Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. "Want to ask, are you really just master and disciple? What are you planning by not letting them follow you into the room?" But before Dai Mubai could voice his question, there was a loud bang as Gu Yi entered the room with Zhu Zhuqing and slammed the door shut. Inside the room, Gu Yi gently placed the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing on the bed and instructed, "Rest here for a while, and come out when you feel better, okay?" I understand, teacher." Zhu Zhuqing replied like a docile little kitten, obediently. Gu Yi reached out his hand, lightly wiping the sweat from Zhu Zhuqing's cheek before walking out. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the bed, watching Gu Yi leave the room, and a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on her cold face. Gu Yi came to the outside of the yard and looked at Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had intruded into the private residence, and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Are you really Zhu Zhuqing's teacher?" Dai Mubai asked eagerly without thinking. After seeing the intimate actions between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing just now, this question had been lingering in his mind, and he had to ask it. "What? Is there still a need for doubt?" "I am indeed Zhuqing's teacher," Gu Yi answered seriously. That's good. Dai Mubai thought that Gu Yi's serious expression did not seem like a joke, and a hint of doubt in his heart felt relieved. He told himself that what he had just seen, Gu Yi holding Zhu Zhuqing closely while they were practicing, was just a way for a teacher to guide their disciple, and gradually, he felt at ease. "Hey Gu Yi, what were you and Zhuqing doing just now?" The movements were so fast and slow, it felt so strange. Xiao Wu recalled watching Gu Yi hold Zhu Zhuqing while they were exercising and looked at Gu Yi in confusion. Gu Yi rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. What he and Zhu Zhuqing were doing just now was obviously clear, right? He was practicing cultivation with Zhu Zhuqing. There was no need to ask. Chapter 61. Gu Yi's subtle mocking of Yu Shaojiang. "This is the ability I taught Zhuqing, you don't need to know." Gu Yi ignored Xiao Wu's question and didn't answer. If you want to say it, then I'll ask myself when we get back." Xiao Wu was confident that since she had such a good relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, she would definitely get the answer once she asked after returning. However, Xiao Wu was still a bit curious about why Gu Yi suddenly took Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, so she persistently pressed for more information. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood beside Gu Yi, looking at him with a somewhat girlish demeanor due to having just received treatment from him. Seeing Xiao Wu press Gu Yi for details, she occasionally interjected into Xiao Wu's conversation, engaging with Gu Yi. Oscar, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort seeing Ning Rongrong being so close to Gu Yi. It was obvious to everyone in Shrek Academy that he liked Ning Rongrong, and she must have known as well. But Ning Rongrong usually ignored him, which made Oscar feel a bit frustrated. Now, seeing the woman he liked chatting so happily with another man and occasionally displaying a girlish demeanor while interacting with Gu Yi in public, Oscar felt a pang in his heart. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside, accompanied by an unexpected voice. Xiao Samubai, why are you all here? Gu Yi noticed when he heard the footsteps. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also looked over when they heard the familiar voices. Teacher Dean, Master Dean. Seeing that the visitors were Yu Xiaojiang and Flender, Tang San and Xiao Wu were somewhat surprised. Yu Xiaojiang and Flender had arrived outside the clinic earlier and, upon hearing the voices of Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai, and the others inside, walked in. They didn't expect that nearly all the students from Shrek Academy were in this clinic. Teacher, how come you're here? Tang San quickly approached Yu Xiaojing to ask, while also glancing at Flender. Daimu Bai and the others exchanged glances and also walked over to Flender. There's something to find this ancient physician, Yu Xiaojiang said lightly, then looked at Gu Yi, who was standing next to Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong saw Yu Xiaojiang and Flender, she remained by Gu Ye's side without moving an inch. Now that she saw Yu Xiaojiang come here to find Gu Yi, she instinctively asked, Master, are you here to see a doctor? After saying this, Ning Rongrong realized that her question was somewhat inappropriate. It sounded like she was implying that Yu Xiaojiang was ill, which seemed a bit rude. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at her and appeared to be unconcerned. He was indeed looking for Gu Yi to seek treatment for his martial soul defect. However, Ning Rongrong's question made it difficult for him to respond at that moment. At this moment, Gu Yi also looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Zhu Zhuqing had already told him about Yu Xiaojiang's arrival at Shrek Academy. This legendary master, a renowned theoretical master in the martial soul world, was difficult for Gu Yi to describe. After all, Gu Yi was quite aware of the superficiality of Yu Xiaojing's knowledge and the series of plagiarism issues. However, Gu Yi didn't expect that Yu Xiaojiang would actually come to his clinic, which surprised him a bit. But now that Yu Xiaojiang was looking for him, it couldn't be that he wanted him to help treat his martial soul deficiency. Could it? Upon closer thought, it was indeed possible. Then, Gu Yi used the surgical system to scan Yu Xiaojiang. As soon as he scanned, he was stunned to see so many symptoms in Yu Xiaojiang. Things like hypocrisy, physical weakness, kidney deficiency, and so on were minor ailments. What shocked Gu Yi the most was the task issued by the surgical system for Yu Xiaojiang, which was even worse than Tang San's. He had been in this world for quite a while, and it was the first time he encountered a patient like Yu Xiaojiang, who was so inconsistent and mixed. For someone like Yu Xiaojiang, if I don't give him a magnificent surgery, leaving him completely scarred and thoroughly eliminating all his ailments, it seems I wouldn't be doing justice to his condition. Gu Yi looked at Yu Xiaojiang and couldn't help but sigh. Under Gu Ye's strange gaze, for some reason, Yu Xiaojiang felt a chill in his lower body. Ahem. Yu Xiaojiang quickly cleared his throat and walked in front of Gu Yi, saying, You must be Gu Yi, the ancient physician, right? Yes, that's me. Gu Yi nodded and then complimented, You must be the renowned theoretical master Yu Xiaojiang in the spirit master world, right? I have great admiration for your theory on the top 10 core concepts of martial souls. When I first heard about this theory, I thought to myself, how could there be such a talented person in this world? Now that I see your esteemed presence, I am truly amazed. Gu Ye's flattering words were heard by Yu Xiaojiang, whose stiff face showed no change, but deep down he felt somewhat pleased. After all, it was just someone else's praise. A mere trivial reputation, not worth mentioning. Yu Xiaojiang humbly waved his hand, appearing indifferent, looking just like an aloof person. Master, you are too humble. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Now that I see you in person, it is even more uncontrollable. By the way, I have a lot of questions about martial souls that I would like to ask you, Master. Gu Yi smiled at Yu Xiaojiang, looking genuinely eager to learn. However, while he was smiling, he was secretly thinking about how to give Yu Xiaojiang a dose of female hormones later. He also pondered how to help Yu Xiaojiang improve his appearance and make his voice higher while ensuring it was done with Yu Xiaojiang's consent. Oh, what could he do? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Gu Yi with some interest. Soon, he needed to ask Gu Yi whether he could treat his martial soul deficiency. And Gu Yi also had something to consult him about, which was a perfect opportunity for him. This way, he wouldn't have to beg Gu Yi. If Gu Yi could indeed cure his martial soul deficiency and help him break through level 30, he could accept the treatment without any reservations. After all, his guidance was not something just anyone could receive. You see, I am particularly interested in researching some special phenomena, much like my medical skills, which have been achieved through a step-by-step pursuit of truth combined with practical experience and research. Besides medicine, I also have a great interest in martial souls. When I first saw the 10 core theories of martial souls published by you, Master, I was astonished. One of them, the limits of soul rings for soul masters, made me wonder how you, Master, acquired such extensive knowledge. Could it really be that you alone could write so much? Gu Yi said with a mischievous smile, looking at Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression was somewhat gloomy. So, driven by curiosity and interest, I had an idea. Is it possible to create a special soul master who can surpass your so-called limit of soul rings when she absorbs her soul rings? After all, theories are dead. But people are alive, right, Master? As he said this, Gu Yi glanced at the stern-faced and silent Yu Xiaojiang, chuckling to himself. He continued, and Zhu Zhuqing is my disciple. Under my guidance, she has already developed the ability to absorb soul rings that exceed your so-called limit. She has not disappointed me. Her third soul ring limit has indeed surpassed 2,000 years and is close to 3,000 years, barely exceeding your so-called limit. Moreover, after Zhu Qing's fourth soul ring, my requirements will still be higher. Your so-called limit of soul rings is just my minimum requirement for Zhu Qing. I believe she will not let me down. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Yu Xiaojiang remained stiff-faced and silent. Beside him, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Flender seemed somewhat displeased. In order to avoid appearing provocative or mocking, Gu Yi smiled amiably and explained, Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to provoke you, nor am I questioning whether your 10 core theories are plagiarized. I certainly do not doubt that the soul ring limit you published is incorrect. I am simply interested in nurturing a true genius, and this is just a hobby of mine. Gu Yi waved his hands with a calm expression, surprisingly resembling the demeanor and tone of the classic scene of Master Brother Duan Shui Lu. Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, looked at Gu Yi in astonishment, realizing that he was so eloquent. No wonder Zhu Zhuqing was able to leave Yu Xiaojiang speechless earlier. It turned out she had learned it from her teacher, Gu Yi. Ning Rongrong deliberately glanced at Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's face remained stiff and expressionless, making it hard to tell if he was angry or not. However, upon closer inspection, one could see his mouth twitching and his face slightly darkening. It was unclear whether this was a result of Gu Yi's seemingly admiring words or something else. Flandra, standing next to Yu Xiaojiang, also noticed Gu Yi, his mouth twitching as well. Anyone with discernment could see that Gu Yi's words, while sounding like praise, were clearly veiled sarcasm that left Yu Xiaojiang speechless. After all, Gu Yi had brought up Zhu Zhuqing, a third spirit ring that exceeded 2,000 years, as an example. Without that, Yu Xiaojiang could have firmly rebutted Gu Yi, asserting that his 10 core theories were correct. Every soul master in the soul master world would have to call him Master Yu Xiaojiang. But now, Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was a slap in the face. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was stiff, making it hard to tell if he was embarrassed. Perhaps this was the reason he often wore a sullen face. One thing to be reassured about is that Yu Xiaojiang won't have it easy. It will be thoroughly eradicated. Chapter 62. Yu Xiaojiang wants to heal. Yu Xiaojiang was silent for a moment, his mind racing to come up with a rebuttal to Gu Yi that would also help him save face in front of everyone. Just as he was about to speak, the door to Gu Yi's room opened, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had already recovered, walked out. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had regained her composure. She had heard the noise outside and didn't want to rest any longer, so she came out. Teacher, Zhu Zhuqing called out affectionately as she approached Gu Yi. Zhu Qing, why didn't you rest a bit longer? Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Gu Yi ignored Yu Xiaojiang and the others, affectionately patting her head. This intimate gesture made Zhu Zhuqing a bit embarrassed, especially in front of the Shrek crowd. However, she maintained a cool demeanor, appearing somewhat indifferent, and said lightly, I've already rested well. Besides, I heard the noise here was quite loud, so I came out to take a look. I didn't expect it to be the Master and Dean Flandre visiting. Yes, I was a bit surprised too. Oh, by the way, I still don't know what Master and Dean Flandre came here to find me for. Gu Yi appeared to completely forget about his earlier veiled mockery of Yu Xiaojiang as he inquired, looking at both Yu Xiaojiang and Flandre. Flandra looked at Yu Xiaojiang, then at the other Shrek Academy members, hesitating. From Gu Yi's earlier attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang and his tone, it was clear that Gu Yi was not a good person. His words were sharp. As Yu Xiaojiang's good brother, Flandra felt the need to protect Yu Xiaojiang's dignity. It would obviously be better to let Yu Xiaojiang speak for himself. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, appearing to calm down, no longer caring about Gu Yi's earlier taunts. I heard from Flandra that you might be able to treat Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect. So I wanted to come and ask if you really have that capability. Yu Xiaojiang did not mention that his martial soul had been mutated, causing him to be unable to break through level 30 for his entire life. He wanted to see if Gu Yi's medical skills were truly that impressive. Moreover, after hearing Gu Yi's seemingly flattering yet sarcastic words, Yu Xiaojiang still felt a bit of anger inside him. However, if Gu Yi could really heal, then that anger would be insignificant. After all, compared to his lifelong wish to break through level 30, these grievances were nothing. Oh, so that's how it is. Gu Yi understood, but did not respond right away. He pretended to examine Yu Xiaojiang for a moment and said, I indeed have developed some medicines regarding the treatment of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect, but it seems that, Master, you also have an ailment. As soon as Gu Yi said this, Dai Mu Bai, Xiao Wu, and the others all turned to look at Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yu Xiaojiang was his teacher and also the person he respected the most. He had already sensed something was wrong with Gu Yi's earlier sarcastic remarks, and now that Gu Yi was saying that his teacher was ill, Tang San expressionlessly stepped forward and said, Gu Yi, sure, I respect your medical skills, but your repeated statements about my teacher, is it not a bit excessive? Gu Yi did not respond to Tang San's words, but instead looked at Yu Xiaojiang and asked, Master, do you think what I said was excessive? If speaking the truth is considered excessive, then I apologize. Everyone, please feel free to leave. Gu Yi pointed to the door, indicating to Tang San and the others to go back where they came from. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, stepped forward, and said, Xiao San, Gu Yi is not wrong. I do have an illness. Teacher, you have an illness? Where is it? Tang San stared at Yu Xiaojiang, confused and worried, with various emotions swirling within him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt the same way. Yu Xiaojiang actually has an illness? He even took the initiative to admit it, which seemed a bit off. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the members of Shrek, sighed, and said, You should know about Ma Hongjuan's martial soul mutation that led to the outbreak of evil fire. Tang San and Dai Mubai nodded. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was mutated, which caused its defects. According to Gu Yi, martial soul defects are also considered a kind of illness. So, Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Yes, I am the same. My martial soul also mutated, which has led to me being unable to break through level 30 in my lifetime. When I heard about Gu Ye's existence, I became a bit excited, because he saw the defects in Ma Hongjuan's martial soul, and there is even a possibility of treatment. He gave me hope that my martial soul defects could be treated. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Gu Yi, and said seriously, I came to see you for treatment. Gu Yi laughed when he heard this. Yu Xiaojiang admitted that he was ill and even came to seek his help. This truly was a heavenly opportunity. Perhaps this chance could be well utilized. During the process of treating Yu Xiaojiang, he could seriously perform a magnificent surgery to completely eradicate his illness. Afterwards, he could also use the excuse of treating his illness to obtain the blood of their martial souls from Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, preparing for the future. And what comes after that? Gu Yi thought to himself and couldn't help but smirk. Gu Yi looked at Yu Xiaojiang and said, Master, I think it's very commendable that you can actively admit that you have a problem. After all, it is a fact that you have a problem. Ah! Yu Xiaojiang twitched his mouth and stared at Gu Yi in speechlessness. Flinder, Tang San, and the others were equally at a loss for words. What Gu Yi said makes sense because he is a doctor, but to them, it sounded off. However, who can argue with Gu Yi being a doctor? Even if it seems off, they still have to listen. As for your illness, I just observed briefly and could only tell that your martial soul has defects due to mutation, but I haven't delved deeper yet. On the other hand, I have learned about a second treatment method for Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect. Dean Flinder, would you like to know? Gu Yi looked at Flander and smiled meaningfully. He wanted to know. Of course he wanted to know. Flander was somewhat excited. Ma Hongjun was his direct disciple. If he could be cured, how could Flander not want to help him? Now that Gu Yi had a second method, it meant that Ma Hongjun would not be needed. What a great thing this was. How could Flander not be excited? Since Flander wanted to know, he should also understand that there is no free lunch in this world, right? Naturally, if Dr. Gu wanted money, no matter how much it was, he could provide it. Flander felt a bit pained, but for Ma Hongjun, He was tough enough to take out his savings. After all, Ma Hongjun was his only disciple. Gu Yi shook his head and said, Dean Flander, do you think I would lack money? My treatment costs won't be in money. What is it then? Flander asked. Let's talk about that later. After all, the person receiving treatment is not here. Why don't you bring Ma Hongjun over first? All right. Flander knew where Ma Hongjun was and said a few words to Gu Yi before leaving the clinic to find him. Dai Mubai and Oscar were also called to help because Ma Hongjun had more than one place to go to for fun, and having more people would make it faster. Once Flander and the others left, only Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang remained in the clinic. Gu Yi then went to sit in the hall. Yu Xiaojiang, wanting to find Gu Yi for treatment, naturally followed him outside. Zhuqing, come here. Gu Yi waved at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing obediently walked over. Gu Yi then let Zhu Zhuqing sit beside him and picked up the teacup and teapot, pouring tea with great interest. Seeing that Gu Yi had no intention of continuing the conversation and thinking of his own martial soul defect, Yu Xiaojiang took the initiative to ask, Dr. Gu, what do you think about my martial soul defect? Since he was asking Gu Yi for help with treatment, Yu Xiaojiang's tone was quite polite. After taking a sip of tea, Gu Yi said, Master, I have recently made some small breakthroughs in my medical research. Your illness can still be treated. Really? Yu Xiaojiang's face showed excitement. Gu Yi nodded in confirmation. But would Gu Yi really help Yu Xiaojiang treat his inability to break through level 30? Obviously, it was impossible, unless Yu Xiaojiang, as the teacher, and his disciple Tang San could have a secret escape. If that were the case, he might have a slight chance to cure Yu Xiaojiang and help him break through the delusion of level 30. Chapter 63. A Cure for Yu Xiaojiang. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's excited expression, Gu Yi was even more convinced that he should first help Yu Xiaojiang regain his youthful vitality. Ancient physician, may I ask if... Yu Xiaojiang looked at Gu Yi with a hint of inquiry. Master, I just spoke with your dean, and, as I said, there is no free lunch in this world. Besides, won't you do some kind of test to confirm whether I can really treat your martial soul defect? You should know that no one in this world has ever cured a martial soul defect until now. So why do you trust me so easily? Gu Yi's rhetorical question was very good. Originally, Yu Xiaojiang had little doubt in his heart, as Flinder had already clearly told him about Gu Yi's matters. At the same time, Gu Yi was also Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, and they had no grudges or hatred. In this situation, there was no need to harm him. However, one must be cautious, and Yu Xiaojiang was a very prudent person. He had a slight suspicion of Gu Yi in his heart, but Gu Yi's question helped him dispel that suspicion. Gu Yi, sure, you can rest assured about this. Even the slightest opportunity, I would like to try. As for the reward, wealth is an external thing. I know you are definitely not that kind of mundane person. As long as you speak, I will agree to whatever I can do, Yu Xiaojiang said sincerely, looking at Gu Yi. At this time, Tang San also stood up and said apologetically, Gu Yi, sure. I apologize for my previous disrespectful behavior. If you could treat my teacher's martial soul defect and help him break through to level 30, no matter what you ask for, I will help my teacher fulfill it. Tang San's apology seemed extremely sincere, showing a caring disciple's demeanor. He had also learned a little about his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul defect. He often saw his teacher sitting alone, and it was only when he asked that he learned his teacher had a long-cherished wish to break through the level 30 barrier that he could never surpass in his lifetime. Now that Gu Yi had given his teacher a glimmer of hope, as a disciple, he had to help his teacher fulfill that wish. Gu Yi, if you can help the master with his martial soul defect, please help him, Xiao Wu said with big eyes, showing a very cute expression as she looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi saw that Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were pleading with him so earnestly. If he didn't help Yu Xiaojiang with treatment and then perform a more radical surgery, it would feel like he was letting them down after such sincere performances. So Gu Yi sighed and said, all right, since you all feel this way, I can only reluctantly agree. However, Master, I must warn you in advance that the medicine I have for treating the martial soul defect is still in the experimental stage, and I cannot guarantee that it will completely cure your martial soul defect. Therefore, after you use it, there may be some side effects, or there may not be. It is probabilistic. However, you can rest assured that the side effects will not be severe and will not endanger your life. I will ask you one more time seriously. Think it through. If you are willing to accept treatment, we can then discuss the matters of compensation and treatment. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he wanted to take another sip of tea, but found that the cup was empty. He casually set the teacup down. Zhu Zhuqing, sitting next to Gu Yi, felt it was her duty as a disciple to serve her master. So she proactively picked up the teapot and poured a new cup of tea for her master, Gu Yi. After hearing Gu Yi's words, Yu Xiaojing hesitated for a moment. Thinking about the high probability of breaking through to level 30, he finally nodded in agreement without hesitation. Dr. Gu, I've thought it over. But could you tell me what the possible side effects might be? Although Yu Xiaojing agreed to accept, he still wanted to know some detailed information. After all, he was entrusting his treatment to someone else and needed to understand some specifics. Well, I'm not too sure about the specific side effects. After all, you should understand what it means to resolve a martial soul defect for this world. However, I can tell you that I have had a successful case. Her martial soul had defects, and I treated her successfully, and now she has no problems at all. Dr. Gu, is that true? Yu Xiaojing stood up excitedly, eager to know who had been treated successfully. Gu Yi never lie, but I can't tell you who I treated. It involves my secrets. Understood. Yu Xiaojing suppressed his excitement and sat back down. Gu Yi has successful examples of treating martial soul defects, so there is hope for him to be cured by Gu Yi. Once he can break through level 30, then as Yu Xiaojing thought about that moment, he could finally fulfill his lifelong wish, and he excitedly clenched his fists. Tang San, sitting beside Yu Xiaojing, saw his teacher so excited and secretly vowed to help him. No matter what requirements Gu Yi had, he would do it. He had once said when he became Yu Xiaojing's disciple, once a teacher, for a lifetime a father. Gu Yi sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping over the excited Yu Xiaojing, secretly amused. Given the situation, it seemed that Yu Xiaojing's desire for him to help treat his martial soul defect was already settled. However, Gu Yi decided to give him a bit more hope. The greater a person's hope, the more amplified the effect will be when they reach despair. Master, about the side effects of this treatment. Let me tell you a bit. Gu Yi said. Please, doctor. Yu Xiaojing's stiff face softened, revealing a smile, looking quite polite, and showing Gu Yi a bit more respect. In fact, the side effects weren't a big deal. The treatment process wouldn't be very short, and during the treatment, the hair on your face would gradually fall out, and your voice would undergo some changes, making you look as if you were rejuvenating, becoming more energetic. Is that all? Yu Xiaojing asked excitedly. If it truly was as Gu Yi said, rejuvenating, then it was clearly a benefit, so what side effects could it possibly have? For him, Yu Xiaojing, it was not a problem at all. Of course not. That's just what can be predicted. The unpredictable remains unknown. I see. Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment. All right, that's all I have to say. If you decide to accept the treatment, you can think it over before your dean brings that fat man here. You can make your decision after he arrives. After all, this concerns you, and also your future, for a lifetime. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he picked up the tea that Zhu Zhuqing had poured for him and smiled as he took a sip. Tang San looked at his teacher, Yu Xiaojing, signaling to step outside for a moment. Yu Xiaojing understood his disciple's intention and said to Gu Yi, Dr. Gu, I have some matters to attend to outside, but I will come back to give you a response later. Dr. Gu, I will step out for a moment as well, Tang San said as he stood up. All right. Gu Yi didn't point out the fact that the master and disciple were engrossed in their own little world while sipping tea. To be honest, having a disciple to serve him felt really good, especially since the disciple was a beauty. If she were to serve him every day, it would be quite delightful. Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing sitting beside him and smiled with satisfaction. When Zhu Zhuqing noticed her teacher, Gu Yi looking at her, she blinked her almond-shaped eyes and maintained her cool and silent demeanor. Stepping out of the hall and arriving at the door, Yu Xiaojing asked Tang San, San, why did you call me out? Teacher, I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead. I think you can accept Gu Ye's treatment, but it's better to observe for a bit before starting. Aren't you going to help Fatty with his treatment later? Although Tang San spoke indirectly, the clever Yu Xiaojing understood what his disciple meant. First, agree to let Gu Yi treat him and let Ma Hongjun test the waters. If the effect is good and there are no problems at the beginning, then they can agree to start the treatment. This approach, while utilizing Ma Hongjun, is not really exploitation since both of them need treatment, and observing Ma Hongjun's treatment is not considered exploitation. Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment and made a decision. That's how it will be. Just as Yu Xiaojing made his decision, Flinder happened to return with Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, heading towards Gu Ye's medical hall. Chapter 64. Who should the nurse in the pink skirt look for? Xiaogang, why are you standing outside? Flinder arrived at the entrance of the medical hall and looked at Yu Xiaojing and Tang San standing outside with confusion. Yu Xiaojing shook his head. I was discussing something with San. Flinder, you guys are back just in time. Let's go in together. Okay, let's go in. Then Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Ma Hongjun entered the medical hall. Inside the hall, Gu Yi was savoring the tea made by his beloved student Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally whispering to her and chatting about some intimate teacher-student topics. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong watched from the side, feeling quite uncomfortable. They really want to knock on Zhu Zhuqing's head to see what she was thinking. Why is it that whatever Gu Yi asks, she answers, and whatever he says, she responds? Xiao Wu was quite suspicious that Zhu Zhuqing might have been enchanted by Gu Yi. Otherwise, how could she be so close to him? Gu Yi completely ignored the glaring rabbit Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang and the group from Shrek, including Ma Hongjun, he put down the teacup in his hand. Have you thought it through? Yu Xiaojiang nodded. I've thought it through. I accept your treatment. I do too, Ma Hongjun agreed, looking at Gu Yi. On the way back, he had learned everything from Flanders, and now that he knew Gu Yi could treat his evil fire, he agreed without hesitation. Well, that's good. Now let's talk about the cost of this treatment. When Flanders heard this, he showed a pained expression for his beloved disciple and good brother Yu Xiaojiang. He was prepared for a significant financial loss. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and the others looked at Gu Yi, eager to know what the treatment fee would be. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect was the uncontrollable evil fire, which was caused by the mutation of his martial soul. Helping him treat the evil fire wouldn't be a quick process, so the cost wouldn't be something they could pay off in one go. Gu Yi, to say it directly, how expensive is the fee, or what do we need to do? As long as I can give it to you and do it, I will agree, Flanders said decisively. All right, then I won't hold back. Gu Yi smiled at Flanders. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire treatment would take 6 months, with him coming to see me for treatment once a month. After 6 months, I can help him prevent his evil fire from erupting again, and the cost will be you, Flanders, the soul saint, helping me with 3 things within your capability. Is that all? Flanders felt that this cost wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. Of course, it's not just that, Flanders. What I require you to do is not so simple. As long as it's within my ability and not something illegal or against my principles, I can agree to it. All right, it's settled then. Flanders, as a soul saint, is quite powerful, especially useful for the yet-to-grow Gu Yi. Soon, he might be able to help him and Caden do many things they cannot do. As for Ma Hongjuan's treatment method, solving his evil fire is not a problem for Gu Yi. Previously, Gu Ye's first method, which was to neuter Ma Hongjuan's treatment, was not a joke. Regarding what Gu Yi learned from a certain novel in his past life, that Ma Hongjuan's descendants, even if they were women, would also experience evil fire, this is completely incomparable. After all, by that time, Ma Hongjun had already consumed immortal herbs and had an inner core of an ancient beast, with his martial spirit undergoing 2 evolutions, and his evil fire had upgraded to the ultimate fire. But now, Ma Hongjuan's fire is entirely a lustful fire, making it incomparable. Gu Ye's treatment method is also very simple. He just needs to perform surgery on Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit to remove the lustful fire from its mutation. For Gu Yi, who has surgical space and a martial spirit scalpel, the process is not difficult. The hard part is that during the treatment, Gu Yi is uncertain if he will have a shaky hand. After discussing Ma Hongjuan's treatment costs and some matters, Gu Yi looked at his important target, Yu Xiaojiang. As for your fees, Yu Xiaojiang, Gu Yi pondered while looking at Yu Xiaojiang. To be honest, there isn't much that could attract Gu Yi about Yu Xiaojiang. However, there's one thing that Gu Yi really wants to help Yu Xiaojiang with, a radical surgery. Now that he has charged a fee for treating Ma Hongjun, not charging Yu Xiaojiang for surgery would definitely raise suspicions. After some consideration, Gu Yi decided on a fee that was neither heavy nor light, making Yu Xiaojiang owe him 2 favors and agree to do 1 thing within his capabilities. This matter should come in handy when Yu Xiaojiang goes to Bibi Dong to ask for the secret of the twin martial spirits in the future. Upon learning that the fee was his favor and helping Gu Yi with something, Yu Xiaojiang agreed without any hesitation, and he even felt a bit pleased. He believed that his favor as a master was still quite valuable. After both sides discussed the treatment details and other matters, Gu Yi stood up and said, "The surgical treatment will begin now. Ma Hongjun, you come with me." "Yes." Ma Hongjun stood up slightly nervously and followed Gu Yi. "Zhu Zhuqing, you come in with me. And you all wait outside." After Gu Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the treatment room. Zhu Zhuqing closely followed him. Ma Hongjun and Flanders exchanged a few words and then followed suit. Inside the treatment room, no one knew the treatment method Gu Yi used for Ma Hongjun. In the hall, Yu Xiaojiang and the others looked towards the direction of the treatment room, filled with anticipation and a hint of doubt. "Master, do you really think Gu Yi can solve the fatty's evil fire problem?" Dai Mubai questioned skeptically. "Just wait and see," Yu Xiaojiang replied, not answering directly as he watched the treatment room. He was also curious, but now was not the time for discussion. They would know the outcome soon enough. About 10 minutes later, Ma Hongjun walked out of the treatment room. "Fatty, how do you feel?" "Hongjun, what happened?" Upon seeing Ma Hongjun come out, Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders, and the others quickly surrounded him to ask. At that moment, Ma Hongjun seemed lost in thought, recalling the entire treatment process Gu Yi had just performed on him. He was somewhat dazed and completely did not hear Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaojiang's questions. Fatty, what's wrong? Hongjun? When Dai Mubai and Flinder called out to him several times. Ma Hongjun finally came back to his senses. It was incredible. Dr. Gu's treatment method was astonishing. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in admiration. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for Gu Ye's treatment. All right, Hongjun, tell me about your condition, Yu Xiaojiang said as he patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, helping him to regain focus. Yes, Ma Hongjun briefly described the treatment process Gu Yi had used, and Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder were both visibly shocked. Performing surgery on a martial soul, treating a martial soul, Gu Ye's martial soul actually had such capabilities. It could only be described as terrifying. It's important to note that there are many soul masters in this world whose martial souls have become useless due to mutations. Yet Gu Ye's martial soul could treat others' martial souls. If this news spread, wouldn't those soul masters with flawed martial souls flock to Gu Yi, begging him for treatment? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled, Flinder was astonished, and Tang San and Dai Mubai looked at the treatment room's door with mixed expressions. At that moment, inside the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing was looking at Gu Yi with a hint of admiration, her teacher. Why are you looking at your teacher like that? Are you attracted by my handsomeness? Gu Yi teased as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. No, I just didn't expect my teacher's martial soul to have such a special ability, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. The power of a teacher goes beyond just the martial soul. I'm strong in many other aspects too. Would you like to see, Zhuqing? Gu Yi said with a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing did not misinterpret Gu Ye's words. She merely thought he wanted her to understand his strengths and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Well, when I have time in the future, I'll let you witness my strengths, Gu Yi said, lightly patting Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and emphasizing the words my strengths. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly, and when the time came for Gu Yi to demonstrate his strengths to her, she was determined to see just how powerful her teacher, Gu Yi, truly was. Zhuqing, when I perform surgery on Yu Xiaojiang later, you must watch carefully, as this is also part of the learning process, understand? Yes, I understand. Also, you need to pay close attention to my techniques. Got it. All right, go to the medicine shelf and bring me a box labeled with the characters XX. I need it for Yu Xiaojiang. Understood. As Zhu Zhuqing, now Gu Ye's assistant, obediently went to get the medicine, Gu Yi suddenly had an idea. Shouldn't he recruit an assistant? In the Douluo world, healing-type soul masters are referred to as medical masters. And there are specific types of medical practitioners, though they differ somewhat from what Gu Yi understood. However, there are also female nurses who serve as assistants in this role. Now that he was a physician, it seemed a bit unreasonable not to have a female nurse in a pink outfit as his assistant. Zhuqing was suitable as a disciple, but not as an assistant. It appeared he needed to find an assistant. After Gu Yi made his decision, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, By the way, Zhuqing, there's still a box of needles on the medicine rack. Can you give me one? Hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing searched for a while and then brought back a medicine box labeled with the characters XX along with a needle from the box. Teacher, is this it? Zhu Zhuqing held the medicine and needle in front of Gu Yi. Yes, that's it. After taking it, Gu Yi began to demonstrate in front of Zhu Zhuqing. This needle was the first injection to help Yu Xiaojiang undergo his root treatment surgery. Chapter 65. Yu Xiaojiang's root treatment. First injection. Because the process of helping Yu Xiaojiang with his curative treatment could not be too short or too long, Gu Yi controlled the extraction of a certain special amount of medicine from the bottle very well. After completing the extraction and testing the needle, Gu Yi then let Zhu Zhuqing go out to call Yu Xiaojiang in. Meanwhile, he prepared some other more important items inside. Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the treatment room and saw Yu Xiaojiang surrounded by Ma Hongjun, asking questions. She called out lightly, Master, the teacher said you can come in now. Really? Great, I'm coming. Knowing that Ma Hongjun had no problems and was even getting better, Yu Xiaojiang believed that Gu Yi could definitely help him treat his martial soul defect and assist him in breaking through to level 30. I'll go in first. You all wait outside. After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, he walked into the treatment room. Tang San looked at his teacher, entering before turning to Ma Hongjun, asking seriously, Fatty, do you really think your martial soul has improved a lot? Of course. Before, my martial soul always gave me a feeling that it would erupt with evil fire at some point, but now I feel that the evil fire won't erupt randomly anymore. Plus, after Gu Ye's surgical treatment, I feel like I've become more energetic and my strength and vitality have improved. I see. After hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San looked at the treatment room, thinking about some things, and fell into contemplation. Inside the treatment room, After Yu Xiaojing entered, he looked at Gu Yi and asked, Gu Yi, what do I need to do now? You don't need to do anything, just lie down on the bed. Okay, Yu Xiaojing lay down on the bed, somewhat waiting for Gu Yi to perform the surgical treatment for him. However, this feeling of lying on the bed and being at the mercy of others made Yu Xiaojing a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was a person of status, a renowned master in the soul master world. Now he felt like a piece of meat lying on a chopping board, with Gu Yi as the knife, deciding how to cut him. Because of the special circumstances, he felt psychologically uncomfortable and extremely uneasy. Gu Yi looked at the needle in his hand, then glanced at Yu Xiaojing lying on the bed, secretly smiling to himself. Master, we can start the treatment now. Are you ready? In a moment, I will give you a needle first. The effect of this needle is very good. After you receive it in the coming days, you will be radiant and full of energy. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Yu Xiaojing looked at the cold, gleaming needle in Gu Ye's hand and felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he still nodded, saying, Come on, I'm ready. For the sake of breaking through to level 30 and fulfilling his inner obsession, Yu Xiaojing was determined to go all out. Gu Yi had no hesitation and administered the first injection on Yu Xiaojing's path to recovery. A sizzling sound was heard as Yu Xiaojing officially embarked on the road to healing. At the moment the special medication was injected into his body, Yu Xiaojing suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, followed by a sensation that he was actually getting better. This feeling was indescribable. The strangest part was that when he looked at Gu Yi, he found him surprisingly agreeable. Next, release your martial spirit. Due to the changes in his body, Yu Xiaojing obediently unleashed his martial spirit, the three-headed rocket. Yu Xiaojing's martial spirit was quite special, as it possessed intelligence, resembling an independent life form. It should be noted that most martial spirits on the Douluo Continent are lifeless and lack intelligence, but Yu Xiaojing's three-headed rocket had intelligence, making it akin to an independent life form. In this regard, Yu Xiaojing could be considered the first person in Douluo. Furthermore, as Gu Yi understood, Yu Xiaojing's martial spirit was originally a formidable one, but unfortunately, it went astray during the mutation process. Had he succeeded in mutating, his martial spirit would have been an incredibly powerful golden sacred dragon. In this world, the mutation process of a martial spirit requires strong physical qualities and willpower to endure and sustain the mutation. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaojing lacked both the luck and the physical qualities and willpower to withstand the arrival of the golden sacred dragon martial spirit. Ultimately, he mutated into a three-headed rocket. As Yu Xiaojing once said, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters, which fits him perfectly because he truly was a waste. This point is indisputable. Now, looking at the lively three-headed rocket, Gu Yi showed no signs of tenderness. He reached out and grabbed it, then swiftly cut it with a scalpel. Lying on the bed, Yu Xiaojing stared in shock at Gu Yi and his martial spirit, the three-headed rocket. At this moment, his martial spirit had already been cut in half, yet the two halves were still lively and displayed expressions of terror. He recalled what Ma Hongjun had just told him, and it was exactly the same as what was happening now. This made Yu Xiaojing even more convinced that Gu Yi could cure his martial spirit defect. Zhu Zhuqing, bring me a bottle. Gu Yi gestured for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing skillfully handed over a small, transparent glass after Gu Yi took over. He quickly used a scalpel to cut open Yu Xiaojing's martial soul, the Luo San Pao, extracting its most fundamental energy. Then, a drop of golden blood was drawn from it. This drop of golden blood was the essence of Yu Xiaojing's martial soul. At the moment of extraction, Gu Yi swiftly scanned this martial soul blood with the system. Special martial soul, Luo San Pao, failed product of the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul mutation. Martial soul blood. Intermediate note. The martial soul blood contains the essence of the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul and can be purified completely with 1,000 surgical points. After adding martial soul serum, it can endow a soul master with the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul. Seeing the detailed information about Yu Xiaojing's martial soul blood, Gu Yi smiled. This was pretty much what he had guessed. It really was because Yu Xiaojing himself was a waste that the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul mutated into the Luo San Pao. There was no need to doubt his identity as a waste. Then, Gu Yi had a good idea looking at the drop of blood in his hand. He planned to use 1,000 surgical points to repair it, and then buy a martial soul serum to merge this martial soul into it. After that, he would find a suitable person to endow them with the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul. When the person with the Huang Jinsheng Long martial soul appears in front of Yu Xiaojing, and Yu Xiaojing realizes everything, he wonders if he would be so angry he might die. As for Yu Xiaojing, who is currently on the hospital bed, Gu Yi regained his senses and looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who lay on the hospital bed, completely at his mercy, and couldn't help but chuckle. He then began to treat Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul, the 3 cannons of Luo. But was Gu Yi really helping Yu Xiaojiang fix his martial soul defects? Even if Gu Yi generously helped him heal, considering his age, how far could he cultivate? Moreover, his martial soul was the 3 cannons of Luo, which, when paired with a useless person like Yu Xiaojiang, remained useless. Zhu Zhuqing watched from the side and also lent a helping hand. Although Yu Xiaojiang observed Gu Yi's actions throughout, he didn't quite understand what Gu Yi was doing to him or what medicine he was using. However, he did feel some changes in his body. He seemed to be more energetic. Whether it was an illusion or not, during the treatment, Yu Xiaojiang noticed that Gu Yi kept looking at his lower body with a knife in hand, unsure of what he intended to do. After about 10 minutes, Gu Yi completed this so-called treatment. After restoring the shattered 3 cannons of Luo, he let out a long breath and appeared somewhat fatigued. All right, it's done, Gu Yi said to Yu Xiaojiang before turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Gu Yi's face. Gu Yi's sweat on his face was not from exhaustion. Rather, he wanted Yu Xiaojiang to see that he was very tired. Otherwise, treating the soul defect would obviously seem too easy. Zhu Zhuqing had already helped her teacher wipe sweat, and she was very skilled at it. Seeing Gu Yi's exhausted appearance, Yu Xiaojiang quickly got out of bed and walked around after retracting his martial soul. He looked left and right, and after finding that his body hadn't changed much, he summoned his martial soul, Luo San Pao, which looked exactly the same as before. He looked at Gu Yi's expression, which was strikingly similar to that of Ma Hongjun just now, and was extremely surprised. Acting tired, Gu Yi took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and took the towel from her, then affectionately wiped her pretty face. You're tired too. I'm fine, teacher. No, you're tired. Gu Yi corrected her while gently wiping Zhu Zhuqing's face. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt that she was indeed a bit tired. There was some sweat on her cheeks, and looking at her teacher, who was intimately wiping her face, a faint smile appeared on her originally cold face. On the side, Yu Xiaojiang saw the affectionate actions of Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing and didn't think much of it. He exclaimed, Gu Yi, sure, thank you for the treatment. Although I haven't felt any changes in my martial soul or breakthroughs in my realm yet, I can clearly feel that my spirit is much better and my body feels stronger. You're welcome, you're welcome. Gu Yi smiled humbly. He didn't tell Yu Xiaojiang that soon he would be radiant. Looking at his disciple Tang San, who appeared more and more handsome. All right, master, you can go out first. I still need to tidy up the room with Zhu Qing. Okay, I'll go out first. Thank you, Gu Yi, sure, Yu Xiaojiang politely said and happily walked out of the ward. He now looked genuinely radiant and full of energy. But at the moment he stepped out of the ward, he did not know that a few hairs from his beard had fallen out. Chapter 66. Candidates for the Golden Saint Dragon Blood Serum Teacher. Tang San, who was waiting outside, immediately walked over to his teacher as soon as he saw him come out. Xiaogang, how do you feel? Flanders also approached to ask. Dai Mubai and Oscar curiously stared at Yu Xiaojiang. Very good, I feel full of spirit. Yu Xiaojiang energetically clenched his fist, looking indeed different from before. It seems that Gu Yi, the ancient divine doctor, is truly worthy of his name. Flanders joked, admiringly. Indeed, Teacher S body and everything else have improved. Tang San observed and quickly reached out to check on his teacher Yu Xiaojiang. Although the Tang sect's ultimate skills did not include medicine, poison and medicine were relative and interconnected, so he understood a bit. After his examination, he found no issues with his teacher Yu Xiaojiang. Instead, he appeared full of vitality and radiance. Therefore, Tang San could conclude that Gu Yi was genuinely treating his teacher, and the results were surprisingly good. His reputation as a divine doctor was well-deserved. By the way, where is Gu Yi? Sure. Why hasn't he come out yet? Because Gu Yi treated Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun, Flanders addressed him politely as Gu Yi, sure. He and Zhu Qing are tidying up the room and will be out soon. Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Gu Yi came out with Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Flanders laughed heartily and walked towards him. Gu Yi, sure. Your medical skills are extremely admirable, truly admirable. Flanders exclaimed loudly. You flatter me. Gu Yi smiled humbly. He glanced at the happy Flanders and the others and felt very pleased as well. After chatting with Gu Yi and resolving some matters, Flanders bid farewell, saying, Gu Yi, sure. We have to go to school tomorrow, so I won't trouble you any longer. Let these kids go back with us first. All right. Gu Yi did not try to retain them. The treatment schedule for Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaojiang had already been set for once a month. And since Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, they could come anytime. Moreover, Gu Yi had his own matters to attend to, and it wasn't good to keep these people from Shrek Academy in the clinic for too long. After a few polite words from Flender, he and Yu Xiaojiang's group left Gu Ye's clinic. Before leaving, Gu Yi reminded Zhu Zhuqing once again, and after the Shrek group departed, he returned to his room to take out the martial soul blood he had extracted from Yu Xiaojiang. Without hesitation, he spent 1,000 surgical points to restore this drop of blood into the martial soul blood of the golden holy dragon, and then spent a large sum to purchase a martial soul blood serum to integrate this drop of golden holy dragon martial soul blood into it. After a moment, the integration of the golden holy dragon martial soul blood serum was completed. Looking at the small vial of golden liquid in his hand, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. As long as it was injected into a soul master, it would allow them to obtain the golden holy dragon martial soul. If the effect of this small vial of serum were to spread, wouldn't the entire Douluo Continent be turned upside down? This is not Gu Yi boasting. If it were to spread that Gu Yi could bestow others with martial souls through the martial soul blood serum, the power would be no less than dropping an atomic bomb on the Douluo Continent. For this reason, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, no one else knew about Gu Ye's martial soul serum. However, he certainly needed to use this golden holy dragon martial soul blood serum for someone else. Otherwise, it would be a waste, but he had not yet chosen who to give it to. As for why Gu Yi did not use it himself, it was simply because he did not need to. Gu Yi looked at the time. The sky had turned dim, and the soul fighting competition at Soto City was about to begin. He had been cultivating in the medical hall these days and hadn't gone to find Cadden. Now that he had some free time, he decided to pay her a visit and discuss why the darker, more humid depths were the sources of life. With that, Gu Yi left the medical hall and headed toward the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. Soon, he arrived outside the arena. Gu Ye's identity in the Soul Fighting Arena was only below Cadden. As soon as he arrived at the Great Soul Fighting Arena, the staff greeted him respectfully. "Dr. Gu, you've come. Is there anything we can help you with?" "No need, just go about your business." Gu Yi politely declined the enthusiastic staff and skillfully walked towards the VIP room number 1 on the upper level. Upon entering the VIP room, Gu Yi suddenly thought of something. He took out the blood serum of the golden sacred dragon martial soul, recalling Cadden's golden hair and her captivating beauty. Looking at the blood serum in his hand, he thought it would be quite nice to give this to Cadden. Cadden was the princess of the Sylvis Kingdom and also a soul master. Although her strength was only at the soul sect level, which wasn't very strong, it didn't pose a problem for Gu Yi. For him, the most important thing was that Cadden's body and mind were both with him, and he also had a bit of a craving for the beautiful lady. More importantly, he needed to help Cadden seize the throne of King Balak. If things continued this way, Cadden's strength couldn't be too weak. It seemed that when the time was right, he could give his golden sacred dragon martial soul blood serum to Cadden to enhance her strength. After making this decision, Gu Yi put away the blood serum. He skillfully knocked on the door, and without waiting for Cadden to come out and open it, he opened the door and walked in. Inside the room, as dusk approached and the start time of the Great Soul Fighting Arena was not far off, Cadden wanted to take a bath before going out. Just as she was about to enter the bathroom after taking off her clothes, she heard a familiar knocking sound from outside. Who is it? She recognized the footsteps. Not wanting to bathe anymore, she picked up a purple-fitted dress from the rack, put it on, and eagerly walked out. "You're here?" Seeing that it was indeed the person she had been thinking about, Cadden joyfully rushed to him and embraced him tightly. Gu Yi took the opportunity to embrace Cadden, gently caressing the large area of fair skin exposed on her back. "Gu Yi, there's still 1 or 2 hours before the Grand Soul Arena starts. I want to go in and take a bath first. Will you accompany me?" Cadden looked at Gu Yi enticingly. Her invitation to bathe together, along with the clear mention of having 1 or 2 hours of free time, made her intentions quite obvious. Gu Yi looked at Kadana's enchanting face beneath her golden hair. Those eyes that seemed to speak, her delicate and slightly upturned nose, and her alluring lips. He reached out to lift her chin and leaned in to kiss her. This time, Gu Yi had no intention of rejecting the invitation of this beautiful young woman, Kadana. He wanted to ride with Kadana, galloping towards a joyful paradise. Kadana instinctively wrapped her arms around Gu Ye's neck and responded passionately. A fire in Gu Ye's heart was gradually ignited under Cadden's enthusiasm, and soon it was burning towards Cadden. After a kiss, Cadden wrapped her arms around Gu Ye's neck, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart. As she looked seriously into Gu Ye's eyes, "Gu Yi, I'm hot. Take me inside. Let's take a shower together." Cadden's tone was calm, yet filled with endless temptation. A fire ignited in Gu Ye's heart completely erupted under Cadden's words. "Good." He picked up Cadden's delicate body and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was not far from the guest room, but for Cadden, it felt like a long journey. She was afraid that Gu Yi would suddenly stop on the short path to the bathroom. To prevent Gu Yi from stopping, Cadden held him very tightly, while her purple dress fell to the ground on the way to the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom door opened for a moment before slamming shut. Chapter 67. The Secret Affair with Cadden Almost Exposed. At the top level of the Soto City Soul Arena, in the number 1 VIP room where Cadden resided, a fierce battle to extinguish flames erupted. Inside the bathroom, an unknown intense battle was taking place. On the other side at Shrek Academy, when Flander brought everyone back to Shrek Academy, he announced that everyone could go back to rest and be ready for class on time the next day. Yu Xiaojiang said a few words to his disciple Tang San and returned to his room early. Today's events had brought Yu Xiaojiang too much shock, keeping him in an excited state of mind. Once back in his room, he sat down at his desk and began taking notes on various topics concerning martial soul blood, including that martial souls could also fall ill and could be treated. This was all his knowledge, which he needed to use well to contribute to the Soul Master community in the future. After completing some notes, Yu Xiaojiang began to work on training plans for the Shrek 7 monsters. Since he had nearly finished, he only needed to make some adjustments, especially for Zhu Zhuqing, who was a special case. As Zhu Zhuqing was now Gu Ye's disciple, her martial soul's defect treatment relied on Gu Ye, so he treated her with great caution. After spending half an hour, Yu Xiaojiang finally completed a special training plan for Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, a few of his beard hairs fell onto his desk. However, since Yu Xiaojiang's beard was already short and it was only a few hairs, he didn't pay much attention to it and continued with his work. On the other side, in the women's quarters, in Zhu Zhuqing's room, out of curiosity about the treatment process Gu Yi provided for Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun today, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu came to Zhu Zhuqing's room to ask questions. There was nothing confidential about the treatment details, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't hide anything. Since the three were good friends, she elaborated on her teacher Gu Ye's various methods during the treatment process. I didn't expect Gu Yi to be this amazing. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Xiao Wu exclaimed in admiration. Yes, Gu Yi is really impressive. Ning Rongrong recalled how Gu Yi had helped her with her chest treatment today and couldn't help but cover her chest while expressing her admiration. The teacher is indeed very impressive. Zhu Zhuqing thought of the moment when Gu Yi had closely wiped her sweat, and a faint smile appeared on her face. As the three girls pondered Gu Ye's impressive qualities, in the number 1 VIP room of Soto City Soul Arena, Gu Yi was also demonstrating his prowess to Cadden. After a long while, the two of them made their way from the bathroom back to the room, entering a new round of heartfelt exchanges. Gu Yi, you finally understand. I'm so happy. Cadden looked at Gu Yi, her eyes filled with happiness. I understand now. Gu Yi nodded, his muscles tensed, and with a mischievous smile, he said to Cadden, how about I come to find you whenever I understand something? Good, as long as you understand. You can come find me. I will think with you. Cadden replied intermittently. In the room, they each spoke about understanding and not understanding as time quietly passed. There were still about 20 minutes left before the night battles at Soto City Soul Arena began. For the nobles of Soto City, besides indulging in entertainment at pleasure venues, their greatest joy was to come to the Soul Arena to watch Soul Masters battle. Although there were less than 20 minutes left before the battles began, the VIP rooms and regular seats were already filled with people. The nobles in the VIP room had begun placing bets, waiting for the battles to start. At that moment, a luxurious carriage slowly approached the Soul Arena, and a man stepped down from it, Soto City's Lord, Shui Hong. Accompanying him was the formidable Soul Saint expert, Qin Xiao. Greeting the Lord. When the guards at the entrance of the Soto City Soul Arena saw Shui Hong approaching, they immediately bowed. Shui Hong nodded and walked into the Soul Arena. Qin Xiao followed closely beside him. Greeting the Lord. I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. I hope the Lord can forgive me. The director of the Soul Arena, A.O., whispered to Shui Hong. No worries, where's my wife? Why isn't she here? Shui Hong didn't pay attention to the minor details, searching for his wife Cadden in the arena and feeling somewhat puzzled. She should be resting in the room now. My lord, is that so? Then you may go, Shui Hong said and headed towards the highest level VIP room in the Soul Arena. Meanwhile, in the number 1 VIP room of the Soul Arena, Cadden's room. As the Soul Arena was about to start, the two's performance was gradually coming to an end. All right, Cadden, we should go out now. No, I want to keep holding you. I don't want to let go. Cadden buried her head in Gu Ye's embrace, and they maintained their intimate contact. Clearly, Cadden didn't want to get up. She enjoyed this feeling of holding the man she liked, feeling his heartbeat, ready to kiss him anytime, she realized she had already become enchanted. She slightly raised her head to look at Gu Yi, unconsciously kissing him again, then hugged him tightly. Gu Yi sighed helplessly. Qian was great in every way, and he really liked the charming aura she carried. However, at times she could be a bit too clingy, especially now, as she acted just like a little daughter. This left Gu Yi feeling quite helpless. City Lord. Just then, a voice from outside the door belonged to Qian's Soul Saint female guard. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yi instinctively looked at Qian. Qian, on the other hand, remained calm. She looked at Gu Yi and covered her mouth, letting out a light laugh. Are you nervous? Xuehong is right outside. It would be fake not to be nervous. Gu Yi thought to himself and replied in a flat tone, if you're not nervous, why should I be? You're being insincere. Qian playfully glared at Gu Yi before getting up to dress. Gu Yi also quickly put on his clothes. It was important to note that Qian was a married woman. Although she didn't harbor feelings for Xuehong at the moment, they were still engaged in an affair. Seeing Qian so nonchalant, Gu Yi was quite impressed. By the way, do you have any oranges here? Gu Yi asked instinctively after getting dressed. Yes, they're in the living room. That's good. Gu Yi felt more at ease. After Qian tidied up a bit, the two of them went to the living room, sat down, and began to eat oranges while chatting. Not to mention, Qian's oranges were sweet, unlike others that were sour. Dr. Gu, what do you think of the healing soul masters in the Great Soul Arena? Qian asked with a semblance of seriousness. Not bad, I suppose. Their level isn't very high, and their healing abilities aren't that strong. As the two chatted, there was a knock at the door. Immediately afterward, Xuehong entered without permission. Upon entering, Xuehong saw Qian sitting on the sofa, engrossed in conversation with Gu Yi. So much so that he didn't even notice his arrival. He walked in and asked, Madam, Dr. Gu, what are you discussing? City Lord Xuehong. Gu Yi asked in a flat tone upon seeing Xuehong enter. Just some small matters. Also, please be mindful when entering my room next time. Qian said with a cold glance at Xuehong. She was very displeased that Xuehong entered without her permission. Xuehong seemed used to Qian's demeanor and didn't mind. As for Gu Yi being here with his wife Qian, he had no doubts. After all, they were in the Great Soul Arena, and there were guards outside. Hey, Dr. Gu, do you like oranges? Xuehong asked curiously as he saw Gu Yi enjoying the oranges. Yes, I don't have many hobbies, but I do love eating oranges. Gu Yi replied, breaking off a piece to eat. The sweet and sour flavor was very fresh, just like Qian, truly a good thing. By the way, City Lord, what brings you to the Great Soul Arena today? Are you here to watch the battles with some friends? Gu Yi asked, looking at Xuehong. I didn't expect your insight to be so sharp. Dr. Gu, Xuehong said shyly, glancing at Qian. His friend was naturally a certain noble. Qian, however, didn't look at Xuehong any further. She picked up an orange from the table, broke off a piece, and found it quite tasty. No wonder Gu Yi liked them. Dr. Gu, thanks to you, the Great Soul Arena has been able to manage these days. Otherwise, I don't know how many soul masters would have been injured and unable to recover, and how much funding the arena would have to consume, Qian said while eating the orange. No need to be polite. This is just part of my duties. Moreover, since I promised City Lord Xuehong, I will definitely take care of it, Gu Yi said calmly, squeezing a piece of orange peel. A slight sound was heard as some scent quickly filled the room. Well, the soul battles are about to start, so we should head out, Qian said, looking at Xuehong. You invited Dr. Gu to the Great Soul Arena, but haven't properly entertained him, so you should go out with him first. Sure. Xuehong didn't refuse. He felt a bit guilty for not properly hosting Gu Yi, but thankfully his wife Qian was taking care of him. Then, Xuehong led Gu Yi out of the room. Qian wanted to see them off, but just as she stood up, she suddenly felt a bit weak in her legs and let out a soft cry, sitting back down on the sofa. Madam, what's wrong? Hearing Qian's soft call, Xuehong turned back to ask. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Qian straightened up and shook her head. All right, you go out with Dr. Gu first. I will wait a while before going out. Okay. Xuehong didn't think much of it, and was unaware that Qian had cried out because her legs felt weak. He then led Gu Yi out of the room. Outside the door stood two people. One was Qin Shao, a guard by Xuehong's side. A level 72, soul saint with the martial soul of a snake staff. It was said that Qin Shao had been practicing with the staff for a lifetime, mastering it to an extraordinary level, which led him to remain single his entire life while following Xuehong. The other was Qian's female guard, Yanxi, a soul saint of an even higher level than Qin Shao, reaching level 75. According to Qian, Yanxi had been protecting her since childhood and was someone very close to her. It was Yanxi who had just reminded Qian of Xuehong's arrival. From this, it could be seen that Yanxi already knew about Gu Yi and Qian's affair. As soon as Gu Yi came out, Yanxi looked at him a bit more, but she didn't say anything. Invited by Xuehong, Guyi met Xue Hong's so-called noble friends for the first time. Each one was adorned with greasy hair and painted faces, thick necks, and big bellies, a typical example of hedonistic nobles. To put it bluntly, they were a group of parasites relying on their ancestors' titles for protection. Guyi glanced at them and used the excuse of helping the soul masters with their illnesses to leave. After all, he had no interest in these parasites at all. Guyi's departure was exactly what Xue Hong wanted, and he enjoyed himself even more with this group of nobles. Soon after the fighting spirit began, Qian finally appeared. Upon arriving at the arena, she knew without guessing that Xue Hong was having fun with those nobles from Soto City, and she didn't even bother to take a glance. As usual, she made her rounds, occasionally checking in on Guyi in the treatment room, chatting with him about some matters, and then continuing her inspection of the arena. Time quietly passed, and soon it was time for the grand battle arena to end. "Madam, City Lord Xue Hong is drunk," Qin Xiao reported to Qian as he approached her. "If he's drunk, take him back to the mansion. Remember to ensure he gets home safely." "Yes." Qin Xiao didn't object. He was just here to report. Having been by Xue Hong's side for many years, he was already accustomed to situations where Xue Hong got drunk and passed out. After Qin Xiao took Xue Hong away, Guyi also said goodbye to Qian and left the grand battle arena of Soto City. However, just as Guyi stepped out of the arena, Qian came out from the back door and stopped him. "What's wrong?" Guyi pretended to be puzzled upon seeing Qian blocking his way. "Don't leave tonight," Qian said, pulling Guyi's hand and indicating for him to come back with her. "It's not good to stay here overnight." Guyi hesitated. "It's fine, I'll open the back door for you." Qian continued to pull Guyi back inside. Knowing that Qian intended to use the back door, Guyi no longer hesitated and returned to the room in the arena with her. Since they entered through the back door, no one, except for Qian's female guard, knew that Guyi had returned to the arena. Once back in the room, Qian wanted to continue the unfinished battle with Guyi from before. But Guyi stopped her. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Qian looked at Guyi in a playful manner, her face filled with disappointment. "I like it, but there's no rush. We still have a whole night. Right now, I have something to give you, but you have to promise me not to tell anyone about it." Qian nestled in Guyi's arms and whispered, "My heart is all with you. Don't you trust me?" Guyi didn't doubt Qian, but the situation was too serious, and things had to be done rigorously. Then Guyi took out the golden holy dragon's soul blood serum. "What is this?" Qian asked in confusion, looking at the small vial of golden liquid in Guyi's hand. "It's something that can make you stronger." "Make me stronger?" "Yes," Guyi nodded. "Qian, although you are a princess and considered noble, it will be very difficult for you to achieve what I am asking with your current strength. So you need to enhance your power, and this can make you stronger," Guyi said while holding the golden holy dragon soul blood serum. "Make me stronger," Qian murmured, looking at the small vial of golden liquid in Guyi's hand. She was already 31 years old, but because of her identity as a princess of the Sylves Kingdom, although her talent was quite good, she was only a level 47 soul master, not even a soul king. It was indeed very difficult for her to accomplish what Guyi had promised with her current strength. If Guyi could really make her stronger, she would agree without hesitation. "Guyi, what exactly is this?" Qian asked curiously. "It's a soul blood serum that can grant you a powerful soul." "Grant me a powerful soul?" Qian looked at Guyi in confusion and surprise, not quite understanding the meaning of his words. "Qian, you just need to know that this can give you a powerful soul and also make you stronger." "Okay, I believe you." Qian was a smart woman. She stopped asking further questions. "However, before granting you this soul, you need to inject this liquid into your body." "What is this again?" Qian asked again, looking at the small vial of colorless transparent liquid in Guyi's hand. "It's an agent that can enhance your body." "That's right." This was the cell-enhancing agent that Guyi had used on Zhu Zhuqing last time. When granting Qian the golden holy dragon soul, Guyi had to enhance Qian's body. Otherwise, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it. Although Guyi's system said that granting a soul to a soul master with the soul blood serum would not have any accidents, it's better to be safe than sorry. Guyi simply explained to Qian what the enhancement serum was, and Qian agreed. As long as it was Guyi's, she would gladly accept whatever he injected into her body. New book Sunlight, Douluo welcome to watch. Chapter 69. Qian, Guyi, you are so amazing. Guyi, then I'll start injecting it into your body now. Qian, okay, come on. It will hurt a little bit later. You have to endure it. Okay? Qian, as long as it's you, I can accept any pain. Guyi, all right, then I'll begin. Guyi said, and then there was a hissing sound as he injected the cell enhancement serum into Qian's body. The next moment, Qian broke out in a cold sweat, clearly pained by the sudden injection of the serum. Once the cell enhancement serum enters the body, it quickly transforms and strengthens a person's constitution. Last time, Zhu Zhuqing was almost knocked unconscious by the pain, and this time was no exception for Kaden. The intense pain made Kaden unable to hold back her cries. She tightly grabbed the sheets, which crumpled in her hands, and her body, which was originally lying flat, arched in response to the pain. She wanted to scream out loud to alleviate the sudden pain, but remembering that it was night and they were in the Great Soul Arena, she quickly suppressed her cries. Then a flash of inspiration struck her, and she tightly embraced Gu Yi and kissed him. Sure enough, the next moment, Kaden felt much more comfortable. This distraction technique was indeed very effective. The intense pain from the cell enhancement lasted for a long time, and Kaden occasionally let out cries of pain. Fortunately, every time she was in pain, she could receive comfort from Gu Yi, which helped her shift her focus. Because of this, Kaden endured great hardships to complete her first body enhancement. Her constitution and aptitude underwent a significant evolutionary transformation. At this moment, she was exhausted and slumped in Gu Ye's arms, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Gu Yi, you are amazing. Kaden struggled to lift her head and looked at Gu Yi. As she felt the changes in her body and her martial soul, she was shocked that Gu Yi could produce such a cell enhancement serum. I feel so comfortable now. My body feels much lighter, and my strength has increased. Kaden praised him endlessly. In response to Kaden's compliments, Gu Yi smiled slightly. These are just the basics. Soon you will discover even greater benefits. As Gu Yi and Ka Dan were talking outside the room, Ka Dan's soul sank guard, and she looked into the room. Recalling the painful scream Ka Dan had just let out and the words she spoke, her mouth twitched, and her expression appeared extremely strange. If she hadn't known that Ka Dan was fine, she would have kicked the door open immediately to see what Ka Dan and Gu Yi were doing inside that could elicit such a scream. And yet Ka Dan still praised Gu Yi for being powerful. However, as a guard, once she confirmed that Ka Dan was okay, she returned to her own quarters next door to rest. Inside the room, Ka Dan, whose body had undergone a transformation due to the cell enhancement serum, clenched her fist and gradually revealed a smile on her face. She knew that the pain she had just endured was worth it. Then, without thinking, she hugged Gu Yi and gave him a heavy kiss as a reward. All right, now let's move on to the next step. Ka Dan nodded like a little girl. Women in love on the Douluo Continent are like this. No matter what Gu Yi says now, she will follow. Later, I will inject this golden liquid into your body. After that, a soul will emerge within you. This soul is very strong, and if your original soul is too weak, it might be devoured, but might not be, as this soul is being given to someone for the first time. What if my soul isn't devoured? Wouldn't I then have two souls? Yes, this has a high probability, so Ka Dan, you might become the third person in the world to possess two souls. Upon hearing this, Ka Dan was excited and very much looking forward to it. Gu Yi, come on, I'm ready. Ka Dan closed her eyes. Since the cell enhancement serum Gu Yi injected into her earlier was very painful, she instinctively thought this time would also be painful, so she lay flat on the bed with her eyes closed, waiting for Gu Yi to inject the substance into her body. Seeing that Ka Dan was ready, Gu Yi proceeded without hesitation. With a few sizzling sounds, the serum of the golden sacred dragon soul was completely injected into Ka Dan's body. Ka Dan felt that it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. Now, she only felt something forming inside her. Moreover, strangely, her body felt very comfortable, as if gentle hands were caressing her. Gu Yi is closely observing the changes in Kaden. The last time the Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul Serum was injected into Zhu Zhuqing, it did not grant her a second martial soul, but instead merged with her Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul to produce an advanced Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul. Now, if Kaden is bestowed with the Golden Sacred Dragon Martial Soul, will she obtain a dual martial soul, or with just a single martial soul? Gu Yi observed as time quietly passed. At that moment, Kaden, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. In an instant, a golden light radiated from her mouth, eyes, nose, and even her entire body. The next moment, her alluring lips involuntarily parted slightly. A howl resembling a dragon's roar escaped her mouth. It seemed small, but awakened countless powerful soul masters in Soto City and beyond, who all turned to look in the direction of the dragon's roar. What happened? What was that sound? In the adjacent room of Kaden, Yanshi's face turned pale as he searched for the source of the dragon's roar. Being so close, he couldn't tell that the sound was coming from Kaden. Similarly, in the Soto City Lord's mansion, Qin Shao stared with a solemn expression, searching the sky for the resounding dragon's roar. The call of the golden, sacred dragon. At Shrek Academy, in Flanders' residence, he stared in shock at the direction for which the sound came. Not only him, But Zhao Wujie and Yu Xiaojing also rushed to his room. Flandra, did you hear that? That's the call of the golden sacred dragon. Yu Xiaojing looked at Flandra, both excited and confused. Yes, it is indeed the golden sacred dragon. Because he, Yu Xiaojing, and Lu Erlong had used their martial soul fusion to summon the golden sacred dragon, they were very familiar with this sound. Upon hearing it, they immediately recognized that the roar echoing through the clouds and resonating in their minds came from the golden sacred dragon. However, what puzzled Flandra, Yu Xiaojing, and Zhao Wujie was how this sound came to be. Do you think it could be a powerful individual with the golden sacred dragon martial soul in battle? Zhao Wujie speculated. Impossible. If there really was such a powerful individual fighting, the aftermath would be incredibly strong. We would have felt it long ago. But this dragon's roar has no trace, yet it can resonate through the clouds and reach our minds. Perhaps, Flandra hinted, perhaps someone has awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul, or perhaps some changes have occurred. Since the golden sacred dragon is a legendary dragon, as soon as Yu Xiaojing made this guess, Zhao Wujie and Flandra suddenly envisioned something. If someone really awakens the golden sacred dragon martial soul, the Douluo Continent will surely be lively in the future. Outside Shrek Academy, a scruffy-looking man looked towards Soto City, his face also showing surprise. He was Tang Hao, who had been secretly protecting Tang San. It seems that soon, this continent will stir once again. Tang Hao sighed, and then paid no further attention. In Soto City, in the VIP room number 1 of the Great Soul Arena, Cadden, feeling the changes in her body and the immense power of her martial soul, looked at Gu Yi with excitement. Gu Yi, you are truly amazing, Cadden exclaimed excitedly. Then, disregarding everything, she pounced on Gu Yi, knocking him onto the bed. Chapter 70, The Gentle Cadden. Ahem. All right, Cadden, let me go first and tell me about your specific situation. Gu Yi enjoyed being treated so warmly by Cadden, but now he wanted to know about her specific situation, so he pushed her away slightly. After Cadden released Gu Yi, she sat up. She brushed aside her golden hair that was casually draped over her face, then adjusted her sitting posture, closing her legs and bending them at the hips, elegantly sitting in front of Gu Yi. At this moment, Cadden, sitting on the bed, looked extremely captivating, especially since she was only wearing a thin purple nightgown, making Gu Yi almost raise his head in respect. Gu Yi, touch me. Cadden extended her hand for Gu Yi to feel the condition of her body. As a physician, Gu Yi was astonished after examining Kadong. Kadong's soul power had broken through from level 47 to level 50. Her physique was also several times stronger than before, and her meridians and cells had been significantly enhanced. In addition, there was one thing that surprised Gu Yi the most. Kadong had truly become a dual martial soul owner. Yes, at this moment, Kadong had released her first martial soul, which was her original martial soul, a white fox of average quality. What puzzled Gu Yi was that logically, after receiving the golden sacred dragon martial soul, it should have devoured her white fox. Yet, that was not the case. After scanning Kadong's body with the surgical system, Gu Yi understood the reason. For a soul master to possess 2 martial souls and remain unharmed, the qualities of the 2 martial souls must be similar. If one is strong and the other is weak, it is difficult for both to develop. The powerful martial soul would devour the weaker one. Although Kadong's white fox was of low quality, it had immense potential. As long as she was given a martial soul evolution serum or a rare medicinal herb, she could possibly advance to the legendary 9-tailed white fox. The most crucial point that allowed her to retain both martial souls was that although the golden sacred dragon martial soul was incredibly powerful, it was currently still weak because it had been enhanced by Yu Xiaojing's Luo Sanpao martial soul blood. It was precisely for this reason that both martial souls could coexist within her, now that she had advanced to level 50 and possessed a second martial soul. The immensely powerful golden sacred dragon. Kadong, what are your thoughts? Gu Yi smiled as he looked at Kadong, who was sitting in front of him. I will listen to you, Kadong softly replied, her eyes filled only with Gu Ye's figure. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi felt a bit happy in his heart. He wrapped his large hand around Cadden's soft and full body and said, You can't tell anyone about your martial soul, understand? Cadden nodded lightly. Also, don't attach a soul ring to your golden holy dragon martial soul for now. Continue to cultivate your white fox. Now that you've broken through to level 50, I'm also at level 49, and I'm not far from breaking through to level 50 as well. Let's wait a bit longer for the 5th soul ring. Your cell enhancement will have a few more days of strengthening. When your cell enhancement is complete, and I've also broken through to level 50, we could go together to hunt for the 5th soul ring. Cadden nodded lightly. No matter what Guyi said now, it felt correct in her mind. In fact, Guyi didn't necessarily need to hunt a soul beast to obtain the 5th soul ring after reaching level 50, as he could exchange for the most suitable soul ring through the surgical points from the surgical system. His 4th soul ring was obtained this way. However, the system was really frustrating, and Guyi didn't have many surgical points, so he could only go hunt for the 5th soul ring himself. Moreover, he could go with Cadden, which would be quite enjoyable. Guyi clearly remembers that he met Cadden in the wild. Their first time was also in a small grove in the wilderness. Guyi was not very interested in this familiar, yet unfamiliar scenario. After Guyi explained the characteristics and cultivation methods of their dual martial souls to Cadden, she slightly raised her head to look at him. What's wrong? Seeing Cadden remain silent, Guyi gently stroked her cheek. Cadden still did not speak because she wanted to express her feelings through her actions, her gratitude towards Guyi, and her affection for him. Don't move, Cadden softly said, and gently pushed Guyi onto the bed. She leaned down, looked at Guyi tenderly, and couldn't help but kiss him. Omitted thousands of words. That night, Cadden fully displayed her charm as a mature woman, sometimes gentle, sometimes domineering, sometimes stirring Guyi's heart. That night, Guyi understood why so many people hated Chow the Bandit. That night, Guyi also became Chow the Bandit, engaging in the acts of a bandit. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. In the top VIP room number 1 of the Soul Fighting Arena in Suodo City, Cadden was lying on Guyi, sleeping soundly with her arms around his waist, a happy smile occasionally spreading across her face. After sharing intimate moments with the man she loved again, and knowing that he would never reject her again in the future, especially after he brought her such a great gift, how could she not be happy? Guyi had already woken up by this time, but seeing how soundly Cadden was sleeping, he didn't want to wake her. He gently held Cadden and began to think about some things. Just then, Cadden slowly woke up. Habitually, she reached out to touch beside her and was very happy to find Guyi still there. Then she gently raised her head and saw Guyi deep in thought. What's wrong? Cadden asked softly. It's nothing. Guyi didn't intend to tell Cadden, as she looked a bit tired at the moment. Guyi gently stroked Cadden's somewhat tired cheek and said, if you're tired, take a rest. I'll go back first. Then come back tonight. All right, I'll come back when the Great Soul Arena starts tonight. After Guyi finished speaking, he got up. Cadden was gentle. When she saw Guyi get up, she wanted to serve him. However, as soon as she tried to get up, she felt a slight pain in her body and had to lie back down. All right, you rest first, I'm going back. Guyi signaled for Cadden not to get up. Then, after kissing Cadden on the cheek, he left the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Fortunately, the arena had a back door just like Cadden, who actively helped to open the back door for him to come in. This allowed Guyi to quietly leave the Soto City Great Soul Arena and return to his clinic. On the way back to the clinic, Guyi walked while thinking. As he was lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry, do you need something? Guyi apologized and looked at the person he bumped into. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a dirty-faced little girl. The girl was young, and although her clothes were a bit dirty, they were clearly not cheap. Her golden hair was scattered in front and behind, obscuring her small face and making it hard to see her features. It's fine, it's fine. The bumped girl hurriedly said before jogging away. Guyi noticed that the little girl was leaving in such a hurry, so he curiously glanced at her. After she disappeared, he continued walking back to the clinic. Released on Friday, for updates today, Chapter 71, Zhu Zhuqing kicks Dai Mubai. After Guyi left, he returned to the medical hall and immediately closed it for cultivation without doing anything else. He wanted to break through to level 50 as soon as possible, so he could go to the wild with Cadden. Oh no, it was to hunt for soul rings with Cadden. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the first training session, led by Yu Xiaojing, had begun on the playground. As in the original story, it was still Dai Mubai, a 37-level soul master, sparring against Tang San and the other 5. The first match was Dai Mubai versus Tang San. The result was obvious. Halfway through, Yu Xiaojing called for a stop to give some guidance. Then it was Dai Mubai versus Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Yu Xiaojing called out to her. Zhu Zhuqing silently walked out, and upon closer inspection, one could see an unusual expression on her cold face, almost like excitement. Dai Mubai also stepped forward. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and recalled her displayed strength in the Stardow Forest, not daring to be careless. Yu Xiaojing's facial muscles moved, and he shouted, "Start." In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing moved, transforming into a shadow that disappeared from Dai Mubai's line of sight. So fast. She's even faster than before. Dai Mubai was astonished, quickly searching for Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing's stiff face showed a hint of a smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. What he didn't know was that at the moment he smiled, several strands of hair fell from his face. If this continued, he would lose more hair every day. Perhaps soon, he would be completely bald, marking a milestone in his path to recovery. Bang! At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's shadow flashed, and she kicked at Dai Mubai's waist. Because Zhu Zhuqing's speed was too fast, Dai Mubai could only raise his hand to block, causing him to slide backward. Bro, have you noticed that Zhuqing's speed seems to be getting faster? Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, exclaimed. Yeah, even I can't keep up with her speed, Tang San said as a purple light rose in his eyes, observing Zhu Zhuqing's movement trajectory. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was not only due to her being an agility-type soul master, but also because her Hell Knight Spirit Cat martial spirit had undergone significant changes, enhancing her speed and strength. Moreover, the most important factor was that she had received the enhancement from Cell Reinforcement Potion. Her body's flexibility, meridians, and cellular quality were far stronger than before. It could be confirmed that Zhu Zhuqing's current physical strength was not something Dai Mubai could compare to. Bang! It was as if phantoms appeared beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet as she continuously kicked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai couldn't distinguish which was the real attack and could only raise his hand to block. Damn it, Zhu Zhuqing's speed is too fast. I can't even see her clearly. At this rate, I can only be beaten. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. His evil eyes suddenly merged into one, without any hesitation. He unleashed his third soul ring, activating the White Tiger's golden body. His martial spirit, the White Tiger, enveloped him, making his body grow strong and muscular. His upper clothing was completely torn apart, revealing a terrifying outline of muscles, with black stripes appearing on his skin. His tiger paws grew larger, and the blades that popped out turned bright silver, all while his body was shrouded in a layer of intense golden light, as if he were gilded. His blood-red eyes radiated a bloodthirsty glow, and he exuded the aura of a king among beasts. Dai Mubai belonged to the strong, attack-type soul masters, and agility was not his forte. As Zhu Zhuqing launched another attack, he did not dodge. The golden light on his body suddenly became even more intense. He took 3 steps forward, and that powerful body came to a halt. At that moment, his tiger paw reached out to grab Zhu Zhuqing's kicking foot. But Zhu Zhuqing was not so easily caught by Dai Mubai. In terms of absolute speed, agility-type soul masters had a significant advantage over strong attack-type soul masters. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's foot was about to be caught by Dai Mubai, she flipped in mid-air, abandoning her attack from above and instead attacking downward. Supported by her strong physique and flexibility, Zhu Zhuqing easily managed to change direction quickly to attack. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing's kick landed heavily on Dai Mubai's thigh. It seemed she held nothing back. Under the truth that speed equates to power, her speed-fueled kick sent Dai Mubai flying several meters away. If her kick had been positioned a bit more to the left, it might have directly incapacitated Dai Mubai. Time and again, being kicked by Zhu Zhuqing without even a chance to counterattack left Dai Mubai feeling frustrated and somewhat angry. This was not just ordinary anger. It was the feeling of being toyed with by a woman, his fiancée, no less, using speed to mock him, which was quite infuriating. Dai Mubai let out a low growl, white light swirling in his mouth. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. A blazing white light burst forth as Dai Mubai's attack shot toward Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, it was enhanced by his third soul skill. Although Dai Mubai controlled the strength well, Yu Xiaojiang, standing by, noticed that Dai Mubai was clearly provoked and was ready for a serious fight, and he thought to himself that it was not good. Zhu Zhuqing's advantage in speed was too great. It surpassed any agility-type soul master he had encountered at the same level. Even Dai Mubai, a 37-level soul master, couldn't keep up with her speed. Yu Xiaojiang was really curious about how Zhu Zhuqing achieved this, and how Gu Yi had taught her. On the battlefield, Zhu Zhuqing calmly observed the White Tiger's fierce light wave rushing toward her. She understood very well the principle her teacher Gu Yi had previously mentioned, that the fastest moves are invincible and can break through anything. Without controlling skills or absolute power suppression, the advantage of speed truly allowed her to stand undefeated. Just like now, she could kick Dai Mubai while he couldn't even catch her shadow. It felt like venting her frustrations. She could hit Dai Mubai however she wanted because he was incapable of countering. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cold face as she transformed into a shadow, dodging Dai Mubai's attack. Just as she wanted to kick Dai Mubai hard to vent her frustrations, Yu Xiaojiang quickly shouted, "All right, that's enough." Yu Xiaojiang's shout indeed stopped both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, and it also caused several strands of hair to fall from his face. Zhu Zhuqing, your speed is very fast, so fast that even Dai Mubai can't react. This is your greatest advantage, Yu Xiaojing pointed out. I know. My teacher told me that as long as my speed is fast enough, I can stand undefeated among those of the same level. It is clear that Zhu Zhuqing is referring to the Soul Douluo realm. Dai Mubai is at level 37, and she is at level 31, which indeed puts them in the same realm. When Yu Xiaojing heard Zhu Zhuqing mention Gu Yi, he thought that since Zhu Zhuqing is now Gu Ye's disciple, she must have learned a lot from him, making it seem like he was showing off. Chapter 72. Zhu Zhuqing knows Gu Yi is looking for women. After thinking for a moment, Yu Xiaojing looked at Dai Mubai, then at Zhu Zhuqing, and made a decision. All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I have a rough idea of your strength now. Today's training ends here, and you can go back to rest. Ah, Master, what about us? Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at him eagerly when they saw that Yu Xiaojing allowed Zhu Zhuqing to go back to rest. Yu Xiaojing shot a sideways glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. If you can stand undefeated against Dai Mubai's attacks, you can also go back to rest. Ma Hongjun glanced at Dai Mubai and quickly shook his head, thinking of his strength. Never mind then. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse. Since she had no class today, she was just about to go to Soto City to find her teacher. Then she returned to the dormitory to tidy up a bit, said goodbye to the dean, Flander, and left Shrek Academy for Soto City. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing arrived outside Gu Ye's clinic. Seeing the clinic's door tightly shut, she thought her teacher Gu Yi was not there, so she opened the door directly with the key she had. To her surprise, upon entering the room, she found her teacher, Gu Yi, meditating inside. Zhuqing, what brings you here? Gu Yi stopped his training and asked. The class is over, so I thought I would come back to the clinic. Zhu Zhuqing briefly explained her classes today, and only then did Gu Yi understand the details. Is that so? Gulme, sit down. Gu Yi gestured to the space beside him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and sat down next to Gu Yi on the bed. She was already used to being on the same bed as Gu Yi. After all, she had even slept over before, so she didn't think much of it. However, as soon as she sat down beside Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed, and she leaned a little closer to him. This was because she caught a scent on Gu Yi that didn't belong to him. Zhu Zhuqing's cat-like nose was very sensitive. She quickly realized it was a woman's scent. Moreover, the strong presence of this scent on her teacher indicated that he had been in close contact with a woman, perhaps they were even together last night. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit uncomfortable for some reason. She looked at Gu Yi, remaining silent. What's wrong? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing staring at him without speaking, Gu Yi looked at her in confusion. He then reached out to touch Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Everything seemed normal. She wasn't sick or injured. So why was she silent? After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up, looking at Gu Yi. Teacher, were you with another woman last night? Gu Yi was at a loss for words when he heard Zhu Zhuqing's question. Last night, he had indeed been entangled with Cadden for the entire night. But why was Zhu Zhuqing asking this all of a sudden? Then Gu Yi suddenly thought of something, sniffed the air, and instantly understood why she would ask such a question. It turned out that because he had spent too long with Cadden last night, her scent lingered on him. Moreover, after returning, he had done nothing but meditate. Zhu Zhuqing's keen nose must have clearly picked up Cadden's scent left on him, which is why she asked if he was with another woman last night. What a blunder. Gu Yi sikit inyardi. Realizing he had forgotten to buy a bag of oranges to try when he came back, Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and noticed that she seemed a bit unhappy. Could it be that she wanted to interfere because he went out to find a woman? Well, Zhuqing this. Gu Yi was at a loss for how to talk to Zhu Zhuqing about it. Should he tell her that he indeed went out to find a woman last night and spent the whole night with her? Zhu Zhuqing was still young, and Gu Yi didn't want to lead her astray. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a moment, saying nothing. She knew this was her teacher's private matter and that she shouldn't meddle. However, deep down, she still hoped that Gu Yi wouldn't seek out other women. Perhaps it was a form of concern she had for her teacher, Gu Yi, as his disciple. All right, let's talk about cultivation now. Gu Yi changed the subject, not wanting to discuss women with Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. You already have a direction for your cultivation now, and your physique will improve as your strength increases. Gu Yi was speaking at length to Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to be listening seriously but was actually distracted. She seemed to care a lot about Gu Yi going out to find women. Moreover, she could infer from the scent on Gu Yi that he had definitely spent the night with a woman, otherwise he wouldn't have such a strong smell. She was also certain that the woman was very beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing's face remained as silent and cold as usual, but her mind was very active. Zhuqing, you have a soul fighting competition tonight, right? Zhuqing? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing staring blankly at him, Gu Yi asked several times. Oh, coming back to her senses. Zhu Zhuqing quickly nodded in response. I'll also go to the Grand Soul Arena tonight. I want to see how you perform. So don't let me down, okay? Wielding Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Yes, teacher, I won't let you down, Zhu Zhuqing replied firmly. After that, Gui did not continue his training, but went to the courtyard to train with Zhu Zhuqing. He taught her the same steps as last time, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and holding her hand to guide her. Now that Gu Yi was holding Zhu Zhuqing, she could more clearly sense the scent on Gu Yi and that of the woman, causing her to be distracted and make several mistakes before she finally regained her focus. Gu Yi practiced with Zhu Zhuqing in the yard for 2 hours before taking her back to the study to teach her other knowledge. The afternoon passed quickly, and it wasn't until dusk that Gu Yi stopped to let Zhu Zhuqing rest for another hour or two. Teacher, when I came here, I told Dean Flander that I would go directly to the Great Soul Arena tonight. So let's go together later. That's fine. You can rest for a bit. I'll make dinner, and after we eat, we can go together. Okay. Then Gu Yi went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After resting for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing also came to the kitchen door. However, she had never cooked before and could only stand at the door watching her teacher. She really wanted to go in and help, as she found that she somewhat liked this warm, homely atmosphere. Then, she walked in and said, Teacher, can I help you? Sure. Gu Yi didn't refuse either. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the job easier. Moreover, since they are teacher and student, it feels even more appropriate. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first time in the kitchen, and her first time doing such household tasks. Although her teacher, Gu Yi, was there to guide her, there were still occasional sounds of clattering in the kitchen. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing was unfamiliar with the process and kept breaking bowls after washing the chopsticks. As a teacher, Gu Yi fully played his role at this moment, patiently guiding Zhu Zhuqing in the kitchen. Chapter 73, Zhu Zhuqing and Cadden. With Zhu Zhuqing helping in the kitchen, what usually took Gu Yi about 10 minutes to prepare for dinner now took more than half an hour. This shows the truth of the saying that working together in pairs makes the task easier. All right, let's serve it. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the things she had broken, took the food that Gu Yi brought over, and walked out of the kitchen with her head down. After Gu Yi took out the remaining food, he sat down and noticed Zhu Zhuqing sitting quietly eating without saying a word. She must have been tired from working with him in the kitchen earlier. Seeing this, Gu Yi silently began to eat as well. After the two finished their meal and tidied up a bit, they set off towards the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. The sky had darkened, and walking down the street with his beautiful disciple Zhu Zhuqing gave Gu Yi a sense of parading with beauty. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi beside her, hesitating to say something, but for some reason, she still didn't speak up. Soon, the two arrived outside the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Just as Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing walked into the arena, Cadden swayed her hips and walked out. Cadden didn't coincidentally meet Gu Yi. Someone had notified her the moment he entered, so she couldn't wait to come down. At this moment, Cadden was radiant, with a smile on her lips, and her swaying hips caught the attention of the guests coming and going inside the arena, many of whom stopped and stared blankly at the two swaying points in front of her. However, Cadden paid no attention to these people, as her eyes were solely focused on Gu Yi in front of her. Dr. Gu, you're here. Cadden approached Gu Yi, looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Gu Yi calmly nodded, but his gaze scrutinized Cadden. After a night of passionate intimacy, Cadden had become even more enchanting. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been by Gu Ye's side, didn't pay much attention when she saw Cadden approaching, but as Cadden got closer, her sensitive nose instantly picked up the scent on Cadden. It was the fragrance of a woman, a very familiar kind of feminine scent. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Cadden, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on her face. She then turned to Gu Yi, her teacher. The woman's fragrance she sensed on Gu Yi today was exactly the same as that of this woman. Could it be that her teacher was entangled with this woman last night? It's no wonder Zhu Zhuqing was suspicious. It was just too coincidental. Gu Yi felt a sudden sense of unease when he saw Zhu Zhuqing looking at him like that. He glanced at Cadden, then at Zhu Zhuqing, and silently cursed himself for being in trouble. Zhu Zhuqing must have found out about his relationship with Cadden. Cadden, who was in front of them, noticed the stunning woman with a figure that was no less impressive than hers exchanging glances with Gu Yi, and asked, Gu Yisher, who is this? Cadden's question made Gu Yi stop overthinking and introduce her. Oh, her name is Zhu Zhuqing, my new disciple. Disciple of Gu Yisher? Cadden examined Zhu Zhuqing and found her figure simply too extraordinary, her looks not inferior to her own. She looked at Gu Yi suspiciously, wondering if she was really just a disciple. Cadden's suspicion was understandable. After all, Gu Yi was relatively young. And Zhu Zhuqing was so young and beautiful with such a great figure. Caden's doubts were quite normal. Moreover, she knew Gu Yi very well, and her suspicion was based on solid evidence. She stared at Zhu Zhuqing's chest, her gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Of course, Gu Ye's gaze was firm. His intention in taking Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple was very simple. He just wanted to cultivate her and help her become stronger. There was nothing wrong with that. Hello, I'm Caden, the owner of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, Caden said with a smile, extending her hand to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing expressionlessly shook Caden's hand and quickly withdrew. It seemed she didn't like Caden very much. Or rather, she already knew that Caden had something to do with her master Gu Yi last night, which led to her dislike for Caden. Caden, however, didn't mind Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor. She turned to Gu Yi and asked, Gu Yi, sure, are you here to participate in the spirit battle with your disciple? Yes. She is here to participate in the spirit battle competition. Oh, if Gu Yi sure has any requests, feel free to mention them. I will do my best to fulfill them. Caden chatted with Gu Yi while Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, listening. She noticed that her teacher and the beautiful woman named Caden were getting more and more animated in their conversation, and their words were becoming increasingly explicit, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Then Zhu Zhuqing made a bold move. Master, let's go sign up for the spirit battle. Saying this, she took Gu Ye's arm and pulled him away. This action left Caden a bit confused, and Gu Yi was also a little dazed. He was just getting into a lively discussion with Caden, and his beautiful disciple Zhu Zhuqing suddenly interrupted and pulled him away. What was going on? However, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing seemed a bit unhappy, Gu Yi could only say goodbye to Caden and sign up for the spirit battle with Zhu Zhuqing. Caden watched Zhu Zhuqing pulling Gu Yi away and covered her mouth with a light laugh. She could tell that their relationship was far more than just that of a teacher and disciple, whose teacher-disciple relationship would be so close, especially between a man and a woman. Does Gu Yi like teacher-student relationships? Caden pondered. Teacher-student, huh? Next time I can pretend to be his disciple. I wonder if that would work. Caden thought, suddenly breaking into a smile. Oh no, I can't think like that. I can't think like that. Caden shook her head and continued to inspect the Great Spirit Arena, occasionally glancing at Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already signed up for the spirit battle with Gu Yi. Just then, the group from Shrek Academy entered the spirit arena. When they entered, Xiao Wu and Tang San saw Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu shouted and ran over. Ning Rongrong did the same. Xiao Wu, Rongrong. Upon seeing the two, Zhu Zhuqing's earlier unhappiness from seeing Caden instantly dissipated. Along with them were Yu Xiaojiang and Flender. When they saw Gu Yi, they approached him politely and greeted, Gu Yi sure. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang and Flender, Gu Yi smiled politely. Gu Yi sure, after they finished their individual matches and doubles. Today will be the first team battle for the Shrek 7 monsters. You must come and give some pointers, Yu Xiaojiang said politely while looking at Gu Yi. Sure, I'd love to see how the Shrek Academy's 7 members coordinate. But before that, let Zhu Qing and the others participate in their individual matches, Gu Yi replied. That's fine. After that, the other members of Shrek signed up and went to participate in their respective individual matches. Gu Yi wanted to see his beautiful disciple, Zhu Zhuqing. The rest of Shrek had nothing to do with him, and he didn't take care. Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master, and since there were no individual matches, she thought for a moment and decided to stay by Gu Ye's side. Tapter seitsekumen nedi, Ning Rongrong. Gu Yi, how did you teach Zhuqing? Why has her strength become so strong? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi curiously from the railing of a battle arena. Gu Yi leaned against the railing and, seeing Zhu Zhuqing had already stepped onto the Duhan platform, turned to Ning Rongrong. Do you want to know? Ning Rongrong nodded quickly. She was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's strength, but ever since Zhu Zhuqing connected with Gu Yi and became his disciple, her strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, her speed was so fast that even Dai Mubai couldn't match her in relying on her speed. Zhu Zhuqing had kicked Dai Mubai several times without him being able to touch her. Ning Rongrong was genuinely curious. Seeing her eagerness, Gu Yi pondered for a moment, looked at Ning Rongrong, and recalling the last time he helped her, joked, if you want to know, just become my disciple. This. Ning Rongrong hesitated upon hearing this. She remembered how comfortable Gu Yi made her feel when he helped her last time, and if she became his disciple, how could she still ask him to help her? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head in refusal. I don't want to be your disciple. If you don't want to, then forget it. Gu Yi didn't mind. After all, he was just joking. However, because of Ning Rongrong's refusal, Gu Yi instinctively reached out and flicked her forehead. Hey, why did you flick my head? That hurts. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips and pretended to glare at Gu Yi. Because Gu Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong's chest, hinting at something. At first, Ning Rongrong didn't understand Gu Ye's meaning, but upon seeing his gaze, she remembered. She shyly lowered her head and asked, "How did you know?" Her voice was soft as a whisper. Gu Yi leaned down and whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear, "Of course I can tell. Rongrong, after some time, you'll be even more charming." Ning Rongrong nodded without looking up. Then she thought about the last time Gu Yi helped her with treatment. "So, when will you help me with treatment again?" She asked hesitantly. "I can do it any time, but when do you want it?" Ning Rongrong wanted to say any time, but the words stopped in her throat. At that moment, she saw Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived at the soul fighting platform to participate in her battle. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was a man who looked to be in his 30s, a soul master with a spirit power of level 30, possessing a white, yellow, and purple 3-ring battle spirit. The soul fight begins. With the referee's loud shout, the two on the platform instantly moved. Zhu Zhuqing flashed at an incredible speed to the back of the male soul master. Due to her speed, the spectators only saw a black shadow of Zhu Zhuqing appear behind the male soul master. In the next second, without any surprise, Zhu Zhuqing executed a phantom claw attack from behind. The opponent didn't even have time to react before losing his combat capability. A level 30 soul master couldn't withstand a single move from Zhu Zhuqing. So strong. Ning Rongrong marveled as she watched Zhu Zhuqing on the platform, momentarily forgetting to answer when she would let Gu Yi help her with treatment again. Indeed, very impressive, decisive attack. One move to defeat the enemy. Zhu Zhuqing's victory was within Gu Ye's expectations, yet he still praised her. Thinking about Zhu Zhuqing's strength, Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi, pondering something. Gu Yi was confused by the way Ning Rongrong was looking at him. "Gu Yi, can you help me when you have time?" Ning Rongrong expressed her thoughts. "Are you sure?" Gu Yi looked at Ning Rongrong seriously. Although Ning Rongrong felt a bit shy, she still nodded firmly. "All right." Seeing this, Gu Yi had no choice but to agree to Ning Rongrong. However, there was definitely no opportunity now, as they were in the soul fighting arena. Unless they went to the treatment room. By the way, the treatment room. The treatment room was a separate room, and it would be possible to help Ning Rongrong there. "Then let's go now." Gu Yi didn't want to postpone. He couldn't refuse to help Ning Rongrong with her treatment. Helping with such matters was his responsibility. Then Gu Yi led Ning Rongrong towards the treatment room. Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head and followed Gu Yi into the treatment room. At that moment, Oscar was looking around the Great Soul Arena for Ning Rongrong. He saw Ning Rongrong following a man into a hallway and called out, "Rongrong." But Ning Rongrong happened to walk into the hallway with Gu Yi and didn't hear Oscar's voice. Strange, what is Rongrong doing with Gu Yi? Oscar looked puzzled in the direction of the treatment room. Could it be that Ning Rongrong is sick? It shouldn't be, right? Oscar knew that Gu Yi was a physician, and also a soul master, as well as Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, so his knowledge must be extraordinary. Ning Rongrong might just be looking for Gu Yi for something. Oscar didn't think much of it and walked towards the treatment room. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just finished her battle, was also heading towards the treatment room. She knew that Gu Yi had been watching her earlier and saw him walking towards the treatment room, so she wanted to find him. Meeting Oscar was a bit unexpected for her. "Zhuqing, are you looking for your teacher?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded expressionlessly. "I just saw Gu Yi take Rongrong into the treatment room. Why don't we go together?" Zhu Zhuqing didn't refuse. She knew Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong. The two then walked towards the treatment room. The treatment room was an area with several rooms. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing knew which room Gu Yi was in. She walked ahead and arrived outside the room, entering without knocking. "Teacher," Zhu Zhuqing called out as soon as she entered. "Rongrong." Oscar also called out. The voices of Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar made Ning Rongrong and Gu Yi pause for a moment. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed for treatment, instantly became tense and stared straight at him. Fortunately, there was a curtain separating Ning Rongrong's bed from Gu Ye's, so Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar didn't know what they were doing. Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar wouldn't rudely pull aside the curtain. Zhuqing, how did that battle feel?" Gu Yi was talking to Zhu Zhuqing outside the curtain, signaling Ning Rongrong to stay calm while helping her heal. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, too shy to speak. It feels okay. Although the opponent is a soul master at level 33, in terms of soul ring configuration, soul power quality, and physical condition, he is not as good as me. Defeating him is not unexpected. You did well. But remember, as long as you are on the battle stage, you are opponents. So you must not be careless. Do you understand? "Yes, teacher." Oscar sat on a chair nearby, watching the conversation between Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi behind the curtain, feeling a bit impressed by Gu Yi. To be able to teach a student like Zhu Zhuqing, Guyi is really amazing. If Guyi knew Oscar's thoughts, he would probably be very happy. However, he is currently focused on massaging. Chapter 75. Intimate Contact. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed, let out a strange sound. Realizing it, she quickly covered her mouth and shot a reproachful glance at Guyi. After saying that, Ning Rongrong realized her words were inappropriate and shyly lowered her head. Outside the curtain, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were puzzled as they listened to the conversation between Guyi and Ning Rongrong, as well as Ning Rongrong's strange sound just now. Rongrong, what are you and Dr. Gu doing? Oscar asked directly, confused. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have guessed something. Her eyes widened as she looked at the curtain. I asked Dr. Gu to check on me. Oscar, you can go out first. I still have things to discuss with Guyi, Ning Rongrong said softly. Oscar, my teacher's treatment isn't suitable for you to see, so you should go out first, Zhu Zhuqing also said to Oscar. I see. Oscar understood that some people's treatment secrets shouldn't be known to outsiders, so he walked out of the treatment room. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to close the door and without hesitation, pulled back the curtain. Just then, Guyi clapped his hands, having just completed the treatment for Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong also shyly lowered her head, adjusting her clothes. Zhu Zhuqing saw that it was indeed as she had thought. She looked at Ning Rongrong, who was tidying her clothes, and remained silent. Guyi is her teacher. How could Ning Rongrong? Yes. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit angry, or rather, she didn't want her teacher Guyi to help Ning Rongrong with that kind of hand treatment. Guyi should belong to her, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong felt embarrassed and lowered her head when she saw Zhu Zhuqing looking at her like that. All right, after today, the effect should be even better, Guyi said calmly, while rubbing his hands together. Ning Rongrong replied softly, secretly glancing at her good sister Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing seemed jealous and didn't look at Guyi. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Guyi asked upon noticing. It's nothing, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. This tone sounds like a girlfriend inexplicably getting angry and being unreasonable, doesn't he? Guyi looked at his own hands, then at Zhu Zhuqing, and looked at his hands again. Did Zhu Zhuqing want him, as her teacher, to help her heal? Guyi's doubts were still reasonable. However, as Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, Guyi quickly put his hands down and cleared his throat, saying, all right, let's go out first. It will be your team battle soon. After speaking, Guyi was the first to walk out. Although Guyi's voice was very soft, Zhu Zhuqing still heard it. She looked at Guyi and instinctively asked, Teacher, what can't be caught with one hand? Guyi paused, turned back to glance at Zhu Zhuqing, gave her a look, and shook his head, saying, it's nothing, nothing. Then he quickly walked out. Not far from outside the treatment room, Oscar saw Guyi come out and hurried over to ask, Dr. Gu, how is Rongrong? Oh, it's Oscar, right? Rongrong is fine. She'll be out soon. That's good, but Dr. Gu, what did Rongrong come to see you for? Oscar looked at Guyi curiously. She asked me to help her make her dumplings bigger. Guyi shook his head. It's nothing, just an ordinary matter. If you want to know, go ask Ning Rongrong. After all, I'm a doctor and won't talk about my patient's issues, understand? Yeah. Oscar agreed with a smile. Then Guyi left to watch other battle spirit platforms. Meanwhile, in the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing kept thinking about Guyi's words. What did it mean? Zhu Zhuqing was sometimes very clever, but in front of Guyi, she felt a bit foolish under his authoritative presence. Such an obvious statement was understood by Ning Rongrong. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't get it. Zhuqing, Guyi was saying that you can't catch it with one hand. Ning Rongrong teased as she poked Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing instinctively dodged Ning Rongrong's playful touch. But Ning Rongrong's words made her pause. She was saying. Zhu Zhuqing looked down and saw her toes were completely blocked. Then she recalled what her teacher Guyi had just said, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Zhuqing, you don't know how envious I am? Your teacher must have taken a liking to you. Ning Rongrong suddenly hugged Zhu Zhuqing's waist, gazing at her with bright eyes. Rongrong, stop teasing me. Zhu Zhuqing was not the type to joke around, especially since she had already taken Guyi as her teacher. How could they possibly be in that kind of relationship? However, Ning Rongrong had a gut feeling that Guyi definitely had some thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, did you ask my teacher to use his hands to help you? Aren't you shy? Zhu Zhuqing asked quietly. Well, to be honest, I was a bit shy at first. After all, I'm still a young lady, right? I definitely can't let other men do that, but Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing without finishing her sentence. But what? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. But who told you, Zhuqing, that you caused such great harm to him? So I decided to let Guyi help me. After that, I realized Guyi's hands are so gentle, and he's so handsome too. I wouldn't be losing out, so I wasn't shy anymore. Plus, Gu Yi said he's a doctor, and helping patients is just a normal thing. Him using his hands to help me is also normal. Ning Rongrong grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Ning Rongrong seemed a bit reluctant, and she felt a bit unhappy inside. She didn't want her teacher to help Ning Rongrong with treatment. Zhuqing, Rongrong? At that moment, Oscar cautiously walked in. What's wrong? Seeing Oscar, Ning Rongrong asked casually. It's nothing. Let's hurry out. Our team match is about to start. Oscar said, but his gaze subtly lingered on Ning Rongrong. Whether it was an illusion or not, Oscar suddenly noticed that Ning Rongrong seemed more feminine, and her figure had improved. Moreover, her clothes seemed a bit disheveled, different from when she came from Shrek Academy. After stealing a few glances, Oscar withdrew his gaze, as he didn't think too much about it. Let's go, Zhuqing. We're heading out. Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and left. For their first team battle spirit match, Ning Rongrong still had a bit of anticipation. After the three left the clinic, they soon found the other members of Shrek Academy. Oscar, you guys are here. Rongrong, where did you go just now? Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu asked upon seeing the three. We were just with Gu Yi. By the way, didn't Gu Yi come too? Ning Rongrong responded and then began to inquire when she didn't see Gu Yi. Just now, she had another intimate contact with Gu Yi, and even though she hadn't seen him for a short while, Ning Rongrong found herself wanting to see Gu Yi. Chapter 76, Breaking Through Level 50. Gu Yi had just come for a while and left, saying he had something to do. What was it? I don't know either. I see. Ning Rongrong knew Gu Yi wasn't around and thought about how he had just helped her with treatment before leaving, puffing her cheeks in a cute way. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang said, all right, your team match is about to start. You need to prepare now. Yes, for their first 7-person team battle spirit match. The Shrek 7 were looking forward to their opponents. Meanwhile, on the highest level of Soto City's Grand Battle Spirit Arena, in room 1 of the VIP area, Gu Yi sat on Ka Dan's bed, closing his eyes to meditate. Ka Dan stood guard beside him. After helping Ning Rongrong with some dumplings earlier, Gu Yi had just arrived at Shrek Academy and chatted with a few people before sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough. Without delay, he rushed to Ka Dan's room to cultivate. If Gu Yi were to break through now, he would reach level 50, just in time for them to hunt for the 5th spirit ring together. Ka Dan looked at Gu Yi on the bed with anticipation, unsure whether he was looking forward to obtaining the 5th spirit ring or to go into the small woods with Gu Yi to watch the moon. On the bed, Gu Yi, sitting cross-legged in meditation, could feel that he was close to a breakthrough. Usually, his strength increased not only through his own cultivation, but also by treating others and earning operation points. Now, his realm had smoothly reached level 50, as if everything had fallen into place. It was successful, as long as he obtained a spirit ring. He would also reach the Soul King level. Gu Yi clenched his fists excitedly. Gu Yi, congratulations. Caden came to Gu Ye's side. Gu Yi looked at Caden happily. Now that he had broken through to level 50, Caden had too. Once they obtained their 5th spirit ring, both of them would reach the Spirit King level or above, making it much more convenient to do certain things. Gu Yi looked at Cardan's charming face, wrapped his arms around her waist, and took the initiative to kiss her soft lips. After the kiss, Gu Yi said to Cardan, in a couple of days, we will go to the Star Dough Forest together to obtain our 5th soul ring. Cardan leaned against Gu Yi, enjoying this moment of warmth. In the Great Soul Arena, the first team battle of Shrek Academy's 7 members had already begun. As expected, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Then, Flinder gathered the 7 members of Shrek and said, all right, today's soul fighting ends here. We should head back. Yes, Dean, said Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in unison. Although they had won the team match, it hadn't been easy for them, and it was just right to go back and get a good rest. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to return so quickly. She knew that her teacher Gu Yi had a deep relationship with Cardan, the owner of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Now that her teacher was missing, was he looking for Cardan? The thought of this made Zhu Zhuqing somewhat unhappy, and her already expressionless face appeared even colder. Ning Rongrong felt the same way. Just a moment ago, she had been close to Gu Yi in the treatment room, and now that she hadn't seen him for so long, she was quite unhappy. Just then, Gu Yi's figure appeared in Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's line of sight. Teacher. Seeing Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to happily run over and tell him about her team's victory. But when she saw that Gu Yi was accompanied by the beautiful Cardan, her footsteps halted, and she walked slowly towards Gu Yi. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Zhu Zhuqing's face showed some displeasure. However, Zhu Zhuqing had always been silent and cold in front of others, and now she was very good at hiding her unhappy expression behind her icy demeanor. But as Gu Yi was Zhu Zhuqing's teacher and the man who understood her best, he immediately noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat unhappy and knew the reason behind it. Congratulations, Zhu Qing. I already know about your team's victory, but don't be proud because this is just your first match, understand? Gu Yi praised her. I understand, teacher. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and replied coldly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also walked up to Gu Yi. Seeing Cardan beside Gu Yi, she was curious about her identity. Gu Yi, who is she? Ning Rongrong, being a young lady, didn't hold back and directly asked about Cardan. Let me introduce you. This is Cardan, the owner of the Soto Great Soul Arena, and also my current boss, Gu Yi said, looking at Cardan. Ning Rongrong was somewhat surprised upon learning Cardan's identity, as she didn't think someone like Cardan could manage such a place so well. Flinder, on the other hand, was already familiar with Cardan. As he walked over, he politely greeted her, Lady Cardan. What a beautiful woman. Ma Hongjun looked at Cardan, his heart racing. Having grown up in the brothel, his tastes leaned towards the mature, and Cardan possessed such an aura that made him feel a bit tempted just by glancing at her. However, thinking of her identity, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look more. Flinder, you are an old acquaintance of mine at the Great Soul Arena. Cardan smiled at Flinder. Naturally, she couldn't be unaware of this soul saint powerhouse, who often brought his disciples to her arena for soul fighting and would occasionally place a bet or two. Lady Cardan, you jest. How could I be considered an old acquaintance? Flinder laughed heartily. Flinder didn't want to linger too long for fear of his students' betting habits being exposed. So he quickly said, All right, it's getting late now, and you all have classes tomorrow, so let's head back to the academy. Yes, responded Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the others. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Cardan, the mature beauty, then looked at Gu Yi and softly said, Teacher, I will head back first. Gu Yi nodded and said, Go back. By the way, Zhu Qing, come to the medical clinic in the next couple of days because I need to go on a trip soon. And I have some things to tell you. Go on a trip? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi in confusion. I need to go to the Stardow Forest. To the Stardow Forest. Do you need to hunt for a soul ring, Gu Yi? Ning Rongrong guessed as she looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi smiled and nodded. That's right, I have now broken through to level 50. And I need to go to the Stardow Forest to obtain the 5th soul ring. As soon as Gu Yi said this, Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San looked at him in surprise. They could all tell that Gu Yi was not much older than them, definitely not over 20. Yet he had already broken through to level 50. However, Flander and the others didn't say anything, as their relationship with Gu Yi wasn't very deep, at most. It was just that of a doctor and a patient. After chatting with Zhu Zhuqing for a while, Gu Yi asked her and Ning Rongrong to head back first. After the Shrek group returned, Gu Yi looked at Kaden and said, In 2 days, we will go to the Stardow Forest to hunt for the 5th spirit ring. Make sure to take care of everything in these 2 days. Don't worry, I've already taken care of what needs to be done, just waiting for you. Kaden said with a smile as he looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked at Kaden's enigmatic smile and instantly understood her meaning. Should they stay up together and have some fun tonight? Chapter 77. Take good care of my wife. Are you staying? Kaden asked softly. Gu Yi smiled and nodded, then pointed behind Cardan before walking out of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Understanding Gu Ye's meaning, Cardan covered her mouth and chuckled, then swayed her hips toward the back door of the arena. It was a special exit she had reserved for Gu Yi, always open for him no matter when or where. Just like herself. That night, Gu Yi stayed in the VIP room number 1 of the Great Soul Arena again, indulging in treating Cardan's ailments. The night quietly passed, as Gu Yi helped Cardan with her injections. When Gu Yi left the Soto Great Soul Arena to return to the clinic the next day, he decisively bought a bag of oranges, enjoying 1 or 2 before continuing his medical practice. In the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the clinic on time from Shrek Academy. Upon arriving, Zhu Zhuqing thought of Gu Yi and Cardan from the previous night, and instinctively approached Gu Yi to sniff around, feeling a bit happier when she found no trace of Cardan. Then Zhu Zhuqing asked, Teacher, who are you going with to hunt the 5th spirit ring in the Stardow Forest? With Cardan, Gu Yi answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the slight happiness that had just risen in Zhu Zhuqing instantly vanished without a trace. Gu Yi and Cardan went to the Stardow Great Forest together. How could they go together? Isn't she the owner of the Soto Great Soul Arena? How could she have time to go with you, teacher? Zhu Zhuqing quickly asked. Cardan has also broken through level 50, so we agreed to go to the Stardow Great Forest the day after tomorrow to hunt for the 5th spirit ring. Therefore, Zhuqing, I will teach you well today and tomorrow. Is that so? After understanding the situation, Zhu Zhuqing had nothing to say and could only obediently accept Gu Yi taking her back to the room for one-on-one professional tutoring. Thus, the time for Gu Yi to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena at night return to the medical center in the morning, and provide one-on-one tutoring for Zhu Zhuqing in the afternoon lasted only 2 days. Today is the day Gu Yi and Ka Dan head to the Star Do Great Forest. Early in the morning, Gu Yi, who was prepared, came to wait outside the Soto City Great Soul Arena for Ka Dan. At that moment, Ka Dan also walked out, accompanied by a soul sage named Yin Shi, as well as some guards. Ka Dan had already explained the matter of hunting for the spirit ring in the Star Do Great Forest to Shui Hong, and someone would be responsible for the Great Soul Arena while she was away. Now that she saw Gu Yi waiting outside for her, she sent her guards to fetch the carriage and then came to Gu Ye's side. "Are you all ready?" Gu Yi asked as Ka Dan approached. Ka Dan smiled and nodded. "I'm ready. Let's set off." As soon as Ka Dan finished speaking, a guard brought over a carriage for their journey. Just as Gu Yi was about to step onto the carriage with Ka Dan, a more luxurious carriage approached them. It was Shui Hong, the lord of Soto City. "Madam, please wait a moment," Shui Hong shouted as he lifted the curtain of the carriage. After the carriage stopped, he quickly got down. "Madam, I know you're going to hunt for the 5th spirit ring today, so I came to see you off. I also feel very guilty for not being able to accompany you," Shui Hong said with a sad expression, looking somewhat reluctant to let Ka Dan leave. "It's okay. I understand. Besides, there are many things in Soto City that need your attention. I have Yin Shi to protect me, which is enough." That's true. Shui Hong knew about Yin Shi's strength as a soul sage, with her accompanying Ka Dan to hunt for the spirit ring in the Star Do Great Forest. There should be no problem. And not just Yin Shi, but also Dr. Gu will be going with us, so you can rest assured. After Ka Dan finished speaking, she smiled at Gu Yi. Shui Hong already knew that Gu Yi had also broken through level 50 and would be going with Ka Dan to hunt for the spirit ring. He fully supported Gu Yi accompanying Ka Dan. With such a powerful healing doctor as Gu Yi present, the safety of going to the Star Do Great Forest was even more assured. "Dr. Gu, I entrust my wife to you during this journey." Before leaving, Shui Hong looked seriously at Gu Yi, entrusting his wife to him. Gu Yi nodded and said seriously, "Lord Shui Hong, you can rest assured that I will take good care of Madame Cadden on this journey." "That's good. With you, Dr. Gu, I feel at ease." Shui Hong replied with a smile and didn't say much more. After that, Gu Yi left Suotawa City with Cadden, heading towards the Starry Forest. As he watched the carriage slowly moving away, a happy smile gradually appeared on Shui Hong's face. He had already received news that Crown Prince Xue Qinghe had left the capital of Balak Kingdom for other kingdoms. What made Shui Hong even happier was that Crown Prince Xue Qinghe did not get along well with his brother, who was the nominal heir to the Balak Kingdom. This news gave Shui Hong hope of becoming king, to the extent that he didn't even care much about his wife Cadden going to the Starry Forest with Gu Yi to hunt for soul rings. At this moment, Qin Xiao, who was beside Shui Hong, looked at the carriage that had disappeared from sight and recalled the unusual glance exchanged between Gu Yi and Cadden earlier. He turned to Shui Hong and said, "Lord, are you not worried about Madam and that Dr. Gu?" "Worried? What is there to worry about?" "Qin Xiao, don't forget that Dr. Gu is my lifesaver. Am I supposed to be worried that he would harm me?" Xiong replied irritably. For Shui Hong, his life came first, power and pleasure second, and Cadden might barely rank third, so he was not worried at all. Seeing this, Qin Xiao didn't say anything more. If Shui Hong wasn't worried, it would be meaningless for him, a guard, to say anything further. At this time, the carriage with Cadden and Gu Yi had already exited Suotawa City. Once they left the city, Cadden pulled Gu Yi into the carriage to sit with her. The one driving the carriage was her guard Yin Shi. The other guards could only ride horses behind them. The interior of the carriage was quite luxurious, with cushions, seats, tea, fruits, and snacks all available. This showed that Cadden placed great importance on this opportunity to go out with Gu Yi. Gu Yi was lazily sitting on the soft cushion, leaning against the wooden wall, and just as he was about to pick up a grape to eat, Cadden suddenly appeared in front of him and snatched the grape from his hand. "I'll feed you," Cadden said delicately, plucking a grape, putting it in his mouth, and then feeding it to Gu Yi. Gu Yi saw this and wrapped his big hand around Cadden's waist. Holding her in his arms while eating the grapes, she fed him. "The grapes are so sweet, just like yours." Gu Yi chewed slightly and looked at Ka Dan with a mischievous smile. "Puffed. Where do they have grapes?" Ka Dan looked at Gu Yi reproachfully. "Weren't you just feeding me? You said you didn't have grapes?" Gu Yi looked at Ka Dan with a desire to eat. He really liked eating big, juicy grapes, especially the ones that Ka Dan fed him. He enjoyed them very much. "You bad thing. Always up to no good." Kashi glared at Gu Yi in annoyance. "How am I being bad? I'm clearly taking care of you. After all, I promised Shui Hong that I would take good care of you." Gu Yi similait wickedly, wrapping his arms tighter around Cadden's waist. Chapter 78. Serendipity with Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Cadden's cheeks flushed instantly. Then she picked up a purple grape, bit into it, and offered it to Gu Yi. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi enjoyed the grapes that Cadden fed him, a sight to behold. Just as he was about to grab some wine to calm his nerves, Cadden understood his intention and immediately brought it over, using her small mouth to serve a cup and feed it to Gu Yi. Gu Yi wanted to accept, but also to refuse, but Cadden was too enthusiastic. So he had no choice but to taste the wine that Cadden offered. At that moment, Gu Yi wanted to pick up a pastry to try, but Cadden always managed to be one step ahead, actively serving him. Clop, clop, clop. The horse happily trotted towards the starry forest. Inside the carriage, Cadden fully showcased his service abilities. Gu Yi enjoyed the treatment of a king and became increasingly fond of Cadden. The starry forest is located in the southeast of the Bala Kingdom, with a small section bordering it. Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Bala Kingdom. Not far from the starry forest, only less than 500 kilometers away. The spare carriage prepared by Cadden is drawn by top-quality horses, capable of traveling 1,000 miles without any issues. However, due to the frequent interactions between Cadden and Gu Yi in the carriage, their journey was significantly shortened. By evening, they had only reached a small town closer to the starry forest. Gu Yi glanced at the sky and said to Cadden, "We won't be able to reach the starry forest today. How about we rest in the town for the night?" Cadden, nestled in Gu Ye's embrace, had a faint blush on her cheeks, remnants of sweat glistening on her skin, looking as if she had just exerted herself. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, she lifted her head to peek through the carriage curtain and noticed that it was indeed getting late. "Okay, I'll listen to you," she replied, snuggling back into Gu Ye's arms. In her heart, she had a thought of wanting to spend the night alone with Gu Yi in the wilderness. At that time, she would snuggle in his embrace, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Gu Yi would call her little sweetheart, and she would reply with dear, and later in the quiet woods, they could hee. However, Cadden still decided to follow Gu Ye's suggestion. After all, he was considering her safety and preventing any mishaps. Once confirmed, Gu Yi and the others drove the carriage into the town. Upon arrival, Gu Yi lifted the curtain to take a look outside. During dusk, the town was much livelier than usual. It was quite large, comparable to a small city, except for the lack of city walls. The streets were lined with various shops, offering all sorts of goods. Most were related to soul masters, such as those selling weapons, armor, detoxification and recovery potions, and even clothing that had multiple pockets suitable for soul masters' adventures. "Yin Shi, let's go find a hotel," Cadden called out to Yin Shi, sticking her head out. "Yes, princess." In Yin Shi's mind, Cadden had always been a princess. However, Yin Shi glanced at Gu Yi, recalling some noises that had come from inside the carriage today. She was outside driving and had heard everything very clearly. She didn't expect her princess to be so affectionate towards Gu Yi, personally attending to him. But Yin Shi said nothing more. As long as a princess was happy, she would protect that. Soon, Yin Shi found a hotel. Gu Yi's group consisted of only 10 people, with the other 7 being bodyguards. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yin Shi arranged their accommodations. Gu Yi and Cadden naturally entered the hotel room together, without any reservations. This behavior puzzled Cadden and the 7 bodyguards who had come along. They were aware of Cadden's identity, and now they saw Cadden living with Gu Yi, a man. The implications were clear without needing to guess. However, they dare not speak up, as they were merely bodyguards. Just as Gu Yi was about to enter the room with Cadden, several figures caught his attention. One was a woman with a golden mask covering her face. She had long, flowing golden hair and a tall, slender figure. Although she wore a mask, Gu Yi could tell at a glance that her beauty was exceptional, rivaling that of the little cat, Zhu Zhuqing. What caught Gu Yi's most attention was her outfit, a long black robe that was soft in texture, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Gu Yi habitually scanned the woman with his surgical system. He was startled when he saw the results. It turned out to be Qian Renxue. When Gu Yi looked at Qian Renxue, she also looked back at him. The moment she saw Gu Yi, Qian Renxue immediately recognized him as the highly skilled physician. "Young master, what's wrong?" asked the man beside Qian Renxue when he noticed her looking upstairs. "I saw an interesting person," Qian Renxue replied with a faint smile, not looking at Gu Yi anymore. Gu Yi, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze the instant Qian Renxue looked at him. Now that Qian Renxue was here, could it be that something significant was happening? Gu Yi thought carefully. This was a small town relatively close to the Stardo Forest. Previously, Qian Renxue was still a kingdom under the defense of the Tiando Empire, but now she had unexpectedly appeared outside the Stardo Forest, accompanied by a title Douluo. Yes, the man beside Qian Renxue was indeed the serpent-speared Douluo from the original work. In addition, there were several guards, the weakest among them being soul kings, along with one soul sage and 2 soul emperors. The presence of such a powerful configuration here clearly indicated something was amiss. Wait, Gu Yi suddenly thought of something. Is it possible that Qian Renxue came to the Douluo Forest to hunt for soul rings? According to the plot in the original work, 5 years later, Qian Renxue's strength should be at the Soul Sage level. Since it's 5 years ago now, she might have just advanced to the Soul Emperor level. Gu Yi speculated that she was using her free time during her patrols in various countries to hunt for her 6th spirit ring in the Douluo Forest. Gu Yi, what's wrong? Seeing Gu Yi standing at the door in a daze, Cadden quickly asked. It's nothing, let's go in. Gu Yi smiled and wrapped his arm around Cadden's waist as they entered the room. Although they encountered Qian Renxue and the others here, Gu Yi did not recognize them at the moment, and looking too much could easily reveal his identity. Moreover, Gu Yi wasn't sure if Qian Renxue would resort to killing to silence him if his identity was exposed. With the strength of her current team, it would be very easy for her to do such a thing. After Gu Yi and Cadden entered the room, Qian Renxue and her group, who had just come downstairs, clearly also intended to stay here for the night. After requesting a room, it turned out that her room was right next to Gu Yi's. Standing outside the door, Qian Renxue glanced at the doorplate and then at the room Gu Yi had just entered, secretly thinking, what a coincidence. Qian Renxue was very fond of Gu Yi. Whether it was his handsome appearance or his unique surgical knife martial soul, as an exceptionally beautiful woman, seeing a man whose looks were not inferior to hers always gave her a sense of admiration. Moreover, she was also somewhat interested in Gu Yi's martial soul. He must be here to hunt soul rings in the Douluo Forest. Could it be that he has broken through to level 40? Because she was not very clear about Gu Yi's age and strength, Qian Renxue guessed he had only broken through to level 40 given his young appearance. Completely unaware that Gu Yi had already reached level 50, Qian Renxue took another glance.